The arrival of bizarre beasts heralds a new era of martial prowess across the globe. As long as one engages in combat with these creatures, rewards are bestowed upon all. Yet, for me, my rewards have the extraordinary potential to automatically double. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, which is now subject to random doubling. Randomly doubling to 999 times. Dear students, in just 3 days, you will undergo the aptitude test. The significance of this test cannot be overstated. It will decisively shape the trajectory of your lives. Hence, I urge each of you to prepare earnestly, making the most of every fleeting moment to strive for success. At the podium, the class teacher, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, reminded everyone with an impassive demeanor. In truth, she herself was a casualty of the aptitude test. In this world, it is neither a realm for the affluent nor for the kind-hearted, but rather a domain belonging to warriors. On the final day of their senior year, every student is subjected to an aptitude test to ascertain their eligibility for entry into the esteemed Warrior Academy. Once admitted, the horizons are boundless, allowing one to ascend to greatness. Conversely, those who fail to gain entry, no matter how sharp their intellect or stellar their grades, will merely serve as a backdrop to the warriors, leading lives of mediocrity, ultimately forgotten in the shadows of their brilliance. Alas, they speak of effort, yet isn't the outcome already preordained? Resting his chin on his hand, Feng Qingyun gazed at the sky, contemplating the beauty of the clouds. In reality, everyone's fate had long been sealed. Those with robust physiques and abundant vitality were virtually guaranteed admission to the Warrior Academy. As for individuals like Feng Qingyun, slim and lacking even a modest amount of flesh, they were dismissed from the outset. Although he had earnestly attempted to build muscle at the gym, his abdomen remained devoid of definition. Yet his facial muscles nearly revealed a faint outline of an 8-pack due to his exaggerated expressions during workouts. Fortunately, that has since faded. Xiao Feng, let's head to the internet CAF. As soon as class ended, someone beckoned Feng Qingyun towards the CAF. At this juncture, those destined to give up had long since done so, while the determined continued to strive, creating a stark division within the class. However, today, Feng Qingyun declined. Forget it. You all go ahead, I won't be joining today. Not going to the CAF. Then are you off to the gym? Feng Qingyun cast a resigned glance at his companion. In his mind, he mused, do you think I can afford the gym? Right now, I can barely afford the internet CAF. The gym costs 10 yuan per hour, while the CAF charges only 3 yuan. Yet, Feng Qingyun currently possessed a mere 2 yuan to his name. Such is the plight of the impoverished. Having turned down his peers, Feng Qingyun walked home with his backpack slung over his shoulder. Along the way, he passed rows of gyms lining the streets. Inside, individuals of all ages exercise, children as young as 5 and seniors in their 50s and 60s. Even some classmates could be seen. Watching them effortlessly lift 200 pounds made Feng Qingyun feel a twinge of envy. If only his physique were less frail. Young man, why do you stand outside the gym instead of inside it? Suddenly, a voice from an older gentleman broke through Feng Qingyun's thoughts. He posed a thought-provoking question. With a resigned shrug, Feng Qingyun replied, my physical condition is too poor, I simply cannot exercise. Ah, I see. What a lamentable response. In this world, one either becomes strong or remains weak. However, Feng Qingyun looked curiously at the older man, wondering if he might be a sage capable of altering his fate. However, even the weak should aspire to be wealthy. Scratch cards start at just 2 yuan, with the potential to win up to 200,000. The bald man's demeanor shifted dramatically as he produced a handful of scratch cards, his round face adorned with a mischievous grin. Feng Qingyun couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, thinking it absurd that he had mistaken this man for a sage, only to discover he was merely a seller of scratch cards. Truly bewildering. All right, I'll take one. Sure thing. The older man enthusiastically handed Feng Qingyun a scratch card, along with a coin to reveal the prize. Feng Qingyun scratched it casually, gradually uncovering 2 characters. 2 yuan, exclaimed the man. Wow, young lad, you've struck gold. What luck to win right off the bat. The bald man feigned astonishment, encouraging Feng Qingyun to purchase more cards. Listen, young man, as the saying goes, take a chance, and a bicycle can become a motorcycle. Gamble a bit, and a motorcycle can turn into a Land Rover. Push a little harder, and a Land Rover can become an airplane. What do you say? Want to try a few more? Feng Qingyun looked at the bald man in exasperation, thinking to himself, do you take me for a fool? I'm a diligent student who keeps up with the news. The latest scams reveal that some opportunists exploit small scratch cards to deceive seemingly naive students, luring them into thinking they've won and persuading them to buy more, ultimately draining their pocket money. So, you think I'm that gullible? Do I seem easy to fool? Just give me the 2 yuan I won. Ah, all right. The bald man felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, lamenting how difficult it had become to deceive today's youth. He reached into his pocket and produced a coin, combining it with the one Feng Qingyun had used to scratch off the prize, totaling exactly 2 yuan. But at that moment, ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a cash reward, which is now being randomly doubled. Randomly doubling to 999 times. A series of electronic notifications echoed, prompting Feng Qingyun to glance around, noticing no special announcements in the vicinity. Simultaneously, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Did someone send a message? Feng Qingyun picked up his phone, and his eyes widened in disbelief. A substantial sum had appeared in his account. Your tomato bank account has received a reward of 1,998 yuan. Your current account balance stands at 1,998.01 yuan. 1,998 yuan? 999 times 2 yuan? What on earth is happening? This cannot be real. Holding his breath for 3 seconds, Feng Qingyun scrutinized his phone again, confirming he hadn't misread. Indeed, his account had swelled by 1,998 yuan, precisely 999 times 2 yuan. It's real. It's truly real. Does this mean I have a cheat code? Indeed, relying on a sage to alter his fate was futile. It was the system that would prove invaluable. Yet, upon the emergence of his system, there was no notification, no manual, only a mechanical announcement. The functions and mechanisms remained shrouded in ambiguity. I must explore this further. With that thought, Feng Qingyun's gaze fell upon the dejected bald man. The inaugural operation of his system coincided with his scratch card win, followed by the receipt of a reward. Could it be inferred that he merely needed to win and receive rewards to trigger the system's random doubling? Thus, old man, you're right. With my luck, I should try again. Give me 10 more cards. Chapter 2. Doubling continuously. Initially disheartened, the bald uncle was about to depart, but upon hearing Feng Qingyun request 10 more scratch cards, he instantly turned around with a beaming smile. Very well, he produced 10 brand new scratch cards for Feng Qingyun, while continuing to fan the flames of excitement nearby. Little brother, your luck is truly remarkable. It would be a shame to only play with 2 yuan. Why not give the 5 yuan cards a try? The maximum prize could reach 50,000 yuan. Not in a hurry, let me scratch these first. Feng Qingyun replied calmly, though a tempest of emotion surged within him. 50,000 yuan. If he were to strike a random multiplier of 999, that would amount to an astonishing 49.95 million. Enough for an ordinary person to live a lifetime. Yet, using common sense, it was evident that the odds of such grand prizes were exceedingly low. It was likely that even if Feng Qingyun exhausted his 2,000 yuan, he might not win a single substantial prize. Moreover, he couldn't guarantee that his system would consistently double his rewards. Fortunately, the bald uncle had a premeditated scheme to swindle Feng Qingyun's money. Thus, the first scratch card he provided was guaranteed to win, while the subsequent 10 cards had only a 30% chance of yielding a prize, with the highest reward being a mere 10 yuan. Congratulations, host. Cash reward acquired, initiating random doubling. Randomly multiplied by 88 times. Congratulations, host. Cash reward acquired, initiating random doubling. Randomly multiplied by 166 times. Congratulations, host. Cash reward acquired, initiating random doubling. Randomly multiplied by 555 times. Upon hearing the system's announcements, Feng Qingyun felt exhilarated, his palms sweating and his eyes gleaming with excitement. He could now ascertain that his system indeed doubled every reward he received, albeit with a random multiplier. The highest multiplier recorded was 999, while the lowest was 88. More importantly, within such a brief moment, he had already amassed over 8,000 yuan, surpassing the combined monthly salaries of his parents. Observing Feng Qingyun's elation, the bald uncle hastened to continue his performance. My goodness, little brother, your luck must be extraordinary. Winning rates this high. If 2 yuan cards can yield 10 yuan, imagine the 10 yuan cards, at least 50 yuan. Enough chatter. What's the highest price you have here? With money in hand, Feng Qingyun felt emboldened. Even with low odds, if he could just uncover a 999 multiplier, he would recoup all his losses. The oblivious bald uncle believed he had encountered a golden goose, promptly producing a stack of 20 yuan scratch cards. Here, these are 20 yuan each. How many do you want? Give me a pack. A pack? Not for sale. If it's not for sale, then forget it. Sell. The bald uncle grinned widely. thinking he would make a significant profit today, having sold more in one day than he typically did in a week. Little did he know, while others were losing money, Feng Qingyun was guaranteed to profit. Based on the current minimum multiplier of 88, if Feng Qingyun managed to win 3 10-yuan scratch cards, he would not only break even but also make a profit. If he were to hit a 999 multiplier, it would be an absolute windfall. Moreover, with scratch cards, the higher the price, the larger the potential payout. 2-yuan cards typically yielded 5 or 10 yuan, while 20-yuan cards could offer 50 or 100 yuan. Feng Qingyun was keenly aware of this principle. The larger the base amount, the greater the returns after doubling. Half an hour later, Feng Qingyun had scratched through 120 yuan scratch cards, resulting in 3 wins with prize amounts of 10 yuan, 5 yuan, and 200 yuan. The respective multipliers for these 3 cards were 288 times, 66 times, and 999 times. 200 yuan at a multiplier of 999 yields a staggering 199,800 yuan. The figure was so immense that it felt surreal, causing Feng Qingyun's face to pale in shock. Indeed, he had bet wisely. The larger the base amount, the greater the impact of the multipliers. For him, recovering his costs merely required a substantial base amount. Noticing Feng Qingyun's ashen complexion, the bald uncle mistakenly thought he had suffered tremendous losses and, frightened, attempted to make a hasty exit. Ahem, little brother, perhaps your luck has run out. Let's call it a day. I'll be leaving now, not so fast. Hey, I say, young lad, this is a mutually agreeable arrangement. You can't throw a tantrum just because you've lost money. You should know, I was quite the player back in my day. I still want to buy, brother. How many more do you want? An hour later, Feng Qingyun had entirely depleted the bald uncle's supply of scratch cards. Witnessing Feng Qingyun's disoriented demeanor, the bald uncle couldn't contain his jubilance. He had sold over 8,000 yuan worth of scratch cards today, netting a profit of over 1,000. As for Feng Qingyun, he gazed at the over 100,000 yuan in his account. Feeling somewhat bewildered in his entire life, he had never encountered such an amount of money. It felt like a dream, utterly unreal. Handsome, how about some swimming and fitness? All right, thank you. Dully accepting a flyer, Feng Qingyun took a few steps forward, and a gust of cold wind jolted him back to reality. What good is wealth? This world is not a realm for the affluent. Even if he could leverage this ability to amass billions or even trillions, should a martial artist confront him, he would find himself utterly defenseless. Damn it. Why isn't my system designed to transform me into a martial artist? Fuming, he crumpled the flyer in his hand, suddenly finding the over 100,000 yuan in his account utterly mundane. What he truly needed was to become powerful, not merely a wealthy weakling. Should he attempt once more? Feng Qingyun smoothed out the flyer, examining its contents. As the day of the talent assessment approached, many gyms were offering intensive courses for talent testing. This statement? Feng Qingyun's eyes suddenly brightened as he read a phrase on the flyer. Every gym has a habit of promoting catchy slogans to attract more customers. The slogan of this gym was precisely what Feng Qingyun yearned for. Self-discipline is the greatest reward to oneself. Gazing at the slogan for over a minute, Feng Qingyun propped his chin in thought, pondering a question. Can self-discipline truly be considered a reward? And what about the strength gained from exercise? Can that be deemed a reward as well? Such matters could only be discerned through trial. And he certainly had time to spare. Embracing his proactive nature, Feng Qingyun promptly entered the gym. Hello, may I ask how much is an hour here? Oh, Feng Qingyun, is it? What brings you back for another round of $8 face exercises? Nearby, Zhang Xiaowei, a classmate from the adjacent section, scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 3 Exercise Rewards Doubling. Feng Qingyun cast a glance at Zhang Xiaowei, recognizing him as a fellow senior. Rumor had it that Zhang Xiaowei possessed remarkable physical prowess, with strength nearly double that of an average adult, making him unbeatable in arm wrestling among his peers. Thus, he exuded arrogance, particularly looking down on someone as frail as Feng Qingyun. Ignoring Zhang Xiaowei's taunt, Feng Qingyun continued inquiring about the temporary card at the front desk. Hello, how much is an hour here? 10 yuan per hour. I recommend getting a membership card. It's only 800 yuan for the month, a great deal. The front desk girl spoke with a lackadaisical tone, clearly unimpressed with Feng Qingyun's interest in a temporary card. In this world where strength reigned supreme, people's status was marked by a clear hierarchy. The strong were met with applause and accolades, while the weak faced scorn and disdain. Thus, a destitute student who couldn't even afford an 800 yuan membership wouldn't garner anyone's respect. And oh thanks, just give me a 10 yuan temporary card for now. If it proves effective, I might consider the membership. Really, what could possibly change in an hour? The front desk girl muttered discontentedly, her voice unrestrained, drifting directly into Feng Qingyun's ears. Feng Qingyun said nothing. For him, the paramount concern was to ascertain whether gaining strength through exercise could be classified as a reward. If not, then remaining in the gym would be utterly pointless. He needed to find alternative methods to grow stronger. After receiving the temporary card in key, Feng Qingyun stored his backpack in a locker and proceeded to the equipment area filled with machines. Within the gym, a hierarchy of disdain also existed. Individuals like Feng Qingyun, who were thin and weak, could only train in the novice area, where the equipment was of lighter weight and often outdated. In contrast, the advanced area boasted the latest exercise machines. With professional trainers offering guidance, an unmistakable divide between the affluent and the impoverished. Grasping a 5-kilogram dumbbell, Feng Qingyun cautiously attempted the simplest lifting exercise, attentively listening for any prompts from his system. However, after several repetitions, the system remained silent. It ineffective. Perhaps the weight is too light. Should I try something heavier? Furrowing his brow, Feng Qingyun picked up a 10-kilogram dumbbell for further experimentation. Yet after several more attempts, the system still offered no response, as if it were on a different frequency, unable to receive any signals. This was undoubtedly a significant blow for Feng Qingyun, his system. It appears that it can truly only be utilized for the purpose of generating profit. Classmate, your method of exercising is incorrect. You should select an appropriate weight and then engage in group training. Noticing Feng Qingyun's improper exercise technique, the beautiful trainer nearby immediately intervened. Feng Qingyun turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. The trainer, who pointed out his mistake, had fair skin and an alluring figure, clad in a form-fitting white tank top and pink yoga pants, accentuating her already enviable curves. If one were to rate the most perfect woman as a perfect score of 100, then this trainer would be a striking 90 in appearance and a 95 in physique. Observing Feng Qingyun's momentary confusion, the trainer approached him, gently nudging his arm to align it with his body before signaling him to raise his arm again. Classmate, give it another try. Lift slowly, taking about 3 to 5 seconds, and then lower it gently. If you can lift it 5 times in succession without fatigue, it indicates it's too light. However, if you cannot lift it 5 times, it suggests it is too heavy for you. Feng Qingyun followed the trainer's guidance and attempted the exercise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A simple set was completed. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for receiving an exercise effect reward. Random multiplier in progress. Randomly multiplied by 899 times. In an instant, Feng Qingyun felt an alarming transformation in the muscles of his right arm. His previously slender and delicate arm now felt as if it had been forged through countless trials. Brimming with explosive power. Exercise effects? I understand now. Exercising is akin to a scratch-off ticket. Incorrect posture and exertion yield no benefit to the body, while correct posture and exertion are akin to winning a prize. One earns the system's doubling reward. In essence, doing the right thing is a reward unto oneself. Having grasped the key, Feng Qingyun immediately switched to his other hand, receiving the system's notification of a doubling reward once more. Thus, he promptly addressed the trainer. Hello, may I inquire if you are a coach here? May I know your name? Certainly, my name is Avi Wei, and I am a gold medal coach here, she replied naturally. She had merely come to warm up with light weights and, seeing Feng Qingyun's bewildered demeanor, offered him some casual advice. As for being asked her name, she was accustomed to it, as every day someone would inquire, often followed by invitations to movies, meals, or bubble tea, all of which had become tiresome for her. Thus, she was prepared. Should Feng Qingyun invite her to dinner or the like, she would promptly retreat to the advanced area and never speak to him again. However, Feng Qingyun's next words brought her great delight. All right, Sister Wei, may I hire you as my personal trainer? I wish to learn the correct way to exercise seriously. Observing Feng Qingyun's earnest expression, Avi Wei, already charming, smiled warmly, her smile akin to the sun in spring, radiating warmth. She found this junior's attitude quite commendable and endearing. My rates are quite steep. It's 1,000 yuan per hour. You should practice in the novice area for now. I can come over to guide you when I have time. No. Feng Qingyun resolutely shook his head. If I'm going to learn, I intend to do so earnestly. Money is not an issue. It's just that my time is a bit tight. As I have a talent test in 3 days, that does sound rather pressing. Avi Wei felt a pang of concern. She thought to herself that cramming at the last minute wasn't quite the way to go. It was akin to trying to rank up in a game. Transforming a novice into a master in 3 days was virtually impossible unless one were to cheat. Given his situation, it was unlikely he would have enough time. She recommended that he consider delaying his progress for a year and undergo systematic learning instead. It's fine. Let me give it a shot. Perhaps a miracle might occur. Feng Qingyun said with unwavering determination, prompting AV Wei to sigh. All right, let us give it a try, but I must warn you, if there are no results in 3 days, you cannot hold me accountable. I absolutely will not. Feng Qingyun smiled slightly, his assurance not implying he wouldn't blame AV Wei, but rather that he was confident of achieving results. Very well, then follow me. AV Wei led Feng Qingyun back to the front desk where the receptionist was. She spoke to the receptionist. He wishes to enroll in personal training classes. Let us start with 3 sessions. Oh. The receptionist replied lazily, perturbed at being interrupted from her phone. Her mood foul. 3 sessions? How dare he even ask for that? Wait, Feng Qingyun interjected, causing AV Wei to realize that he was still in his school uniform and likely didn't have much money. His earlier statement about money not being an issue was certainly just for show. Thus, she graciously offered him an out. Isn't 3 sessions a bit much? You still have school to attend. How about starting with just 1 session to see how it goes? Upon hearing AV Wei's suggestion, the receptionist's mood worsened, and she cast a disdainful glance at Feng Qingyun, muttering under her breath, Pauper. I would like to enroll in 50 sessions. Feng Qingyun didn't even glance at the receptionist. He merely feared that AV Wei might dissuade him, wasting his time, so he quickly proceeded to make the payment. The payment app immediately announced, received payment of 50,000 yuan. In that moment, the receptionist, who had just called him a pauper, felt her face burn with embarrassment, as if she had been slapped. Chapter 4. Beyond reach. Even in a world where martial artists are revered, there exists a hierarchy among the weak. The affluent are esteemed, while the impoverished are scorned. Thus, Feng Qingyun, who could casually produce 50,000 yuan, was undoubtedly a noble among the weak, someone whom a mere salaried worker like her could not afford to offend. Hello, here is your receipt, she said, her voice trembling as she handed it to Feng Qingyun. Only then did Feng Qingyun take a serious look at the receptionist, causing her to feel a rush of fear, followed by an involuntary surge of vanity, in terms of looks and physique. She could not compare to AV Wei. However, who could guarantee that Feng Qingyun wouldn't find her appealing? Moreover, he appeared to be just a student, likely naive to the world. With a little initiative, she might just catch his interest, providing him with whatever he desired. Thus, the receptionist eagerly presented her QR code. Handsome, shall we add each other on WeChat? I can notify you first about any activities at the gym. AV Wei, observing the stark contrast in the receptionist's demeanor, instinctively crossed her arms, displaying her disdain. If she truly wished to inform Feng Qingyun, why not use the official account instead of her personal one? There was clearly an ulterior motive. Yet, there was little she could do. A proactive girl was often hard for a boy to refuse. No need. I'll just add Sister Wei Wei on WeChat, Feng Qingyun replied. Besides, aside from the receipt, shouldn't I also receive my membership card? Furrowing his brow, Feng Qingyun expressed his dissatisfaction with the receptionist's service. It was one thing for the service to be lacking when obtaining a temporary card, but having just purchased 50,000 yuan worth of personal training sessions, shouldn't the service be more attentive? Upon realizing that Feng Qingyun was indeed concerned about the membership card, the receptionist awkwardly retracted her hand, having learned a lesson about knowing one's place. AV Wei, on the other hand, watched in admiration. This young man, whom she initially thought was merely attracted to her looks for purchasing her personal training sessions, now seemed genuinely focused on his training without any interest in women. After a moment of self-deprecation, AV Wei decided to look for an opportunity to subtly probe Feng Qingyun later. After all, as an acknowledged beauty, she took a certain pride in her allure and could not tolerate being completely ignored. After the membership card was finalized, AV Wei did not let Feng Qingyun head directly to the equipment area for training. Instead, she led him to a small room nearby. Since your goal is to prepare for the talent test, it is essential first to understand your vitality levels. All right, Feng Qingyun nodded. The reason martial artists are considered as such is that they possess something inherently superior to ordinary individuals: vitality. Furthermore, the measure of a martial artist's strength is assessed by their vitality levels. Thus, vitality is an unavoidable threshold for martial artists. Upon entering the small room, Feng Qingyun noticed a glass wall. On one side was a control panel, while the other side featured a circular metal platform. AV Wei introduced it to him. This is the vitality measurement device. It can measure the extent of your emitted vitality through this glass instrument wall. As she spoke, AV Wei deliberately cast a serious glance at Feng Qingyun. An ordinary adult male has a vitality level of around 5, but to become a martial artist, one's vitality level must be at least double that of an ordinary person, meaning it should not be below 10. Let me demonstrate for you. With that, AV Wei stepped onto the metal platform, clenched her fists, and her muscles tensed in an instant, resembling a wolf prepared to charge into battle. standing on the other side of the glass wall. Feng Qingyun witnessed a completely different scene. He beheld a delicate crimson glow emanating from Ai Weiwei, akin to flames reaching skyward. Yet, the radiance was not substantial, seemingly fragile enough to shatter with a mere breath. Moreover, as this red light manifested, a plethora of intricate data appeared upon the glass instrument wall, culminating in a conspicuous number 7 that sprang forth in the upper left corner. Sister Weiwei, is this 7 your vitality value? Indeed. Ai Weiwei wiped the sweat from her brow, her smile tinged with a hint of bitterness, as she had previously mentioned. To aspire to be a warrior, one's vitality value must not fall below 10. Thus, she deemed herself unworthy, a waste incapable of becoming a martial artist. This instrument records the highest vitality value your body can unleash. In my prime, I barely reached 9. Sister Weiwei, you are truly impressive. Feng Qingyun expressed his admiration sincerely, recognizing that, as a weakling himself, he had yet to meet even the standard of an ordinary person. This genuine sentiment reassured Ai Weiwei that Feng Qingyun was not mocking her. Flattery aside, let me see your vitality value. To become a warrior, a minimum of 10 is required, but to gain admission to a reputable institution, it must be at least 15. Alright, I'll give it a try. Stepping onto the metallic platform, Feng Qingyun mimicked Ai Weiwei's earlier posture, clenching his fists and unleashing all his strength in an instant. Then, he noticed Ai Weiwei's lips twitch in response. Feng Qingyun felt a wave of embarrassment. Is it very low? Not exactly low, but certainly not high. Ai Weiwei replied delicately, hesitant to speak the full truth for fear of bruising Feng Qingyun's pride. However, under his persistent inquiries, she finally divulged, your current vitality value is merely 3. Comparable to that of an ordinary adult woman. In fact, even less than that of a robust matron. Ahem. Although it's somewhat lacking now, with training, your vitality value will gradually increase. Ai Weiwei reassured him. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Qingyun was not perturbed by his low vitality value. Rather, he relished the notion that the lower it was, the more exhilarating it would be to exploit his advantages. Sister Weiwei, now that the measurement is complete, can we commence our training? Certainly. Ai Weiwei smiled appreciatively. She was taken aback that, upon learning of his low vitality value, Feng Qingyun exhibited neither sorrow nor hesitation, but rather directly requested to begin training. This indomitable spirit was precisely the type she admired. First, we should enhance your physical fitness. It is the foundation of all training. Without sufficient fitness, no workout will yield effective results. She led Feng Qingyun to a treadmill in the advanced area. Ai Weiwei pressed the start button. This treadmill could adjust its speed based on one's exercise frequency. Begin with a light jog for 10 minutes, then transition to interval running for another 10. And finally slow down gradually. I've got it. Feng Qingyun stepped onto the treadmill and commenced a slow jog. Adhering to Ai Weiwei's guidance. He corrected his posture. Feng Qingyun activated a passive function of the system. When his form was incorrect, the system would not grant a reward. Only when his posture was correct would the system determine a reward and apply a multiplier. This effectively eliminated errors for Feng Qingyun. While this feature might initially seem trivial, it allowed him to identify mistakes that others might take years, even a lifetime, to uncover within mere seconds. Is that not astonishing? As Feng Qingyun continued to jog, his experience points multiplied ceaselessly. Congratulations, host. You have received a workout effect reward. Currently undergoing random multiplication. Randomly multiplied by 328 times. Congratulations, host. You have received a workout effect reward. Currently undergoing random multiplication. Randomly multiplied by 166 times. Congratulations, host. You have received a workout effect reward. Currently undergoing random multiplication. Randomly multiplied by 999 times. Just as Feng Qingyun grew faster and lighter, a disdainful Zhang Xiaowei approached. He opened his mouth to deliver a scornful remark. Damn, you effeminate coward. How dare you run in the advanced area? This is an embarrassment to us veterans. Do you know that? Chapter 5. The winners stay, the losers leave. Zhang Xiaowei's unabashed mockery elicited a chorus of derisive chuckles from the advanced area. Indeed, his words echoed the sentiments of the veterans present. What qualification did a delicate-skinned weakling like Feng Qingyun have to stand shoulder to shoulder with them? Thus, they had no qualms about bestowing upon him scornful laughter. Little student, don't blame him for his harsh words. If you must assign blame, blame your own inadequacy. Exactly, you should return to the novice area before you embarrass yourself further. Exercising alongside such individuals made them feel diminished. No way, I need to add another 10 kilograms. The incessant taunts only fueled Zhang Xiaowei's arrogance. Yet, Feng Qingyun remained unfazed, continuing to follow Ai Weiwei's jogging instructions. infuriating Zhang Xiaowei further, who felt mocked by Feng Qingyun's indifference. With a swift motion, he slammed the pause button, coming dangerously close to sending Feng Qingyun tumbling. AI Weiwei was incensed. What are you doing? Do you realize this could easily lead to an accident? Weiwei, don't mind him. He's just a waste of space. It doesn't matter if he gets hurt. Zhang Xiaoyi remarked nonchalantly, striking a pose he deemed impressive as he leaned toward Ai Weiwei. He had been pursuing her for over half a month. Weiwei, have you given any thought to what I mentioned yesterday? If you go out with me, I'll buy you 10 personal training sessions. No need. Ai Weiwei dismissed him, her focus solely on Feng Qingyun. Yet, Zhang Xiaowei forcefully grasped her arm. If 10 sessions won't suffice, how about 15? Weiwei, I assure you I'm quite sincere. Please agree. Zhang Xiaowei, Sister Weiwei has already rejected you. Why not let go? Stepping down from the treadmill, the slender Feng Qingyun showed no fear of Zhang Xiaowei's chiseled physique, speaking with clarity and confidence. This demeanor caused Zhang Xiaowei's lip to twitch, his anger boiling over. While he might have brushed off such words from others, Feng Qingyun, whom he regarded as a waste, daring to speak thus was an affront he could not tolerate. Who the hell do you think you are to talk to me like that? He shoved Ai Weiwei aside, puffing out his chest, embodying the archetype of the strong, imposing figure. Feng Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle at his antics, which he found utterly laughable enough. I won't waste my breath with you. This is a gym, and we should adhere to gym etiquette. Choose a challenge, and those who win shall remain, while the losers must depart. What? You wish to compete with me? Zhang Xiaowei could scarcely believe his ears. A worthless individual wanted to challenge him. Was there anything more absurd? Ha ha ha. Feng Qingyun, have you bumped your head? You think you can compete with me? What gives you the audacity? Your physique resembles that of a plucked chicken. Just say whether you're in or out. If you're not, then scram. Feng Qingyun's expression was one of fearless defiance, his eyes glinting with mockery, indicating that he dared Zhang Xiaowei to back down. Zhang Xiaowei's fury escalated. Being looked down upon by someone he deemed worthless was intolerable. Fine. If you want to compete, let's do pull-ups. The first one to drop is a dog and must lie on the ground and bark. It's settled then. Let everyone bear witness. Feng Qingyun announced loudly, leaving the veterans in the area astounded. They thought to themselves, has this kid lost his mind? It's obvious he'll lose. Why would he ask us to witness this? He must be the dumbest person alive. Zhang Xiaowei felt similarly confident, convinced of his victory. You're finished. I've been practicing pull-ups since I was 8, and after 10 years of training, you think you can win? With that, Zhang Xiaowei swaggered toward the pull-up area, and the others discreetly retreated, preparing for a spectacle. Some even began placing bets. How many do you think that novice can do? I wager he won't manage 10. 10? If he can do 5, that would be impressive. I bet he can do 3. I bet he won't manage even 1. Ai Weiwei, alarmed, grabbed Feng Qingyun's sleeve, believing he was being foolish. Little Feng, how can I say this? You really shouldn't compete with him. He's been training for years, and you? Hurry up. If you're a man, come over. I'm waiting here. Zhang Xiaowei taunted disdainfully, prompting Feng Qingyun to smile slightly as he gently patted Ai Weiwei's hand. Sister Weiwei, just wait. He bullied you earlier and soon, I'll make him kneel and bark like a dog for you. It was not the case. I still wish to offer Feng Qingyun a few words of advice. However, Feng Qingyun had already made his way to the pull-up area, casting a proud glance at Zhang Xiaowei, and offered a friendly reminder, don't forget to bark like a dog. Damn it. Just wait. I will record this and post it online. Let's see if you still have the face to attend class. Zhang Xiaowei's face darkened. With a slight bend in his legs, he jumped up and hung onto the bar, panting as he completed 20 pull-ups in quick succession. I'll give you 20 first. No need for your permission. Feng Qingyun bent his legs slightly as well and hung up, executing a single pull-up with perfect form, as taught by his physical education teacher. Congratulations to the host for receiving a workout effect reward, currently undergoing random multiplication. Randomly multiplied by 888 times. At the moment the system notification chimed, Feng Qingyun realized that this competition was secured. Yet, the onlookers held a different opinion. Look at him struggling. It's clear he won't succeed. Initially, they thought he could manage 10, but now it seemed uncertain if he could even do 5, with his current state, even if he was asked to do 20. He wouldn't prevail. A chorus of disdainful voices emerged. None of these self-proclaimed veterans held any hope for Feng Qingyun. Indifferent to their taunts, Feng Qingyun continued at a leisurely pace, performing pull-ups with precision. 1, 2, 3, 10, 15. Congratulations to the host for receiving a workout effect reward. Currently undergoing random multiplication. Randomly multiplied by 355 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving a workout effect reward, currently undergoing random multiplication. Randomly multiplied by 686 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving a workout effect reward, currently undergoing random multiplication. Randomly multiplied by 888 times. After completing 20 pull-ups, Finkingian displayed neither flushed cheeks nor labored breaths, and had amassed over 10,000 experience points. Not only did his arms become well-defined, but his latissimus dorsi also swelled rapidly, as if magnificent wings were sprouting from beneath his arms. Yet, the onlookers remained oblivious to these subtle transformations. All they felt was the scorching heat on their faces, as if they had been slapped, causing them to nearly lose their teeth and bleed from their mouths, particularly Zhang Xiaowei. He initially believed Finkingian was nothing more than a loser, and by performing 20 pull-ups first, he could showcase his strength and humiliate Finkingian thoroughly. To his surprise, not only did Finkingian keep pace, but he also looked at him with a teasing expression. What's wrong? Can't keep up already? Chapter 6. This is impossible. Apologies, but I am simply overpowered. Who said I couldn't do it? Zhang Xiaowei shouted, his face flushed and neck taut, as if someone had exposed a deeply personal secret. Making him shout defensively, he strained to pull himself up. Zhang Xiaowei continued his pull-ups, panting heavily. He dared not boast in other areas, but when it came to pull-ups, he possessed absolute confidence. After 10 years of diligent practice, 650 days, even if he only completed 100 a day, that amounted to 365,000 pull-ups worth of experience. Even accounting for days he slacked off, he still had at least 65,000 experiences. This was certainly not something that a loser like Finkingian could rival. However, the slap of reality came too swiftly, like a tornado. For every pull-up Zhang Xiaowei managed, Finkingian matched him effortlessly, showing no signs of fatigue, compelling Zhang Xiaowei to keep going. Upon reaching 100 pull-ups, Zhang Xiaowei felt relatively at ease. Yet, at 200, he began to feel anxious. When he reached 300, his face turned a shade that suggested it might explode. By 400, he felt as if his hands were no longer his own. Meanwhile, Finkingian remained calm, even smiling as he remarked, "I've warmed up. Let's continue." Zhang Xiaowei felt a wave of anger wash over him, nearly causing him to explode. What did it mean to strike at the heart? This was it. Damn it. Had this guy taken a strength-enhancing pill? 400 pull-ups and not a single breath of exertion. Zhang Xiaowei's mind screamed in frustration as he grimaced and pushed through. The loser would have to kneel and bark like a dog. This was his own demand. As for the others, they were already dumbfounded, unable to fathom that the seemingly frail Finkingian was actually a hidden powerhouse. However, Iyy was different. She truly understood that Finkingian's vitality value was merely 3. How could this be possible? His vitality value was so low. Even if he were to force himself, he couldn't possibly endure 400 pull-ups. Feeling profoundly shaken, Iyy had yet to react when the pull-up count between Finkingian and Zhang Xiaowei surged past 500. Zhang Xiaowei's face had turned purple from the strain, yet Finkingian maintained an air of ease. Having already accumulated over 400,000 experience points from pull-ups, his strength far exceeding that of Zhang Xiaowei. After all, the more experience one had, the higher the threshold. It was akin to watching certain films. At first, one might fast-forward or skip scenes, but eventually, one could remain calm throughout a 2-hour runtime, even finding it rather dull. Indeed, this was akin to horror films. What's wrong? Can't keep up already? If you can't manage 20, how about 50? Observing Zhang Xiaowei's constipated expression, Finkingian effortlessly completed another 50 pull-ups, finally leisurely performing the 51st. Then, he turned to Zhang Xiaowei and said, "It's your turn. I've allowed you 50. You can't be this unambitious, can you?" Zhang Xiaowei was so infuriated he nearly spat blood. Yet, he was already straining, veins bulging, muscles twitching, unable to pull himself up any longer. With great effort, he managed to inch upward a few centimeters. Beside him, Finkingian executed another pull-up, casually remarking, "Why are you dawdling? You can't possibly be giving up, can you?" The entire statement pierced Zhang Xiaowei's heart like a knife, causing his hands to go limp, and he collapsed to his knees. Thud! The sound of him hitting the ground sent shivers through the onlookers. Such a fall could surely ruin his knees. Zhang Xiaowei bit his lip fiercely. He had no intention of kneeling. It was merely that after performing 500 pull-ups, he was utterly drained, unable to stand, collapsing weakly to the ground. Moreover, it was not his intention to remain kneeling. It was simply that his knees struck the ground so hard that he felt numb and could not rise again. Finkingian jumped down, nonchalantly seeking a debt from Zhang Xiaowei. Now that you're down, you might as well fulfill your promise to bark like a dog, as you requested earlier. You? Zhang Xiaowei glared fiercely at Fengqingyan. Kneeling publicly was already a tremendous humiliation, yet Fengqingyan dared to kick him while he was down, demanding he bark like a dog. Was there no shred of humanity left? Yet, he seemed to forget that it was he who had demanded to kneel and to bark in the first place. This was what they called, heaven's punishment can be averted, but self-inflicted misfortune is inescapable. Oh, you also mentioned recording this and posting it online, to see if you still have the face to come to school. Fengqingyan began searching for his phone. Zhang Xiaowei was so enraged his lips bled. Kneeling before such a crowd, regardless of whether it was voluntary, was social death, especially in front of Iyy, which meant he lost any chance of courting her. Now, Fengqingyan even intended to post the video of him kneeling and barking like a dog online. This was truly intolerable. Fengqingyan, just wait. Clenching his fists in fury, Zhang Xiaowei stood up and fixed his gaze on Fengqingyan, taking advantage of the moment Fengqingyan was distracted, and then limped away hastily, looking as pitiful as a stray dog. This elicited a chorus of disdain from the crowd. Witnessing this scene, Fengqingyan smiled slightly, experiencing a sensation he had never felt before. The respect of the strong. Because he was strong enough, Zhang Xiaowei could only flee in disgrace. Because he was strong enough, those veterans who had mocked him earlier could only lower their heads and avoid making eye contact. Only Iyy approached with a puzzled expression. Xiao Feng, how come? Sister Weiwei, you were absolutely right. Physical fitness is the foundation of all training. You see, I merely followed your advice and ran for 20 minutes. And the results are so remarkable. Iyy looked at Fengqingyan in disbelief. If everyone had such fitness results, would these individuals need to train day in and day out for years just to raise their vitality value to 10? A reasonable goal would be at least 100,000. Otherwise, what was the point of living? I believe I need to reassess your vitality value. Based on your performance just now, it should be above 10. Could it be that exaggerated? Fengqingyan asked incredulously. He understood that training could enhance one's vitality value. Yet he also knew that it typically took a long time to see any improvement. Some individuals trained for an entire year and only managed to increase their vitality by 1 point. Furthermore, the later it got, the more challenging it became to improve. Yet, he had barely trained for an hour and had already boosted it by over 7 points. The speed was akin to a rocket launch. Nevertheless, Iyy maintained a serious demeanor. I speak the truth. If your speed has increased so dramatically, it signifies that you may have undergone a bloodline awakening. Bloodline awakening? Feng Qingyun was slightly taken aback, as this was the first time he had encountered such a term. Chapter 7. The Surge of Vital Energy. Indeed, it is a bloodline awakening, Ivy stated with conviction. Having discerned that Feng Qingyun was unfamiliar with the term, she prepared to elucidate further. The term bloodline awakening is, not entirely accurate. Not entirely accurate? Yes, for this phenomenon lacks logical explanation. Although she yearned to explain it to Feng Qingyun, Ivy struggled to find suitable words upon reflection. Tio begin. There occasionally arise young individuals akin to you, whose vital energy levels were initially modest, yet suddenly experience a tremendous surge, catapulting them into the realm of genius. However, the underlying principles remain shrouded in mystery. Some speculate that there might be anomalies in their blood. Yet upon investigation, no particular correlation has been found, merely a lack of appropriate descriptors, hence the persistent use of the term bloodline awakening. Ivy recounted this in detail, causing Feng Qingyun's expression to grow increasingly solemn. Bloodline awakening? Is that akin to having a cheat code? Could it be that these individuals possess a system as well? Nonetheless, those who undergo this awakening rarely achieve great heights. Many remain stagnant at that level for the entirety of their lives, never breaking through. Thus, some claim that a bloodline awakening is merely a one-time explosion of one's capabilities, akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. It is not necessarily a boon. Upon reaching this point, Ivy suddenly realized that Feng Qingyun could very well be a candidate for bloodline awakening. She quickly self-deprecatingly remarked, "Yet, compared to us mere mortals, you are indeed far more fortunate. Once awakened, if you become a warrior, your future will be secure, and you shall not worry about sustenance. It is truly enviable. Thank you, Sister Ivy." Feng Qingyun understood that Ivy was attempting to comfort him. However, he was more grateful that Ivy had clarified that bloodline awakening did not equate to having a cheat system. After all, having a cheat system is akin to an examination where everyone excels. How dull that would be. True excitement lies in being the sole individual to achieve a perfect score amidst a sea of failures. But Sister Ivy, how do you know about such matters? I browsed the internet too. Yet I have never encountered such news. Well, Ivy smiled faintly, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. I, too, was once a high school student, and I underwent a talent assessment during which a boy with a bloodline awakening emerged. He was previously unremarkable, but during the assessment, he astonished everyone, securing the top spot in the entire city and winning a prize of 100,000 yuan from the Education Bureau. Upon hearing the figure of 100,000 yuan, Feng Qingyun's eyes lit up. While money may not be everything, lacking it is indeed crippling. Thus, no one would ever complain about having too much money. If he were to receive a reward of 100,000 yuan, coupled with the system's 999-fold super doubling, that would amount to an astounding 99,900,000. Merely contemplating this left Feng Qingyun astounded. Such wealth is unattainable for an ordinary person in a lifetime. Even borrowing 500 years from the heavens would not suffice. Noticing Feng Qingyun's eyes sparkle at the mention of the reward, Ivy could not help but pat him on the shoulder. Don't get too carried away. If it truly is a bloodline awakening, it will last for a considerable time. You must strive to maximize your vital energy during this period. All right, Sister Ivy. Let us first measure your current vital energy level. Good. Standing on the vital energy measuring device for the second time, Feng Qingyun distinctly felt a surge of strength coursing through him. With a slight exertion, a warm current burst forth from within. Simultaneously, Ivy, positioned behind the glass measuring device, was taken aback by the astonishing numbers displayed. Feng Qingyun's vital energy level had surged from a meager 3 to an astounding 12. This had already reached the minimum standard for a warrior. Quadrupling from his previous level, little Feng. If this trend continues, gaining admission to a warrior academy should be a piece of cake for you, and you may even aim for a prestigious institution. Thank you, Sister Ivy. So, Sister Ivy, should we continue training? Feng Qingyun eagerly inquired. Since he had awakened, he aimed to gain admission to the best warrior academy, and he intended to do so as the top candidate. Anything less would be a waste. Ivy felt a sense of accomplishment. Who could have anticipated that her casual guidance would lead to the emergence of a warrior student, and one with a bloodline awakening at that? Yet, she was also concerned about Feng Qingyun's future development. But what right did she have to worry? Very well then, let us focus on strengthening your lower body. A solid foundation will enhance your overall explosive power, which will be beneficial in the long run. Drawing upon her expertise, Ivy began guiding Feng Qingyun through his training regimen, while he swiftly accumulated experience points. Congratulations, host. You have received a training effect reward. Currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 999 times. Congratulations, host. You have received a training effect reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 111 times. Congratulations, host. You have received a training effect reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 233 times. Just then, Zhang Xiaowei, who had fled in disgrace, reappeared with a large group of accomplices, ominously blocking the entrance to the gym. Feng Qingyun, get out here. The voice, laden with humiliation, resonated throughout the gym. Filled with rage, causing many to look on with malicious glee at Feng Qingyun. For geniuses, jealousy is a common sentiment. Thus, many relish witnessing their downfall. Ivy's expression darkened. This is bad. These individuals belong to the martial arts society, specializing in various martial disciplines. Little Feng, you must leave through the back door immediately. Are they strong? Feng Qingyun observed the raucous Zhang Xiaowei with keen interest. As far as he knew, there were explicit regulations in this world prohibiting anyone from engaging in violent activities in legally operating establishments. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. Thus, despite Zhang Xiaowei's bluster, they did not dare to cause a ruckus inside the gym. Seeing Feng Qingyun still casually watching the scene unfold, Ivy was nearly beside herself with worry. Little Feng, how can you still be so calm? They may not dare to enter now, but what will happen when the gym closes? You cannot remain inside forever. Sister Ivy, do you know how to box? Suddenly, Feng Qingyun asked Ivy the question, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Box? I know a little. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing, I just wanted to learn a few techniques from you. I might need them later. Feng Qingyun replied with a smile. Chapter 8. The basic attack becomes a grand move. Feng Qingyun, you bastard. If you are a man, come out and face me. Zhang Xiaowei bellowed. Attempting to provoke Feng Qingyun in this fiery age, no young man could withstand such a challenge. Then, to Zhang Xiaowei and his companion's astonishment, Feng Qingyun began learning the most fundamental boxing techniques from Ivy through the glass wall. Ha 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 ha. This person must be a fool. Does he think that by learning boxing now, he can defeat us? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xiaowei laughed until tears streamed down his face, incredulous at the existence of such stupidity. Cousin, does this kind of person even dare to learn boxing? It's akin to proclaiming lewdness before Shimin, flaunting vulgarity before Jin Lian. You must teach him a lesson. Rest assured, I will at least cripple 3 of his limbs. With unwavering confidence, Zhang Xiaowei's cousin, Wang Jinan, proudly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a pair of well-defined pectorals that flexed enticingly. It was a sight that would make women feel ashamed and men want to retch, a true embodiment of human excess. Yet, Zhang Xiaowei stood by, praising him. Cousin, your chest muscles have grown even larger. They must be an E-cup by now, not that exaggerated. I tried on some at the lingerie store yesterday, and they were only D, though he feigned modesty. Wang Jinan's expression was anything but humble. He beamed with pride, eager for all to know of his D-cup. Zhang Xiaowei gave a thumbs up. With such pronounced chest muscles, his vital energy levels must be off the charts. Cousin, you will undoubtedly be this year's newcomer king, and when you enter a prestigious school, you will surely be among the top students. Haha, enough talk. Help me get my revenge. Where is that damned brat? Just then, Feng Qingyun emerged from the gym, his expression calm. Yet a hint of fierce determination sparkled in his eyes. He understood that mere strength and vital energy was insufficient. He needed to defeat these individuals and trample them beneath his feet. Only then would these worthless entities cease their relentless pursuit. Upon seeing Feng Qingyun not only emerge but also adopt a basic boxing stance, Zhang Xiaowei's disdainful laughter erupted once more. Damn it. What a pretentious display. Do you know who this is? With a pointed finger, he indicated Wang Jinan. Zhang Xiaowei began to boast with great pride. This is our club's president, Wang Jinan of the Tianli City Martial Arts Society. He commenced his martial arts training at the tender age of 8, and after a decade of relentless practice, you dare to box in front of him? That would be nothing short of self-humiliation. The last person who claimed to have trained for 10 years in pull-ups is now kneeling before me. Feng Qingyun let out a cold smile, causing Zhang Xiaowei to feel an intense sting in his face. The kind that is akin to a slap in the face, making him grit his teeth in pain. Feng Qingyun, his cousin declared, you've suffered enough. Let me help you out. After patting Zhang Xiaowei on the shoulder, Wang Jinan proudly flexed his muscles and stood before Feng Qingyun. Kid, I hear your pull-ups are quite impressive. He chuckled. But you must understand, the dead muscle you train in the gym is of no use. When it comes to a real fight, you won't even be able to touch the tip of my finger. With that, Wang Jinan made a grand turn, addressing the martial arts society members behind him with a booming voice. Kung Fu, what is Kung Fu? It is honed through the passage of time. If your 2 to 3 years of cat-foot Kung Fu is all you have, don't embarrass yourself by showing it off. Open your eyes wide and witness how I shall use my 10 years of skill to teach this little brat a lesson. After delivering this speech, Wang Jinan returned to face Feng Qingyun, his arms wide open and legs firmly planted in a stance. With a thud, he struck the ground, leaving 2 deep imprints. This elicited wild cheers from Zhang Xiaowei and the others. Way to go. President, you're incredible. Wang Jinan, with a haughty lift of his chin, encouraged them, learn from this. He then turned back to Feng Qingyun, who asked, are you ready? Ready. With a swift jab that was as quick as lightning, Feng Qingyun's fist connected with Wang Jinan's nose, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. The hearts of Zhang Xiaowei and the others halted in disbelief, their eyes widening in astonishment. One punch. Just one punch. Feng Qingyun had felled Wang Jinan. If Wang Jinan were merely a showpiece, that would be one thing. However, within the martial arts society, he was known as the Devil Muscles, a true powerhouse with 10 years of rigorous training, capable of splitting wood as easily as snapping chopsticks. Yet, he was still brought down by Feng Qingyun with a single blow. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at Feng Qingyun as if he were some monstrous being. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyun maintained a basic boxing stance, a slight smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. You dare to boast in front of me with your mere 10 years of cat-foot kung fu? Can you withstand my punch that embodies 20 years of skill? Objectively speaking, Feng Qingyun had yet to reach the age of 20. Not even 19. Unless one counted the time spent in his father's womb. From the gym, through the glass wall, Ai Weiwei was equally astonished by Feng Qingyun's performance. From the beginning until now, Feng Qingyun had only learned boxing techniques from her for 5 minutes. Yet, after those 5 minutes, he had taken down a person with a full 10 years of martial arts experience. Is he a genius? Ai Weiwei murmured in disbelief. However, her thoughts were misguided. Feng Qingyun was no genius, merely a boy with extraordinary advantages who had maximized the potential of that advantage. In those 5 minutes, Feng Qingyun had not practiced anything other than the simplest of jabs. The jab's characteristics are speed and lightness of force, generally perceived as a technique to gauge an opponent's reaction time rather than a finishing move. But that was only true for ordinary individuals. During those 5 minutes, Feng Qingyun had focused solely on the jab, and with the system's amplification, the experience he gained from it surpassed that of a professional boxer's lifetime of jabbing. Congratulations, host! You have received a punching experience reward, currently undergoing random amplification, randomly amplified by 658 times. Congratulations, host! You have received a punching experience reward, currently undergoing random amplification, randomly amplified by 777 times. Congratulations, host! You have received a punching experience reward, currently undergoing random amplification, randomly amplified by 833 times. Thus, the jab, which is typically of minimal impact, became a formidable strike. Bang, bang, bang. With effortless precision, Feng Qingyun dispatched the entire martial arts society, deliberately leaving Zhang Xiaowei as the last standing. Terrified, Zhang Xiaowei trembled, his legs quaking uncontrollably, and his throat desperately gasping for air. As he watched Feng Qingyun approach, his legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. Brother Feng, I was wrong. I was shameless. I was despicable. I bark like a dog. Woof woof, woof woof woof. The onlookers snickered derisively, mocking his lack of backbone for barking like a dog in public. Yet, Zhang Xiaowei paid no mind. He would do anything to avoid a beating. Brother Feng, please spare me. We are from the same school, a family united in love. No, no, consider me your family's dog. How about that? Feng Qingyun found Zhang Xiaowei utterly ridiculous, devoid of any dignity. To strike such a person would only tarnish his own hands. I warn you, do not harass Sister Wei Wei again. If there is a next time, do not blame me for being merciless. I understand. I will never disturb Sister Wei Wei again. Thank you, Brother Feng, thank you. Now get lost. I'm going. Zhang Xiaowei nodded and bowed, scurrying away like a dog, abandoning his beloved cousin in the process, which drew a chorus of jeers from the crowd, but they were all praising Feng Qingyun. This young man is truly impressive. With just a few simple punches, he took everyone down. Simple, is it? Then why don't you give it a try? I was just joking. This lad is remarkable. He will surely be someone great in the future. In an era where strength reigns supreme, the harder your fist, the more admiration you receive. Thus, no one cared about the fallen Wang Zhenan. All they offered was a thumbs up to Feng Qingyun. Observing this scene, the girl at the front desk felt a pang of jealousy. After all, she was the first girl Feng Qingyun encountered at the gym. Yet she, meanwhile, Ai Weiwei's emotions were equally complex. She had overheard everything Feng Qingyun said to Zhang Xiaowei. It turned out that Feng Qingyun did all of this for her. Chapter 9. The favor of a beauty, automatically doubled however. He is destined to become a formidable warrior, while I, an ordinary person, could never hope to reach such heights. Ai Weiwei felt a deep sorrow within her heart. Regardless of whether Feng Qingyun harbored feelings for her, it was clear that their paths were not meant to intertwine. This world is harsh. The strong must unite with the strong to produce even more powerful offspring, basking in the blessings and applause of all. As for love stories between the strong and the weak, they are mere jokes, destined to be ridiculed and scorned, ending in heartbreak. Perhaps it is best to maintain some distance. With a sigh, Ai Weiwei adjusted her demeanor. Whether it be unrequited affection or mutual feelings, their connection began with 50 personal training sessions and would likely end there as well. As she watched Feng Qingyun return amidst applause, Ai Weiwei approached him. Xiao Feng, let us conclude today's class here. Exercise should also emphasize relaxation. If one overexerts themselves, it may diminish the quality of the workout. Sensing a hint of distance in Ai Weiwei's tone, Feng Qingyun understood the implications. He had caused quite a stir, and it was only natural that it would affect her. All right, Sister Weiwei, I will take my leave now. However, as soon as he spoke, the system's electronic voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have received a charm reward for attracting women. Currently undergoing random amplification, randomly amplified by 666 times. Feng Qingyun's lips twitched in surprise, wondering how this could possibly happen. At that moment, Ai Weiwei, who had intended to maintain her distance, suddenly felt a tremor in her heart. She realized her resolve was not as steadfast as she believed. Xiao Feng, how about we exercise for another 2 hours? Feng Qingyun was taken aback. It was the first time he sensed someone was vying for his attention, especially a stunning beauty. This feeling was both exhilarating and somewhat perilous. 4 hours later, as darkness enveloped the sky, Ai Weiwei reluctantly allowed Feng Qingyun to leave, but not before calling out, Xiao Feng. Remember to send me a photo of your dinner. I'm not trying to chat. I just want to see if your intake exceeds the limit. Sure, right? Feng Qingyun waved his hand in resignation. Feeling that the system's absurd amplifications were rather troublesome, at this rate, every beautiful woman in the world would be madly in love with him, yet deep down, he yearned for a pure romance. Oh, how could I be so vain? Feng Qingyun chuckled, aware that this ability was coveted by many, yet elusive to them as he patted his stomach. The gentle breeze caressed the clouds as Feng Qingyun felt an overwhelming emptiness in his stomach. Just moments ago, while exercising, he had not sensed it, but now that he stepped outside, an intense hunger gnawed at him. Fortunately, he was not short on funds at the moment. Otherwise, he would have been left starving. His gaze wandered to the nearby nutrition restaurant, and he entered without hesitation. He ordered a steak, 2 poached eggs, and a fillet of fish. In this world where the strong reign supreme, the business realm evidently caters to the powerful. And thus, dietary choices have leaned towards nutrition, low in oil, low in salt, and exceedingly bland. Yet, it is not solely about nutrition, as the ordinary populace still constitutes the majority. Hence, options like hot pot, hamburgers, and fried chicken do exist, albeit in a lesser status, typically absent from street-side establishments, such as the privilege of the strong. Even if their demands are markedly fewer, they must always be prioritized. Sir, your steak. 2 beautiful waitresses, clad in sleek black professional attire, placed Feng Qingyun's meal before him, their faces adorned with gracious smiles. Another name for privilege is expense. Even a simple meal of nutritious fare amounted to the sum of an ordinary person's monthly salary. Although Feng Qingyun was not a martial artist, his mere presence in such an establishment indicated that he, at the very least, belonged to the aristocracy among the weaker class. Thus, they continued to provide their service with smiles. Thank you. Feng Qingyun cut a piece of beef and savored it slowly. Despite the reduced salt and oil, the chef's skill, under such stringent conditions, had reached a higher standard, resulting in tender morsels that left a delightful aftertaste. With distinct layers of flavor, so unlike those hapless chefs who merely relied on salt and spice. Congratulations, host. You have received a food nutrient reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 886 times. Congratulations, host. You have received a food nutrient reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 747 times. Congratulations, host. You have received a food nutrient reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 555 times. As powerful nutrients surged within him, Feng Qingyun's muscles underwent yet another transformation, becoming more vigorous and solid. Although his overall physique still appeared slender, the strength he emanated was enough to obliterate individuals like Zhang Xiaowei. Even he could sense an elevation in his vitality. The saying, 3 parts training, 7 parts nutrition, was indeed not mere words. However, a single meal costing 3,000 yuan was hardly within the reach of an average household. How wonderful it is to be wealthy. Feng Qingyun mused, resolving to indulge in scratch-off tickets whenever he had the opportunity. Surely, with persistent effort, he would eventually become a billionaire. The 2 waitresses watched him relish his meal with smiles, placing each dish meticulously on the table. In their eyes, Feng Qingyun, not hailing from a martial family, must certainly be the child of a wealthy household, striving for a talent assessment. Little did they know, Feng Qingyun was not born into affluence. His family resided not in a luxurious villa but in a modest abode tucked away in a corner of the city. His father was a delivery rider, while his mother worked as a housekeeper. As for his younger sister, now 5 years old, she had yet to attend kindergarten. I'm home, Feng Qingyun called out as he passed through a dark alley, greeting a slightly ajar iron gate. Outside the gate stood a small folding table, which served as the dining table for Feng Qingyun's family, currently holding a bowl of rice and several pieces of braised pork. Hearing his voice, a little girl with a ponytail scampered out, diving into Feng Qingyun's embrace. Brother? My little rascal. Feng Qingyun gently controlled his strength as he scooped Feng Xinger into his arms, playfully brushing her nose with his fingers. Had he not been cautious, his current strength could have easily caused her some harm. Brother, why did you come back so late today? Feng Xinger asked with a pitiful expression. Due to being a premature baby? Her heart was not particularly robust, leaving her complexion somewhat sickly pale. After just a brief run, her face flushed a bright red, stirring Feng Qingyun's heart with concern. Little rascal, your brother has been busy with important matters. So Xinger waited patiently for you, she replied, her cheeks rosy with innocence. Their parents often remarked that Xinger, being a premature child, was fortunate to be alive, hence her name. Yet, her frail health necessitated constant medication, and with their family's financial struggles, she had never been able to attend kindergarten. It was a pity that a 5-year-old child was confined to waiting at home each day for her father, her mother, and her brother. Each day was spent in anticipation, leading Xinger to mature beyond her years, yet she continued to wait. Consequently, Feng Qingyun shared a deep bond with his sister. Every weekend he would take her out for leisurely strolls. Although they could not afford snacks, just being together brought Xinger immense joy. I'm back. From within the house emerged Feng Qingyun's mother, Lin Xuemei. Though she had passed the age of 40, the hardships of life had kept her figure remarkably slender. Come eat. Is Dad not back yet? Feng Qingyun inquired curiously, having sensed through elevated vitality that his father's voice was absent from the home. Lin Xuemei smiled gently. He is at a company dinner and will be home late. Just enjoy your meal. All right. Sitting at the dining table with Xinger in his lap, Feng Qingyun picked up a piece of braised pork and offered it to her. Xinger, eyeing it hungrily, swallowed hard but stubbornly refused to eat. Brother eats, you little rascal. You're always so good to your brother. Gently patting Xinger's head, Feng Qingyun feared he might inadvertently make her bald. Watching the affectionate exchange between the siblings, Lin Xuemei, while engaged in her handiwork, hesitated, wanting to say something. Chapter 10. Perfecting the techniques, unprecedented in history. After dinner, Feng Qingyun played with Xinger for a while before retiring to his bed to rest. In a poor household, entertainment was scarce, leading to early nights. A short while later, he heard the sound of his father, Feng Manlu, returning home. The couple exchanged a few words, then a soft sobbing ensued. It's all my fault for the two children. I am to blame. It is my inadequacy that has led to their low vitality. What will they do in the future? The couple wept quietly, believing their children were oblivious. Little did they know. Xinger had been awakened by their murmurs, and Feng Qingyun had overheard every word. After all, their home was merely a large studio, with Feng Qingyun's small room separated by wooden boards, rendering the sound insulation poor. With every movement in bed, he could hear everything clearly. Listening to his parents' cries stirred a complex feeling within Feng Qingyun, a sensation he had grown accustomed to over time. In just a few days, he would face the talent assessment. Failing to qualify for the martial arts academy would force him into the realm of liberal arts. With so many students pursuing liberal arts, it seemed futile. Yet without education, finding employment would be nigh impossible. What more can be said? One step at a time. Indeed, the couple sighed deeply, ultimately blaming themselves, lamenting their inability to provide a better life for Feng Qingyun and Xinger. Lying in bed, Feng Qingyun did nothing but resolve to surprise his parents and sister in 3 days. A grand surprise. Dad, Mom, Xinger, I will become your pride. I will ensure that no one looks down upon us again. Having made this determination, Feng Qingyun found himself restless, so he picked up his phone to explore martial arts-related materials. In this world, martial artists were categorized into distinct levels, each with specific vitality requirements. Black Iron Martial Artist. Vitality threshold of 10, Bronze Martial Artist. Vitality threshold of 100, Silver Martial Artist. Vitality threshold of 1000, Gold Martial Artist. Vitality threshold of 10,000, Extraordinary Martial Artist. Vitality threshold of 100,000, Legendary Martial Artist. Vitality threshold of 1 million, Epic Martial Artist. Vitality threshold of 10 million, Mythical Martial Artist. Vitality threshold of 100,000. Moreover, each ascent in rank would grant an additional star. For instance, a vitality value of 30 would classify one as a 3-star Black Iron Martial Artist. Furthermore, possessing high vitality alone was insufficient for a formidable martial artist. One must also master powerful techniques as their hallmark. The techniques were classified into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, each further divided into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. Fortunately, in this age of advanced connectivity, learning martial arts online had become commonplace, with the state actively encouraging the common populace to study techniques. However, the resources available online were largely limited to the lowest grade, yellow tier lower techniques. The truly powerful techniques were safeguarded within the national treasury and various martial arts academies. To learn them, one must first gain admission to a martial arts academy. It was surprising to discover the extensive classification of techniques. In the realm of martial arts, there exists a myriad of techniques: body refinement, offense, defense, and methods to enhance one's mental fortitude. After perusing a selection of free martial arts manuals, Feng Qingyun pondered his circumstances. Given the inadequate soundproofing in his home, he resolved to choose a technique that would produce minimal noise. So as not to disturb his parents or his younger sister, Shinger. Thus, he decided to practice a technique aimed at enhancing mental strength. He selected the nurturing spirit technique, classified as a low-grade yellow tier. By practicing this method, one could invigorate the mind, bolster concentration, and strengthen willpower. Upon reaching a minor level of mastery, practitioners could peer inward, gaining insight into the movements of their internal organs. This was the technique he would pursue. Feng Qingyun made his decision. Although this method was of a low tier, akin to his experience with the jab, he believed that with millennia of accumulated power, even the most rudimentary technique could be forged into an extraordinary skill. By harnessing the energy within and maintaining tranquility of the heart, he could achieve a state of singular focus, allowing his prowess to manifest. He began to practice, following the rudimentary verses of the technique. Initially, he struggled to grasp the correct method, failing to earn the system's promised rewards. However, upon finally executing it correctly, he was met with congratulations. Congratulations, host, you have received a mental growth reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 999 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a mental growth reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 666 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a mental growth reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 888 times. His experience points surged, and his mental strength intensified dramatically. In less than 5 minutes, Feng Qingyun was able to engage in introspection. He marveled at the state of his internal health, surprised to find that his vitality had increased significantly. Yet the internal chaos remained. Observing his own condition, Feng Qingyun sighed, realizing that a person's physical quality is closely tied to their daily nutritional intake. What one consumes directly influences their internal state. Those who feast on fresh poultry and fish, and drink juices and milk, inevitably have strong and healthy organs. Conversely, a diet of fried chicken and hamburgers, accompanied by sugary sodas, leads to internal decay. Thus, disciplined warriors refrain from such junk food. As for him, he lacked access to fresh meats and could not afford unhealthy options, surviving on porridge and rice, leaving his internal organs feeble and weak. With a deep sigh, Feng Qingyun finally understood why his vitality had been so low. It was purely due to insufficient nutrition. Perhaps Shinger faced a similar plight, being a premature infant with inherent vitality deficiencies, which likely posed even greater challenges. Knowing he possessed the ability to grow stronger, Feng Qingyun contemplated ways to aid Shinger in regaining her health. However, he understood that he must prioritize his own development first. Only by becoming formidable could he protect his family and ensure their safety. Starting tomorrow, he resolved to enhance his nutritional intake and sought techniques that would fortify his internal organs. As he contemplated these matters, he suddenly felt a small figure climbing onto his bed. Upon opening his eyes, he found Shinger there. "How did you get here?" Feng Qingyun mouthed silently, a skill they had both unconsciously learned in their noisy home. Leaning close to his ear, Shinger cautiously covered her mouth to prevent any sound from escaping. "Brother, I can't sleep." "Then I'll hold you," he replied, draping a blanket over her. He gently patted her little head, coaxing her to sleep. Shinger, in turn, grasped a corner of the blanket and covered Feng Qingyun's abdomen. The siblings exchanged smiles and closed their eyes. However, Feng Qingyun did not drift into slumber. He maintained his supine position, repeatedly practicing the nurturing spirit technique. "Congratulations, host, you have received a mental growth reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 747 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a mental growth reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 238 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a mental growth reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 688 times. He practiced until he reached an unprecedented height. Suddenly, while cultivating the nurturing spirit technique, Feng Qingyun heard a peculiar sound resonate within his mind. In that moment, he felt his consciousness split into two, akin to the duality of human hands, forming two equally functional entities. He could utilize either one independently or both simultaneously. While used alone, their power was diminished. But together they exhibited formidable strength, an extraordinary phenomenon. Wait, if this is the case, can I sleep while continuing to cultivate? Realizing the potential of this idea, Feng Qingyun swiftly put it into action, allowing one part of his consciousness to persist in practicing the technique while the other gradually succumbed to sleep. The system continued to reward him. "Congratulations, host, you have received a mental growth reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 868 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a mental growth reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 333 times. Congratulations, host. You have received a mental growth reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 688 times. An hour later, Feng Qingyun distinctly felt that the consciousness engaged in cultivation had grown stronger, while the one that had chosen to sleep remained comparatively weaker. Remarkable, it truly was possible to sleep and cultivate simultaneously. But why was this the case? Glancing at Xinger, who was peacefully slumbering on his shoulder, Feng Qingyun quietly picked up his phone to search for relevant inquiries about self-learning the nurturing spirit technique. Yet, after an extensive search, he found that most inquiries revolved around how to begin, with only a handful of individuals pretending to have mastered introspection. Could it be that there are truly people who cannot even achieve introspection? Introspection is truly remarkable. When I introspected, I even glimpsed my chromosomes. I even made a few adjustments. Individuals possess varied talents, and one cannot generalize. For instance, I once attained such intense focus that I introspected my cornea and attempted to use my will to strike out, effectively curing my nearsightedness. Some may dismiss what they cannot achieve, claiming others are incapable, only to expose their own inadequacy. Feng Qingyun found himself exasperated by the sheer absurdity of these claims. Yet, in pursuit of answers, he patiently sifted through all related questions. Ultimately, he found no definitive solutions, only a few potentially useful responses. It was said that individuals with high mental strength have advantages when learning advanced techniques. Indeed, high mental strength provides an edge, while low mental strength may lead to suppression. However, this advantage applies only after reaching a certain threshold. For Feng Qingyun, this merely scratched the surface and did not resolve his questions. After all, a low-tier technique focused on mental cultivation would not allow an ordinary person to reach profound levels, while experts would disdain such rudimentary methods. Thus, it was entirely plausible that Feng Qingyun could be the first to cultivate the nurturing spirit technique to such an extent. Is it my fault for progressing too rapidly? He mused with a rueful smile. He decided to designate this phenomenon as the second stage of the nurturing spirit technique, naming it the divided spirit technique. The two aspects of his consciousness would be referred to as the first consciousness and the second consciousness. In this way, he possessed a significant advantage. He could remain awake for extended periods without feeling mentally fatigued. Pleased with the divided spirit technique, Feng Qingyun continued to cultivate the nurturing spirit technique, nurturing and strengthening both aspects of his consciousness. Congratulations, host, you have received a mental growth reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 363 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a mental growth reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 772 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a mental growth reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 886 times. The following morning, upon hearing Feng Manlu prepare to leave, Feng Qingyun gently placed Xinger's little head down and readied himself to step out. With only 2 days until the talent assessment, he needed to elevate his vitality to a level that would overshadow the entire city. Not for any particular reason, but to secure the honor of being the best in the city. If he were to produce a large sum of money, his parents would undoubtedly become suspicious. Thus, acquiring the title of city champion would allow him to claim it as a reward from the municipality. For Feng Qingyun, a prize of 100,000 yuan was a trifling sum. He had over 1,000,000 yuan in his account. What he truly lacked was a legitimate source of funding. After dressing and hastily snatching a piece of bread for breakfast, he prepared to embark on a morning run. However, just before stepping out, he heard Xinger's soft voice calling out, "Brother, what is it?" Feng Qingyun quickly halted, mindful not to let Xinger rush too eagerly, as it could be detrimental to her heart. She gradually came to a stop, standing before him, and then extended her hand, placing a bottle of nutritional liquid into his. "Brother, good luck," she exclaimed before dutifully returning to her room without clinging to him. Let the gentle breeze and clouds convey warmth to this adorable little creature. "You mischievous rascal." The nutritional supplement in hand is a modest gift from home for Xinger, not particularly expensive, yet it constitutes her sole indulgence. It appears this little one is aware that her talent assessment is imminent. Hence her thoughtful encouragement. "Oh, little scamp, your kind intentions have been duly noted by your brother. Rest assured, after the assessment, I shall repay you 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold." Inserting a straw into the small bottle, Feng Qingyun savored the slow emergence of the nutrient solution. To be honest, this was his first encounter with such a supplement. Its initial taste was somewhat astringent, yet upon swallowing, it left a surprisingly sweet aftertaste. No wonder this little one always sips so slowly. Sometimes she begins in the morning and still hasn't finished by the time I return in the evening. Merely envisioning a little girl confined at home, relying solely on a bottle of nutritional liquid to pass the time, fills Feng Qingyun with profound sympathy. This has fueled his fervor ever since acquiring the system. And no more pondering. In 2 days, I must strive for first place in the entire city. With determination, he set off running. Feng Qingyun resolved not to attend school today, opting instead to inquire about the talent assessment tomorrow afternoon. As for the homeroom teacher, she would hardly concern herself with those absent from class. Those who are diligent will naturally strive, while those who wish to give up cannot be persuaded otherwise. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward for your physical training. A random multiplier is being applied. Multiplying randomly by 555 times. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward for your physical training. A random multiplier is being applied. Multiplying randomly by 732 times. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward for your physical training. A random multiplier is being applied. Multiplying randomly by 468 times. A day and a half swiftly passed. During this time, aside from sleeping and eating, Feng Qingyun spent nearly all his hours in the gym. Upon completing his final set of exercises, Ai Weiwei kindly offered to reassess his vitality levels. His vitality had reached 29, placing him at the threshold of a 2-star Black Iron Warrior, tantalizingly close to becoming a 3-star Black Iron Warrior. Little Feng, I believe it's time for you to rest adequately. Prolonged fatigue will only harm your vitality, Ai Weiwei advised gently. Given Feng Qingyun's current vitality, he was already well equipped to gain admission to a prestigious warrior school, rendering any further exertion unnecessary. Additionally, historically, the top scorer in Artilla City's martial arts program typically hovers around a score of 30, so Little Feng, your task now is to maintain your state. All right, Sister Weiwei, Feng Qingyun concurred with her wisdom. After nearly 2 days of frenzied improvement, he indeed felt a touch of fatigue. He resolved to search for methods to rapidly restore his vitality and engage in some cultivation. Picking up his phone, Feng Qingyun was contemplating finding techniques for swift recovery when suddenly, he noticed a message from his deskmate. Little Feng, you should come to school this afternoon. The homeroom teacher said there will be a motivational meeting. And she also mentioned teaching us how to cheat reasonably. Chapter 12. The emergence of rivals cheating. The mere mention of this word tends to evoke negative connotations. Yet, when coupled with the word reasonable, it becomes rather tantalizing. Sister Weiwei, I'm heading to school. I won tea practice this afternoon. Very well. After bidding farewell to Ai Weiwei, Feng Qingyun hurried to school. At that moment, students in the classroom were clustered in small groups, discussing what reasonable cheating might entail. However, as soon as Feng Qingyun entered, the room fell silent. What's wrong? Standing at the door, Feng Qingyun awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling as though he should not be there. It was Wang Mengda, his deskmate, who timidly inquired, I heard you scared Zhang Xiaowei into submission. Is that true? Indeed, there is some truth to it. Feng Qingyun had not anticipated that in just 1 day away from school, the news had spread so widely. However, there was no point in hiding it, so he candidly acknowledged it. The entire class erupted in excitement. Wow, Little Feng, you're amazing. The students surrounded him, their eyes brimming with admiration, especially those preparing for the martial arts examination. Little Feng, who knew you had such hidden depths? We thought you were frail, yet you're so formidable. What's your secret? Please share, so we too can strive for good grades. Faced with the fervent crowd, Feng Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Among these eager individuals, few were his close friends. They were merely drawn to him due to his impressive martial talents. Seeking to gain from his newfound strength, the undertones of their inquiries were all about how he had grown stronger. Such people were hardly worthy of his attention. There was no secret to it. It was merely the awakening of his bloodline, which would likely plateau soon. He preferred to await the homeroom teacher's insights on that so-called reasonable cheating. Upon hearing that Feng Qingyun had relied on bloodline awakening, those with knowledge of such matters quickly lost interest. In a world where strength reigns supreme, people are quite pragmatic. If your future appears bright, they will flock to you. If it seems limited, there is little incentive to curry favor. Bloodline awakening is akin to a visible endpoint. With a resigned chuckle, the crowd dispersed, muttering about his stinginess. What a bore. We're all in the same class. This behavior is just too dull with that. They left, casting a few more jabs at Feng Qingyun, as if they were the ones wronged, further fueling his disdain. Indeed, in their eyes, Feng Qingyun's current achievements would soon be surpassed, negating any need for flattery or fear of retribution. However, what if Feng Qingyun were to declare that his awakening would persist indefinitely? Forget it. Such individuals are unworthy of this knowledge. Disregarding these opportunists spared Feng Qingyun the annoyance. This moment, A few peers who regularly accompanied him to the internet CAF were still inquisitive, peppering him with questions. Bloodline awakening, that rather cliché term. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before, Wang Mengda remarked curiously. Feng Qingyun playfully threw an arm around his shoulders, pushing him back to his seat. It's about unleashing potential, by the way. Tell me about what the homeroom teacher mentioned regarding reasonable cheating. Unleashing potential. Wang Mengda suddenly recalled that. Oh, I actually heard about this bloodline awakening earlier today. Where did you hear that? Feng Qingyun inquired, intrigued. Typically, those not preparing for martial arts would pay little attention to such topics. Wang Mengda, akin to his pre-awakening self, was not likely to be interested in these matters. Yet, Wang Mengda wore a look of regret. It was at breakfast this morning. My mom mentioned it. You know, my mom works in the cafeteria at Dijon, and she said there is someone there with a bloodline awakening. That's so remarkable? What is their vitality level? I heard it's over 30.at this point. Wang Mengda glanced around conspiratorially, lowering his voice. I heard that Dijon plans to use him as a secret weapon to seize the martial arts top spot. Oh, come on. Under normal circumstances, Feng Qingyun would not have reacted so strongly. However, at this moment, he desperately needed to claim the title of first in the city. Is Dijon really that bold? What is the point of snatching that title? Oh, it's all about funding. It's like asking for pocket money. Mom, I topped the class. Give me some pocket money. Versus Mom, I didn't top the class, but I want some pocket money. Quite the difference. Isn't it? Quite astute. Feng Qingyun nodded in agreement. Yet, Wang Mengda appeared disgruntled. Honestly, if it weren't for that guy, little Feng, you might have secured the top spot. I heard that the City South first place comes with a reward of 100,000. Indeed, it's quite a dilemma. Feng Qingyun rested his chin on his hand, contemplating the matter. The competition's vitality level was above 30, which was notably impressive. After all, a vitality of 100 is still considered over 30. Observing Feng Qingyun's pensive expression, Wang Mengda leaned in closer, a mischievous glint in his eye. Little Feng, isn't your sister in need of money for her treatment? Why don't we gather a few people and inquire at Dijon? Perhaps? Stop right there. Feng Qingyun thought to himself, this isn't a game. We're not lurking in the bushes. Moreover, if the competitor's vitality exceeded expectations, bringing more people would only lead to more casualties. Forget about lurking. Why don't you ask your mom to find out his vitality level? All right. Wang Mengda boldly patted his chest. While he may not excel in many areas, gathering intel was definitely within the capabilities of his mother. The cafeteria lady, he took out his phone and sent a message. Wang Mengda then bombarded Feng Qingyun with questions from every angle. Most of the inquiries revolved around, once the vitality levels are elevated, what implications might it have on the two esteemed friends of men, Qinbo and Yibo? This matter seemed to have escaped Feng Qingyun's attention. Before long, the homeroom teacher, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, approached with a directness that cut through the air. Students, he began. You are all aware of the topic for today's meeting, so I shall not dilly-dally. It concerns the results of your talent assessments. The school has now established a channel through which certain substances can be procured to enhance your scores. However, this channel comes with prerequisites. Chapter 13. Underground fighting. The school has indeed found a means to acquire substances that can elevate your talent assessment scores. Yet, this channel is not without its barriers. 3 simple phrases transformed the students' initial curiosity into palpable anticipation, only to plunge them into the depths of disillusionment. The mere mention of prerequisites implied that this substance was beyond the reach of the vast majority. Indeed, the teacher's subsequent words confirmed their apprehensions were well-founded. I trust everyone is familiar with the Qi blood pill. This elixir is typically employed by martial artists to replenish their vitality, and its effects are particularly pronounced in ordinary individuals, especially those in their pubescent years. However, the cost of the Qi blood pill is exorbitant and requires a martial artist's license for purchase, rendering it nearly inaccessible to the average person. Now, the school has made contact with an alumnus who has since become a martial artist, willing to assist us in acquiring the Qi blood pill. However, it comes at a premium, an increase of 10% over the original price. Thus, a Qi blood pill, normally priced at 100,000 yuan, would require an expenditure of 110,000 yuan. Before the teacher's words had fully settled, the students below were already stricken with expressions of despair. The price of 110,000 yuan for a single pill is utterly beyond the means of families with modest means. As for Feng Qingyun, he harbored no concerns about the financial aspect. Rather, he fretted about how he would explain the source of his considerable wealth if discovered. A rabbit? A bell? A male model? Moreover, it appeared that those able to purchase such a pill were few and far between. making one conspicuous as his gaze swept across several classmates of relatively affluent backgrounds. Feng Qingyun noted their expressions were equally torn. Clearly, the steep price had stymied many at this juncture, a few students aspiring to enter the martial arts program. Eager to showcase their knowledge, posed several technical questions to the teacher. Sir, this pill is of the first grade, correct? If it is too potent, we could risk fatality. Indeed, the teacher nodded in affirmation. For ordinary individuals, a first-grade qi blood pill is already an exceptional supplement, with absorption rates varying from person to person. Some may assimilate as much as 80, while others might only manage 30. Thus, it is advisable for those with the means to procure 2 pills at once. Consume one immediately to absorb its effects, and then take the second during the assessments. Upon hearing that 1 pill might not suffice and that a second was necessary, the spirits of most students plummeted. Feng Qingyun, however, was intrigued by the rationale behind consuming the qi blood pill in 2 stages. Thankfully, some showy individuals were eager to elucidate for those less informed. Indeed, it should be done this way. The talent assessment comprises 3 rounds, with the final score being the average of the 3 rounds. However, upon ingestion of the qi blood pill, the vitality will surge temporarily before gradually declining, potentially dropping below normal levels. Therefore, it is advisable to maximize your natural vitality in the first 2 rounds, and then utilize the pill's effects to elevate your average score in the final round. The explanation was delivered with clarity, and even the teacher nodded in agreement, affirming its validity. This method, tacitly approved by the Education Bureau, technically does not constitute cheating. Yet, Feng Qingyun scoffed at the notion. What does it mean to claim it is not cheating? This is cheating. Spending 100,000 yuan on a single pill is akin to purchasing a place in a martial arts academy. But entering through such means would likely only land one at the bottom of the hierarchy. As for the tangled web of interests involved, Feng Qingyun could surmise some of it. Martial arts academies invest vast resources annually to cultivate students, with part of these resources derived from the academy's earnings and a larger portion allocated by the Education Bureau. But where does the funding for the Education Bureau originate? Naturally, it flows down from the national level. This leads back to the same question. Where does the nation's money come from? From operating pill factories and selling the pills. The cycle connects the populace, academies, education bureaus, and the state, affirming the notion that money is indeed meant to be spent. Feng Qingyun pondered this in silence. On the podium, the teacher observed the silent students, none of whom expressed a desire to purchase the qi blood pill, having already prepared himself for this outcome. After all, Tianla City is a small place with few affluent residents. Nevertheless, appearances must be upheld. Students, I urge you to consider this matter seriously. Spending 100,000 or 200,000 yuan could alter the course of your lives. Therefore, this pill is well worth the investment. This afternoon's classes will be cancelled. Please consult with your parents. Those interested, do not hesitate to reach out to me. By tomorrow morning at the latest, or this opportunity will be lost. With that, the meeting concluded. The teacher was the first to leave the classroom, and chaos erupted among the students. The staggering price of 100,000 yuan for a single pill had shattered their previous perceptions. At this moment, the highest expenditure many had encountered was merely for a skin costing 2,888 points. Just then, Wang Mengda nudged Feng Qingyun with his elbow. Xiao Feng, my mom heard some news. She said that guy is simply a monster. He can eat 5 bowls of rice in one meal. 5 bowls of rice? Feng Qingyun's lips twitched. Is he awakening as a martial artist or merely as a glutton? But what about his vitality levels? My mom said this fellow has no cunning. During meals, he readily disclosed that he just tested at 50 vitality points. 50 points? Feng Qingyun inhaled sharply. His current vitality level was merely 29, leaving him at a significant disadvantage of 21 points. Given his current rate of improvement, catching up would be exceedingly difficult, especially as he continued to progress. Indeed, is it time to consider using pills? Rubbing his chin, Feng Qingyun now had to contemplate whether he should purchase several qi blood pills from the teacher. However, acquiring so much money at once would surely prompt the teacher to verify with his parents. How would he explain it? Furthermore, if he were to buy them from a pharmacy, he would need to present a martial artist certification. Never could he have imagined that his funds would be so restricted. Frustrated, he decided to search online to see if there were alternative means to procure qi blood pills aside from the teacher. Just as he typed in where to buy qi blood pills, a small advertisement popped up at the top of the search results. Dio, you want free qi blood pills? Come and take the challenge. Just endure 3 rounds, and you will receive 1 free first-grade qi blood pill. As he gazed at the advertisement, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Feng Qingyun's eyes. Free? This is Underground Fighting? Chapter 14. The returns are too great. Underground fighting? The kind that requires signing a death waiver, right? Feng Qingyun had heard of such events. Even in a world where martial artists reign supreme, these contests are strictly prohibited for a simple reason. They thrive on bloodshed and violence, resulting in a high mortality rate. Now the question arises, should he try his luck, aiming to win several hundred cheap blood pills, or should he spend tens of thousands on pills while risking his parents' suspicion? The choice is clear. A grin crept across Feng Qingyun's face. For ordinary individuals, winning 3 matches would merely yield a single free first-grade chi blood pill. Yet for Feng Qingyun, triumphing in 3 matches would not only earn him a first-grade chi blood pill but also a staggering multiplier from the system. The potential returns were simply too enticing to refuse. However, since he would be stepping into the ring, he needed to learn some techniques. A mere jab would likely not suffice. Opening his mobile browser, Feng Qingyun began searching for simple yet effective martial arts techniques. Before long, he settled on a basic set of techniques, 9 styles, categorized as low-grade yellow.it comprised 9 movements, serving as the fundamental principles of both punching and kicking, including a punch, a kick, a chop, a grab, a hug, a throw, a collision, a slap, and a whip. Each technique came with detailed descriptions. A punch gathers all one's strength and thrusts forward with a straight fist, capable of obliterating the enemy, usable by both hands. A kick condenses all one's strength and propels forward with a direct kick, dominating and crushing, usable by both feet. A chop consolidates all one's strength to swing a hand blade forward, shattering rocks in an instant, usable by both hands. With a vigorous embrace, one gathers all their strength to firmly hold their opponent, and when the force reaches a certain level, it can inflict harm upon the adversary's spine. With a forceful throw, one channels their entire might to hurl the opponent violently to the ground. Seamlessly following the embrace, a collision occurs as one consolidates their strength, using their body to send the opponent flying. A strike is executed by gathering all one's power, striking the opponent's head and shoulders with both hands, and at advanced levels, one can strike from a distance, inflicting damage. The whip-like maneuver is performed by harnessing all one's strength. Where hands and feet can serve as whips, this technique wields tremendous power, capable of causing not only external injuries but also severe internal damage, making it the most challenging to master. Upon reviewing the content, Feng Qingyun left the classroom and sought a secluded spot to commence the practice of this 9 techniques as described in the introduction of this martial art. These 9 movements are the most fundamental strikes and kicks. Remarkably easy to grasp, capable of maximizing the system's efficiency exponentially. Congratulations to the host for receiving a martial arts training reward, currently undergoing a random multiplier. Randomly multiplied by 888 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving a martial arts training reward, currently undergoing a random multiplier. Randomly multiplied by 555 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving a martial arts training reward, currently undergoing a random multiplier. Randomly multiplied by 999 times. After an hour, Feng Qingyun had proficiently mastered the 9 techniques, executing each movement with fluidity, skillfully employing any of the 9 at will. It was now time to venture to the underground fighting arena. Following the address from a flyer, Feng Qingyun arrived at a CAF bookstore in the city center. Indeed, it was a CAF bookstore. Could it be? Embarrassed, he scratched his head, wondering if he had been deceived. Are advertisements really this uninspired nowadays? Inside the bookstore, a sweet-looking female attendant observed the dazed Feng Qingyun at the entrance, her heart racing inexplicably, captivated by the boy's charm. Thus, she took the initiative to step outside and inquired, "Handsome, are you looking to buy a book? Feel free to come in and browse. Hello, may I ask if there is a fighting competition here?" The female attendant, despite her desire to affirm, was reminded by her professional instincts that honesty might lead to a deduction in her wages. Hence, she could only shake her head in denial that no, this is simply a bookstore. But I came here following the address. I intend to participate in a fighting competition. Displaying the advertisement on his phone, Feng Qingyun confirmed the location as indeed that of the underground fight. Upon hearing that Feng Qingyun was there to fight, the attendant was taken aback, thinking to herself that it had been ages since such a handsome young man had come to compete. She nodded discreetly, "Handsome, follow me." With an air of nonchalance, the attendant led Feng Qingyun through the front of the store and deeper into the office area, where a sign read "No entry without permission." They arrived at the staff lounge, where the attendant opened a closet in the corner. From a hidden compartment, she pulled a handle, and with a push, a dark passageway emerged. At the entrance stood a burly man with a bushy beard, engrossed in a live broadcast of 2 individuals engaged in a brutal fight. Upon noticing the passageway opening, the bearded man furrowed his brow at the sight of a student. "What's going on? This is not an entrance for spectators. He says he is here to fight." the attendant quickly explained. The bearded man, intrigued, turned his gaze to Feng Qingyun, as if inquiring, "Indeed, I am here to fight. I just need to win 3 matches to claim a Qi blood pill." "Correct? That's right." The bearded man nodded, scrutinizing Feng Qingyun once more, seemingly satisfied. "You appear to be of 3-star black iron rank, which is acceptable. But let me make it clear. You'll need to sign a waiver of life and death. May I ask what level the opponents usually are?" Feng Qingyun was astute enough to be cautious. If his opponents were of golden or silver rank, it would be tantamount to walking into a death trap. The bearded man chuckled, "Rest assured, no one here enjoys watching skilled fighters. It's all about the low-tier bouts. Typically, the fighters are of black iron rank, and the skill levels are kept similar to ensure a good show." "Then I have no issues," Feng Qingyun sighed with relief, the situation aligning with his expectations. Underground fighting thrives on bloodshed and adrenaline. A one-sided match would be dull and might even incite the crowd to shout. "Refund?" Hearing Feng Qingyun's words, the bearded man put away his phone. "All right, follow me." He gestured for Feng Qingyun to come along as he led him into the passageway. As they progressed, Feng Qingyun could sense the atmosphere growing increasingly heated, accompanied by sporadic boisterous sounds that conveyed a fervent excitement. Soon, the bearded man arrived at a hole-like entrance. "Here we are. Here, look below." Feng Qingyun peered down and beheld a blood-stained ring, where 2 combatants, drenched in blood, were locked in a fierce struggle. Surrounding the ring, countless spectators roared, fervently chanting, "Kill him! Kill him!" Chapter 15. Entering the ring, "Kill him! Kill him!" The frenzied screams heightened everyone's adrenaline, plunging them into a state of madness, demanding that the fighters must eliminate each other to leave the ring. The intense cheers drove the 2 contenders to a savage frenzy. "Ah!" The fighter in blue shorts let out a furious roar, raising his fist to strike at his opponent's head. With a resounding thud, his knuckles shattered, bone fragments scattering, and blood gushed forth, staining the entire ring crimson. Seeing that the hand of the fighter in blue shorts had been rendered useless, the fighter in red shorts staggered to his feet, extending a middle finger toward the blue shorts, erupting into gleeful laughter. "Ha ha ha!" With a violent spurt, blood sprayed half a meter high as the fighter in red shorts collapsed heavily onto the ring. His head splitting open, brain matter spilling across the arena. His skull had been obliterated by the fighter in blue shorts. "What the hell? This is exhilarating." The crowd erupted in excitement, fists clenched, faces flushed. They chanted, "Blue Demon King, Blue Demon King, Blue Demon King, Blue Demon King." Standing beside Feng Qingyun, the bearded man observed the red shorts being dragged away, then glanced at the still student Feng Qingyun. "This is how fighting competitions are. Even if you win, you may not emerge unscathed. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" "Absolutely." Feng Qingyun nodded resolutely. Having decided to grow stronger, he understood that engaging in combat was an inevitable step. Otherwise, he would remain a fragile flower in a greenhouse, easily crushed. The bearded man was somewhat surprised by Feng Qingyun's swift mental preparation. Students had frequented this place before, but after witnessing the brutal scene in the ring, many had either been paralyzed with fear, weakened, or hesitated. Feng Qingyun, however, adjusted his mindset promptly and prepared for battle. It seemed his spirit and willpower surpassed that of his peers. Perhaps he was a promising prospect, albeit a pity. Shaking his head inwardly, the bearded man motioned for Feng Qingyun to follow him to the side, where he pressed a button. An elevator door opened, and the 2 descended, soon arriving at the lowest level. As the elevator doors opened, a glass testing device came into view. Beside it sat a large woman, who greeted the handsome newcomer warmly. "Hi." She then turned to the bearded man for confirmation. "By the looks of him, he's just a high school student, right?" "Indeed. He claims he wishes to fight," the bearded man replied, shifting his gaze back to Feng Qingyun. Feng Qingyun nodded affirmatively, indicating his intent to participate. The woman shrugged. "All right, first sign this waiver of life and death, then proceed to measure your Qi blood value. Remember to unleash your full potential. If you conceal anything, it will be deemed cheating. Although we are an underground fighting arena, we maintain a zero-tolerance policy towards cheating, understood?" Feng Qingyun affirmed, swiftly signing his name, Wang Guangming, in bold strokes. He then stepped onto the metallic platform, fists clenched, and unleashed his Qi blood in an instant. "Ah!" The glass screen lit up with a flurry of complex formulas, and the number in the upper left corner surged upward. 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. The woman stared in astonishment, quickly confirming with the bearded man, "He's a student." "Perhaps," the bearded man replied slowly, showing no intention of probing further. However, His demeanor deterred the woman from delving deeper. In reality, it was rare for high school students to achieve such a chi blood value. Excluding those with awakened bloodlines, this young man's chi blood value was undoubtedly that of a genius. With a chi blood value of 31, he was placed in the 5th tier. Here are your pants and a mask. Please change over there. The woman produced a pair of crimson shorts and a red skull mask. Tossing them to Feng Qingyun, she casually remarked, "Little handsome, I have a suggestion for you. Once you step inside, remember to be a bit fierce. Otherwise, you might encounter some trouble. Thank you." Feng Qingyun picked up the shorts and the mask, headed to a nearby changing room to change, and stowed his clothes in a locker. However, upon exiting from the other side, he found himself the focus of countless gazes. Damn. Look at him. He resembles a plucked chicken. He must be easy to take down. Too bad he's in the same group as me. Heh. I'm in the blue group. If I run into him, it'll be a breeze. Hey, rookie, are you in middle school or elementary school? Damn, I really want to make him cry right now. Ha ha ha. Feng Qingyun now understood why the stout woman had advised him to be a bit fiercer. In this waiting area, others bore skin tones ranging from yellow to bronze, while he alone stood out in his pale complexion, as if he had never seen the sun. No wonder he was looked down upon. Though their vitality was earned through arduous training, while Feng Qingyun was perceived as merely a medicated shell, reliant on potions. Yet, they failed to consider that if Feng Qingyun were indeed a wealthy medicated shell, he wouldn't need to come here to fight for energy-replenishing pills. Such thoughts seemed absurd. It turned out that everyone was divided into red and blue groups. The red group donned red shorts and masks, while the blue group wore blue.as for the ranking system. A glance around led Feng Qingyun to spot a ranking chart affixed to the wall. Vitality values of 10 to 15 corresponded to rank 1, 16-20 to rank 2, and 21 to 25 to rank 3. With his vitality at 31, he fell into the 5th rank, which encompassed values from 31 to 35. No wonder it was said that concealing one's vitality value was cheating. A difference of 5 in vitality was not deemed significant, but exceeding that threshold meant a substantial disparity in strength, disrupting the balance between opponents. Having grasped these rules, Feng Qingyun felt reassured. Initially, he had worried about facing a 4-star or even 5-star Black Iron warrior, but it now seemed that he wouldn't even encounter anyone above 35. Nonetheless, he couldn't afford to be complacent. With time still on his side, he resolved to enhance his technique, the 9 styles, a bit further. Retreating to a secluded corner, Feng Qingyun disregarded the others and began practicing his 9 styles. With each punch, the nearby members of the blue group couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, look at that kid. He's cramming at the last minute. What the hell is he cramming for? With that time, he should be licking our blue group's toes. Maybe he could avoid losing an arm. Ha ha ha, seriously, Huang Mao, what will you do if you run into him? What will I do? I'll just beat him to a pulp. Ha! A group of people laughed raucously, unbothered by the possibility of Feng Qingyun overhearing them. Little did they know, Feng Qingyun was experiencing a surge in power. His technique, the 9 styles, was rapidly escalating in strength. Congratulations, host, you have received a cultivation reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 468 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a cultivation reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 361 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a cultivation reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 775 times. On the arena, with a resounding strike, another opponent was sent crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, staining him crimson. Yet, his adversary was not faring any better. One leg lay limp, its bones shattered beyond repair, likely leaving him unable to stand for the rest of his life. However, the surrounding spectators had no time for sorrow, their voices ringing out in approval. Well done, you can leave now. Hurry up and bring on the next match. As the crowd's cheers filled the air, the host promptly took the stage to announce, "All right, audience, let us proceed to the next match. Please welcome our fighter." The Blue Devil, along with his opponent, the Blood Demon. In an instant, the entire arena erupted with excitement, everyone eagerly anticipating the next round of fighters. At this moment, someone approached and patted Feng Qingyun on the shoulder. "Blood Demon, it's your turn." "All right." Feng Qingyun nodded, but before he could step onto the stage, Huang Mao suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha! Damn it. My luck is through the roof. I actually ran into this elementary school student. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 16. Beating the opponent, searching for teeth on the ground. Ha ha ha. Damn it. My luck is incredible. This round is in the bag. Ha 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 ha. Huang Mao laughed unabashedly, drawing envious glances from all around. They all believed that Feng Qingyun was the easiest opponent they had ever encountered. Thus, anyone who faced him was guaranteed victory. Huang Mao, grinning wickedly, approached Feng Qingyun. Don't worry. The audience doesn't enjoy watching me knock you out with a single punch, so I'll be cruel and gradually beat you into a state of disability. Then slowly twist your head around. With that, Huang Mao gestured with both hands, mimicking the act of twisting Feng Qingyun's head around, his smug grin unwavering. Feng Qingyun said nothing, merely walking silently onto the stage. Witnessing this scene, Huang Mao's laughter intensified. Ha 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 ha, just look at his cowardly demeanor. Just wait. If I don't make him call for his mother within a minute, I'll eat shit. With victory already in his mind, Huang Mao stepped onto the stage. Before the match officially commenced, he even gave a thumbs up to the audience, then, amidst their puzzled stares, pointed his thumb downwards forcefully, jabbing it toward the ground while punctuating it with several more taps. Come at me, you fool! His arrogant demeanor and brash words sent the audience into a frenzy. This was the kind of match they wanted to see. Lawless and unrestrained. Blue Devil, Blue Devil, Blue Devil, Blue Devil. Meanwhile, behind the cameras capturing the scene, a group of viewers was watching the live broadcast. Unlike ordinary online viewers, they had access to an exclusive chat room composed of only 8 members. The chat room was named Black Hole. The Joker. What do you all think about this match? The King. That blood demon looks too pale, as if he has never trained. I'm not keen on him. The Deity. No, no, no. Did you notice his Latissimus Dorsi? It's quite impressive. The Devil. Latissimus Dorsi? It could just be Flab, the corpse. I heard his vitality value is 31, and he is quite young, probably a high schooler. He might be a genius. The Eliminator. So what if he's a genius? Having vitality alone means nothing if he can't fight. The Grim Reaper. So how are you all planning to place your bets? At this question, the others fell silent for a moment. Then, one by one, they all placed bets of 10 million each, wagering that Huang Mao would win. At first glance, 10 million might not seem significant, but when considering they placed such bets for every match, it added up to astronomical figures. At that moment, however, one person placed a bet on Feng Qingyun, and the screen immediately displayed a ratio of 7. One at the better was named Shifan, the Joker. Shifan, what are you doing? Are you just giving away 10 million? The Deity. Yeah, that blood demon is bound to lose. I suggest you place another bet on the Blue Devil, at least hedge your bets, the corpse. I think that's a good idea. But even with so many urging her, Shifan remained steadfast. It's boring to bet on just one person. And if I lose, it's just 10 million. As soon as she uttered those words, the other 7 fell silent, secretly scoffing at her point. 10 million was trivial, but losing face was what truly mattered. Since Shifan refused to heed their advice, they were disinclined to pursue further. Meanwhile, in a pitch-black room devoid of light, only the flickering glow of a television screen illuminated the space, showcasing the upcoming match featuring Feng Qingyun and the Black Hole chat room. A languid figure reclined on a luxurious chair, draped in a nightgown that accentuated her ample bosom and revealed her fair, elongated legs. She was the 8th member of the chat room, Shifan. Swirling the red wine in her glass, the television-esque glow highlighted her exquisitely beautiful face. Flawless and captivating. Blood Demon, not a great name, but that gaze is intriguing. Is he a novice? On the arena, Feng Qingyun raised his hands, adopting the boxing stance. This was his first life-and-death struggle, and his heart raced with anticipation. His singular thought was clear. If I kill my opponent, I will win. Seeing Feng Qingyun assume a seemingly impressive posture, Huang Mao chuckled derisively. Damn it, you sure know how to put on a show. Fine, I'll play with you for a minute, but after that, you'll get a glimpse of hell. With both fighters positioned, the host recognized that the warm-up had sufficiently progressed. Delaying further would likely incite audience discontent. Match, begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, the host promptly exited, leaving only Feng Qingyun and Huang Mao on the stage, without even a referee present. The atmosphere was palpable, clearly indicating one must have someone who can no longer rise before the ordeal concludes. Huang Mao has once again commenced his raucous taunts, elongating his face and striking his own cheeks with his hands, challenging Feng Qingyun with a brazen provocation. Come at me, you fool! Suddenly, with the swiftness of lightning, a jab lands squarely on Huang Mao's face, leaving him utterly dazed. It was not that he was unprepared. Rather, he simply did not anticipate the sheer speed and force of Feng Qingyun's blow, which left him reeling and unable to maintain his footing. At that moment, Feng Qingyun spun around sharply, his right hand transforming into a whip-like extension that delivered a devastating punch directly to Huang Mao's visage. Boom! In an instant, Huang Mao was sent crashing to the ground, a guttural cry escaping his lips as blood gushed forth, accompanied by fragments of white. His teeth. A profound silence enveloped the arena. None could fathom how the once arrogant Huang Mao had been so swiftly brought low. Yet, after a brief stillness, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Blood Rakshasa, blood Rakshasa, blood Rakshasa. Almost simultaneously, the expressions of all the participants from the blue team morphed into looks of dismay. Was this truly a contender at level 5? Noticing all eyes upon him, the burly man who had escorted them and remarked nonchalantly that Huang Mao's vitality had not exceeded 35, barely surpassing 30, casting no suspicion of foul play. However, this statement, intended as clarification, only deepened the collective dread. How could a fighter from the lowest tier of level 5 so effortlessly dominate a seasoned opponent like Huang Mao? What manner of monster was this? Instantly, everyone conjured two vivid images. One of a tethered dog that barks but never bites, and the other of a ferocious wolf that, instead of barking, lunges forward to sever your throat. Clearly, Feng Qingyun embodied the latter. Chapter 17. The allure of the protagonist in the black hole chatroom. 8 VIP members stood transfixed as they witnessed Feng Qingyun's thunderous strike that felled Huang Mao in an instant. Whether it was Shifan or the other 6, none had anticipated such an outcome. The others were surprised by Feng Qingyun's victory, while Shifan was astonished by how effortlessly he achieved it. Heh, this little fellow possesses remarkable strength, yet his combat style is so tense. Could this truly be his first time? On the arena, Feng Qingyun's heart raced as it was indeed his inaugural life and death struggle, where he poured forth all his might. Congratulations, host, you have earned a combat experience reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly multiplied by 775 times. In that moment, his racing heartbeat gradually calmed, akin to a seasoned warrior who feels both wrath and pride, yet remains unperturbed and fearless. Simultaneously, Feng Qingyun's mentality began to shift as he quickly reflected on his earlier shortcomings. The rhythm had been too chaotic. Although he had dispatched his opponent, it was primarily because Huang Mao had underestimated him from the start. Had he encountered a more cautious adversary, he might have faced dire consequences. However, wallowing in self-deprecation would serve no purpose. Judging by the results, his strength was indeed formidable. Both punches had landed effectively, inflicting significant damage that rendered his opponent incapable of continuing. Thus, he realized, it was his mindset and combat rhythm that required adjustment. He needed to establish his own tempo. Regarding his mentality, he must neither overestimate nor underestimate his adversary. In essence, harbor disdain for the enemy in one's mind while treating them with due regard in one's demeanor. After this contemplation, Feng Qingyun exhaled a long breath of frustration and inquired of the host. He can no longer rise. May I proceed to the next match? Yes, indeed, the host exclaimed, nearly shouting to announce to the entire arena. Our blood Rakshasa demands to defend his title. Let us shower him with applause and chant his name. Blood Rakshasa, blood Rakshasa, blood Rakshasa. The crowd erupted into cheers, electrifying the atmosphere. Defending one's title is the most exhilarating aspect of the underground boxing arena. For others will not wait for your recovery. They will seize the opportunity to take your life. Thus, to avoid demise, one must give their all, engaging in brutal combat. Even those within the black hole chatroom were captivated. The Joker remarked, Shifan, will you continue to bet on him? The king replied, in the last round, the opponent underestimated him. This time, his adversary will undoubtedly be on high alert. Blood Rakshasa holds no advantage. The female corpse teased, hee, since Shifan just won a match, betting again won't hurt, will it, Shifan? Shifan stated, no need to provoke me. I was already going to bet on him. Within the room, Shifan was drawn to Feng Qingyun, who had gone from being tense to suddenly relaxed, a contemplative glint in his eyes. Her intuition hinted that this young man harbored many secrets worthy of exploration. On the arena, staff were already dragging Huang Mao away, quickly clearing the stage for the next contestant. A towering figure clad in a blue mask, standing at 2 meters tall, the blue giant slowly ascended the platform. As he stepped onto the stage, the ground beneath him sank deeply, prompting Feng Qingyun to frown. Impressive. A martial artist can gauge the threat level of an opponent through the fluctuations of their vitality. Especially after practicing the spirit cultivation technique, Feng Qingyun's mental acuity had sharpened significantly, allowing him to discern that the blue giant was undeniably the pinnacle of this tier. Vitality, 35. With both hands raised in a boxing stance, Feng Qingyun prepared for battle. According to his earlier reflections, he would disdain his opponent psychologically while respecting him in attitude. Observing the blue giant, he surmised he was a heavy-hitting opponent, as long as his speed surpassed that of the blue giant. The latter's heavy punches would be inconsequential, akin to striking a punching bag. Just a slight caution regarding his speed, gazing at the blue giant as if he were nothing more than a punching bag. Feng Qingyun felt no trepidation. The blue giant, noticing Feng Qingyun's seemingly dismissive expression, could not help but scoff. Heh! The cameras captured the expressions of both fighters, stirring excitement in the black hole chat room. The king exclaimed. "Ha, this cocky little brat thinks he's invincible after one victory. He's bound to lose." The female corpse remarked, "Youth is indeed synonymous with arrogance." The eliminator added, "I initially intended to bet on Blood Rakshasa. But seeing him like this, I'm having second thoughts." "What about you, Shifan?" Shifan replied, "My decision remains unchanged." No one else offered further comments as the screen promptly displayed their betting statuses. 6-2. Among those betting on Feng Qingyun was the Grim Reaper. Although he had placed his bet earlier and could no longer retract it, "Damn it, I'm going to lose $1 million, Shifan chuckled. On the arena, the host noted that the atmosphere had reached a fever pitch and decided to forego further suspense, declaring, "Let the match begin." Feng Qingyun clenched his fists, ready to unleash a probing jab to gauge the blue giant's reaction speed. To his surprise, the blue giant evaded a direct confrontation and instead positioned himself at the center of the ring, raising his hands in a capturing stance. Feng Qingyun regarded the blue giant's peculiar maneuver with suspicion. As the blue giant established his stance at the center, realization dawned upon him. This fellow, aware of his speed deficiency, aimed to force him into a corner, compelling a direct exchange of blows. The spectators quickly grasped the situation and erupted in excited shouts. The Joker laughed, "Ha, this big oaf is quite clever. Now Blood Rakshasa has no choice but to match him in strength." The divine being asserted, "The outcome is already predetermined. The blue giant strategy holds the upper hand." The female corpse taunted, "Shifan, your $1 million is about to go down the drain. Grim Reaper, you too." The Grim Reaper retorted, "Damn it, don't drag me into this. That was a misclick." The female corpse chuckled. Shifan declared, "Let us discuss it after the match." On the arena, as the blue giant advanced, claiming the central position and encroaching upon him, Feng Qingyun felt an immense pressure. Attempting to break through from the sides would likely result in interception by the blue giant. The distance he needed to cover was considerable, while the blue giant's was minimal, rendering his speed advantage moot. Yet, failing to escape would lead to an inevitable clash of fists, and with the blue giant's heavy artillery punches, a single hit could spell his downfall. What to do? Glaring at the advancing figure of the blue giant, a sudden epiphany struck Feng Qingyun. He had an ace up his sleeve. Chapter 18. I simply have faith in him in a contest of strength. I may not be the blue giant's equal, but what if we engaged in a battle of mental fortitude? I possess the ability to amplify my mental prowess. The corners of Feng Qingyun's lips curled into a subtle smile as he awakened the dormant second consciousness within his mind, preparing to unleash a tempest of mental force alongside his primary consciousness. When mental strength attains a formidable level, it becomes second nature, guiding one on how to wield it. Noticing the slight shift in Feng Qingyun's expression, the Joker questioned, "What is happening? Why do I sense he is smiling?" Eliminator. It is undoubtedly a psychological tactic. He aims to intimidate the blue giant, steering clear of a direct confrontation. King, indeed, my friend. The individual you have chosen possesses a modicum of cleverness, yet he is destined to lose, my friend. Hee. With a cheerful smile, she swayed her wine glass. Reclining on an opulent chair, she downed the red wine in her glass in one gulp, a blush immediately blossoming on her cheeks. "Little one, what are your plans? You wouldn't truly let me down, would you?" In the arena, the blue giant noticed a shift in Feng Qingyun's expression. Yet he would not retreat. He held unwavering confidence in his strength. He was certain he could easily overpower Feng Qingyun and eliminate him on the spot, to death. With a furious roar, the blue giant cornered Feng Qingyun and lunged at him. At such a short distance, there was no room for Feng Qingyun to dodge. But just then, as the blue giant breached the 2-meter mark, it erupted. Feng Qingyun clenched his fists, his formidable mental prowess exploding within his mind like a grenade. It ensnared the blue giant. This intimidation transcended the physical realm, operating solely on a psychological level, mercilessly crushing the blue giant's mental resolve like a candle flickering in a tempest. This circumstance manifested physically as well. The blue giant's spirit waned, his body instinctively faltering, granting Feng Qingyun a sliver of opportunity for retaliation. Ninth style, a collision. With shoulders forward, Feng Qingyun summoned all his strength, crashing into the blue giant's chest. The still reeling blue giant, caught off guard by the sudden impact, staggered backward. Feng Qingyun swiftly pursued. Ninth styled, an embrace. His arms, like iron clamps, tightly encircled the blue giant, exerting pressure that caused numbness in the blue giant's arms and excruciating pain to surge through his spine. The spine, the body's core, once compromised, would render one powerless. Ninth styled at a throw. Sensing the blue giant's legs growing unsteady, Feng Qingyun executed his final move, hoisting the blue giant high above his head and slamming him down onto the arena floor. Boom! The entire arena trembled. Everyone was left in shock by this astonishing spectacle. Initially, it seemed that Feng Qingyun, trapped in an absolute disadvantage, would be unable to turn the tide. Yet within mere seconds, the battle had undergone a remarkable reversal. Feng Qingyun had dominantly subdued the blue giant. Blood demon, blood demon, blood demon, blood demon. The crowd erupted in cheers, all fervently chanting Feng Qingyun's name. Their blood surged with excitement, emotions bursting forth. They worshipped the strong with unabashed fervor. You are powerful, and thus we shall cheer for you. Blood demon, blood demon, blood demon, blood demon. As for the 7 individuals in the black hole chat room, aside from my friend, all fell silent, having firmly chosen not to bet on Feng Qingyun twice. They suffered devastating losses. This was no mere loss of 20 million, but a significant blow to their pride. Yet, choosing Feng Qingyun now would be impossible, as they had already lost money and turned to other options. Such a loss of face was unacceptable, Jester. I never imagined he would win another round, but he must surely be nearing his limits. He absolutely will not win the next match. Female corpse. Indeed? The underground fighting arena operates on its own principles. Even the smallest ant is still meat. A grade 1 blood chi pill, though merely worth 100,000, will not be given away lightly. Eliminator. In the next round? He is destined to lose without a doubt. My friend. I continue to bet on his victory. Pouring herself another glass of red wine, my friend found Feng Qingyun quite intriguing. In that fleeting moment, others believed it was Feng Qingyun who seized the opportunity to topple the blue giant. However, she discerned that Feng Qingyun had utilized his mental force to crush his opponent, creating the opportunity for victory. An interesting young man, despite his tender age, he possesses an abundance of talent, both in skill and mental prowess. In the arena, Feng Qingyun heard the system's notification once more. Congratulations, host, you have earned a reward of combat experience, which is currently subject to random doubling, randomly multiplied by 999 times. Subsequently, Feng Qingyun stood aside, observing the fallen blue giant while listening to the host's countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let us once again extend our applause to the blood demon. Shouting his name in unison, blood demon, blood demon, blood demon, blood demon. The atmosphere surged to a fever-pitched in such a fervent, emotional climate. No one would choose to forego the third match. This was also the host's intention. The passion must not wane. Blood demon, will you dare to accept the next challenger? If you succeed in winning 3 matches, you shall receive a free grade 1 blood chi pill. Feng Qingyun had yet to respond. The audience, brimming with anticipation, eagerly voiced their support. Fight, fight, fight. Yet their fervent cries bore no weight. Feng Qingyun was not fighting for them, but for the grade 1 blood chi pill. Fight. The resounding call elevated the already frenzied atmosphere even further. Blood demon, blood demon, blood demon, blood demon. The host promptly waved his hand. Now, let us welcome the next challenger, the fearsome Blue King. With a whoosh, a blinding light illuminated the dark entrance, revealing a man with explosively muscular physique striding confidently onto the stage. Despite wearing a blue mask, his arrogance was unmistakable. Upon reaching the arena, his first act was to kick the already fallen blue giant off the stage. This brutal display immediately incited a chorus of cheers. Blue King, Blue King, Blue King, Blue King. Listening to the crowd's roars, the Blue King raised his hands in triumph, parading around the arena as if basking in the glory of victory, utterly disregarding Feng Qingyun's presence. This elicited a frown from Feng Qingyun. He was not displeased by the Blue King's actions, but rather sensed a hint of danger. This Blue King was undoubtedly a being of a higher caliber. His chi value must surely exceed 35, perhaps even surpassing 40. Chapter 19. Cheating is exhilarating. Had he been schemed against? With a slight furrow of his brow, Feng Qingyun's gaze shifted to the host. He could sense that the host's chi value was also considerable, yet it was evident that the Blue King's chi value was amiss. The host raised no objections. This indicated that the organizers were blatantly cheating. Truly, one cannot escape the unspoken rules of any realm. Acquiring a free reward is no easy feat. Adjusting his mindset, Feng Qingyun prepared to engage in battle, dismissing the notion of fairness. Is there absolute fairness in this world? Why should a select few warriors be allowed to dominate the many ordinary individuals? When he battles others in the future, will they lower their strengths to grant him a chance to retaliate? Or when his power overwhelms his opponent, will he adhere to fairness and diminish his strength to match theirs, allowing others an opportunity to defeat him? Absolutely not. This world reveres the strong, disregarding any sense of fairness. In the black hole chat room, witnessing Feng Qingyun's eagerness to engage, the atmosphere erupted once more. King. This young man has become overconfident. Winning 2 matches has led him to believe he is invincible. Eliminator. Hence, the impetuous youth often meet an early demise. Female corpse. My friend, will you not reconsider? The opponent's chi value is 42, a third more than his, my friend. I still wager on his victory. Jester. Ha ha, then prepare to lose your money. He is certainly destined for defeat this time, my friend. Let us wait and see. In her room, she languidly stretched, her fullness subtly revealed as her nightgown stretched. Pouring herself another glass of blood-red wine, she gently swayed it in her hand. To be honest, watching such a rudimentary contest bored her to the point of drowsiness. However, what kept her awake was Feng Qingyun's allure, compelling her to resist sleep and intoxication to witness his next match on the stage. The Blue King's gaze fixated menacingly on Feng Qingyun, revealing a savage expression as a cruel smile adorned his face. Through the hollow mask, the Blue King mouthed ominous words to Feng Qingyun. You shall die. The host then raised his hand dramatically. The match begins. Without delay, the Blue King surged forward. Before Feng Qingyun could react, the Blue King leapt into the air, executing a knee strike aimed directly at Feng Qingyun's head. Should it connect, even an ordinary person's skull would shatter. Boom. Feng Qingyun hurriedly raised his hands to block. His feet jolted backward 2 steps, feeling his hands tingle, as if struck by a swinging hammer. Yet it did not end there. Before Feng Qingyun could regain his footing, the Blue King's assault launched anew. A low sweep of his leg lashed toward Feng Qingyun's right leg, prompting an instinctive evasion. Simultaneously, he retaliated. Boom. A swift and agile jab was unleashed by Feng Qingyun, only to be thwarted by the Blue King's arm. Immediately, Feng Qingyun's punches fell like a torrential downpour, each strike landing upon the Blue King's blocking arm like raindrops. Yet, he was unable to breach the defense. At that moment, Feng Qingyun recalled the Blue King's earlier low sweep. Supported by immense mental strength, Feng Qingyun learned quickly. His right leg flawlessly replicated the Blue King's earlier kick, sweeping across the Blue King's leg like a whip. Bam! The Blue King observed Feng Qingyun's low sweep and chuckled. You haven't practiced, have you? There's no power behind it. Come, I'll stand here and let you sweep. Feng Qingyun thought to himself, what a delightful opportunity. I shall not hold back. 1 kick, 2 kicks. 3 kicks in succession, the entire underground boxing arena erupted in chaos. The Blue King was actually allowing Feng Qingyun to strike him. Was there anything more prestigious than this? The crowd's fervor shifted entirely to the Blue King. Blue King, Blue King, Blue King. Even the chat room filled with laughter. The Joker exclaimed, ha ha ha. The Blue King is something else, standing there while Blood Rakshasa sweeps, and yet Blood Rakshasa can't land a hit, the deity remarked. Of course, the Blue King's vitality surpasses that of Blood Rakshasa. In a battle of endurance, Blood Rakshasa cannot compete. The Eliminator commented, I see the outcome is already determined. The female corpse chimed in. You see, the one you favored is inadequate. Letting him sweep, he cannot even land a hit. Give him a chance and he proves useless. The delicacy responded, it's not over until the last moment. On the arena, the Blue King stood with unwavering confidence, allowing Feng Qingyun to sweep at will. Such is the way of warriors. Those with greater vitality naturally hold an advantage, as they can outlast their opponents. Thus, he harbored no fears of defeat. However, upon Feng Qingyun's 7th sweep, he sensed something amiss. Why did each subsequent kick feel significantly heavier than the last? Wait a moment, if this force continues to escalate. Meanwhile, a series of notifications echoed rapidly in Feng Qingyun's mind. Congratulations, host, you have received a leg technique practice reward, undergoing random multiplication. Random multiplier of 775 times. Congratulations, Host, you have received a leg technique practice reward. Undergoing random multiplication. Random multiplier of 666 times. Congratulations, host. You have received a leg technique practice reward. Undergoing random multiplication. Random multiplier of 888 times. With a resounding thud, Feng Qingyun's low sweep shattered the Blue King's thigh. Instantly, the leg turned an ominous black, the muscle within severed. The Blue King fell to the ground, startled, retreating in fear. How could this happen? His initial kick was lackluster, yet how had it transformed into such a terrifying force? With wide eyes filled with terror, he gazed at Feng Qingyun. The audience and the 8 individuals in the chat room were equally astonished. The Joker exclaimed, "What just happened? How did the Blue King suddenly get wrecked? What did that kid do?" The Eliminator questioned, "Can anyone discern what he truly did?" The Delicacy explained, "He did nothing extraordinary. He merely executed the movement to perfection." The Eliminator inquired, "What do you mean?" The Delicacy clarified, "The essence of generating force in movement lies in the precision of posture. The more accurate the action, the greater the force produced. Blood Rakshasa executed the move flawlessly, thus unleashing the utmost power from his limited vitality." The Joker scolded, "What an idiot the Blue King is! Who told him to stand there and let someone practice their moves?" However, at this juncture, words were futile. Feng Qingyun had gained the upper hand and was pressing his assault, completely overpowering the Blue King. Bam! Another kick landed on the Blue King's arm, sending him flying across the arena as if he were a mere ball. The Blue King rolled several times on the ground, convulsing, unable to rise. Only then did Feng Qingyun breathe a sigh of relief, leaning against the arena railing, panting heavily. Truly difficult to contend with, as he caught his breath, shaking his head to rid himself of the sweat on his forehead and eyes. The announcer began the countdown. 5, 4, 3. Just then, a thunderous sound of footsteps echoed. In Feng Qingyun's moment of relaxation, the recently fallen Blue King charged back with ferocity. Chapter 20. New function unlocked. Die! A frenzied roar erupted as the Blue King, who had just collapsed, now charged with violent intent, launching a heavy knee strike. Caught off guard, Feng Qingyun's relaxed demeanor snapped to attention in an instant. In that moment, he felt as if death loomed. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced violently, and in that fleeting moment, Feng Qingyun felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill, with only his heart continuing to beat. Quickening to the point of suffocation, it seemed. The heart was conveying to Feng Qingyun that it was not yet ready to cease its rhythm, that it wished to continue beating. "I do not wish to die." The instinct for survival surged forth, and Feng Qingyun's mental prowess erupted. Like a cataclysmic hurricane, he mercilessly obliterated the Blue King's flickering mental energy, before Feng Qingyun could launch a physical counterattack. The Blue King was already sent reeling, his eyes rolling back. At that moment, the airborne Blue King was left with nothing but inertia, entirely at Feng Qingyun's mercy, and Feng Qingyun, no longer holding back, unleashed his 9 styles. A powerful punch. Channeling all his strength, Feng Qingyun struck the airborne Blue King with a devastating blow. Having lost all will to resist, the Blue King was sent hurtling backward. Yet Feng Qingyun did not relent. The 9 styles. 1 Embrace. He lunged forward, wrapping his arms around the Blue King, not tightening his grip but concentrating all his energy on the forthcoming move, the 9 styles. 1 Throw. Focusing every ounce of strength and heartbeat into this moment, Feng Qingyun lifted the Blue King high, leaping over 2 meters. Then, with tremendous force, he slammed the Blue King down onto the arena. Kill! With a resounding crash, the entire arena trembled. The Blue King, in a kneeling position, collapsed onto the sunken arena, his skeletal structure shattered from the knees upward, crumbling his internal organs, causing blood to erupt from his eyes and nose. The Blue King was dead. Witnessing the Blue King's gruesome demise, Feng Qingyun's heart raced even faster. Thump, thump, thump. This was his first killed, a terrifying one at that, which left him somewhat unsettled. Congratulations, host, you have received a murder experience reward. Undergoing random multiplication, random multiplier of 999 times. In an instant, all discomfort within Feng Qingyun dissipated, feeling as though it were merely an ordinary occurrence, akin to crushing an ant. Nothing remarkable about it. He then turned to leisurely observe the stunned announcer. "May I declare the end?" "Why, yes," the announcer stammered, completely awestruck by Feng Qingyun's prowess. With a third of his vitality diminished and caught off guard, yet he had somehow achieved a counterkill. What manner of monster was this? Meanwhile, the audience cared little for the specifics. All they knew was that Feng Qingyun had triumphed once more. Blood Rakshasa, Blood Rakshasa, Blood Rakshasa. In the black hole chatroom, the 7 individuals who had previously cheered for the Blue King's counterattack fell into a profound silence. Moments later, notifications began to appear. The Joker has logged off, the female corpse has logged off, the Eliminator has logged off, the King has logged off. Soon, only the delicacy remained in the chatroom, unable to suppress a chuckle. Little one, today you certainly delivered a resounding slap to several faces. Quite amusing, however, the real trouble awaited. Some faces were not to be trifled with. If you strike them, will you be able to withstand the repercussions? A wave of laughter escaped involuntarily, causing her ample bosom to quiver enticingly. A sight to behold. In the boxing arena's office, the person in charge wore a grim expression as he handed a glass vial containing a pill to Feng Qingyun. To be honest, winning 3 matches earns you a first-grade vitality pill. It's merely a publicity stunt to lure warriors in need of vitality pills to this place, serving as free contestants. Yet, unexpectedly, someone actually managed to win the 3rd match. Feng Qingyun took the vial, momentarily taken aback. Oddly, the system usually responded immediately. Why was it not doing so this time? Could this vitality pill be a counterfeit? Casting a glance at the person in charge, Feng Qingyun returned the vial. This is not my reward. You? The person in charge was about to protest when the burly man who had escorted Feng Qingyun earlier suddenly appeared, whispering something into the person in charge's ear. Strangely, despite Feng Qingyun's current mental prowess, he could not make out their conversation. He only noticed that after the person in charge listened, his expression changed dramatically. He then approached a nearby safe and retrieved an identical glass vial, respectfully handing it to Feng Qingyun. An identical vial? Feng Qingyun casually took it in his mind. The familiar electronic voice of the system echoed once more. Congratulations, host. You have received a pill reward, undergoing random multiplication. Randomly multiplying by 689 times. It has already been placed in the system space for the host, who can access it with mere thought. Feng Qingyun was somewhat taken aback, never expecting that this simplistic system would actually unlock a new feature. Does this imply that his system possesses many more functions awaiting development? While pondering this, the burly man approached Feng Qingyun. You'd better rest for a while before you leave. Him? Feng Qingyun glanced at the burly man, uncertain of what he meant. The burly man, having anticipated this, calmly explained, those who come here to fight are primarily after the Qi Blood Dan. You just completed 3 matches and are carrying a Qi Blood Dan, making you an easy target. I understand, thank you. Feng Qingyun nodded, comprehending the rationale. However, remaining in this underground fighting arena was hardly a wise choice. The matches were rigged, and so were the rewards. Is there truly any safety to be found in such a place? Observing Feng Qingyun's determination to leave, the burly man refrained from further comment. After Feng Qingyun exited the door, he retrieved a life and death contract from his pocket, the very one Feng Qingyun had signed under the name Wang Guangming. Wang Guangming, ha! A surge of blue flames suddenly erupted from his palm, incinerating the life and death contract in his hand to ashes. Simultaneously, Feng Qingyun returned to the surface, but this time he emerged not from the original coffee bookstore, but from the back door of a bar. Looking up at the sky, he noticed that it had already turned half-dark. It almost 9 o'clock. Time passes too quickly. With a casual sigh, Feng Qingyun started towards home, only to find several figures lurking in the corners, waiting for him. Chapter 21. A formidable foe approaches. These fellows are remarkably swift. Feng Qingyun muttered inwardly, doubting that these individuals would unite. Thus, he drew the recently acquired glass vial from his pocket and held it aloft. I am merely here for practical training. If you want this Qi Blood Dan, take it. With that, Feng Qingyun hurled the glass vial with all his might and dashed in the opposite direction. He possessed hundreds of Qi Blood Dan. There was no need to sacrifice his life for just one. Yet, even so, only a portion of them were lured away, while others pursued him with astonishing speed. Clearly of a different caliber altogether. What is going on? If these individuals possess such strength, why would they covet a mere Qi Blood Dan from me? Before he could ponder further, a massive figure descended from above. Blocking his path, a bald man adorned with a rose tattoo on his head. Kid, the Joker has sent me to greet you. The Joker. Feng Qingyun's mind raced, and no matter how he tried, he could not recall any interaction with someone named the Joker. However, more terrifying was the fact that the bald man merely swung a fist lightly, yet the force was overwhelming, trapping Feng Qingyun within the aura of his technique, leaving him with no avenue of escape. How frightening! It felt as if he were being drawn into the bald man's domain, rendered immobile. No, I must escape. Feng Qingyun thought in terror. Channeling all his mental energy, he unleashed a psychic attack akin to a sword aimed at the rose-tattooed bald man. The bald man evidently did not notice the immense psychic power Feng Qingyun possessed. Inadvertently, he fell victim to Feng Qingyun's mental strike, his body stiffening momentarily, breaking his stance. Seizing this opportunity, instead of fleeing, Feng Qingyun launched his strongest attack .9 styles. A whip? He pivoted and delivered a fist whip to the bald man's chin. The bald man staggered, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth, accompanied by a spurt of blood. Damn it, a mere 3-star black iron fighter has injured me. A 9-star bronze warrior. Seems I can't let you die too easily, lest it be too merciful. 9-star bronze. Feng Qingyun gasped. Facing a 4-star black iron fighter, the Blue Man King had already proven to be an arduous challenge. How could he possibly stand a chance against a 9-star bronze warrior? Moreover, there could be several others like him lurking around. Damn. Feng Qingyun cursed inwardly, swiftly executing a low sweeping kick towards the bald man. However, upon witnessing Feng Qingyun's movement, the bald man cruelly laughed. Perfect, I shall break one of your legs. As he spoke, the bald man raised his calf high, preparing to collide directly with Feng Qingyun's right leg. He was confident that with his honed skeletal structure, he could shatter Feng Qingyun's leg with ease. Your esteemed gentleman truly cannot afford to lose, a calm voice interjected. The burly man had somehow appeared between them, deftly blocking Feng Qingyun's low sweep with his leg while pressing down on the bald man's calf. This left Feng Qingyun astonished. He felt as though his kick had struck a pillar of cotton. It was soft and lacked any sensation of a solid impact. Meanwhile, the rose-tattooed bald man was drenched in cold sweat. Who are you? Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I shall protect this young brother, the burly man stated with an expressionless demeanor, provoking a laugh from the bald man. Ha ha ha, I thought you were going to say something profound. Do you even know whose life you are risking by protecting him? Isn't it just Zhang Taiyong, the chairman of the Slim Dog Group? What? Is he so terrifying? How do you know? The bald man's eyes widened in shock. He had never anticipated that the opponent would so readily name his boss, nor did he expect the absence of any reverence in the mention. It felt as though even if Zhang Taiyong himself were to arrive today, the opponent would remain utterly unfazed. As for Feng Qingyun, his astonishment was no less than that of the bald man. However, his bewilderment stemmed from why a billionaire magnate would send someone to kill him. Zhang Taiyong was no obscure figure. In fact, he had been a prominent presence across various media platforms. Not only had he founded the Slim Dog Group, valued at hundreds of billions, but he was also a 7-star extraordinary warrior, in an era where martial prowess reigned supreme. Such a figure was the dream role model for countless young people. Yet why would he seek his life? Feng Qingyun found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, the rose-tattooed bald man was equally perplexed as to why the burly man would protect Feng Qingyun, though the bald man. Feng Qingyun was merely an inconsequential figure in a small city. If you know who stands behind me, why do you still intervene? Furthermore, if my superiors were to take offense, are you certain you can withstand their wrath? Forget it, you wouldn't listen anyway. Let me kill one first, as a warning to the rest, the burly man stated, devoid of emotion. His words were clearly directed not only at the bald man but also at the several others lurking in the shadows. As for the one designated for elimination, it was evident that it was the bald man standing before him. Realizing this, the bald man felt a wave of crisis wash over him, instinctively retreating. His fists clenched tightly. Don't act recklessly. Although I don't know your true strength, anyone who survives in this small city must have some capability. If it comes to blows, you might not be able to kill me. Is that so? The burly man stepped forward. This seemingly mundane step caused the bald man's heart to leap, as if someone had stomped on his chest, inducing an eerie sense of suffocation. A horrifying thought crossed his mind. You are above bronze? Take another guess. The burly man leisurely advanced another step. This time, the bald man felt not just a foot pressing down on his chest, but as if his entire body had been struck by a thunderous blow. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure. The bald man was thrown into a panic, trembling uncontrollably, unable to lift his head. See, could it be that you are a golden warrior? Wrong. The burly man continued forward, his oppressive aura intensifying. It was as if a mountain had suddenly crashed down upon the bald man, rendering him incapable of even kneeling, forcing him to writhe on the ground. His head buried deep in the earth, At that moment, the bald man's cries were no longer speculative. They had devolved into desperate pleas for mercy. "Spare me, have mercy, it's too late." The two words, spoken with an unruffled demeanor, signified the burly man's pride. For someone like the bald man, the burly man could hardly muster any emotional response. He merely extended his palm, curling his middle finger slightly. A mesmerizing blue flame suddenly ignited in the air, transforming into a delicate flying swan that agilely circled within the burly man's palm. With a flick of his finger, the blue swan darted forth at an astonishing speed, instantly engulfing the bald man in a raging inferno of blue flames. In but a moment, the bald man was reduced to nothingness, unable to even utter a cry of despair. Witnessing such a terrifying spectacle, everyone around froze in place, then silently retreated. They had come to realize that this burly man was an entity they could not afford to provoke. Even if they banded together, they would merely be walking to their own demise. Upon perceiving the departure of those individuals, the bearded man slowly turned his head, directing his gaze towards Feng Qingyuan. In an instant, Feng Qingyuan felt as though he were facing a formidable adversary. He was bewildered by the bearded man's intentions. Why had he chosen to rescue him? What was the purpose behind this act? Yet, the bearded man displayed no signs of unusual behavior, merely approaching Feng Qingyuan and saying, "My young lady wishes to have a chat with you." Chat? Chapter 22. Really? Can I ask any question? The notion of chatting was an unforeseen development for Feng Qingyuan. It was difficult for him to accept that this lady had gone to such lengths just to engage him in conversation. Surely, a more daring approach would have been expected. Indeed, a chat. "Please hand me your phone." The bearded man extended his right hand towards Feng Qingyuan, leaving him perplexed. As he retrieved his phone, he muttered, "Why should I bear the cost of your lady's phone bill? She won't be making calls all night, or perhaps even until dawn, will she?" "Not quite," the bearded man replied, directly opening Feng Qingyuan's WeChat and searching for an account. He promptly added the individual as a friend, who immediately accepted the request. The bearded man returned the phone to Feng Qingyuan. "All set." "All set." Feng Qingyuan glanced at the profile picture of the new contact, his mouth twitching in disbelief. What sort of person uses a bowl of kanji as their avatar? While he pondered this, the other party initiated a voice call. Feng Qingyuan instinctively answered, "Hello? Hello." A languid voice responded, imbued with a hint of drowsiness and a slight distortion from the call, yet it was melodious, akin to the sound of jade clinking. This brought a sense of comfort to Feng Qingyuan. "How should I address you?" "Address? That's too formal. You can simply call me Sister Kanji. And you? Should I refer to you as Blood Demon, Wang Guangming, or Feng Qingyuan?" Feng Qingyuan's heart abruptly halted. He had deliberately chosen a pseudonym for the competition to conceal his true identity, yet the other party had effortlessly uncovered his real name, rendering him unable to accept this revelation. "Who exactly are you?" "Who am I? I am your Sister Kanji, have you forgotten?" The other party chuckled cheerfully over the phone, but Feng Qingyuan felt no joy at that moment. Not only did the other person know his appearance, but they also possessed his true name, enabling them to locate his home with ease. However, Feng Qingyuan remained entirely ignorant of the other party's identity, height, appearance, or their influential background. The only thing he knew was that the bearded man had formidable strength, capable of effortlessly slaying even a 9-star bronze warrior. Noticing Feng Qingyuan's silence, Sister Kanji laughed lightly. "What's wrong? Do you feel that being unaware of my identity makes it perilous to interact with me?" Indeed, Feng Qingyuan did not shy away from this assertion. If the other party intended to kill him, they could have done so long ago without going through the trouble of having the bearded man clear the area first. That would be akin to undressing to relieve oneself. Sister Kanji was pleased with Feng Qingyuan's candid response. "All right, I shan't engage in unnecessary pleasantries. I am aware that you have many questions, but it is not my style to answer them all. I will grant you 3 opportunities to inquire. Make sure to utilize them wisely." After saying this, Sister Kanji calmly awaited Feng Qingyuan's questions, having already anticipated what he would ask. "Who are you? Why did you save me? What benefits are there in associating with you?" Feng Qingyuan, however, had a different question in mind. "What are your measurements? I am, huh?" Sister Kanji was momentarily taken aback. That question seemed rather inappropriate. Didn't it? Feng Qingyuan, on the other hand, appeared innocent. "What is one thing in life but another in reality? Did you not say I had 3 chances to ask questions? Surely I must focus on the important ones." Upon hearing Feng Qingyuan's assertive reasoning, Sister Kanji snorted with laughter. "Oh? Are you trying to be clever with me? We agreed that it would be I who asks the questions, not the other way around." Feng Qingyuan rebutted with logic. In truth, he was testing the waters. Although the other party introduced herself as Sister Kanji, suggesting a friendly demeanor, he could not be certain that she was not a cold-blooded killer. Therefore, he needed to discern her boundaries. If she were to become enraged over such a trivial matter, it would be wise to avoid further contact. Yet, he was met with Sister Kanji's laughter. You are an intriguing character. I shall inform you. Remember this. My measurements are 90, 61, 89. Did you catch that? Quite an impressive figure. Feng Qingyun immediately realized that she could either be a carefree woman or someone with profound cunning. Thus, he posed his second question. Did you save me because you are interested in me, seeking to utilize my superior genes to naturally and creatively cultivate an excellent next generation together? Ha 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 ha. Sister Kanji erupted into laughter, her chest bouncing alluringly, which could easily dazzle onlookers. You little rascal, you are quite audacious. I presume you are probing my boundaries to determine whether it is worth your while to associate with me? See? You mentioned it was my turn to ask questions, not the other way around. Feng Qingyun feigned confusion, yet successfully piqued Sister Kanji's interest. Very well, I have come to accept you, young one. Your talent, temperament, and depth of character are exceptional. Indeed, you are precisely the person I require. I can reveal to you the reason for seeking you out. Pray tell. Feng Qingyun remained composed, genuinely curious about the true motivations behind her interest. It is a dangerous affair when someone shows unmerited kindness. The universal truth remains that what is free is often the most costly. Sister Kanji smiled slightly. It seems you possess a serious side after all. In that case, let us engage in a little game. A game? Feng Qingyun furrowed his brow, uncertain of her intentions. Sister Kanji affirmed, yes, a very simple game. All you need is your voice. Just my voice? Are you sure I don't need my hands as well? Adding hands is permissible. After all, it is merely a riddle. Guess why I have sought you out, and if you answer correctly, I will speak the truth, the whole truth. Sister Kanji smiled, not addressing Feng Qingyun's earlier jest. He discerned that she had ignored his playful banter, indicating her depth of character. I wager that you noticed my performance in the arena and deemed me a worthy ally. Close enough. Sister Kanji did not deny it. Stating plainly, I have come to you hoping that you can save my life. Chapter 23. An agreement with the beauty save your life? Sister Kanji's revelation once again took Feng Qingyun by surprise. A young lady with a bearded subordinate of such strength was asking a mere black iron warrior to save her life. Was this reasonable? Sister Kanji smiled languidly, not at this very moment. But given your talent, you will be able to do so in a few years. Consider it an investment. I can comprehend the notion of investment. However, I struggle to understand why, with a subordinate as powerful as the bearded man. You would require my assistance for protection? Feng Qingyun calmly countered. Despite the era being one where martial prowess was revered, it was also a relatively peaceful time. Conflicts among martial artists were typically restrained, and the pursuit of violence in underground fighting rings was expressly prohibited. Nonetheless, Sister Kanji refrained from elaborating further, merely cautioning Feng Qingyun, gather all your mental fortitude. What you are about to hear is not something an ordinary person can endure. It may very well leave you in a state of shock. Is it really that exaggerated? Indeed, it is quite so. With a smile, Sister Kanji moved to the window. It then became apparent that the obstruction to her sunlight was not a curtain, but rather a heavy iron panel. Yet, as she effortlessly drew back the iron panel as one would a curtain, a glimpse of the world outside was revealed. Beyond the window lay a vast expanse, filled with the echoes of dragon roars and tiger howls. Just a few sounds reached Feng Qingyun, causing his blood to surge and leaving him with a sensation as though his body might explode. Simultaneously, his mind was in turmoil. His mental energy surged like a cataclysmic tsunami, overwhelming and nearly unraveling him. What is that sound? His complexion paled as Feng Qingyun instinctively distanced the phone from his ear. He was aware that this was still through the phone. Had it not been for the device, he might have been unable to maintain his mental composure. Unbeknownst to him, the bearded man observed Feng Qingyun's reaction with astonishment, recognizing it as an extraordinary display. This young man, merely at the black iron stage, was capable of enduring the roar of a monstrous beast. Remember, this was an S-class restricted area where the lady resided. Before the extraordinary event, I was unable to withstand it. Unbeknownst to me, I had inflicted severe psychological harm upon the bearded man. Feng Qingyun glanced once more at his phone, only to discover that the call had been terminated. He then turned to the bearded man and inquired, "What is going on?" "Just a moment. It appears Mrs. Phone has malfunctioned again." This time, the bearded man's tone was considerably gentler, yet his words made Feng Qingyun's lips twitch. Again? Shortly thereafter, Shifan sent another voice call invitation. Feng Qingyun answered, Has the phone been repaired? Indeed, Shifan replied languidly, returning to the main topic. So, have you realized that this world is far more fascinating than you had imagined? Why do you want me to know this? Feng Qingyun replied, adopting a serious demeanor. Ignorance is a form of bliss, yet now my bliss has been shattered. For he had come to understand that in this world, there existed many terrifying entities. Merely a howl could lead one to their demise. However, Shifan's response was quite reasonable, because you will inevitably face all of this. Not only you, but your family, your relatives, and friends must confront it as well. As for the rest of the world, let that be if one lacks strength, they cannot even protect themselves or those around them. So there is no need for narcissism in attempting to bear the burden of saving the world. Her words were sharp and piercing, striking Feng Qingyun's vulnerable spot directly. Indeed, if he lacked strength, he could not safeguard himself, let alone those nearby. As for saving the world, that was something he need not even contemplate. For the world could hardly rely on him. I understand now. Combining what you said earlier, you wish for me to save your life, which implies that you are not confident in surviving those horrors. Clever, Shifan said with a smile. This smile was different from her previous fluttering laughter and also distinct from her casual demeanor. It was an appreciative and acknowledging smile, signifying her recognition of Feng Qingyun. I need comrades, some who are powerful and trustworthy. Just as you mentioned, I too lack confidence in surviving these terrors, so in critical moments, I need someone who can come to my rescue. But I am merely a black iron. Only for now. Shifan's words were resolute and filled with anticipation for Feng Qingyun's future. Before you grow stronger, I can offer you assistance, be it in techniques, resources, or even dealing with matters like tonight's incident. I can help you. Very well, in exchange, once I become powerful, I will owe you a life. Feng Qingyun did not hesitate. The billion-dollar Shogo group was dismissed by the bearded man, and based on this alone, Feng Qingyun could ascertain that under this grand tree, he would have ample time to develop quietly. As for when he became powerful, that was a matter for another day. Agreed. Then it's settled. I will help you deal with those who have targeted you tonight. And rest assured, your identity information will not be leaked in the boxing arena. Shifan presented Feng Qingyun with two significant advantages. Providing assistance in times of need is far more valuable than mere embellishments. While Feng Qingyun was still weak, she merely needed to lift a finger to resolve many of his seemingly hopeless predicaments. Minimal effort, monumental reward. Aside from these two matters, is there anything else you require my assistance with? Of course there is. Feng Qingyun smiled slightly. Earlier, you mentioned answering 3 of my questions. Now I have one remaining inquiry. Is it regarding the truths behind these horrors? After a brief pause, Shifan delicately yet firmly expressed her reluctance to allow Feng Qingyun to grasp these matters too soon. You need not rush. Gaining an early understanding of the world's truths is beneficial, yet knowing too much is not necessarily advantageous. However, she was mistaken. No, I wish to inquire, when can we meet in person? Feng Qingyun could not accept the notion that if the person on the other end was a charming speaker but an elderly woman in her 60s, he would unwittingly create a psychological shadow for himself. Upon hearing Feng Qingyun's question, Shifan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, so that's what you're asking. Very well, let's wait until you become an extraordinary warrior. Extraordinary, Feng Qingyun repeated softly, feeling it was somewhat distant. Shifan then added, or, until you can defeat Old Xing, the bearded man before you. Feng Qingyun cast a scrutinizing glance at the bearded man. He very strong. He's decent. 9-star extraordinary, a bit stronger than that Zhang Taiyang fellow. 9 stars? Extraordinary? You might as well ask me to become a legend first. Feng Qingyun thought discontentedly. The bearded man on the opposite side yawned lazily. All right, I won't keep you any longer. I have a major battle tomorrow and need to rest well. Remember to grow quickly, but do not perish. You still owe me a life. Fine, fine. Good night. Sweet dreams. Feng Qingyun replied dismissively, causing Shifan to chuckle once more. What an interesting fellow. If you have questions about techniques, feel free to ask me if I don't respond. You can consult Old Xing. Let's leave it at that for now, Mim. Very well, you rest now, and remember to cover yourself with a blanket to avoid catching a cold. If you wish to hear a lullaby, just let me know. Feng Qingyun spoke in a warm manner, leaving the bearded man's expression somewhat awkward and distorted. To his knowledge, his miss was not available for romantic pursuits. After several more exchanges, Feng Qingyun heard the call disconnect, allowing a sarcastic, sweet smile reserved for single individuals to emerge. He turned to the bearded man and said, Off to bed, you rascal, ahem. The bearded man cleared his throat twice, thinking to himself that while he had not heard the contents of their conversation, it did not imply he was foolish. Their miss was not easily won over. She had previously instructed him to provide Feng Qingyun with 2 items. So he said, "Please wait a moment." "What good items?" Feng Qingyun asked eagerly. "P.S. The hierarchy is as follows: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, extraordinary, legendary, epic, mythical. Each stage is further divided into 1 to 9 stars. Chapter 24. I practice the god-slaying technique at home. Please hold on a moment." The bearded man gestured for Feng Qingyun to wait, then turned back to the underground boxing arena. Upon his return, he held 2 items in his hands: a small yellow booklet and a blue glass vial. Feng Qingyun first took the booklet. On its ancient cover, 3 formidable characters were inscribed. God-slaying technique? God-slaying? The bearded man stated earnestly. "Miss said that compared to your talent in martial arts, your talent in mental strength is more remarkable. Hence I was instructed to gift you this technique, wishing you success in your mental cultivation." Feng Qingyun felt a bit disheartened at this. Had he known such a favor was in store, he would have exerted more effort in martial arts, aiming for a dual cultivation of mental prowess and physical techniques, thus obtaining an additional technique. What is the rank of this god-slaying technique? It is of the profound tier, upper grade. Profound tier? Feng Qingyun frowned, thinking that this Shifan did not seem as generous as he had imagined. If she truly wished for him to grow swiftly, she could have provided a heavenly tier technique, or at least a ground tier upper grade. The bearded man immediately discerned Feng Qingyun's thoughts and casually remarked, "There are very few warriors who specialize in mental strength, and even fewer techniques that have been passed down. This god-slaying technique is already quite commendable. Speaking of this, is there a device to measure mental strength, akin to the Qi measurement device for blood vitality?" Feng Qingyun asked curiously. The bearded man nodded in response. "Of course, I have one on me. If you wish to measure it, I can lend it to you. By the way, the values of blood vitality and mental strength are interchangeable." "Thank you for your trouble." Feng Qingyun expressed his gratitude politely, making the bearded man feel appreciated. He then pulled out a palm-sized circular glass from his pocket and confidently handed it to Feng Qingyun. "This is the mental strength measuring device. Simply infuse your mental energy into it, and it will display your mental strength value. Since mental strength is not a mainstream technique, this device is rarely seen outside." "All right, thank you." Feng Qingyun sincerely thanked him before placing the measuring device into his pocket. He then casually looked at the blue glass vial held by the bearded man. "What kind of elixir is this?" The bearded man gazed at Feng Qingyun, emanating an aura of resentment, as cold as the winter chill, capable of freezing the air and sending shivers down one's spine. Feng Qingyun rubbed his nose and logically asserted, "Well, you mentioned earlier that this item is quite rare. So in order to encourage my growth and enable me to assist your miss sooner, how about letting me borrow it for a while? Rest assured, I will definitely return it. I am not that kind of person." The bearded man thought to himself that indeed, he was that kind of person. However, for the sake of Shifan, he refrained from saying anything further and proceeded to introduce another elixir. The elixir, known as the spirit-nourishing pill, is of first-grade quality and, upon consumption, has the capacity to enhance your mental fortitude. "Thank you very much." Feng Qingyun gracefully retrieved the spirit-nourishing pill and placed it into his backpack alongside the god-slaying technique. "Congratulations to the host for receiving the elixir reward. A random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 768 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving the martial arts reward. A random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 247 times." Upon hearing the system's announcements, Feng Qingyun's lips twitched in exasperation. What on earth would I do with so many martial arts manuals? Am I to survive by selling books? 200 manuals at the recycling station wouldn't even fetch 10 yuan, would they? At that moment, the bearded man solemnly began to explain, In truth, mental fortitude is typically emphasized only after a martial artist reaches the extraordinary level. Only a select few, endowed with exceptional talent, venture into this realm prior. It is a form of innate gift. Therefore, you must seize this opportunity and not squander it. Moreover, possessing this talent grants you numerous advantages over others. Of course, the specifics of these advantages will become apparent to you once you discover them. After imparting this heartfelt advice, the bearded man produced the Qi blood pill that Feng Qingyun had discarded. "This is your reward. Take it with you as well. Very well." Feng Qingyun was indeed somewhat surprised to reclaim this pill, yet he had no intention of consuming it. Once out of sight, one could never be certain that the bearded man wouldn't tamper with it discreetly. "Bearded man, seeing as we are rather familiar now, I would like to inquire about something. Please answer me honestly. How does Sister Shifan look?" Although he was cautious, he thought that if she turned out to be quite attractive, it would make the precautionary measures more worthwhile. The bearded man cast a resigned glance at Feng Qingyun. "Who are you familiar with? Weren't you just chatting happily with the lady?" Those unaware would think you two are in a romantic relationship. How could you not know that looks matter in conversation? Isn't online dating just a matter of humans and beasts being indistinguishable? Who are you calling a beast? I am pure. I am pure. Feng Qingyun reluctantly conceded. Facing a formidable 9-star extraordinary being, although he wouldn't be killed, he could certainly be made to feel as if he were suffering a fate worse than death. Fortunately, the bearded man didn't genuinely wish to hold a grudge against Feng Qingyun. Once a martial artist reaches the extraordinary level, they typically undergo muscle refining and marrow washing, purging their bodies of impurities. The higher their power, the more thorough the refinement. By that point, it would be difficult to appear unattractive. Then what about Sister Shifan's strength? Far surpasses mine, the bearded man replied calmly, seemingly indifferent to Feng Qingyun's reaction. He then took out his phone. Add me on WeChat and leave my number. If you encounter any troubles, you can reach out to me. This is the lady's instruction. Once these trivialities were settled, the bearded man returned to the underground boxing arena, continuing his role as the gatekeeper, leaving Feng Qingyun in a whirlwind of thoughts. Listening to Sister Shifan's voice, one might say she is merely 10 years my senior. Or perhaps only 2 or 3 years older than I. Yet she stands above the 9-star extraordinary level. Is she a legend? Or an epic? Just contemplating it made Feng Qingyun feel delirious, a legendary martial artist in her 20s. She is a paragon within the entire Huaxia region, an undeniable prodigy. Yet she has taken an interest in me? Moreover, Feng Qingyun gazed at the bearded man's retreating figure. In truth, with the bearded man's strength, he could have selected anyone from the underground boxing arena and could even challenge the entire Tianla city if he wished. His willingness to remain is solely to assist Sister Shifan in unearthing certain talents worthy of investment. When will I be able to, like Sister Shifan, effortlessly possess a subordinate of the 9-star extraordinary level, who will do whatever I ask of him? With a sigh of envy, he noted that time was drawing near to 10 o'clock. Thus, Feng Qingyun hailed a vehicle to return home, alighting a few hundred meters away to avoid drawing attention to his family's financial situation, as they could not afford such luxuries. Returning home, he found his father still absent, his mother engaged in handiwork, while Xinger eagerly awaited his return. Upon spotting Feng Qingyun, she rushed toward him. Brother? Ah, my little rascal. Feng Qingyun quickly ran over, embracing Xinger tightly, and then, as was his habit, playfully flicked her nose ever so gently. Xinger sniffed at the scent on Feng Qingyun and exaggeratedly wrinkled her nose. Stinky? Brother is stinky? Hee, how else would I be called a stinky man? He rubbed his face against hers, eliciting gales of laughter from the little girl as he carried her back home. Under the glow of the streetlight at the entrance, Lin Xuemei was lacing shoes, but not for her own family. Instead, she was lacing shoes manufactured by the factory, one by one, earning 50 cents for each completed pair. Upon seeing Feng Qingyun return, Lin Xuemei smiled slightly. Welcome back. I'm back, Feng Qingyun replied with a smile, yet his mind echoed with the sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls. If such monstrous entities were to truly invade their lives, what would become of his family's existence? Indeed, strength commands respect. Only by being sufficiently powerful can one live without fear, freely and worry-free. And fortunately, I possess the system. Remembering that he had this super cheat, Feng Qingyun felt a considerable weight lift from his shoulders regarding the future. If he made full use of the system, not only could he become extraordinary, but it was also not impossible to become a martial artist beyond that level. A confident smile crept onto his lips. After taking a shower, Feng Qingyun sat on his bed. Before him lay the god-slaying technique that the bearded man had given him, the martial arts manual he intended to cultivate tonight. However, before that, he needed to assess the extent of his mental fortitude. P.S. The levels of martial arts are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Chapter 25. Minor Mastery of Sword Intent. Flipping open the God-Slaying Technique, Feng Qingyun glanced at the content introduction. The God-Slaying Technique, a high-grade profound manual, utilizes mental fortitude condensed into a sword to attack opponents. Upon reaching mastery, one's mental fortitude can solidify into a physical form, capable of not only assaulting an opponent's spiritual will, but also directly cleaving their corporeal body as if with a real sword. Hiss! It seems rather formidable. In truth, this was Feng Qingyun's first encounter with a profound-grade martial art. Prior to this, he had only self-studied lower-grade yellow techniques, making a leap of 6 levels, which left him somewhat apprehensive. Turning to the second page, Feng Qingyun noticed a delicate annotation at the top stating that a mental value of over 1,000 is required for cultivation. Rubbing his chin, Feng Qingyun found it difficult to reconcile this elegant script with the bearded man's rugged appearance. Surely this inscription could not have originated from Sister Shifan's hand. The saying goes, the character reflects the person. If her writing is exquisite, she must also possess beauty. However, this requirement for mental fortitude is likely beyond the reach of the average individual. Isn't it? With a sense of bewilderment, he read on. Within the manual, it was indeed mentioned that there is a threshold for entry. Hence, one must first enhance their mental fortitude before cultivation can commence. Fortunately, the methods for bolstering mental fortitude were also included in the booklet, specifically the spirit-nourishing technique that Feng Qingyun had learned online. However, the unfortunate part was this. The version he had self-studied was merely the first part. Completing the first part necessitates transitioning to the second part. What on earth does that mean? Am I to say that I have wasted my efforts? Feng Qingyun's forehead grew cold, feeling as if his mind had cracked open. Yet upon further reflection, it didn't seem right. His system possessed a discernment function. Had he been learning incorrectly, the system would have ceased to grant him multipliers long ago. This has truly left me perplexed. Frustrated, he hastily scanned downward. From the annotations in the manual, Feng Qingyun finally unearthed the answer to his dilemma. It turned out that the first part of the spirit-nourishing technique is easy to enter but difficult to master, while the second part is challenging to enter yet easier to master. Both paths ultimately lead to the same outcome. Practicing only the first part makes it difficult to achieve a profound level. Hence, it is advised to transition to the second part. By leveraging the foundation laid in the first part, one can cross the threshold of the second part and directly challenge the profound realm. However, it was also noted that focusing on the cultivation of a single technique is more suitable, and due to the ease of entry with the first part, which is ideal for foundational training, concentrating on the first part is indeed the superior choice. After absorbing this information, Feng Qingyun finally exhaled in relief, simultaneously harboring a quiet grievance. While it is understandable to breathe heavily when conversing, is it truly necessary to do so while taking notes? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Sister Shifan, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly sneezed and felt a deep sense of resentment. How strange. Why do I feel as if someone is cursing me? After being puzzled for a moment, Sister Shifan returned to her slumber. On the other side, Feng Qingyun was secretly relieved. So, it seems I have inadvertently laid a solid foundation. Now, it's time to measure and ascertain the level of my mental fortitude. Sitting upright on his bed, he prepared to test. The gentle breeze and light clouds released the first consciousness, infusing it entirely into the spiritual power measurement device. In an instant, a series of blue digits leaped onto the glass instrument. 668. 668. When assimilated with the vitality value, it equates to the level of 6-star bronze, which does not yet meet the requirement of 1000. Subsequently, the gentle breeze released the second consciousness, also injecting it into the glass apparatus. Another set of numbers appeared, 622. The sum of the two was indeed adequate, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. Why could neither reach 1000 individually? The thought process of the gentle breeze was rather straightforward. If either the first or second consciousness attained 1000 first, it could independently cultivate the god-slaying technique, allowing the other to pursue different endeavors. He decided to scour the book for answers. To avoid being startled by someone's heavy breathing, he resolved to read the entire book before contemplating further. With the immense support of his spiritual power, the pace at which he read was astounding. He could finish an entire page at a mere glance. Such speed would undoubtedly mark him as a genius among ordinary individuals. Of course, even among martial artists, he would stand out. After just 1 minute, he had perused the small booklet completely, dispelling most of his questions. It turned out that spiritual power and vitality were mutually reinforcing. Either being too deficient would restrict the growth of the other. Taking himself as an example, his vitality had yet to reach the bronze level, thus limiting his spiritual power to the bronze stage, preventing him from breaking through the threshold of 1000 in silver. Conversely, if the spiritual power were too weak, the vitality could not be enhanced. This issue typically arose during the transition from gold to extraordinary. Indeed, the bearded man seemed to be stuck at 9 stars without advancing. Having grasped these nuances, the gentle breeze felt increasingly confident about his future. With the system's doubling effect, his spiritual power and vitality could soar in perfect harmony, alleviating any concerns about stagnation in his cultivation. This realization also clarified the reason behind his split spiritual power. If it were too potent, his body would struggle to bear it, necessitating a division. If this trend continued, he could potentially split it further. Well, for now, he would focus on mastering the god-slaying technique at the introductory level. Setting the book aside, the gentle breeze closed his eyes, temporarily merging his two strands of spiritual power. Advanced techniques need not necessarily be more challenging to practice than those of lesser grades. The true disparity in tier arises not only from the threshold of the technique, but also from its completeness, including the accompanying methods for cultivation. Just as the God-slaying technique is supplemented with the spirit cultivation technique, designed specifically to enhance spiritual power and facilitate practitioners' quicker entry into the threshold. Secondly, the difficulty of learning the technique comes into play. However, with the system at his disposal, he need not worry about making mistakes. Once he succeeded, he could replicate it countless times. Congratulations, host, you have received a cultivation reward, and random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 749 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a cultivation reward, and random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 858 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a cultivation reward, and random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 631 times. Half an hour later, the gentle breeze suddenly opened his eyes, which gleamed with a sharp brilliance, akin to two piercing rays of light that were difficult to behold. This was the nascent sword intent generated upon mastering the introductory level of the God-slaying technique. Once perfected, it could solidify into a tangible sword. Wielded to vanquish foes, he felt exhilarated, for if he encountered that bald man with the rose again, he was confident he could obliterate his spiritual will with a single strike, clenching his fists. The gentle breeze was overwhelmed with excitement, for he now possessed the capability to engage in battles beyond his current level. Chapter 26. The correct cultivation method for the cheater. Although activating the God-slaying technique required the fusion of two consciousnesses, fortunately, his merging speed was rapid, making it entirely feasible for practical combat. Having achieved the initial sword intent, the gentle breeze set aside the God-slaying technique. Mastery of the initial sword intent involves grasping the technique, while the advanced sword intent necessitates a balance of skill and power. Therefore, to attain the advanced sword intent, his spiritual power must exceed 100,000, which was still a distant goal for someone whose vitality was merely at the black iron level. He needed to elevate his vitality urgently, especially since the talent test was scheduled for the next afternoon. Preparation was essential. Not only did he aim for a prestigious school, but he also sought a valid excuse to improve his family's circumstances. First, he would investigate how to properly consume vitality pills. The gentle breeze retrieved his phone and began searching. He quickly found relevant answers. To better absorb the vitality pills, it was advisable to first practice a technique for gathering energy, enabling the medicinal effects to be retained within the body for gradual absorption. Glancing at the search results on his phone, the gentle breeze finally understood why the notion of martial clans existed. For an ordinary person to learn an energy-gathering technique without the guidance of an expert would require years of exploration, often fraught with the risk of detours. In severe cases, it could lead to disastrous consequences. However, if one had a martial artist elder at home, merely reaching the golden level would suffice to provide oversight. Any errors in the technique would be promptly corrected, minimizing detours and entirely eliminating concerns about misguidance. Consequently, the same vitality pill could yield over 50 efficacy for a descendant of a martial clan, while an ordinary person would only absorb about 30. The disparity was staggering. Fortunately, he had the system and could internally observe, avoiding such mistakes. Now, to find a suitable energy-gathering technique. Opening his browser, the gentle breeze quickly located the corresponding technique, energy-gathering technique. Since martial artists are pragmatic by nature, the names of even the rudimentary yellow-grade techniques are straightforward. Facilitating the gentle breeze's search. The energy-gathering technique, categorized as a yellow-grade lower tier, could restore 10 of vitality within half an hour upon reaching the initial mastery and 30 upon achieving full mastery. Only 30. The gentle breeze muttered in dissatisfaction. Yet, if an ordinary martial artist were to hear this, they would likely spit blood in disbelief. They toiled diligently, striving to optimize every moment, daring only to aspire to the 10 restoration post-initial mastery. While the gentle breeze was already complaining that 30 was insufficient, truly, one's circumstances could be infuriating. Oh well, he would have to make do. His eyes swept over the illustrated chart of acupuncture points, and the gentle breeze memorized the necessary points in an instant. Closing his eyes, he began to internally observe while sequentially running through the points in under a minute. He successfully completed his first round of cultivation. Subsequently, he repeated the process. Congratulations, host, you have received a cultivation reward, and random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 749 times. Congratulations, host, You have received a cultivation reward, and random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 858 times. Congratulations, host. You have received a cultivation reward, and random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 631 times. An hour later, the gentle breeze had successfully cultivated the energy gathering technique to full mastery and was now drenched in a layer of foul-smelling black sweat. Ugh, the gentle breeze sniffed and felt utterly repulsed. These were the accumulated impurities in his body, remnants of moisture from late-night showers, toxins from burgers and fried chicken, and undesirable hormones secreted while watching inappropriate films. Clearly, overindulgence in the energy gathering technique could indeed lead to an increase in vitality, albeit at a sluggish rate. He would shower later, and after consuming the vitality pills, his vitality would continue to rise, allowing for the expulsion of even more impurities. With a mere thought, a first-grade vitality pill materialized in the gentle breeze's hand. This was his first time utilizing the system's storage function, and the experience was quite satisfactory. An idea struck him. System, please store the god-slaying technique for me. System, he called out several times. Yet the system remained unresponsive. That moment, the gentle breeze recalled that he had summoned the vitality pill through thought alone. Could it be that the system's storage capability also functioned through mental commands? It was worth testing. The gentle breeze focused on the god-slaying technique booklet, mentally instructing the system to place the god-slaying technique into the storage space. With a swish, the booklet that had been tossed on the bed vanished without a trace. Success! The gentle breeze beamed with excitement. If the system could store the god-slaying technique, did that imply it could also store other items? Perhaps some sugary drinks, cucumber-flavored chips, or even attractive young women. That could wait for another time. For now, enhancing his vitality remained paramount. He placed the first-grade vitality pill into his mouth. With a swallow, it swiftly descended into his stomach, where it began to exert its effects in an instant. A surge of vibrant vitality coursed through the gentle breeze's body, flooding his limbs and causing him to feel an intense warmth as the gentle breeze caressed the clouds. Feng Qingyun executed the gathering qi technique, striving to retain this potent energy within his body as much as possible, consciously directing these forces into his skeletal framework. For the human body resembles a coat hanger. The flesh and skin are but garments draped upon it. Should the hanger prove insufficiently robust, all that adorns it shall inevitably fall away. However, the efficiency with which the skeletal structure absorbs nourishment is alarmingly low, resulting in a lamentable wastage of vital energy. This thought filled Feng Qingyun with profound sorrow. One elixir squandered half its potential, translating to a loss of 300 out of 600. How foolish I am! Others may excel in mastering a single technique, yet I am not bound by their limitations. I can grasp several within the span of an hour. What harm is there in that? I shall commence my training forthwith. Recognizing his extraordinary potential, Feng Qingyun understood that he could not merely replicate the experiences of others. Thus, he employed his primary consciousness to continue the gathering qi technique, preventing the rapid leakage of vital energy, while simultaneously utilizing his secondary consciousness to swiftly learn the low-grade bone tempering method. Fortuitously, the essence of the bone tempering method necessitated an abundant infusion of vital energy to impact his entire skeletal system, instigating transformative changes. Without hesitation, Feng Qingyun directed the vital energy within him to surge forth, assailing his bones in accordance with the bone tempering method. In an instant, the vital energy within Feng Qingyun roared like turbulent waves crashing against the shore, incessantly battering his skeletal structure. As the bones endured repeated assaults, dark blood and impurities gradually seeped from the marrow, deep-seated detritus that typically accompanies a person's life, manifesting as ailments in their twilight years. Yet now, Feng Qingyun methodically exorcised these impurities. 1 elixir seemed insufficient. System, provide me with several more. I shall refine them all at once. With a swift motion, 5 elixirs appeared in Feng Qingyun's hand. Without a moment's thought, he consumed one as casually as one might a sweet. It is worth noting that each elixir is priced at a staggering 100,000. Few can afford such indulgence, not even those of considerable wealth. Yet Feng Qingyun continued this extravagant consumption. Meanwhile, the effects of his bone tempering accumulated rapidly. Congratulations to the host for receiving a training reward. Random doubling in progress. Randomly multiplied by 336. Congratulations to the host for receiving a training reward. Random doubling in progress. Randomly multiplied by 775. Congratulations to the host for receiving a training reward. Random doubling in progress. Randomly multiplied by 924. Chapter 27. Successful upgrade. Black iron transcends bronze. After a grueling 3 hours, Feng Qingyun exhaled deeply, his entire body enveloped in a layer of foul, dark blood. Throughout this period, he consumed a total of 21 elixirs, with absorption rates initially at 50%, gradually rising to 80, then 90, and ultimately reaching a perfect 100 before dwindling back down to 60, 30, and finally to negligible levels. The entire experience was extravagant in its excess. Yet it also meant that Feng Qingyun developed a tolerance. The Qi blood elixirs, derived from rare herbs, not only replenished vital energy but also nourished the body, enhancing its strength. However, the rapid onset of tolerance to the first-grade elixirs meant that henceforth, consuming them would be akin to indulging in sweets, offering only temporary replenishment without substantial benefits to the body. Indeed, a strategy must be devised to acquire higher-grade elixirs. Contrary to common belief, the truly premium elixirs are easily absorbed, nutritionally superior, and develop tolerance at a much slower rate, albeit their scarcity renders them a high-tier commodity. As for the first-grade elixirs, they are merely affordable in quantity, providing ample sustenance. Fortunately, my bones have been completely tempered. During my internal examination, I observed that my entire skeletal structure gleamed white as porcelain, devoid of impurities. This signifies that my subsequent vital energy levels will experience a significant leap, though regrettably, tomorrow will not showcase this transformation. While it is a pity that I cannot astound everyone, I am confident in my current vitality levels, which are sure to leave an impression. For I feel an unprecedented strength coursing through me. Speaking of which, can this measuring device assess vitality levels? Feng Qingyun's gaze fell upon the measuring instrument. With a surge of energy, he unleashed his full vitality. Simultaneously, the device displayed a number that progressively increased until it plateaued at a remarkable figure, 224. Surely this cannot be. Even Feng Qingyun struggled to believe that his vitality had multiplied sevenfold in merely a few hours, catapulting him into the ranks of bronze warriors. He had achieved a 2-star bronze status. Indeed, diligent practice is but a facade. To truly grow stronger, one must exploit their advantages and indulge in elixirs. With a smirk, he mused over the talent assessment, revealing him as a bronze warrior. He couldn't possibly fall short of first place in the city. As he contemplated the end of his family's struggles after tomorrow, Feng Qingyun was overwhelmed with emotion. Once, he believed he was destined to languish in this small space, leading a life of mediocrity until his days came to a close. Yet now, after tomorrow, his father would no longer toil delivering takeout, nor would he suffer the elements. His mother would no longer labor tirelessly. Her eyes red and weary. As for Xinger, she would finally have companionship, no longer confined to solitude at home. Naturally, he must ensure Xinger's health, allowing her the freedom to stay up late or shop at will, without concern for her well-being. Speaking of health, Feng Qingyun recalled the sticky sensation on his body. He quietly slipped into the washroom for a shower, but he keenly heard his parents still awake. Sighing heavily, Yunzi is still awake. He must be feeling the pressure before the talent assessment tomorrow. Perhaps I should buy him a nice breakfast to boost his spirits. What nonsense! Such talk only increases his anxiety. Wait until he returns, then take him out for a nice meal. Whether or not he gains admission to the Warrior Academy is inconsequential. What matters is that he enjoys himself. There was no other choice. Listening to the hushed conversation between his parents, Feng Qingyun couldn't help but smile softly. Mother and father, I shall not disappoint you, I promise. The following morning unfolded as planned, with the usual steamed buns and a warm cup of soy milk. His father had already set out early to deliver breakfast orders. His mother, attempting to mask her anxiety, was careful not to reveal her tension to Feng Qingyun. Only Xinger quietly grasped Feng Qingyun's hand, offering him her nutritional drink while softly whispering, "Brother, Mother forbids me from saying anything that might distract you. But I know you are the best. So, brother, do your best. You will surely succeed." Gently ruffling Xinger's hair, Feng Qingyun left home, savoring the drink. This morning, all high school seniors across the nation were required to gather at school, where the institution would transport them to the City Education Bureau for talent assessments. Thus, Feng Qingyun had to be present at school. Upon entering the classroom, he sensed a significant surge in his own power, as well as a few others preparing for the martial arts exam. Their vital energy noticeably elevated, clearly the result of elixir consumption. TSK, what a waste. Consuming a single elixir only yielded such a minor increase, utterly squandered. Feng Qingyun shook his head inwardly. Though they claimed to be preparing for martial arts, they were evidently not of martial lineage. Thus, their strategy seemed to consist of consuming better quality elixirs and engaging in more exercise, then resorting to last-minute cramming with elixirs to barely scrape into a warrior academy. Such warriors would invariably find themselves at the lowest echelons, likely ending up in underground fighting rings, either being defeated or defeating others, or merely surviving in a half-alive state. Knowing they lacked talent, could they not be content with living as ordinary individuals? Must they cling to a facade of martial prowess, deriving joy from such pretenses? Muttering under his breath, Feng Qingyun turned, only to find his deskmate Wang Mengda gazing at him with a look of despair. Muttering, "It's over. It's all over." Feng Qingyun's lips twitched in response as he quickly reassured his companion. "I'm not referring to you. One must have dreams. Otherwise, what distinguishes us from mere salted fish? I am not talking about myself. I'm talking about you," Wang Mengda exclaimed, nearly in tears, shocking Feng Qingyun. "What on earth is happening? Has my extraordinary potential been exposed to the world? Goodness, will I be subjected to experimentation? Should I flee now?" With these thoughts swirling, Feng Qingyun cautiously probed, "What's wrong? Do you know what my mother said to me this morning? She remarked about that guy from Class 1, the one with the bloodline awakening. Known as Chu Bawang. His vitality is nearly at 100. Wang Mengda expressed his regret with a look of dismay, slamming his thigh in frustration. "It infuriates me. Why has his vitality surged so high? Isn't it evident he is here to seize the title of the top performer in the entire city?" Feng Qingyun listened, a frown on his brow. That's what this is about. And why did you have to slap my leg in your excitement? Does it not hurt?" As Feng Qingyun pondered this, he noticed Wang Mengda's lips twitching. "Oh dear little Feng, why is your leg so tough?" Upon hearing this, many seasoned individuals around turned their heads, sporting expressions of innocent mischief. A few girls nearby scoffed, exclaiming, "To a pervert." Startled, Wang Mengda hurriedly clarified, "It's a normal leg. Not that kind of leg. You're all overthinking it. No. Everyone is quite tense. It's good to relax a bit." Feng Qingyun was indifferent. He simply hadn't anticipated that Chu Bawang's vitality could increase so rapidly. Fortunately, he had acted decisively and participated in an underground match. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether he could triumph over this bloodline-awakened individual. Speaking of this bloodline awakening, it's rather intriguing, akin to an obsession with drugs, drastically elevating vitality. In the future, I must capture one for research. While lost in thought, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom, her expression appearing somewhat grave. "Classmates, I have some unfortunate news to share." Her words caused every heart to leap. The impending talent test, which would significantly impact their futures, had already instilled anxiety in everyone. However, the homeroom teacher's initial words only heightened their unease. Realizing her phrasing was somewhat inappropriate, she adjusted her glasses but did not apologize. "It is as follows, dear students. Due to the fact that all high school students in the city are conducting their talent tests today, each school drew lots to determine the testing order. Unfortunately, we have been assigned to be last." Upon hearing this news, the spirits of everyone in the class plummeted. The results of the talent test, aside from the inherent vitality score, are also closely tied to emotional and mental states during the test. Being placed at the end means that if those before them perform poorly, they will feel disheartened. Conversely, if the preceding candidates excel, it will diminish their hopes. It is undoubtedly the worst position. Moreover, the talent test typically lasts over 4 hours. And by the time it is their turn, they will already be fatigued and hungry. Thus, historically, the school testing last has always ended up with the lowest scores. "Teacher, can we not switch positions?" Trembling, Sun Jianren raised his hand. Desperate to plead. In preparation for the talent test, his family had cobbled together 200,000 yuan to purchase 2 vitality pills for him. If he fails to gain admission to the Warrior Academy, this debt will crush his family. However, the homeroom teacher could only sigh helplessly. The principal has already gone to negotiate, but the chances of a favorable outcome are slim. It would be prudent for everyone to prepare mentally. As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Jianren's complexion turned ashen, and he sank heavily into his chair, tears welling in his eyes. Had he not been suppressing them, he would have burst into tears by now. Witnessing this scene, Wang Mengda also sighed in sorrow, silently lamenting that he was fortunate not to have prepared for the Warrior Academy. He then thought of Feng Qingyun, reaching out to pat Feng Qingyun's thigh. But reconsidering the previous pain, he instead opted to gently touch Feng Qingyun's thigh. He blurted out, "It's fortunate you have a bloodline awakening. It's 0 cost, and there's a high probability you'll be accepted." Once this remark escaped his lips, the already tense group turned their fierce gazes upon Feng Qingyun, viewing him as a thorn in their side, making it difficult for Feng Qingyun to keep a low profile. Resolutely, he straightened his chest and declared confidently, "What can I say? Good character leads to good fortune. Truth be told, he had long harbored grievances against Sun Jianren and his cohort, who prided themselves on aspiring to join the warrior academy while looking down upon those preparing for the arts. Now, their hopes of entering the warrior academy had been halved, yet they still sought consolation from others. How laughable! At that moment, the homeroom teacher suddenly received a phone call. After a brief exchange, she announced to everyone, "Students, the principal's negotiations have borne fruit. We, the students of Class 2, will be mixed with those from Class 1 for the testing. This means that some students will have the opportunity to test earlier." Upon hearing this news, Sun Jianren and his group became excited once more, immediately requesting to be allowed to test first. "Teacher, can we go before them? After all, they aren't preparing for the Warrior Academy. A slightly lower score won't matter, but if we wait another year, it will have significant consequences for us." What the heck? Wang Mingda could not tolerate such remarks. What does it mean that a slightly lower score doesn't matter? Is that how one speaks? But Feng Qingyun firmly held him back. It was not his place to be the scapegoat. Feng Qingyun sneered, "Those destined to pass will naturally pass. Those who are not meant to will be unable to succeed." No matter the tricks employed, Feng Qingyun, Sun Jianren, and his group were instantly incensed. Even the homeroom teacher frowned. Although allowing Sun Jianren and his group to test first was unfair to the others, the chance for the rest to succeed was far less than that of the prepared students like Sun Jianren. After some contemplation, the homeroom teacher reluctantly tilted the scales in their favor. After all, the Education Bureau allocates funding each year for every school to establish martial arts training programs, yet no school has ever actually implemented one. So where does that funding go? With so many holidays in a year, surely the teacher's welfare must be funded, right? Otherwise, there would be no sense of ceremony at all. Thus, to maintain a certain acceptance rate for martial arts students, it is a necessity for every homeroom teacher. All right, let us not discuss this matter any further. Sun Jianren, you are the sports committee member. When we arrive at the Education Bureau, you'll be in charge of the lineup. Yes, teacher. Sun Jianren's face immediately broke into a triumphant smile. He would be responsible for the lineup, so who goes first and last would be clear as day. Observing Sun Jianren's smug expression, Wang Mingda furrowed his brow in displeasure and then reluctantly turned to advise Feng Qingyun. "Little Feng, why not concede a little? Go over and apologize to that scoundrel. Testing earlier might lead to a good score, and the school could offer a reward of tens of thousands. You want me to go beg him?" Feng Qingyun scoffed derisively, which caused Wang Mingda great concern. "Come on, little Feng, this isn't a joke. We may have conceded a bit, but if you achieve a good score, you could be treated like a lord for a long time. A true man should endure a moment of humiliation to achieve lasting success." Wang Mingda continued to babble on, trying to convince Feng Qingyun of the merits. Had it not been for Feng Qingyun restraining him, he would have rushed over to plead on Feng Qingyun's behalf. As expected, upon arriving at the Education Bureau, Sun Jianren positioned himself first in line, Wang Mingda second to last, while Feng Qingyun found himself at the very end. Sun Jianren, with an air of self-importance, declared, "Feng Qingyun, you have a bloodline awakening. You'll surely pass, so you should contribute to your classmates by being last, which is also for the honor of our class. Wouldn't you agree, you big-headed fool? This is just personal vengeance." Feng Qingyun didn't let him off easily, directly exposing his ulterior motives, causing Sun Jianren to flee back to his spot, humiliated. Wang Mingda gave Feng Qingyun a thumbs up. "Impressive, you say that, but wasn't it your mouth that got us into this? Do I need to be this impressive? I prefer to keep a low profile." "All right." Feng Qingyun rolled his eyes in irritation. At that moment, several buses pulled up at the entrance of the Education Bureau. Hundreds of students disembarked. Once in formation, a stout boy at the front, with eyes as small as mung beans, raised a large red sign that boldly proclaimed, "Tianla number 1. Seeing that boy, the expressions of Sun Jianren and his group darkened. Feng Qingyun felt puzzled. What's wrong? Why does it seem like that scoundrel fears that fat boy? That fat boy is Chu Bawang, the one with the bloodline awakening from Class 1. Wang Mingda whispered, enlightening Feng Qingyun. From a distance, there was no sense of foreboding, but as Chu Bawang approached, Feng Qingyun could discern that his vitality fluctuations were indeed formidable. Moreover, it is said among warriors that a higher vitality can suppress a lower one. Thus, as Chu Bawang stood there, those around him felt an overwhelming pressure, nearly gasping for air. This is too arrogant. Feng Qingyun instantly recognized that Chu Bawang was not suppressing his own vitality, but rather deliberately amplifying it to influence the state of the Class 2 candidates. It was evident without question that this was a retaliation orchestrated by the principal of Class 1 against the principal of Class 2. After all, Class 2's principal had gone to the Education Bureau, crying and dragging Class 1 down with them, forcing them all to take the test last. Fortunately, this is merely a cue. Had it been during an examination, who would be standing beside him? That would spell disaster, mused Wang Mengda, relishing the predicament of Sun Jianren and his companions. That moment, the formidable Chu Buang stood precisely adjacent to Sun Jianren, rendering him momentarily paralyzed with fear. However, it did not take long for Sun Jianren to regain his composure. He conferred briefly with his little clique before striding boldly towards Feng Qingyun Yulat. Step forward, Chapter 29. It is time for you to bow down and apologize, Yulat. Step forward. Sun Jianren's group brazenly pointed at Feng Qingyun and his companions, intending to shove them into the front line. Effectively making them neighbors to Chu Baowang. It was evident that, according to the order, whoever stood beside Chu Baowang would likely be subjected to the same testing, thus becoming the unfortunate one. Such a fate was intolerable for anyone. Wang Mengda was immediately irate. What do you mean by this? When you were at the front, you wanted to be there. Now that it's the rear, you insist on standing back there? How shameless can you be? Who has a thick skin? Retorted Sun Jianren, his face flushed with anger. Such small-minded individuals often exhibit this behavior. They can act as they please, but others must remain silent. I am the sports committee member. The homeroom teacher instructed me to arrange the queue, and I possess the authority to dictate everyone's positions. Committee member? More like a coward. Afraid even before the test, using the homeroom teacher as an excuse. How disgraceful. Wang Mengda retorted, unyielding. Although he was not particularly aggressive, his brother Feng Qingyun had a high spirit value. There was no need to back down. Feng Qingyun was well aware of his thoughts. Yet, even with a high spirit value, he intended to use it to intimidate others. What of it? I say, Sun Jianren, if you're feeling timid, just say so. For the sake of our shared experiences as classmates, if you plead with me, I might step forward. Indeed, first, you ought to call me Brother Wang to please my ears. Wang Mengda, emboldened by Feng Qingyun's support, remained unperturbed by the ruckus they were causing. Naturally, the homeroom teacher could not ignore such a commotion and hurried over, exclaiming, "What are you all doing? Feng Qingyun, Wang Mengda, you lot, go stand at the front." Upon seeing the homeroom teacher siding with them, Sun Jianren and his companions immediately broke into smug smiles, their gazes towards Feng Qingyun and Wang Mengda laced with mockery, clearly conveying, "You think you're so tough? Now that the homeroom teacher is on our side, how will you contend with me?" "Not going," replied Feng Qingyun decisively, showing no regard for the homeroom teacher's authority, leaving her fuming with frustration. You dare disobey the teacher. I only address you as teacher out of respect for your profession. Do your actions truly befit such a title?" Feng Qingyun's words not only drew appreciative glances from Wang Mengda, but also elicited a begrudging admiration from Sun Jianren's group. The homeroom teacher's face turned pale with rage, yet she could not retaliate. After all, they were not in a classroom, but in the education bureau. A misstep could lead to significant consequences, even for the principal. Thus, she could only scold softly, "Feng Qingyun, what do you want? Do you wish for our class, Senior 3, Class 2, to embarrass ourselves before the entire city? Please, refrain from such exaggeration." Feng Qingyun despised the act of labeling others and straightforwardly laid out his demands. "If you want me to step forward, first, this Sun Jianren must apologize to us, and secondly, teacher, you must also apologize to us." "What did you say?" Both the homeroom teacher and Sun Jianren exclaimed in unison, prompting the principal, who was passing by, to cast an incredulous glance their way, his eyes aflame with indignation. That single look immediately compelled the homeroom teacher to relent. "All right, Feng Qingyun, this matter is indeed the teacher's fault. I apologize." Beside her, Sun Jianren stammered, I'm sorry. Is that all?" Feng Qingyun tapped his ear, glancing at Wang Mengda. "Did you catch that?" It felt like there was something, yet also nothing, Wang Mengda mused, stroking his chin and attempting to critique the apology. This apology lacks logic, emotion, and any semblance of inflection. The tone is flat, lacking emphasis. The homeroom teacher and Sun Jianren were seething with rage. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Feng Qingyun and Wang Mengda showed them no courtesy, infuriating Sun Jianren to the point of an angry shout. "You are pushing it too far. Pushing it too far? The talent test pertains to everyone's future. Yet you wish to manipulate it as you please and still have the audacity to accuse us of overstepping?" Feng Qingyun dismissed Sun Jianren's petty emotions with a scoff. "How laughable." He patted Wang Mengda's shoulder. "You should share that earlier sentiment you expressed to me with him. Oh, right?" Wang Mengda cleared his throat and began with fervor. "We may have shown a moment of cowardice, but if we achieve excellent results, we can enjoy a long reign as masters. A true man should endure a moment of humiliation to accomplish a lifetime of success. What do you think? Quite reasonable, isn't it? Feng Qingyun wore a mischievous smile as he addressed Sun Jianren, his intentions crystal clear. Today, I demand you bow your head. If you refuse, you shall find no good results. And for the rest of your life, you will be looking down. Sun Jianren, his fists clenched tightly, had no choice but to lower his head. I was wrong. I was selfish and wished to achieve a good score. Please forgive me. The homeroom teacher frowned, reluctantly adding, I apologize. As the homeroom teacher, I have shown bias. Please spare us that. It only makes us appear disrespectful to our elders. We shall move to the front now. Farewell. With that, Feng Qingyun strode away, leaving the homeroom teacher dizzy with rage, internally screaming, if you truly respected your elders, you should have stopped me before I spoke. How dare you interrupt me halfway through my words? You heard the apology. You also need to uphold your reputation. As for Sun Jianren, he clenched his fists tightly. Others attempted to dissuade him, but he raised a hand to halt them, and no need to say anything. I shall endure this grievance for now. The most pressing matter is to adjust our state of mind and achieve excellent results. Once we perform well, there will be plenty of opportunities to torment them. A chorus of agreement resonated among the group, their eyes burning with indignation as they glared at Feng Qingyun. Yet, their subtle movements had not escaped Feng Qingyun's keen observation. With his immense spiritual energy, he remained acutely aware of their every utterance, each word falling clearly upon his ears. A slight smile crept across his lips as he mused, revenge, it seems, is a form of hope as well. Heh, soon enough, I shall show you what despair truly means. You see, you cannot outsmart me in debate, nor can you overpower me in battle. Calmly, he positioned himself at the front of the line, next to the towering figure of the bloodline awakener, Chu Bawang. Casting a casual glance at Feng Qingyun, Chu Bawang spoke with an air of arrogance. So, you are Feng Qingyun? I have heard of your name. Are you seeking my autograph? Apologies, but I do not sign for the ugly. Especially those who are both ugly and corpulent. Detecting the palpable provocation, Feng Qingyun was not inclined to take it lightly. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. If one dares to offend me, they are bound to be deemed contemptible. There is no need for kindness towards the contemptible. Before Chu Bawang could respond, his henchman erupted in fury. What did you say? Do you have any idea who this person is? He is the strongest at our school, a bloodline awakener. But isn't he supposed to be a fool? Why does he not appear endearingly foolish? Feng Qingyun dismissed their remarks, turning to Wang Mingda. Wang Mingda responded quietly. Well, it's because those around him have been continuously flattering him, to the point where he believes himself invincible. Ah, I see. Feng Qingyun nodded, feeling a sense of pity. However, his demeanor only served to infuriate Chu Bawang further. As he interpreted Feng Qingyun's attitude as brazen arrogance, a surge of adrenaline coursed through the group, and they were ready to strike. Yet, Chu Bawang raised a hand to restrain them. What do you intend to do? This is the Education Bureau, a place for learning. How can you resort to violence? Boss, look at him like this. Ha! Chu Bawang chuckled haughtily, hands tucked into his pockets, appearing rather foolish, while casting a meaningful glance at Feng Qingyun. The talent test is about to commence. I suspect we will be testing together if, by chance, my spirit energy inadvertently affects you, and you perform poorly, you shall carry that regret for the rest of your life. Chapter 30. I will dominate the arena, is that so? Feng Qingyun regarded Chu Bawang, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he resolved to illustrate how an exemplary student would handle such a situation. He turned to address the crowd, proclaiming, fellow classmates, I understand that many of you harbor grievances against our classmate Chu Bawang. You find him unattractive, fierce, and overweight, fearing that sharing the same testing group will adversely affect your scores. Therefore, I strongly request that I and classmate Chu Bawang be placed in the same testing group. Should I perform poorly, it shall be solely my own issue, unrelated to classmate Chu Bawang. And if anyone dares to act most disgracefully, I, Feng Qingyun, shall be the first to object. A resounding and powerful oration resounded, prompting an enthusiastic chorus of applause and cheers from the audience. In stark contrast to the others, Feng Qingyun truly embodied the essence of a warrior. Even the principal cast a glance of admiration. This child has brought me honor. Heh. I couldn't help but join in the applause. Witnessing this scene, the other protagonist of the event, Chu Bawang, could no longer remain silent and felt compelled to utter a few words symbolically. Well, I too, if influenced by classmate Feng Qingyun, must admit that it is a reflection of my own shortcomings, and has nothing to do with him. Humph. The disparity in their receptions was glaring, leading to a chorus of boos from the students. This was intolerable for the principal of number 1 high school. How dare he disgrace our school? Just wait. I'm not without allies in the Education Bureau. Fuming, the principal of number 1 high school promptly sought out someone in the back to orchestrate some underhanded tactics. So, it's Feng Qingyun, is it? Influenced by Chu Boang, and it's your own mindset that falters, is it? Very well, I shall assist you in becoming a hero. You shall take the test alongside Chu Boang. No, I will also include a few top students from your class, ensuring they loathe you. However, should Feng Qingyun become aware of this, he would surely find it amusing. Who are the top students in our class? Naturally, they are Sun Jianren and his ilk. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyun's mind was resonating with the system's notification sound. Congratulations to the host for receiving a charm reward, currently undergoing random multiplication, randomly multiplied by 555 times. Stroking his chin, Feng Qingyun pondered, if showcasing oneself could enhance charm, then perhaps he could aim to become the leader of a club in the future. As he mulled over this matter, time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the display screen illuminated with the names, Feng Qingyun, Chu Baowang, Sun Jianren. Those whose names were called, please proceed to the testing room for talent assessment. Standing at the back of the line, Sun Jianren and his group turned pale at the thought of testing alongside Chu Baowang. How could this be? But now, they had no time to lament. This was the Education Bureau, a place where they could not act as they pleased. As for Chu Baowang, he smirked coldly, filled with derision towards Feng Qingyun. You're finished? How childish. With a languid smile, Feng Qingyun calmly made his way toward the testing room. The so-called testing room was merely a chamber filled with 50 measurement devices. Arranged in 5 rows of 10. However, these devices were unlike those Feng Qingyun had previously encountered in the gym. They were cylindrical measuring instruments that required a person to stand inside for testing. Each device was equipped with a display screen showing the name of the examinee. To his right, Feng Qingyun discovered that he was right next to Chu Baowang. A knowing smile crept across his face. It was clear that someone had arranged this, likely someone from Chu Baowang's side. Yet such a situation was indicative of a failed attempt at bravado, resulting in a backlash. If one seeks to bully others, one must be prepared for the possibility of being bullied in return. Wouldn't you agree, Sun Jianren? Sun Jianren's face darkened. If he could help it, he would never wish to be in this examination hall. However, the only solace he could find was that he was positioned between Feng Qingyun and Chu Baowang. Thank goodness, at least I'm not right next to Chu Baowang. There's still Feng Qingyun in between us. Though Feng Qingyun had awakened his bloodline, his vitality was surely not on par with Chu Baowang's. As long as Chu Baowang unleashed his full power, Feng Qingyun would undoubtedly exert himself to shield against it. Their confrontation would alleviate my pressure significantly. Attaining a good score should pose no problem. Reflecting on this, Sun Jianren even found Feng Qingyun somewhat pleasant to behold. Inwardly, he continued to mock, Feng Qingyun, you think yourself so arrogant? Don't you? Refusing to comply with this arrangement or that, yet here you are, placed beside me to take the brunt of the consequences. Observing the peculiar smile on Sun Jianren's lips, Feng Qingyun was well aware of his underlying thoughts. Blocking the bullets, is it? You're clearly unaware that while Chu Baowang merely belongs to the realm of gunfire, I am akin to a mobile nuclear weapon. A mischievous grin crept across Feng Qingyun's face as he quickly confirmed whether there were any innocent bystanders in the same testing room. Fortunately, aside from Sun Jianren and his group, the remaining individuals were primarily fodder from No. 1 high school, having no connections to their second school. Thus, he could unleash his full potential. First place in the city, it shall be mine. Stepping into the measuring device, Feng Qingyun leisurely awaited the signal to commence the test. Beside him, the others exhibited varying degrees of tension. Suddenly, an electronic voice rang out, Ding! We are now commencing the first round of testing. All examinees, please pay attention to the indicator light in front of you. When the green light illuminates, all examinees are to clench their fists tightly and unleash their full vitality. Only when the red light appears may you cease exerting force. The test consists of 3 rounds. With a 5-minute break between each round, as the announcement concluded, a wave of tension swept over the examination hall, and even Chu Baowang was no exception. Only Feng Qingyun remained unfazed. Then, with a resounding beep, the green light lit up in front of everyone. Those who sought to avoid being influenced by Chu Baowang immediately clenched their fists, unleashing their full power. The entire examination hall was instantly drowned in a cacophony of roars. Meanwhile, Chu Baowang cast a malevolent glance at Feng Qingyun. His intentions extended beyond merely wishing for Feng Qingyun to perform poorly. He aimed to intimidate Feng Qingyun with his vitality, ensuring he scored a 0. Kid, This is the price of your arrogance. Clenching his fists, Chu Bawang unleashed an immense surge of vitality in an instant. A colossal wave of vitality surged forth, sweeping across the entire hall, seizing all examinees in its grasp. How could this be? Sun Jianren's face contorted in despair as he trembled under the oppressive force. It should be noted that the glass test instruments in the examination hall were specifically designed to prevent candidates from influencing one another. However, there were loopholes. Typically, examinees' vitality levels ranged from 3 to 10. Those exceeding 10 qualified as warriors, while those surpassing 15 were considered exceptional. Thus, the glass measuring instruments had a suppression limit of only 30. Therefore, when Chu Bawang, with a vitality exceeding 30, unleashed his power, the other candidates in the hall were left to suffer the consequences. This was nothing short of a catastrophe. How could his vitality be so high? Did Feng Qingyun not even attempt to resist? Sun Jianren roared in frustration. He was in close proximity to Chu Bawang and could already feel his own vitality being suppressed to the point of stagnation. If this continued, there was no way he could achieve an excellent score. His anger directed towards Feng Qingyun, he sought to place the blame squarely on him. However, he was nearly struck dumb by what he witnessed next. Because Feng Qingyun had not even attempted to unleash his vitality. Feng Qingyun, are you out of your mind? Have you been scared stupid? Hurry and block for me. You want me to unleash my power? Is it? Feng Qingyun inquired earnestly, leaving Sun Jianren feeling as though he had encountered a fool. Are you really that dim-witted? Don't you understand that if you wait for Chu Bawang to unleash his power before you respond, the testing time is limited and you will end up with a null score? Oh, fine then. I'll unleash my power now. Feng Qingyun nodded seriously, infuriating Sun Jianren to the brink of bloodshed. Yet he could never have anticipated that what followed would truly drive him to the point of hemorrhaging. Clenching his fists, Feng Qingyun unleashed his full vitality in an instant. Boom! A formidable surge of vitality surged forth, overwhelming the entire examination hall in an instant, rendering every participant, regardless of strength, ashen-faced. If Chu Bawang's unleashed vitality felt like a raging flood, something they might struggle against, then Feng Qingyun's eruption of vitality was akin to the apocalypse, leaving no avenue for escape. Chapter 31. A moment of bravado. The powerful vitality emanating from Feng Qingyun crashed down upon the examination hall like a torrential flood, mercilessly battering everything in its path, especially for Sun Jianren and Chu Bawang, who were nearest to Feng Qingyun. At the moment of his eruption, it felt as though a mountain had descended upon them, utterly crushing them. With a thud, both fell to their knees, unable to rise. What a monster! Sun Jianren gasped for air. He had originally thought that Feng Qingyun's bloodline awakening made him a mere waste. Having exhausted his potential, yet unexpectedly, this waste possessed an unfathomable reservoir of potential. Why did you have to provoke him? If he wanted to stand, let him stand. Why did you insist on forcing him to unleash his power? Howling in agony, Sun Jianren truly comprehended what despair meant. When Chu Bawang unleashed his power, he could at least manage to circulate his vitality. But once Feng Qingyun erupted, his own vitality felt as though it had perished. Completely immobilized, if this continued, he would undoubtedly fail to achieve a good score in this talent assessment. As for Chu Bawang, he was no better off. He had initially believed that even if he were not invincible, he was at least unrivaled within the heavenly city. Yet, the gentle breeze and the clouds served merely as a prelude, rendering him paralyzed with awe as the vital energy within him congealed into a stagnant mire. Entirely unable to flow normally, this left Chu Bawang on the verge of tears. Damn it, which lunatic orchestrated this? Why must I endure testing alongside such a monster? Outside the examination hall, the principal of the first school unexpectedly sneezed. After rubbing his nose, he turned to the principal of the second school and remarked, boldly, "We've secured the top position this year. Furthermore, those students of yours who just went in are doomed." The principal of the second school, having struggled in silence for a while, could muster no words, only exuding a sense of impotent rage. Humph! He then turned on his heel and departed, at that moment. He had yet to realize how gratifying it would be for him later. Inside the examination hall, the first round of testing had concluded. Feng Qingyun retracted his vital energy and, while activating the gathering qi technique, began to gradually restore his vitality, preparing to once again astonish the entire audience. After all, showing off is momentarily delightful, but persisting in it is perennially satisfying, especially before those who are displeased. Nearby, Sun Jianren, kneeling against the glass wall, slowly stood up, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Brother Feng? Brother Feng? Normally you call me Feng Qingyun. Why the sudden brother today? Is there something you need? Feng Qingyun replied with a cheerful smile, not at all hindering his recovery of vitality. Sun Jianren, wearing a face full of ingratiation, implored, Brother Feng, during the second round, could you perhaps hold back a bit when you unleash your power? Let us finish our testing before you do so. Yes, yes, Brother Feng, when you unleash your power, we cannot test properly. Several others echoed his plea, begging Feng Qingyun for mercy and even resorting to moral manipulation. Brother Feng, my family has borrowed money to buy supplements for me to pass into the warrior academy. If I fail, I would truly have no face to meet my parents. Look at what you're saying. If I don't do well, do I have the face to meet my parents either? Feng Qingyun shot a disdainful glance at the speaker. Are you the only one with parents? Sun Jianren quickly apologized. Brother Feng, he didn't mean it that way. What he meant is, you will definitely achieve a good result. You just need to give us a chance to test first. Yes, that's precisely what we meant, not anything else. The others hastily amended their statements, but their intentions remained unchanged, merely self-serving, devoid of any genuine apology. Feng Qingyun's expression hardened. Wait for you to finish testing? What if the time for the exam lapses? How about this? I will unleash my power first, and after I finish, you can test. How does that sound? Sun Jianren and the others immediately stiffened, clearly reluctant to agree. Though the two proposals appeared similar, everyone understood that testing had a time constraint. If they inadvertently exceeded the allotted time, their scores would automatically be 0. Such refined egoists would never consent. On the other side, Chu Bawang scoffed derisively. Look at your pathetic state. A real man should boldly contend. Feng Qingyun turned to face Chu Bawang, puzzled by his audacity to make such a statement. Had he forgotten the sound of his knees hitting the ground just moments ago? Chu Bawang then produced a green vitality pill from his pocket, flaunting it arrogantly before Feng Qingyun. Unlike the ordinary brown vitality pills, this one was of a higher caliber. Sun Jianren's expression changed immediately. This was a second-grade vitality pill. On the market, it would fetch no less than 300,000. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, damn it, while these two celestial beings duke it out, we mere mortals suffer. One Feng Qingyun was already enough. Now with an enhanced Chu Bawang, how would we survive? Feng Qingyun, seeing a second-grade vitality pill for the first time, felt a surge of curiosity. The principal was indeed willing to part with such a hefty sum for a 300,000 pill without a second thought. Didn't he feel any regret? Humph. Our principal said that once I secure first place, the funding can reach the top tier, with 5 million in resources available, and they could even gift me another pill. Chu Bawang declared proudly. The students from the first school covered their faces in shame. Even with their bloodlines awakened, they still appeared foolish. When questioned, they readily confessed. Feng Qingyun's lips twitched. No wonder the first place reward was 100,000. The backing was actually 5 million. What a loss in the future. I must discuss such matters with the school beforehand. Upon hearing Feng Qingyun's words, the students from the second school now felt embarrassed. The first school students were merely naive, but the second school had become brigands. However, upon reflection, being a brigand was certainly preferable to being a fool. Ding, attention, students. We will now commence the second round of testing. Please pay attention to the indicator lights in front of you. The green light signifies the start, while the red light indicates the end. Upon hearing the announcement, Chu Bawang showed no hesitation and swallowed the second-grade vitality pill whole. In truth, with his current vitality, he could hardly withstand the energy surge from the pill. If he forced it down, the violent energy could wreak havoc on his body, potentially rendering him incapacitated. Yet, everyone knew that awakening one's bloodline was a double-edged sword. It equated to exhausting all future potential at once. So, knowing that there would be no room for growth ahead, why not seize the moment and fight for a breath of life? If one cannot relish a fleeting pleasure, why not indulge in it? Ha 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 ha. I can feel it. The vitality within me is boiling. I have never been this powerful. With clenched fists, Chu Bawang's veins throbbed visibly, and his vitality surged from a mere 97, breaking through the 100 mark and continuing to escalate. 101, 109, 118, 129. At the same moment, Chu Bawang cast a challenging glance at Feng Qingyun. Come on. If you have the guts, bring me down to my knees again. As his emotions soared, Chu Bawang's vitality shot up a few more notches, leaving Sun Jianren feeling utterly frustrated. While he challenged Feng Qingyun, it was they who bore the brunt of the suffering. Feng Qingyun remained unaffected. With keen interest, Feng Qingyun observed Chu Bawang, fully aware that the effects of the second-grade vitality pill were indeed extraordinary. Chu Bawang's vitality had reached an astonishing level. However, he could not retain it. The immense energy surged through him like a fleeting traveler, only to dissipate, leaving Chu Bawang with nothing but a fleeting experience of glory. What a pity! If only I had consumed it, I could have gained a boost of 50 vitality points. Shaking his head, Feng Qingyun expressed his regret while addressing Chu Bawang. Since you've issued a challenge, I shall grant you an opportunity. Let you continue to kneel. Damn it! I see you're the one who will kneel. Provoked by Feng Qingyun, Chu Bawang's fists clenched until they turned purple, unleashing the medicinal power of the vitality pill outward, pushing his vitality ever closer to the 200 threshold. He advanced step by step toward Feng Qingyun's vitality value. Chapter 32. Continue to show off. Continue to enjoy taking pills, are we? Don't act like you're the only one who can. Feng Qingyun smirked, silently commanding, System, give me 3 first-grade vitality pills and place them in my mouth. When quality falls short, quantity will suffice. Feng Qingyun possessed an abundance of vitality pills. Had he not been concerned that the system might misplace them, he would have commanded it to place them directly into his stomach. Thus, placing them in his mouth was merely an experiment. Just imagine, during intense battles in the future, when both sides are too occupied to manage their hands, a pill could descend from the heavens and directly enter his stomach, causing his vitality to surge. What terror would strike his opponent? And what delight would he experience? The thought alone was exhilarating. As Feng Qingyun focused his thoughts, 3 vitality pills landed in his mouth. With a single swallow, all 3 pills reached his stomach. Excellent! Feng Qingyun's eyes sparkled. This method was indeed effective. Now, it was time for a complete domination of the arena, and it would be once more. Ah! With clenched fists, Feng Qingyun's vitality erupted in full force, igniting the energy from the 3 vitality pills, transforming it into a blazing inferno that defiantly reached for the heavens. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a pressure more formidable and overwhelming than before enveloped the entire examination hall. Every individual trembled, feeling as though an infinite meteor loomed above them, preparing to descend. Yet, even before its arrival, the breath it exuded threatened to extinguish their very existence. How could this be? How could this be? Feeling his vitality being ruthlessly suppressed by Feng Qingyun, Chu Bawang's eyes reddened as he shouted. He had already revealed his trump card, yet still could not surpass Feng Qingyun. Moreover, his body trembled involuntarily, on the verge of collapsing to the ground once more. I cannot kneel. I must not kneel. Ah! With a thud, Chu Bawang fell to his knees once again. The sound of his knees striking the ground was as crisp as ever. As for Sun Jianren, he had been kneeling for quite some time, his face bearing an expression of utter despair, clearly conveying his sentiments. Hee, do whatever you want. Can I not take the exam? Wu-wo, after kneeling down twice in succession. When he knelt for the 3rd time, Sun Jianren found his resistance had diminished significantly. As for Chu Bawang, though he was reluctant, what good would that do? Even if he revealed his trump card, it would still be futile, thus he had no choice but to kneel. The brief 20 minutes of testing felt as though it spanned 20 years for those in the same examination room as Feng Qingyun. Upon Feng Qingyun's exit from the testing room, everyone was in tears. Woo-woo. Why am I so unfortunate to have to take the exam with such a person? Ah! Outside the examination room, the principal of First High School, who was eagerly awaiting Chu Bawang's excellent performance, saw Feng Qingyun emerge alone. Appearing rather pleased with their performance, he approached and inquired, Student, why are the others still not out? They are crying inside. Feng Qingyun responded with remarkable composure, leaving the principal utterly perplexed. Then why aren't you crying, me? I performed quite well, so there's no need to see or why. Is that so? The principal of First High School scratched his head, thinking it shouldn't be this way. With Chu Bawang present, everyone should have performed poorly. Could it be that Feng Qingyun was far removed from Chu Bawang? But that didn't seem right. He had explicitly arranged for Feng Qingyun to sit next to Chu Bawang for the exam. No wonder. Chu Bawang must have performed poorly? No, that's impossible. Chu Bawang couldn't have failed. He still had the 2nd-grade blood pill I provided him. Just as he dismissed that thought, the principal saw Chu Bawang and a group of students emerge from the examination room, their faces all wearing expressions of despair, limping out. This made the principal's heart sink, and a painful heat began to rise to his face. Meanwhile, as the chief examiner, Yi Xiangbei picked up the thermos on the table, blew away the tea foam, and took a sip with satisfaction. Have the results from this examination come out? Hasn't it come out yet after such a long time? Yi Xiangbei frowned. Logically, the results should have been released by now. It was impossible for it to be delayed for this long. His subordinate, looking troubled, said, Director, it has come out, but the results are a bit strange. What is all the fuss? I've been sitting here for 20 years. What strange things haven't I seen? Bring it to me, Yixiangbei said nonchalantly. His subordinate could only comply. Yixiangbei scoffed dismissively. You, just inexperienced. Once you've been through a few more years like I have, you will all see this kind of thing in 1T. What the hell? Yixiangbei was startled and jumped up from his chair. He had worked in the Education Bureau for over 20 years and had never encountered such results. 231, 298, 253. But more importantly, the other candidates in the same examination room all scored 0. Damn it, they had encountered a formidable opponent who wiped out the entire competition. Yixiangbei was sweating profusely. Others might not understand, but he knew very well that the glass jar measuring device, like a weighing scale, required the person being measured to maintain a relatively stable state for 5 seconds to record their current blood value. However, once the blood value was suppressed, it would be disastrous. Any severe fluctuations would only result in unstable readings, and if the blood value ceased to fluctuate altogether, it would be deemed as 0. A blood value nearing 300 had already grazed the threshold of Bronze Tier 3. How many levels had to be preserved to achieve such results? Director, I checked, and this person is participating for the first time. Just over 18 years old. What? Yixiangbei's face twitched, realizing the gravity of the situation. This could no longer be described as genius. It was simply a monster. Immediately, send my orders to seal the news. Without my command, this information is not to be leaked. After issuing the order, Yixiangbei disregarded the ongoing tests and hurriedly dashed to the rooftop, pulled out his phone, and called someone he hadn't contacted in a long time. Hello, Lao Luo, there's something I need to tell you, but you must not let it out. Thus, within an hour, several key universities received Yixiangbei's message, all aware that in the small town of Tianla City, a monster with a blood value nearing 300 had emerged. All the principals wasted no time in dispatching personnel. They had to recruit this individual to their schools. Meanwhile, the principal of second high school, already aware of the truth, laughed heartily, continuously slapping his thigh. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. This left the principal of first high school feeling immensely frustrated, a mouthful of blood rising to his throat, which he managed to swallow back down. Although he was extremely displeased, he had to admit that if Feng Qingyun were a student at their school, he would be laughing 100 times more exaggeratedly than the principal of second high school. Damn it, how could such a remarkable student not be from my school? Damn. And I still have my second-grade blood pill. The principal of first high school felt a pang of regret but found himself powerless. The second-grade blood pill had already been consumed by Chu Batian. There was no way to dig it back out. Thus, he could only curse, how could there be such a monster? Even after taking the second-grade blood pill, he still couldn't compete. Damn it. The world has truly changed. Listening to the impotent rage of the principal of first high school, the principal of second high school laughed even more joyfully, laughing until tears streamed down his face, stomping his feet in delight. Once the laughter subsided, he turned to Feng Qingyun, his face filled with admiration. Feng Qingyun, you have greatly enhanced the reputation of our second high school. As the principal, not only must I commend you, but I also want to give you a substantial reward. Tell me, what would you like? Given the principal's grandiose promise, Feng Qingyun's eyes narrowed. Really? Anything I want. Well, in an instant, the principal felt a chill creep up his spine. It was an ominous premonition. That is to say, Feng Qingyun, it's not that you can have whatever you want. A reward is more of a gesture. Before the entire student body, the principal couldn't lose face. After all, he had been the one who made the promise, allowing Feng Qingyun to propose. Feng Qingyun instantly adopted an innocent demeanor and flashed a charming smile. Principal, how could I have any malicious intentions? You see, without any martial arts training classes at school, I could still achieve such excellent test results. Before Feng Qingyun could finish his statement, cold sweat began pouring down the principal's back. Oh, my little ancestor. Some things can be done, but they shouldn't be said. He immediately coughed a few times to prevent Feng Qingyun from continuing. Ahem, Feng Qingyun. Whatever you desire, feel free to say it, as long as it's within my capacity. I will certainly grant it. All right then, I want one second-grade blood pill, and an additional 200,000 yuan in cash as a reward. Feng Qingyun stated directly. He had realized that he couldn't abandon cash rewards simply for the sake of the pill. So he might as well ask for both. The principal's mouth twitched upon hearing this. No, Feng Qingyun, you're asking for a bit too much. Principal, think bigger. Feng Qingyun pointed at the last batch of examinees, most of whom were from second high school. You see, the talent testing will soon conclude. Do you think any of them will have a higher blood value than mine? That was indeed a valid point. The principal muttered in agreement, causing a crowd of people to wish they could shoot Feng Qingyun dead with their glares. Although it was the truth, it was too brutally stated. Moreover, to say it out loud so loudly was quite hurtful. Well, think about it. Before me, who else could have achieved a blood value that suppressed everyone else? Feng Qingyun continued to guide the conversation. Since it was factual, the principal had no way to refute it. Indeed, there hasn't been anyone. Right? Feng Qingyun cheerfully continued to persuade. The more he persuaded, the more addicted he became. So, with all the high school seniors from the entire city gathered here, there isn't anyone with a higher score than mine. Therefore, this first place in the city must belong to our school. When the education funds arrive, TSK, and I'm not boasting. I believe my performance is extraordinary, so not only will I secure the first place in the city, but there's even a chance for the first place in the entire nation. Principal, the achievement that so many principals at our school have failed to achieve, you will accomplish. When people say, such and such principal raised a national champion, just think how prestigious that would be. Once Feng Qingyun finished speaking, the principal stopped hesitating and immediately made a decision. All right, as you say, 1 second-grade blood pill and 200,000 yuan in cash as a reward. I'll have someone procure them right away. Great, Feng Qingyun said cheerfully, then happily walked back into the crowd. At the same time, he recalled the electronic voice of the system. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward of persuading others. Randomly doubling by 666 times. After Feng Qingyun returned to the line, the principal, who had just been caught up in the excitement, touched his now calm Mediterranean head and suddenly felt a bit clearer. Alas, have I been overly impulsive? First in the city, and now I leap to the top of the nation. Shouldn't I strive for the provincial championship first? Meanwhile, Wang Mengda, who is certain to have failed, wears an expression of ease. As he watches Feng Qingyun return, he approaches with a jovial, "Good buddy. You have no idea. As soon as the news broke that you performed well, the class teacher's expression. It was more dismal than someone who had just swallowed a rotten fly. Ha! She thought that if I underperformed, she could seize the opportunity to mock me, but alas, I did not grant her that chance." Feng Qingyun smirks mischievously. At this moment, he is the pride of the entire second high school. Not only does the class teacher dare not speak ill of him, even the principal has been thoroughly beguiled. By the way, enough about me. How did you fare? What else could it be? Wang Mengda's eyes widen as he extends his hands forward, mimicking the action of tightening a screw, wearing a proud expression. Looks like I'm headed to the factory to tighten screws. The boss's chair you occupy in the future might very well be supported by the screws I tighten. Rest assured, I will tighten them well, so they won't pop out and cause you any embarrassment. Ha! You tightening screws? Are you secretly eyeing the factory girls? A pervert looking at girls? No, that's called dedication. Wang Mengda dismisses the remark nonchalantly. After all, he harbors no grand ambitions in this small place of Tianla City. Living carefree is quite fine, sparing him from the chaos and bloodshed of the outside world. In terms of self-awareness, he is leagues ahead of Sun Jianren and his ilk. While they jest and laugh, the last batch of examinees emerges from the testing room, signaling the conclusion of the talent assessment. Standing by the window, Yi Xiangbei observes Feng Qingyun in the crowd, finding nothing particularly remarkable about him. Just this kid, judging by his demeanor, seems utterly unremarkable. His gaze abruptly sweeps back. Feng Qingyun turns, their eyes meet, and in that instant, Yi Xiangbei, 9-star bronze, is inexplicably startled, taking a large step back. The sensation is akin to locking eyes with a primordial beast, invoking a primal fear of death. How could I be frightened by a high school student? Moreover, his vitality is barely reaching 3-star bronze. While I am 9-star bronze, a prodigy, truly a prodigy. In the midst of his astonishment, Yi Xiangbei can no longer regard Feng Qingyun with disdain. His instincts warn him that this individual is dangerous. That useless uncle, he appears to be a minor leader, but why is he looking at me? Is it because I performed well and he wishes to pay homage? Rubbing his chin, Feng Qingyun gives it little thought. Normally, after the talent assessment, results are announced 3 days later, followed by the opening of enrollment for universities. During these 3 days, students can estimate their scores based on their performance and select potential schools. After all, swiftness in registration is also a form of capability. If scores are comparable but one registers late or if slots are filled, then admission becomes impossible. However, such concerns apply only to ordinary students. For prodigies like Feng Qingyun, admission officers from prestigious schools are already racing towards him. Upon returning to his neighborhood, Feng Qingyun surveys the situation at home from a distance. The outlook is not optimistic. Feng Qingyun mutters to himself. At home, Feng Manlu, who typically hasn't returned from work yet, is now anxiously pacing at the door, a look of tension on his face, fearing that Feng Qingyun might not dare return home due to poor exam results. His mother, Lin Xuemei, is equally anxious, alternating between sitting on a stool and standing up, frequently gazing towards the road. Even Xinger is nervously gnawing at her fingers, her right pinky turning a bright red. Are they worried that I won't have the face to return home? Feng Qingyun scratches the back of his head. If I were too ashamed to come home, then surely every high school senior across the nation would feel the same today. Seeing their concern, if I were to speak the truth, would they think I had performed poorly and was suffering from a mental breakdown? Never mind, I'll just calmly approach. Once the results are revealed, I can't explain to alleviate their worries. Thus, Feng Qingyun feigns nonchalance, acting as if today was merely a typical school day without an exam. Upon seeing Feng Qingyun finally return, Feng Manlu and the others, who felt as though they'd waited an eternity, hastily jog over but stop a few steps away, staring at him in astonishment. Feng Qingyun, maintaining an air of calm, inquires, "Are you all right?" We're fine. Feng Manlu hurriedly scratches the back of his head awkwardly, then counters with a question. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. How about you?" If everything's fine, shall we go out for a meal together?" "Sure." The four of them set off. The atmosphere unusually tense, heading to the barbecue stall under the overpass. Originally, Feng Manlu had intended to dine at a restaurant, but alas, every parent shares this sentiment, and thus, they were unable to secure a table. Forced to settle for barbecue. Fortunately, compared to restaurant fare, Xinger has a greater fondness for grilled food. "Brother, eat." Xinger raises her small hand high, clutching a large oyster. Though she finds it unappetizing, she has heard that it is good for men, and promptly offers it to Feng Qingyun. Feng Qingyun affectionately pats her little head. "Xinger is wonderful, hee. Eating oysters is good. Eating oysters is good." Feng Manlu, trying to maintain a serious facade, speaks, though he dares not reveal any hint of his ulterior motives. However, Lin Xuemei, being a seasoned wife, is well aware of his thoughts. She discreetly pinches him, causing Feng Manlu to wince in pain. Across from them, Feng Qingyun can only awkwardly play deaf alongside Xinger, pretending to be oblivious. At that moment, a man dressed in yellow approaches, clapping a hand on Feng Manlu's shoulder. "Old Feng, celebrating your son's results? Wouldn't it be a celebration for poor performance?" P.S. is derived from Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio by Pu Songling. Referring to a euphemism for intimate moments between couples, similar to phrases like "I want to eat braised pork," "Let's have a midnight snack," "Let's have a good time tonight," or "Let's play mahjong." Chapter 34. The beating of Dad's boss. "Old Feng, celebrating your son's results? Wouldn't it be a celebration for poor performance?" The middle-aged man, reeking of alcohol and clad in yellow, slaps Feng Manlu's shoulder, his greasy hand leaving a mark on Feng Manlu's clean clothes. Yet upon seeing the man's face, Feng Manlu feels no anger. Instead, he forces a stiff smile. "Captain, you're here for a meal too." "Nonsense. If I'm not here for a meal, do you think I came here to eat dung?" As the delivery team captain, Zhao Daqing, shows no mercy, he appraises Feng Qingyun with a look of disdain. "Look at your son. He's as skinny as a monkey. He must have done poorly. Unlike my son, tall and robust, he has hope for the martial arts examination this year. Haha, the results aren't out yet. Who knows, he might have done well." Feng Manlu desperately tries to defend Feng Qingyun, but Zhao Daqing is unimpressed. Results are evident at a glance. "Look at your son. What can he possibly achieve in martial arts? Which school would want him? Well, getting into a liberal arts college isn't bad either." "Crazy," Zhao Daqing pouts, displeased with Feng Manlu's retort. He launches into a tirade. "What use is a liberal arts degree? Aren't you also a product of a liberal arts college? What a so-called talent from Yinjing. And now you're just delivering takeout? I reckon your son has no future. It's better to have him start working and support the family early. Otherwise, he might end up with nothing to eat. Bring him over for an interview in a couple of days. Though the conditions are lacking, out of respect for you, I might reluctantly take him on, but remember to prepare a hefty red envelope for me." Zhao Daqing, reeking of alcohol, rambles on, his eyes soon fixating on Lin Xuemei, who stands nervously to the side. Suddenly, his interest is piqued. "Oh, is this your sister-in-law? She's quite attractive. They say a friend's wife is fair game. How about we have a toast to commemorate our first meeting?" "No, Captain, that's not appropriate." Lin Xuemei declines awkwardly. Zhao Daqing, however, becomes even more enthusiastic. "Oh, what's inappropriate? Your useless husband won't mind." Yet Feng Manlu steps forward, forcefully swatting the cup from Zhao Daqing's hand. "Please show some respect, Feng Manlu." Zhao Daqing's eyes widen in disbelief as he stands up abruptly. Feng Manlu, do you have a problem with me? Fine. Then you don't need to come to work tomorrow. I'll have you fired. Heh? Feng Manlu lets out a self-deprecating laugh. Years of accumulated grievances, frustrations, and anger erupt in that moment. For the sake of survival, he can endure, but insulting his family is intolerable. Zhao Daqing, you don't get to fire me. I'm the one firing you. I'm quitting. Did you say? Zhao Daqing is left stunned. The pompous Wind Manlu, whom he had always regarded with disdain, audaciously dared to utter profanities towards him, an affront that seemed to defy the very heavens. Yet, Wind Manlu had not yet satiated his urge to berate. Observing Zhao Daqing's bewilderment, he unleashed a torrent of invective. You wretched fool! I've fired you, Zhao Daqing. Your mouth spews filth daily. Did you grow up feasting on excrement? If you crave such delicacies, seek the restroom. This is a place meant for dining, in the presence of countless onlookers. Wind Manlu had the audacity to chastise his own father, a provocation that Zhao Daqing could hardly endure. He immediately lunged forward to seize Wind Manlu by the collar. Yet, before his hand could reach its target, it was ensnared by an iron grip, a force so powerful that Zhao Daqing found himself utterly immobilized. Why you let go? Have I given you permission to speak? With a slight increase in pressure. Zhao Daqing winced in agony, his eyes welling with tears. Meanwhile, Wen Qingyun, who held onto his composure, appeared unfazed. The sight of his son demonstrating such fortitude left Wind Manlu momentarily dumbfounded. In his memory, his son was a delicate creature, incapable of self-sufficiency. Xiao Yun, you? I'm perfectly fine. Wen Qingyun, cradling Xinger in one arm while firmly grasping Zhao Daqing's hands with the other, stood resolute, unyielding as a mountain. He even took a moment to commend Wind Manlu. Dad, well done. You were incredibly impressive just now. Indeed. You were amazing, Daddy. Xinger chimed in excitedly, causing Wind Manlu's face to flush with embarrassment as he bashfully scratched his head, entirely forgetting to probe how Wen Qingyun managed to restrain Zhao Daqing with a single hand. Noticing his father's bashful side, Wen Qingyun smiled slightly. Dad, that was your moment. Now it's my turn. With a subtle movement of his fingers, Wen Qingyun exerted a heavy force. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Zhao Daqing collapsed to the ground. Howling in anguish, "Ah, my hand! My hand!" Instantly, the crowd stood in stunned silence, none expecting that this slender, seemingly refined young man could so effortlessly break a bone. Particularly perplexed were Wen Qingyun's parents, questioning their son's newfound strength. When did my son become so formidable? Is this truly my child? Xinger, nestled in Wen Qingyun's embrace, gasped exaggeratedly upon hearing the commotion, her mouth forming a Na shape. Brother, I've discovered the secret. Eating oysters makes you strong. Wen Qingyun was momentarily at a loss. Eating oysters to gain strength? Such a notion seemed utterly preposterous. However, it did not prevent others from believing in its plausibility. The barbecue stall owner discreetly glanced at his oysters and silently altered his sign to read, "Oysters that make you strong, 3 for 10 yuan. This incited a chorus of outrage from nearby diners. What a swindler! Just moments ago, it was 4 for 10 yuan, and now it's 3. All right, I'll have 20 yuan worth. I want 50 yuan's worth. You glutton. Can your body withstand such a feast tonight? Ha! Then let us shake the floor instead of the bed." A group of patrons whispered and chuckled, entirely indifferent to Zhao Daqing rolling on the ground, howling as though he were a pig being slaughtered. Such is the reality. All admiration is reserved for the strong, while the weak elicit no sympathy. Wen Qingyun, holding Xinger, coldly surveyed the writhing form of Zhao Daqing, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. From the manner in which Zhao Daqing had spoken to his father, it was evident he had often wielded his power over Wind Manlu. Yet, who did he think he was to treat a father striving to provide for his family with such contempt? With a forceful kick to Zhao Daqing's abdomen, the latter was sent soaring through the air, resembling a deflated ball, landing several meters away. The crowd gasped in horror at the sight of Wen Qingyun, who, in that moment, resembled a ferocious beast, capable of annihilating any adversary that dared to infringe upon his family. "Let us go, Xinger. We shall return to our meal and forget this unpleasantness." As he walked towards the dining table with Xinger in his arms, the gazes of all around him were filled with both awe and respect. Awe for Wen Qingyun's strength, respect for his loyalty to family. Even the barbecue stall owner approached with reverence, offering Wen Qingyun a dozen oysters as a gift. "Thank you, boss," Wen Qingyun replied with a polite nod. casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Daqing, who was surreptitiously making a phone call. Others assumed Zhao Daqing was calling for an ambulance, but only Wen Qingyun, with his keen perception, discerned that Zhao Daqing was summoning his son and urging him to bring reinforcements. However, Wen Qingyun was not one to forget past grievances easily. Just earlier, Zhao Daqing had mocked him in front of his father, suggesting he was destined for a future of delivering takeout. If that were the case, he would now take the opportunity to belittle Zhao Daqing's son in front of him, reducing him to a state of utter helplessness, forcing him into a life of delivering takeout. I am truly benevolent, as fate would have it. Zhao Daqing's son, Zhao Tianbao, a formidable figure standing 185 centimeters tall and weighing 180 jin, burst onto the scene, flanked by a group of followers. Who hit my dad? It was I. Wen Qingyun stood tall, pride emanating from him as he set Xing'er down, allowing her to hide behind him, on the ground. Zhao Daqing, gritting his teeth in pain, pointed an accusatory finger at Wen Qingyun. Son, it was this wretched scoundrel who attacked me. Beat him to a pulp and toss him into the restroom. I want him to eat excrement. Eat excrement. Very well. Zhao Tianbao clenched his fists, his fingers cracking ominously. His massive frame loomed like a wall before Wen Qingyun. Yet to Wen Qingyun, he was pathetically weak. Sensing the disparity in their strengths, Wen Qingyun estimated Zhao Tianbao's fighting spirit to be a mere 10, barely scraping the threshold of a martial artist. Should it come to blows, Wen Qingyun could easily subdue Zhao Tianbao with a single slap. However, Zhao Tianbao refrained from immediate confrontation, opting instead to threaten. How dare you lay a hand on my father? Do you know who my elder brother is? No. Is he famous? Humph. You'd be terrified if I told you. Prepare yourself, brace your stance, and steady your belly. Otherwise, I fear my revelation may leave you in a state of shock. Interesting, Wen Qingyun mused, finding the exchange rather absurd. You want to fight, yet you bring up your brother's name? Is he truly that renowned? How dare you look down upon my brother? Allow me to introduce him. I am Wen Qingyun, the champion of this year's national examination. At this proclamation, not only was Wen Qingyun taken aback, but Wen Manlu and Lin Xuemei were equally astonished. What was the meaning of this? Were they resorting to indirect recruitment due to their inability to win in a direct confrontation? Yet, witnessing the collective bewilderment of the family, Zhao Daqing, still lying on the ground, believed them to be rendered speechless by fear, and he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Wen Manlu, your demise is imminent. With the same surname, look at my son, Zhao Tianbao, a true prodigy. Compared to him, what is your son worth? How dare he strike me? Do you believe I want to give you another kick? Wen Qingyun shot a cold glance, silencing Zhao Daqing instantly. The lingering pain from the previous kick rendered Zhao Daqing incapable of uttering a sound. As for Zhao Tianbao, witnessing Wen Qingyun's audacity to intimidate his father ignited his fury. You dare to threaten my father? Do you think my elder brother, Wen Qingyun, is insignificant? Wen Qingyun, you better bring him here. I assure you, in my presence, he wouldn't dare to utter a word. Wen Qingyun chuckled coldly. He had discerned that Zhao Tianbao was merely a pretentious figure, leveraging his brother's name to intimidate others, devoid of any real threat. Thus, Wen Qingyun stood firmer, causing Zhao Tianbao to falter. Wait, my brother is Wen Qingyun, the one who topped the national examination this year. Oh, and what of it? Initially, Wen Qingyun had been concerned about how to convey his academic success to his family. But now, the opportunity presented itself through Zhao Tianbao's own admission. Observing that Wen Qingyun remained unfazed, Zhao Tianbao clenched his teeth and beckoned his followers. Brothers, this guy doesn't respect our elder brother. Let us teach him a lesson and avenge our brother. Slap. With a crisp sound, Wen Qingyun delivered a resounding slap that sent Zhao Tianbao crashing to the ground. As this transpired, those standing behind Zhao Tianbao hesitated, unsure whether to join the fray. Yet, Wen Qingyun charged forward, delivering blows and kicks that swiftly incapacitated all of them. With a casual clap of his hands, Wen Qingyun returned to Xing'er, lifting her into his arms. Zhao Tianbao, gritting his teeth, seethed. You have some nerve. Leave your name if you dare, and I shall summon my elder brother to seek you out. Very well. The wind, light and cloud-like, gazed down upon Zhao Tianbao. With deliberate articulation and an imposing presence, he proclaimed his name. Wind, light, cloud. In an instant, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Both Zhao Tianbao and Zhao Daqing questioned the reliability of their hearing, astonished to have encountered such a fearsome name. Why you are wind, light, cloud? Zhao Tianbao stammered, his lips trembling in terror. He crouched on the ground, his complexion ashen, as if hearing that name was more devastating than the death of a parent. Yet, Wind Light Cloud paid him no mind. He had neither the need nor the obligation to prove himself to a worthless individual. Unwilling to accept defeat, a mere thrashing would suffice. Thus, Wind Light Cloud turned his gaze toward Zhao Daqing. Regarding the once arrogant man who now quivered in fear, calmly yet resolutely, he remarked, "Did you not claim your son was tall and strong, with hopes of entering the martial arts academy this year? Allow me to extend my congratulations. Once your son gains admission to the martial arts academy, he shall become a martial artist, I assure you. I will take special care of him, regardless of which academy he attends, until he withdraws from his studies. If he studies for 1 year, I shall pursue him for a year. If he studies for 3 years, I shall pursue him for 3 years, and should he reach his 4th year, on the brink of graduation, a cruel smile graced Wind Light Cloud's lips. Though he did not explicitly state his intentions, it was clear to all that if Zhao Tianbao dared to enroll in the martial arts academy and persist until graduation, ensuring he never graduated was far from a challenge, whether through crippling him, rendering him incapacitated, or causing him to vanish forever. Any of these outcomes were feasible. Realizing the implications, Zhao Daqing trembled in fear. Sensing his bright future dissolving like fragile bubbles of rainbow hues, no, it cannot be. If his son could not become a martial artist, how could he boast in the future? How could he continue to collect red envelopes from others? How could he bully the honest? No, please, no. Zhao Tianbao's visage turned ashen. If he could not become a martial artist, how could he attract younger models? How could he ever find a wife? With his unattractive and corpulent appearance, would anyone truly find him appealing? However, these were matters Wind Light Cloud had no obligation to consider. If there were grievances, then display your fists. Speak only if you can match my strength. Some words I shall not repeat. For the first utterance serves as a decree, so heed it well and depart swiftly. With an irritable roar, the Zhao father and son, along with their dozen or so hired hands, trembled in fear. In a world where strength reigns supreme, no one shows sympathy for the weak, especially not a group of notoriously unscrupulous weaklings. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of sirens filled the air, accompanied by a distant, resonant voice. "Young man, do not be so arrogant." The voice reverberated like thunder across the sky of the overpass, causing a surge of blood to rush through everyone's veins, igniting a desire for chaos. Wind Light Cloud furrowed his brow, silently acknowledging, "Quite formidable." Clearly, the source of the voice had not yet arrived, yet they could hear Wind Light Cloud's words from afar, even amidst the raucous environment of the overpass. Truth be told, Wind Light Cloud himself could not accomplish such a feat, but the other party could. Sensing that a powerful individual was approaching, Zhao Daqing and Zhao Tianbao could not contain their elation, their hearts bubbling with excitement. Finally, someone would come to deal with Wind Light Cloud. Haha, Wind Light Cloud, you've met your match. But the fleeting glee of the two men did not escape Wind Light Cloud's notice. With a cold smile, he remarked, "Do you truly believe that with someone coming to your aid, I would refrain from acting against you?" With that, he swiftly executed a kick, sending Zhao Tianbao crashing into Zhao Daqing. Akin to bowling pins colliding, both of them tumbling in disarray. Simultaneously, the voice rang out again. "Such a temper." As the words fell, a white figure descended from the sky, clad in white robes, Qin Zhan, who gracefully landed on the ground. Surveying the half-conscious Zhao family, his brow furrowed slightly. The Zhao father and son, perceiving him as a lifeline, immediately erupted in desperate wails. Sir, that man is no mere human. He is a devil. He threatens my son's entry into the martial arts academy, shattering our family's hopes, and shows utter disdain for you. Sir, you must seek justice for us." Their frantic cries left Wind Light Cloud speechless. "What era is this, still calling someone sir?" Qin Zhan raised a hand, signaling the Zhao duo to calm down, then turned to Wind Light Cloud. "Young man, you have quite the temper." Just then, Yi Xiangbei rushed over in a flurry. Glancing at Wind Light Cloud with a peculiar expression, he hurriedly approached Qin Zhan and whispered a few words. Qin Zhan initially appeared taken aback, then cleared his throat twice. Under the expectant gazes of the Zhao family, he gave Wind Light Cloud a thumbs up, seamlessly continuing from his earlier statement. "But that's a good thing. Young people should have some spirit." What kind of youth lacks spirit? In an instant, Wind Light Cloud was taken aback, and the Zhao family was left utterly dumbfounded. No, sir, you must be mistaken. He is the villain," Zhao Daqing stammered, prompting Qin Zhan to cast a sharp glare. "What do you mean, sir? Where do I appear grand? This Zhao Daqing and Zhao Tianbao were utterly bewildered. They could not fathom how Qin Zhan's attitude had suddenly flipped 180 degrees. Was he suffering from a split personality? Especially since it was hard to believe that a man could dislike being called great? Even Wind Light Cloud felt a hint of confusion. This fellow, is he a bit foolish? Is his strength merely a fade for a lack of intellect? Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, another figure emerged, lean and sharp-eyed, radiating the aura of a decisive action-taker. As he stepped forward, Wind Light Cloud felt an unusual sense of pressure, a palpable aura of killing intent, so thick and heavy. This person must have emerged from a sea of corpses, bearing such a ferocious presence. Noticing Wind Light Cloud's sensitivity to his aura, the man raised an eyebrow in surprise and smiled at Wind Light Cloud. He then addressed the onlookers, declaring, "I am Yu Haowu, director of the Tianla City Security Bureau. The safety of this city is our responsibility, so rest assured, I will handle this matter promptly." Having said that, Yu Haowu methodically arranged for Zhao Tianbao and Zhao Daqing to be escorted by police car to the security bureau. He then invited Wind Light Cloud, Feng Manlu, Lin Xuemei, and Xing'er to the most luxurious restaurant in Tianla City, Shangwu Restaurant. In the VIP 888 room, Feng Manlu and Lin Xuemei sat rigidly, not daring to make a sound. However, Xing'er discreetly glanced around, only to discover that everyone was fixated on Wind Light Cloud, causing him considerable embarrassment. If it were a group of beautiful women gazing at him, he could endure it, but alas, he was surrounded by a cohort of average-looking young men. With this thought, Wind Light Cloud pretended to cough lightly. Ahem, could someone explain what is happening? Allow me. Yi Xiangbei stood up. He first introduced himself to Wind Light Cloud's family. I am Yi Xiangbei, director of the Tianla City Education Bureau. Wind Light Cloud? We have met today at the Education Bureau. Wind Light Cloud nodded. He had indeed exchanged glances with Yi Xiangbei earlier, even startling him, so he retained some memory of him. As for Feng Manlu and Lin Xuan, they were utterly stunned into silence. The Education Bureau director. This was a level they would never encounter in their lifetime. Yet, he seemed to be trying to curry favor with their son. This individual, who has just introduced himself, is Yu Haowu, the director of the Security Bureau. He is quite serious and speaks little. Do not fear him. Just as Yi Xiangbei finished the introduction, Yu Haowu unexpectedly turned to Wind Light Cloud with warmth. Young brother, you possess quite a keen sense. Are you practicing any spiritual cultivation techniques? His words made Yi Xiangbei's face twitch. Damn it, Lao Yu. I just said you were aloof, and now you're making it awkward. But Yu Haowu paid him no mind. Indeed, to Yi Xiangbei, he embodied a high cold demeanor, leaving Feng Manlu and Lin Xuemei with their heads bowed in embarrassment. Yet another director, and here he was, actively trying to gain favor with their son. Wind Light Cloud chuckled. I haven't specifically cultivated anything. Perhaps I am just more sensitive, sensing a unique aura about you. Brother Yu. It's not so much an aura, but rather one forged through bloodshed, as he trailed off. His voice gradually faded. Subsequently, Yu Haowu smiled at Wind Light Cloud, indicating that he need not focus solely on him, and should take the opportunity to meet others as well. Yi Xiangbei continued with introductions. Present were not only the two directors, but also several key leaders of Tianla City. They had gathered today to host a distinguished guest. The man in white, Qin Zhan, Feng Qingyun. This is Director Yi. I can handle it myself. Qin Zhan stood up from his seat, signaling his regard for Feng Qingyun. I am Qin Zhan, an admissions officer from Tianwu Academy. I have come specifically to extend an invitation to you, Feng Qingyun, to pursue further studies at our esteemed institution, Tianwu Academy. Upon hearing this name, Feng Manlu and Lin Xuemei felt momentarily breathless. In Huaxia, 3 martial arts academies are recognized as the pinnacle of education. The Diwu Academy located in the imperial capital, the Mo Academy in the Magic City, and lastly, the Tianwu Academy situated in the heavenly capital. It is no exaggeration to say that those who gain admission to these prestigious universities are all extraordinary talents. Truly the cream of the crop. Furthermore, those who graduate from these institutions invariably emerge as the pillars of society, the backbone of Huaxia. Hence, it is the dream destination for nearly every individual in Huaxia. To receive an invitation from such a dream institution is simply surreal. Am I dreaming? Have I lost my sanity? Feng Manlu felt an overwhelming urge to pinch himself, convinced that this was too fantastical, too unreal. Lin Xuemei beside him shared the same sentiment, and thus pinched Feng Manlu, causing him to wince slightly, confirming that this was indeed not a dream. Feng Qingyun nodded, understanding the situation. Hello, Teacher Qin.it, was evident that Tianwu Academy had received news of Feng Qingyun's testing results. prompting them to send Qin Zhan to extend an invitation. Hence, Yi Xiangbei and Yu Haowu had arranged for their reception at the Shangwu Tavern. However, given Tianwu Academy's presence, it was reasonable to assume that the other two academies would soon follow suit. Wouldn't it be prudent to play them against each other? Furthermore, Qin Zhan appeared somewhat lacking in intelligence. Feng Qingyun couldn't help but smile inwardly. Outwardly, he remained composed, secretly preparing to engage with each university as if they were alluring prospects. Teacher Qin, I genuinely aspire to attend Tianwu Academy. For me, it represents the realization of my personal value in life. I believe there is no individual in the world who would decline such an opportunity. Oh, so, does this mean that you, Feng Qingyun, are inclined to join our institution? Qin Zhan was instantly elated, not expecting things to unfold so smoothly. Before his departure, the principal had issued a stern directive, insisting that Qin Zhan must bring Feng Qingyun back. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. Thus, Qin Zhan had felt a tinge of anxiety, fearing that Feng Qingyun might not be as agreeable as anticipated. Yet, it appeared that his worries were unfounded. This young man was evidently quite amiable. However, Feng Qingyun soon displayed a pained expression, executing the second maneuver of his strategy, keeping a distance. But, I might. Still, Feng Qingyun, do you have any concerns? Please feel free to share. Noticing Feng Qingyun's hesitation, Qin Zhan immediately expressed his willingness to assist, which touched Feng Qingyun deeply. Thus began the third maneuver of his strategy. I truly have unavoidable difficulties. Thank you, Teacher Qin, but I believe it is something I must resolve on my own. Why family circumstances are not ideal. My father is a delivery worker, my mother is a domestic worker, and my younger sister is in poor health. Moreover, due to my impulsive actions this evening, my father lost his job. Therefore, I am seeking a school that is closer, allowing me to study while earning money, so I can return home occasionally to help my family. Feng Qingyun spoke with heartfelt emotion, moving Qin Zhan greatly. He thought to himself. So Feng Qingyun's reluctance to join Tianwu Academy stems from financial constraints. Fortunately, prior to my arrival, the principal mentioned that we could offer some incentives to attract Feng Qingyun to our school. This is the perfect opportunity to put that into action. Thus, Qin Zhan broke into a wide grin, eagerly grasping Feng Qingyun's hand. Feng Qingyun, our academy is genuinely sincere. If you choose to enroll, Tianwu Academy is more than willing to assist you in resolving your financial issues. Is that true? How will you manage that? Feng Qingyun's heart raced. For others, an offer of 100,000 from Tianwu Academy would be significant, but for Feng Qingyun, that sum could potentially multiply to 999,000,000. It was a fortune that an ordinary person might never accumulate in a lifetime. However, Feng Qingyun's perspective was still somewhat limited. Qin Zhan boldly declared, 5 million. If you agree to join Tianwu Academy, I can promise you a reward of 5 million on behalf of the school. Hiss, Feng Qingyun inhaled sharply. Before he could even calculate what a 999-fold increase would amount to, two commanding voices resonated from outside. Only 5 million. My Diwu Academy offers 8 million. Humph. My Mo Academy offers 10 million. The sound of two powerful declarations echoed, causing the door to tremble. With a loud crash, two stunning women burst in, their gazes immediately locking onto Feng Qingyun. Feng Qingyun, I am Shen Xiaowei, from Diwu, dressed in a blue suit. Shen Xiaowei stepped forward to introduce herself, but before she could finish her sentence, she was ambushed from behind by Li Yining, who wore a red suit. With a swift kick, she sent Shen Xiaowei flying, shattering both her and the wall. Yet, Li Yining remained unfazed, casually producing a bank card as compensation and tossing it to the ground. When it comes to addressing financial issues, my Mo Academy dares to claim second place. No one else would dare claim first. Feng Qingyun, I am Li Yining, an admissions officer for Mo Academy. To spare you unnecessary details, we Mo lack nothing but money. If you agree to join our school, I can immediately transfer 30 million, 10 million as a signing bonus, another 10 million as support, and an additional 10 million under any other pretext you choose. The lavishness of the offer left everyone speechless. This was no ordinary admissions officer. She resembled a wealthy patron seeking to sponsor a young talent. However, Shen Xiaowei quickly retaliated, charging back in with another kick, but Li Yining blocked it. Trying to sneak attack me? Not a chance, you witch. We'll settle this later. Shen Xiaowei shot Li Yining a fierce glare, then instantly transformed her expression, turning to Feng Qingyun with a warm smile. Feng Qingyun, do not be swayed by her allure. Fleeting wealth holds little value. If you wish to thrive in this society, you must cultivate strong connections. Our Diwu Academy, situated in the imperial capital, is filled with the offspring of countless prominent families. Thus, while studying at our institution, You will accumulate a vast network of contacts, enabling you to leverage these connections for whatever endeavors you pursue in the future. Even if you do not wish to be a martial artist, you can still lead a vibrant life. In just a few words, she effectively showcased the advantages of Daewoo Academy. Indeed, Daewoo Academy is less of a university and more of a power network, encompassing some of the most influential figures in Huaxia. This made it quite appealing in contrast to the straightforward monetary offers from the other two. Qin Zhan's approach seemed rather petty. Feng Qingyun silently shook his head. Compared to the two stunning women, Qin Zhan, a solitary man, lacked any edge and appeared somewhat foolish. It seemed that Tianwu Academy did not regard him with much importance after all. While Feng Qingyun contemplated his options, Feng Manlu and Lin Shuamei were either dazed by happiness or simply overwhelmed by the situation. Feng Manlu muttered, "My dear, it seems I dreamt that Daewoo Academy, Mo Academy, and Tianwu Academy are all vying for our son." I feel the same, Lin Shuamei echoed, equally dazed. Only Xinger stood nearby, her eyes crescent-shaped from laughter. My brother is truly the best. Upon hearing Xinger's words, Feng Qingyun glanced at Feng Manlu and Lin Shuan. Perceiving their intense discomfort, he interjected, "I apologize, everyone, but I am feeling a bit unwell and would like to take my leave to ask for which university to attend. I kindly ask for some time to think it over." Li Yining, Xin Xiaowei, and Qin Zhan could all sense that Feng Qingyun was vibrant and healthy, not at all unwell. However, Feng Qingyun's parents, being ordinary folks and surrounded by such formidable martial artists, felt the pressure and began to wilt under the weight of the atmosphere. He is a dutiful son. They each silently admired him. Although the world of martial artists is fraught with peril, it does not mean that they lack emotions. On the contrary, martial artists tend to have even stronger feelings for their family, mentors, and comrades, as these relationships often serve as their emotional pillars during battle. Thus, Feng Qingyun's display of care for his family garnered their approval. Even Yu Haowu nodded in acknowledgement. It is indeed rare. One wonders how many martial artists, emerging from ordinary families, develop an extreme aversion to their roots, perceiving their family as a burden, and grow cold toward them. Such individuals are often self-serving and lack a sense of responsibility. Over time, they become societal tumors and refuse. Alas, had I not suffered an injury that has caused my vitality to wane, I would have truly considered accepting him as my disciple. I instinctively touched my chest. The nearby Yi Xiangbei noticed this and quietly inquired, "Lao Yu, has your injury relapsed?" "No, I was merely lost in thought." Yu Haowu waved his hand dismissively. He then stood tall and approached Feng Qingyun, saying, "Young brother, there are many people dining out today, and hailing a taxi may be difficult. If you don't mind, I could drive you home, Ado. How could we impose?" Feng Manlu quickly stood to decline. How could they allow someone of his stature as a bureau chief to drive them home? Yu Haowu, with a robust demeanor, waved his hand dismissively, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It's no trouble at all. I happen to be heading home as well. I have a car, so it won't be any inconvenience." Thank you. Having heard his generous offer, to refuse further would be rather ungrateful. So Feng Manlu and Lin Shuamei expressed their gratitude hastily. At that moment, Xin Xiaowei suddenly fixed her gaze on Yu Haowu, her expression becoming increasingly serious, her breath growing tense. "Are you, Mr. Yuzun?" Yuzun? Upon hearing this name, both Qin Zhan, previously surrounded by admirers, and the proudly Yining, instantly changed their expressions to one of utmost respect. Particularly Qin Zhan, who, with an air of admiration, asked, "Is it truly the esteemed M.R. Yuzun, once hailed as the national artifact? I heard you had retired. I never imagined you would choose to seclude yourself in such a small town." The term national artifact startled Feng Qingyun. Although he had not prepared to take the martial arts examination and thus was not well versed in the affairs of martial artists, some names of powerful warriors were indeed unforgettable, having been etched in memory after just one mention. Among these was the legendary national artifact. It was said that when the front line was in dire straits, and foreign forces sent dozens of legendary warriors to breach the defenses of Huaxia, the man known as the national artifact descended with overwhelming might. He single-handedly vanquished all those legendary warriors, successfully safeguarding the borders of Huaxia, declaring that resonant phrase that still echoes today: "The mountains and rivers of Huaxia shall not yield an inch. Those who dare to offend Huaxia, though far away, shall be exterminated." This was merely one chapter in the extraordinary life of the national artifact. It is no exaggeration to say that the national artifact serves as a spiritual beacon for the 1 billion sons of Huaxia. Yet, such a luminary had vanished from public view a decade ago, as if he had evaporated from existence. When Yi Xiangbei had inquired about his injury, It turned out that it was indeed due to an injury that he had chosen to retreat. Feng Qingyun felt a twinge of melancholy. To be dubbed the national artifact, he must have received the finest treatment available in Huaxia when he was injured, yet it still did not suffice for his recovery. This indicated that Yu Haowu's injuries were quite severe. Reflecting on the dragon's roar and tiger's howl that Sister Shifan had shared with him, Feng Qingyun realized that indeed, behind the scenes, there have always been countless brave warriors, unafraid of sacrifice, transforming their flesh and blood into an unyielding border, intercepting danger from without, safeguarding the peace and happiness of the people with their lives. This, perhaps, is the most compelling reason for society's reverence towards martial artists. A warrior may die nameless, but they must never lack in glory. Uncle Yu, then I must trouble you to take us home. Feng Qingyun discerned that Yu Haowu was not particularly inclined to engage with Qin Zhan and the others, so he seized upon Yu Haowu's earlier statement to usher him away. Why Yu Haowu offered a slight smile. In Feng Qingyun's mind, the system's notification resonated. Congratulations, host. You have gained the recognition of a master. Random doubling in progress. Doubling by 666 times. Chapter 38. What is the meaning of subverting expectations? Observing the retreating figures of Feng Qingyun and Yu Haowu, Qin Zhan sighed. He had not expected him or Yu Zun to be living in such a small city. They had expended considerable effort seeking him for an invitation to Tianwu Academy, yet had been unable to find him. After all, as a national artifact, with connections that span the heavens, if he wished to remain hidden, few could truly locate him. Li Yining spoke nonchalantly, yet her thoughts were stirring. If they could persuade Yu Haowu to emerge from retirement, inviting him to teach at Mowu Academy, perhaps this year, Mowu could surpass Dibu in the rankings. Only Shen Xiaowei appeared troubled at him, or Yu Zun. He wouldn't want to take Feng Qingyun as his disciple, would he? Isn't that rather splendid? Qin Zhan thought nothing of it, confident in Feng Qingyun's capabilities. However, Shen Xiaowei's next words unsettled him. But Yu Zun is a member of a sect, and the rules are strict. Once Feng Qingyun enters the sect, he can no longer attend university. What? Then I'm finished. Qin Zhan was instantly dumbfounded. If he couldn't bring Feng Qingyun back, the headmaster would surely make him suffer. It was quite possible he would truly face a fate akin to 1,000 flowers blooming. With this thought, Qin Zhan, Li Yining, and Shen Xiaowei all turned their gazes towards Yi Xiangbei, who was sitting there with a guilty expression, incessantly drinking water. Upon noticing the unfriendly looks from the three, he hastily began to explain, let me clarify. No need for so many explanations. Just tell us, how many people did you sell the information to? How many more do we not know about? Only you three, I swear, Yi Xiangbei declared earnestly, pointing skyward. Just then, over a dozen individuals barged into the room, cursing. Old Yi, you said you only told me. Did I split open to end up with so many brothers? Upon entering and discovering the presence of three others, everyone froze. You are also here for Feng Qingyun? Driving a modest Hongqi car, Yu Haowu remained silent during the journey, merely engaging in casual conversation with Feng Manlu and Lin Xuemei about cooking. In my spare time, I enjoy visiting the seafood market to buy fish. You know the Southeast Market, right? The fish from Aunt Wong's stall at the back is particularly fresh, if you like shrimp. You can check out the neighboring Shouting Market. Old Jia shrimp are top-notch. How about I buy some for you tomorrow? Oh, there's no need for such formality. Yu Haowu waved his hand, exuding no air of authority as a bureau chief, but rather the demeanor of an older brother. Since I have no tasks at the moment, I could indulge in some drinks. Why not bring some shrimp tomorrow, and I'll prepare some liquor for us to enjoy? All right, it's settled then. Which way do we go from here? Just turn right, and we'll arrive. The vehicle came to a stop at the alley's entrance. Yu Haowu, remembering that Feng Qingyun's family circumstances were not particularly favorable, did not wish to pry into their plight. After exiting the car, Yu Haowu greeted Feng Qingyun. Qingyun, after you drop off your parents and sister, wait for me here. I'd like to have a word with you. Sure, Feng Qingyun nodded. This man was one whom even the system referred to as a master. Establishing a connection with him would surely be a significant asset for the future. Watching Feng Qingyun escort his family away, Yu Haowu smiled faintly, then murmured, after following along this far, are you not planning to reveal yourself to invite him to Tianwu Academy? You cannot hide anything from Why you die in the void. An aged figure descended gracefully, landing before Yu Haowu and respectfully clasping his fists in salute, adopting a humble posture as if he were a junior. Yet, from his appearance, Yu Haowu appeared to be a middle-aged man, seemingly more than 20 years younger than the elder. Zhang Fubai, the director of the southern campus of Tianwu Academy, pays his respects to Mr. Yu. You've aged since I last saw you. Why Yu Haowu remarked with a hint of nostalgia. In truth, he too had aged. Zhang Fubai smiled faintly in response. Martial artists possess robust vitality, thus they tend to live longer than ordinary folk, but aging is inevitable. When I last met Mr. Yu, I was but a student. Your guidance has benefited me throughout my life, and I remain ever grateful. Qin Zhan, are you the son of Principal Qin Gongda? Having a son in old age, it's understandable to be somewhat indulgent. This time, I brought him out for some practical experience to temper him. Yet he ended up being outsmarted by this student, Feng Qingyun. Zhang Fubai chuckled helplessly. In Tianwu Academy, Qin Zhan was regarded as a privileged heir, yet unexpectedly, on his first mission, he was deceived by Feng Qingyun's mere words. It was likely that at this moment, Qin Zhan was still marveling at Feng Qingyun's admirable qualities. Yu Haowu chuckled as well. Both youngsters are quite commendable. They merely possess different temperaments. You are eager to seize the top spot? Preparing for the World Martial Arts Competition, I presume? Indeed, Zhang Fubai nodded, aware that he could not conceal his intentions from Yu Haowu. The title of national artifact is not just for show. The martial arts competition is held every 5 years. And next year marks another cycle. However, during these past 4 years, the talents of Huaxia have continuously diminished, and it is likely that next year's results will not be promising. The outside world is eyeing us with predatory intent. Yu Haowu felt a pang of melancholy. How long has it been since, in the face of such circumstances, he had no time for hesitation? He needed to immediately rush to the battlefield and engage in yet another fierce struggle. However, at this moment, he found himself incapable of doing so. Let us not dwell on these matters any longer, for they are of little relevance to me now. You should contemplate how best to advise this child, for he possesses remarkable intelligence. Indeed, Zhang Fubai was also quite troubled. In truth, the principal's decision to summon Qin Zhan was merely for the sake of experience. Thus, it would be ideal if Qin Zhan could bring back Feng Qingyun. If not, Zhang Fubai would stand resolutely behind him. Yet, after a brief interaction, Zhang Fubai discovered that this young lad Feng Qingyun was quite formidable. His audacity was astounding. Fully aware that Qin Zhan represented Tianwu Academy, he dared to toy with him, seeking to elevate his own status. Such a rebellious spirit is difficult to tame. While lost in thought, Feng Qingyun approached with 2 cups of tea, showing no sign of surprise upon seeing Zhang Fubai. He simply walked over to serve the tea. Uncle Yu, please enjoy some tea, and my dear sir, do partake as well. Zhang Fubai accepted the tea with a smile and casually inquired, classmate, how did you know I was here? It's a feeling. My intuition is quite keen, Feng Qingyun replied earnestly. Unfazed, in reality, he had intended to drink that cup himself, but upon seeing Zhang Fubai standing there, exuding an aura of ethereal grace and engaging in cheerful conversation with Yu Haowu, he decided to offer it instead. Zhang Fubai seemed to have anticipated this, so he continued, since your intuition is so sharp, which university do you think would be most suitable for you to apply to? Well, Feng Qingyun perceived that this elder was no fool like Qin Zhan, and thus, he could not be easily misled. He opted to take the offensive instead. I haven't quite decided yet. Perhaps you could analyze it for me and see which school would be best suited for my aspirations? Indeed clever, Zhang Fubai thought to himself that a warrior does not lack wisdom. Rather, in many instances, direct action prevails. However, a wise warrior is precisely what the nation truly requires. A brute can only become a weapon. The integration of intellect and martial prowess is what cultivates a national treasure. Tonight, you should have noticed that the 3 premier academies, Diyu, Mowu, and Tianwu, each possess their own distinct characteristics. Diyu stands at the helm of power, while Mowu resides at the core of the economy. Thus, one is renowned for wealth, and the other for authority. At this juncture, Zhang Fubai intentionally refrained from elaborating further, aiming for Feng Qingyun to inquire about Tianwu, thereby deepening the air of mystery surrounding it. Yet, Zhang Fubai underestimated Feng Qingyun. If he chose not to ask, Feng Qingyun would indeed refrain from doing so though. So that's how it is that it appears that both Diyu and Mowu are esteemed institutions. One could choose either without concern. As for Tianwu Academy, elder, if you are reluctant to speak of it, it surely lacks any remarkable attributes, so I shall not consider it. Cough, cough. The unexpected turn of events nearly left Zhang Fubai choking. Initially, he intended to ensnare Feng Qingyun in a trap, only to find himself outmaneuvered. Classmate, that is not my intent. What I mean to convey is that our Tianwu Academy is quite unique. It is not renowned for wealth or power, but rather for its combat prowess. Combat prowess? A flicker of surprise crossed Feng Qingyun's eyes. Are not warriors defined by their strength? Is there such a thing as a warrior who cannot fight? Zhang Fubai, perceiving Feng Qingyun's confusion, recognized that this young man was sharp-tongued and difficult to entrap, so he opted for forthrightness. Indeed, it is about fighting. For warriors, vitality and vigor represent hard power, while mental fortitude embodies soft power. The fusion of both is what forges a true warrior. Regrettably, many lack the necessary spirit, rendering them incapable of life and death struggles, relegating them to civilian roles. Take, for instance, the individual you encountered tonight, Yi Xiangbei. He possesses vitality in abundance but has not engaged in combat for decades. Upon mentioning Yi Xiangbei, Feng Qingyun immediately recalled those fierce competitors he had seen in the underground boxing arena. Although those fighters may not have possessed high vitality, each exuded a ferocity unmatched by Yi Xiangbei. Thus, Feng Qingyun nodded in agreement. Indeed, Uncle Yi is too soft. Well, that sounds somewhat odd, but it is indeed the case. Zhang Fubai chuckled awkwardly. This concept of softness and hardness was his own, and Feng Qingyun had merely adopted it to define Yi Xiangbei. Thus, it was hardly blameworthy. Classmate, the question of whether Yi Xiangbei is soft or not is of little significance. Let us continue discussing why Tianwu Academy excels in combat. Very well, please proceed, Feng Qingyun replied. Feigning attentiveness, which caused Zhang Fubai's face to twitch with exasperation, thinking how could this young man be so arrogant, making himself appear as a sycophant. No. He needed to swiftly transition to the topic at hand to avoid forming a habitual tendency to flatter Feng Qingyun. Yet, across from him, Feng Qingyun's mind resonated with the system's notification. Congratulations, host, you have received the favor reward from a strong individual, which is now being doubled. Randomly multiplied by 999 times. In an instant, Zhang Fubai, who had been self-reflecting, inexplicably felt a tickling sensation in his heart, compelling him to treat Feng Qingyun with utmost kindness. Not in the manner of an elder to a junior, but rather as an attempt to curry favor. Cough, cough. What is happening to me? Could it be that Feng Qingyun possesses an innate aura that commands my submission? Contemplating this internally, he acted decisively, even altering his address. Young friend Qingyun, the reason Tianwu Academy excels in combat is rather straightforward. Over a decade ago, there were only two top-tier martial academies in Huaxia. Du University and Moa University. One is wealthy, and the other wields power, thus utilizing resources to cultivate a cadre of outstanding students. Unfortunately, most of these students either transitioned to civilian roles or ventured into business, with very few willing to continue as warriors. In light of this, the foremost think tank of Huaxia proposed recommendations to establish a martial academy characterized by vigor, ensuring that true warriors would not vanish from Huaxia. Consequently, over 100 ordinary martial schools underwent reform, with Tianwu Academy undergoing the most thorough transformation. At this juncture, a hint of sorrow involuntarily flickered in Zhang Fubai's gaze. The phrase most thoroughly transformed implied the greatest sacrifice of bloodshed and loss of life. However, without the sacrifices of a few, the happiness of the many would be unattainable. This is the very essence of a warrior's existence and their honor. Young friend, in truth, power is fleeting and wealth is transient. Only formidable strength, the ability to fight, is truly enduring. This heartfelt declaration resonated deeply with Feng Qingyun. Power and wealth are merely bargaining chips for exchange. Above all, strength is the undeniable truth. Without sufficient might, power and wealth will inevitably dissipate, proving impossible to retain. Thus, Feng Qingyun's heart had already begun to form a direction for his choices. However, who said the price had yet to be negotiated? Elder, I understand what you are saying, but as one awakened with bloodlines, I can't foresee the limits of martial arts. Therefore, accumulating wealth and connections and pursuing a civilian position is not without merit. Young friend, that is not quite the right perspective. Upon hearing Feng Qingyun's reluctance, Zhang Fubai grew anxious. Although he could not fathom why, he felt an overwhelming desire to please Feng Qingyun, leading him to speak without restraint. We at Tianwu Academy are already aware of your bloodline awakening. However, what we value is not merely your future potential but your remarkable achievement as the top candidate in the provincial and even national examinations. Should you choose to enroll, you would help us attract more exceptional students. Other martial schools share this sentiment. Thus, if you are willing to assist us, Tianwu Academy shall owe you a favor. We shall forever remember it. This lengthy, fervent plea took even Yu Haowu by surprise. In his view, Zhang Fubai was not typically a hasty individual. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyun was taken aback. I see now. It's about paying a handsome price for a horse's bones. The bones themselves are inconsequential, but the eagerness to recruit talent is what truly matters, and I am that horse's bone. Cough, cough. Perhaps that is somewhat accurate. Zhang Fubai lowered his head awkwardly, pondering how he had divulged everything he ought not to say. Since he had already spoken, he might as well directly inquire about Feng Qingyun's stance. Young friend, having shared all this, I wonder if you would consider joining Tianwu Academy? Being a mere horse's bone is rather unappealing. Feng Qingyun thought to himself, shaking his head slightly, which caused Zhang Fubai's face to flush with embarrassment, realizing that his earlier outburst had led Feng Qingyun to entertain such thoughts. Yet, was this not just another of Feng Qingyun's attempts to elevate his own worth? So what? It is only natural for one to act in their own interest. Such reasoning is entirely justified. Dear friend, I have conveyed to you the utmost limit that our Tianwu Academy can offer, a signing fee of 8 million. In addition to 5 second-tier blood vitality pills, though it pales in comparison to the conditions presented by the Imperial Martial Academy and the Demonic Martial Academy, I must assert that the students emerging from Tianwu in recent years have gradually surpassed those from Imperial and Demonic Martial in terms of strength. A martial artist who is solely fixated on wealth and power, rather than honing their combat skills, is destined to decline. Zhang Fubai spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his words resonating deeply, and even Feng Qingyun found them quite agreeable. Thus, Feng Qingyun replied, "Old sir, please return for now. Allow me some time to contemplate." "Very well, my young friend, I shall return at this time tomorrow to discuss further," Zhang Fubai said, clasping his fists in respect towards Feng Qingyun and Yu Haowu before lightly springing away. Vanishing into the thick night. At that moment, Yu Haowu, who had remained silent, suddenly broke into laughter. "Ha ha, quite amusing," he exclaimed. "Uncle Yu, what brings on your mirth?" Feng Qingyun inquired with curiosity, maintaining a respectful demeanor towards Yu Haowu. Yu Haowu chuckled softly. "I've noticed an enchanting allure about you that compels people to take an immediate liking to you, rendering them utterly defenseless. Is that so?" "I was entirely unaware," Feng Qingyun replied calmly. Yet internally, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that something was truly discerned? After all, the other party was a national artifact, potentially possessing insights beyond the ordinary. Subsequently, Feng Qingyun's apprehensions were validated as Yu Haowu's perceptive abilities proved astonishing. Narrowing his eyes and scrutinizing Feng Qingyun from head to toe, Yu Haowu suddenly remarked, "Qingyun, you are not, in fact, the product of a bloodline awakening, are you?" Chapter 40. Infinite Tasks? Infinite Rewards? Qingyun, you are not, in fact, the product of a bloodline awakening, are you? Indeed. In response to Yu Haowu's query, Feng Qingyun replied candidly, knowing that with his rapid progression, this truth could not remain concealed for long. Upon hearing Feng Qingyun's forthright admission, Yu Haowu chuckled once more. "Ha ha, Qingyun, honesty is commendable, yet at times, it is wise to conceal certain truths. And what about you, Uncle Yu? Are you not curious as to how I transformed from an ordinary student just days ago to a 3-star bronze?" Feng Qingyun asked, his face adorned with a smile, emboldened by the constant notifications echoing in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining the recognition reward from a master, proceeding with random doubling. Randomly doubling by 555 times. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the recognition reward from a master, proceeding with random doubling. Randomly doubling by 246 times. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the recognition reward from a master, proceeding with random doubling. Randomly doubling by 775 times. However, Feng Qingyun was also quite curious. Zhang Fubai had only doubled once and treated him like a sycophant, yet Yu Haowu, having doubled numerous times, remained remarkably composed. It appeared that each individual possessed a different threshold. Some were sensitive and easily overwhelmed, while others were more obtuse and required a gradual approach. Nevertheless, even the most oblivious person would not resort to ruthless actions in front of someone they favored. This was the source of Feng Qingyun's confidence. Indeed, regarding Feng Qingyun's secret, Yu Haowu felt a tinge of curiosity, yet his inner emotions guided him to refrain from probing. He simply stated, "Everyone has their own secrets. There is nothing to investigate." Then, Yu Haowu regarded Feng Qingyun with earnestness and gravity, uttering, "The truth is, I called you out here simply to convey one message. Every nation requires heroes. If you possess the capability, do not shy away. Uncle Yu, which school do you think I should apply to?" Feng Qingyun inquired earnestly. Given Yu Haowu's extensive understanding of the 3 schools as a national artifact, Feng Qingyun was eager to hear his thoughts. After a moment of silence, Yu Haowu ultimately relinquished the notion of personally mentoring Feng Qingyun. He had faltered. He could not allow Feng Qingyun to share his fate. "Tianwu is a commendable choice. You should consider it." Having said this, Yu Haowu clapped Feng Qingyun on the shoulder, added him on WeChat, then climbed into his Hongqi car and drove away towards home. Observing Yu Haowu's despondent departure, Feng Qingyun felt a wave of emotion. Uncle Yu bore a heavy heart. Listening to his words, it became evident that he still yearned to return to the battlefield. If only he could be healed. Contemplating this possibility stirred excitement within Feng Qingyun's heart. If the national artifact of yesteryears were to return, not only would it send shockwaves throughout Huaxia, but across the entire world as well. Perhaps I could delve into the field of medicine. With the system at my disposal, I might soon become a legendary healer. Musing upon these thoughts, Feng Qingyun made his way home. Feng Manlu even took the time to step out and inquire. Has Mr. left? Yes, he mentioned before departing that you should not forget to visit him tomorrow for drinks. How remarkable that someone of Mr. Yu's stature can be so affable, Feng Manlu expressed with palpable excitement, feeling as though he had never been so elated. Soon after, the family gathered to witness Feng Qingyun's moment. Both Feng Manlu and Lin Xuemei found it rather perplexing. Xiaoyun, you are the embodiment of the love between your mother and me? That much is certain. Yet why is your blood vitality so exceptionally high? Ahem. Consider it the product of negative times negative. Feng Qingyun responded innocently. I can't just say that I've hit the jackpot. Can I? Otherwise, you would surely drag me off to a mental institution. However, this answer was indeed a tad cheeky. You little rascal, what kind of talk is that, dear? Bring me my slippers. At this age, it's inappropriate to hit him with slippers. Then what shall I use? Use a belt. Otherwise, it won't hurt, brother. Don't cry. Siener will help you wipe your tears. The family of four relished a rare moment of childishness for half the night, their past shadows dissipating. Afterwards, Feng Qingyun climbed into bed, noticing an unread WeChat message on his phone. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Sister Shifan. Little one, I heard you performed well on the talent test. Which school are you planning to apply to? Would you like me to recommend one? This woman? A smirk crept across Feng Qingyun's face as he swiftly replied. Since you know I did well, shouldn't there be a reward for me? Ha ha ha, all right, I shall send you a red envelope. Sister Shifan appeared to be quite leisurely, responding almost instantaneously. Thus, Feng Qingyun unceremoniously declined. No, thank you no? Sister Shifan was taken aback. Such a response was entirely out of character for Feng Qingyun. Are you certain you don't want it? Do you not desire a kiss from your sister or a hug? Now that is a bit greedy, little one. Feng Qingyun was momentarily speechless. What are you thinking? I declined because the maximum for a red envelope is only 200 yuan. For such a momentous occasion, it would only be fitting to send 10,000 as a reward. Ha 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 ha, fine. Without further ado, Sister Shifan's next message was a transfer of 10,000 yuan. Feng Qingyun clicked to acknowledge it. Receiving the notification, congratulations, host, for obtaining a cash reward, proceeding with random doubling. Randomly doubling by 699 times. In an instant, an additional 6.99 million yuan appeared in Feng Qingyun's account, combined with the previous balance of over 1 million. He now had over 8 million in savings. This money was far too easy to acquire. Excitedly gazing at the numbers on his bank statement, Feng Qingyun felt certain that he would inevitably become the wealthiest person in Huaxia. At that moment, Sister Shifan sent another message. Little one, to be frank, if possible, I suggest you apply to Tianwu Academy. Another endorsement for Tianwu. Feng Qingyun found it quite intriguing that it was understandable for those affiliated with Tianwu Academy to recommend it. But for a renowned national artifact and the enigmatic Sister Shifan to simultaneously advocate for Tianwu indicated deeper reasons at play. Thus, Feng Qingyun replied, Why Tianwu Academy? I want the truth. Unlike her earlier prompt responses, it took Sister Shifan quite some time to reply. Eventually, she sent a message stating, Those without connections do not enter the Imperial Martial Academy, and those without wealth do not go to the Demonic Martial Academy. At Tianwu, as long as you have your life, you are welcome. If you dare to strive, Tianwu offers countless tasks to aid your growth. Tasks? Feng Qingyun inquired. They are commissions from various sectors of society, ranging from locating lost pets to participating in wars. Completing them can yield pills, wealth, and even rare techniques and potions. Upon reading this message, any lingering hesitations Feng Qingyun had about attending Tianwu evaporated instantly. Tasks? Rewards? Wasn't that the ultimate paradise for his system's functionalities? Wait a moment. What of the Imperial and Demonic Martial Academies? It was evident that these two institutions, one wielding power and the other wealth, would hardly be inclined to expend their resources for a mere few hundred yuan. Haha, they would likely slap you on the spot. Thus, it was clear that few dared to undertake any tasks. To be on the safe side, I shall inquire with Sister Shifan. The response received mirrored precisely what Feng Qingyun had anticipated. These second-generation heirs possess quite the temper and are utterly disinclined to undertake any tasks. Which is why the workload at Tianwu is as abundant as falling snowflakes. with no fear of lacking financial gain. Given this circumstance, after a brief contemplation, Feng Qingyun's eyes brightened. Of course, he could go to Tianwu. However, Tianwu Academy must acquiesce to one of his conditions. Chapter 41. I have two conditions as the first rays of morning sunlight graced the entrance of Feng Qingyun's home. Outside the door, a brand-new Lamborghini sports car blocked the alleyway. On the car's hood, Li Yining, a teacher of magical martial arts recruitment, donned sizzling hot shorts, revealing her fair thighs, leisurely enjoying a popsicle. As Feng Qingyun emerged in his shorts. Yawning and brushing his teeth, Li Yining promptly greeted him, popsicle in mouth. Hi Feng Qingyun. Hi. Although she had changed her outfit, the lavish behavior of Li Yining the previous night left a profound impression on Feng Qingyun. After all, she was the first to offer a staggering 30 million to purchase him. Just a moment, he said, squatting by the roadside with a cup in one hand and a toothbrush in the other, creating a frothy mess. After rinsing his face, he ambled over to Li Yining. This car looks quite appealing. Do you like it? It's yours. Li Yining tossed the car key to Feng Qingyun. However, he deftly dodged it. The key, valued at 50,000, fell to the ground, accompanied by the 5 million sports car following suit. Li Yining winced. Feng Qingyun, do you dislike this color or the model? I can swap it out immediately. Also, later we can head to the city center, and I can arrange for you to acquire a spacious apartment. If you prefer, we can directly purchase a villa. Feng Qingyun smiled slightly, circling the striking Lamborghini before returning to Li Yining's side. Teacher, I haven't yet asked your name. Li Yining. What a lovely name, Feng Qingyun complimented. Just then, a notification rang in his mind. Congratulations, host has received a strong affinity reward, currently undergoing random multiplication. Randomly multiplied by 848 times. With this assurance, Feng Qingyun felt considerably more relaxed and spoke candidly to Li Yining. Teacher Li, the truth is, I already have a school in mind. As for the goodwill from magical martial arts, I fear I can only accept it in my heart. Why is that? Is it because they offered better conditions? Li Yining furrowed her brow. Yet for reasons unknown, she found it difficult to harbor any dislike towards Feng Qingyun. Feng Qingyun chuckled softly. Not quite, mainly because my family is impoverished. Going to a wealthy place like Magic Capital, I fear I would feel out of place. This, Li Yining could not deny. Given Feng Qingyun's family circumstances, had he not achieved the top score in the national examination, magical martial arts would undoubtedly not have considered him. It is worth noting that the baseline condition for new students at magical martial arts is a family fortune exceeding 100 million. Sighing, Li Yining compared her priorities in her heart. Was she more concerned about Feng Qingyun or magical martial arts? The result was surprisingly Feng Qingyun. How peculiar, she mused. In all my years of recruitment, I never imagined that a student could be more significant than the institution. As she pondered, Feng Qingyun had already picked up the car key, dusted it off, and returned it to Li Yining. Teacher Li, here's your car key. Please keep it safe. Upon finishing his sentence, the system prompt echoed again. Congratulations, host has received a strong affinity reward, currently undergoing random multiplication. Randomly multiplied by 555 times. Feeling a surge of emotion, Li Yining straightened up, extending her delicate hand to shake Feng Qingyun's gently. She found this young man quite intriguing, distinct from the ostentatious youths she had encountered before. Dio, come to Magic Capital for a visit. I will host you. Certainly. After exchanging contact details, Feng Qingyun watched as Li Yining drove away, exhaling a sigh of relief. For most individuals, while they might not attend magical martial arts, they would have already offended the other party. Yet for Feng Qingyun, not only could he opt out, but he could also leave a favorable impression. Upon reflection, it seemed the system's multiplication ability was rather extraordinary. Offending someone didn't lead to multiplication. But even a smidgen of goodwill could be magnified exponentially. Internally delighted, Feng Qingyun prepared to return to his room to put on some pants when Shan Xiaowei from Imperial Martial Academy rushed over. Flustered, that scheming woman deceived me again. Thankfully, I had a tracking system installed on her phone. Feng Qingyun. Wait a moment. 5 minutes later, Shan Xiaowei, also infused with goodwill, left after exchanging contact details with Feng Qingyun. In truth, aside from Imperial Martial, Magical Martial, and Tianwu, numerous other martial schools were eager to recruit Feng Qingyun as a student. However, upon learning that the 3 major martial schools had already approached him, they quietly withdrew, significantly decreasing the pressure on Feng Qingyun to make a choice. What a bother. While others fret over not being wanted by schools, I am troubled by the fact that they all desire me. The joys and sorrows of humanity truly do not resonate. After a moment of reflection, Feng Qingyun arrived at the breakfast shop and shouted into the air. if you don't come down soon, I will call them to say I've changed my mind. Coming. With a swoosh, Zhang Fubai descended from the sky directly in front of Feng Qingyun. Feng Qingyun rejected the offers from the other two schools. He had heard everything clearly from above. Young friend, have you made your decision to pursue your studies at Tianwu Academy? Upon entering the breakfast shop, Feng Qingyun casually chose a seat, ordering 2 bowls of soy milk and 2 pounds of fried dough sticks. Zhang Fubai sat opposite him, feeling quite apprehensive. Even though Feng Qingyun had turned down the other 2 institutions, it did not imply that Tianwu Academy could afford to treat him lightly. Otherwise, Feng Qingyun could summon people from both schools in an instant. Thus, Zhang Fubai, contemplating, decided to take the initiative and inquire about Feng Qingyun's preferences. Young friend, if you have any requests, please do not hesitate to mention them. Within my capacity, I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. And what if it exceeds your capacity? Feng Qingyun bit into a fried dough stick as he spoke. Zhang Fubai quickly assured, I will consult with the academy immediately. Moreover, I am the dean of the Southern College among the 4 branches of Tianwu Academy, so my authority is not insignificant. Good. Feng Qingyun had learned that Tianwu Academy was divided into 4 branches, East, West, South, and North, and the Southern dean indeed held considerable stature. He should be able to meet his requirements. I have 2 requests. First, an 8 million nodding fee, and 5 second-grade blood vitality pills. Is that too little? Zhang Fubai pondered for a moment, realizing that compared to the luxury cars, mansions, and 30 million cash offered by Magical Marshal, it did seem somewhat meager. Gritting his teeth, he replied, Young friend, the Academy's funds are indeed tight, but I can personally add an additional 8 million for you. How does that sound? That is not what I meant. Not what you meant. This left Zhang Fubai perplexed. If that was not Feng Qingyun's intention, then what did he truly mean? Fortunately, Feng Qingyun did not leave him guessing and directly revealed his thoughts. What I mean is, I do not require 8 million as the nodding fee. I only need 5 million. However, for the blood vitality pills, I require 1/3 grade, 1/4 grade, and 1/5 grade. How does that sound? Such a request genuinely astonished Zhang Fubai. A 3rd grade blood vitality pill was not excessively expensive, roughly 60,000 each, while the 4th grade was 100,000, and the 5th grade was 200,000. Altogether, that amounted to 360,000. This was akin to a covert price increase of 60,000. Moreover, Feng Qingyun did not request the 5 second-grade blood vitality pills, which was a significant concession for Tianwu. Yet little did he know, this was merely the calculation of an ordinary person. Feng Qingyun's perspective was quite different. 1/3 grade blood vitality pill multiplied would yield hundreds. 1/4 grade blood vitality pill multiplied would yield hundreds. 1/5 grade blood vitality pill multiplied would yield hundreds. As for the 2nd grade pills, the principal had already arranged for those to be multiplied into hundreds. Thus, the mere 300,000, what significance did it hold? Nevertheless, for Zhang Fubai, this was undoubtedly excellent news. He promptly agreed. I shall approve this request. However, while money is easy to provide, the pills will need to be obtained from Tianwu Academy. As the 5th grade blood vitality pill might attract envy, understood, no problem. Feng Qingyun nodded. At that moment, he only possessed 1 1st-grade blood vitality pill, which had already drawn the attention of a dozen individuals. If he were to carry a 5th-grade pill and word got out, he would likely meet a grim fate. Having settled the first condition, Zhang Fubai licked his lips, growing even more anxious in his view. Feng Qingyun's first request was a concession. Thus, the second request might be more stringent. He felt a twinge of unease. My friend, what is your second condition? My second condition is, Chapter 42. The joy of deceiving others. My second condition is that for the tasks I undertake at Tianwu, in addition to the reward provided by the employer, the school must also grant me a matching reward, effectively doubling my compensation. Feng Qingyun stated nonchalantly. Zhang Fubai was left in such shock that he questioned whether he was imagining things. What? A double task reward? This request is rather simplistic, isn't it? It is understandable that Zhang Fubai would think this way. Most individuals would believe that Feng Qingyun, being a bloodline awakener, would have a maximum vitality value capped at 3-star bronze, unable to surpass 9-star bronze. Even upon reaching 9-star bronze, the highest tier of tasks available would only be D level, with a mere value of 500,000 yuan. Doubling that would yield an insignificant increase. After some contemplation, Zhang Fubai concluded that Feng Qingyun was likely just hoping to accumulate a bit more wealth, intending to retire from being a martial artist once he had saved enough. This perspective was somewhat valid. Bronze-level martial artists lacked the qualifications to even step onto the battlefield, truly embodying the notion that being weak can indeed be a blessing. Without hesitation, Zhang Fubai readily agreed to Feng Qingyun's terms. Very well, I shall take charge of this matter and grant my friend's request. Really? For such a significant issue, shouldn't it be reported to the school? No need for that. This minor request is well within my authority as the head of the Southern Institute. Should you feel inadequately compensated, do not hesitate to come to me. Words alone hold no weight. Zhang Fubai promptly rushed to print the contract. He dashed into the nearby print shop, anxious that Feng Qingyun might have a change of heart. Little did he know that Feng Qingyun was currently grinning from ear to ear. A double task reward meant a larger base amount, and with the system's doubling mechanism, it would escalate even further. Initially, for a school task, Feng Qingyun might earn 10,000 yuan. With the system doubling it, that would become 999,000 yuan. Now, with the school providing an additional 10,000 yuan, the base increased to 20,000 yuan, leading to a staggering 998,000 yuan after the system's multiplication. Moreover, once I obtain my vitality elixir and consume it, my power will surge drastically. At that point, as I tackle increasingly higher level tasks, the rewards will multiply, with the school doubling the rewards and the system doing the same. Just contemplating this made Feng Qingyun feel that he was but a step away from becoming an extraordinary martial artist, or even a legendary warrior beyond that. My friend, the contract has been printed. Please take a look. Zhang Fubai returned, placing 2 identical contracts before Feng Qingyun. Each document bore complete fingerprints, school seals, signatures, and clearly stated Feng Qingyun's conditions. All tasks completed by Feng Qingyun while enrolled in the school would be supplemented with double rewards. Black and white, clear as day, prompting Feng Qingyun to nod in approval. Excellent, excellent. He then took the pen and swiftly signed his name, smiling broadly as he extended his hand. A pleasant cooperation. A pleasant cooperation. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing Feng Qingyun's smile, Zhang Fubai felt a sudden pang of anxiety and an inexplicable sense of foreboding, as though he had unwittingly led the entire school into a trap. What was this feeling? Why did such thoughts arise? Zhang Fubai found himself baffled that moment. Feng Qingyun spoke again. Dear sir, if you have time tomorrow, could you come to my school to support me? After all, it's a rare occasion for me to bask in the limelight. Of course, of course. Zhang Fubai nodded eagerly. Typically, the top student in the national examination receives accolades from various sectors on the day results are announced. Thus, not only would the principal of the alma mater attend, but representatives from the admitting school would also be present to proclaim their institution's achievement in securing the top candidate, thereby attracting more talent. Hence, this was an event that Zhang Fubai could not afford to miss. As for that unsettling sensation, never mind. If I cannot decipher it, there is no need to dwell on it. Cultivating a suspicious nature is hardly beneficial. After breakfast, Feng Qingyun returned home to find Feng Manlu struggling with a small electric scooter at the doorway, preparing to unload a delivery box. Upon seeing Feng Qingyun, he casually inquired, Xiaoyun, if you have no plans today, take Xing'er out for a stroll. She has been incessantly mentioning wanting to hang out with you. All right, Feng Qingyun nodded. Subsequently, Feng Manlu handed him a crisp 100 yuan bill, stating earnestly, Xiaoyun, you are still young and might not have encountered such a sum before. But it's all right. Feel free to indulge yourself, even in the future. No matter how much money you accumulate, never forget that your first 100 yuan came from your father. Feng Qingyun's lips twitched, thinking to himself that his father had no clue he had 8 million yuan in his account. Oh, he truly does not know, he replied. Thank you, Dad. Rest assured, I will make good use of this 100 yuan. Just enjoy yourself. I'm off. I need to quit my job at the company and then head over to Brother Yu's place for drinks. I may be back late. Feng Manlu waved his hand nonchalantly as he departed, leaving Feng Qingyun to contemplate how to surprise him. What surprise, you ask? The thrill of spending 100 yuan to generate the feeling of spending 1 million. After tucking the banknote into his pocket, Feng Qingyun returned home and knocked vigorously on the iron door. Little rascal, are you awake? Coming? Xing'er, still rolling around in bed, instantly found the motivation to get up upon hearing her brother's call, putting on her little dress and tying her hair into a cute braid. She bounced out, full of energy. Brother, let us go. Hold on. Feng Qingyun scooped her up and playfully pinched her little nose. He rapped on the door again. Mom, do you have any plans today? I have a cleaning job this afternoon. Why? Do you need some pocket money? How much? Lin Xuemei replied, emerging with her wallet, extracting 50 yuan. This should cover today's job, and you two can take it to have some fun. Don't worry about having too much money. Take it and enjoy yourselves. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyun felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Did his parents really think so little of him, believing that a mere 100 yuan could suffice to satisfy him? Thus, he casually accepted the 50 yuan, allowing the system to double it, then handed the 100 yuan given by Feng Manlu to Lin Xuemei. Lin Xuemei appeared utterly perplexed. Comrade Lin Xuemei, I have commandeered your time today. This is compensation for you. Quickly, change into something nice. We are heading to the city to look at houses. Look at houses? Lin Xuemei gasped, her demeanor shifting to one of caution. Where did you get the money? The funds were provided by Tianwu. Upon agreeing to attend their school, they offered me a signing bonus sufficient to purchase a grand house. In truth, the money from Tianwu had yet to arrive. However, Feng Qingyun's account had ample funds, and he had been itching to spend for quite some time. This revelation delighted Lin Xuemei and Xing'er. Buying a house was secondary. The primary joy was that Feng Qingyun had been accepted into Tianwu. Tianwu Academy is one of the top 3 martial arts schools in China. Feng Qingyun's opportunity for further studies there promised a boundless future. Oh, why didn't you mention this sooner? We should have celebrated with a meal together. I'll call your father right now. Why call him? He's off drinking today. Feng Qingyun mischievously replied, thinking to himself that his father had underestimated him by giving him that 100 yuan and suggesting he squander it. Lin Xuemei chuckled in resignation. Oh, you rascal. How can such a significant decision like buying a house be made without discussing it with your father? Mom, if we don't invite Dad, we can purchase what you like. If he joins, he'll only want to buy what he prefers. That makes sense, Lin Xuemei conceded, immediately canceling her house cleaning order for the day. She donned a beautiful dress she seldom wore and, along with her 2 children, set out to the city in search of a house. However, the city was merely a larger town, boasting a well-equipped lifestyle with supermarkets, hospitals, and schools. Thus, only a few quality properties were available. Requiring little investigation, Feng Qingyun led Lin Xuemei and Xing'er directly to the sales office of the most desirable Qingya manor. Little did they expect that upon entering, they would find Wang Mengda in his work uniform, dejectedly performing a handstand in the corner. Upon noticing Feng Qingyun's arrival, he exuberantly exclaimed, "Welcome. Hey, what brings you here, Xiao Feng? Aren't you supposed to be at the factory tightening screws? Why are you here? Doing handstands?" Feng Qingyun's lips twitched at the absurdity of it all. It seemed that this fellow had truly lost his way. Having seen countless stunning female sales representatives on his computer who promoted properties from couches, balconies, and cars, he had never encountered one engaging in sales while performing a handstand. Next time I must take a look. It seems rather enticing. Upon hearing Feng Qingyun's inquiry, Wang Mengda felt a blend of joy and irritation. Alas, it was just yesterday when I queued at the factory, only to find it filled with middle-aged women. Then I glanced over here, and the girls were all youthful and beautiful, speaking in such pleasing tones, which is why I decided to enter. So, what is the story here? Well, the team leader mentioned that on my first day, I flirted with the girls. Enough of that. As for what happened next, Wang Mengda need not elaborate. Feng Qingyun could easily surmise. Thus, he firmly redirected Wang Mengda. Brother, I need to buy a house. Do you have any good recommendations? Certainly not. I was too busy flirting with the girls to pay any attention to the business situation. Wang Mengda declared with righteous indignation. This made Feng Qingyun wish he could send him back to continue standing on his head. At that moment, a beautiful saleswoman swiftly approached, clad in a black and white uniform. A name tag hanging from her ample bosom reading, Senior Manager, Shui Minjing. This startled Wang Mengda, who hurriedly flipped back to his upright position, exclaiming, "Team leader, I was wrong. You should return to your previous position," Shui Minjing remarked with a face full of exasperation. However, Wang Mengda stubbornly refused to comply. "No, I will not return until you forgive me for flirting with you. Please just turn back, I forgive you." "Really? Do you swear?" "I swear." "Very well, then I shall turn back with that." Wang Mengda skillfully flipped back, clapping his hands a few times, his face adorned with a mischievous grin. Feng Qingyun glanced at Shui Minjing and then at Wang Mengda, silently giving him a thumbs up while exclaiming, "Impressive." One must wonder how many could dare to flirt with their female superior on their very first day, especially one as beautiful as her, who appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years older than Wang Mengda, with smooth, fair skin, a slender waist, and ample hips, perfectly suited to be taken home as a wife. Could she perhaps become a sister-in-law in the future? Shui Minjing bowed apologetically, clearly embarrassed. "It's quite all right." Feng Qingyun responded with a smile, just as he was about to inquire about the housing situation. Shui Minjing spoke first. "May I ask, are you Feng Qingyun?" "Mr. Feng." "I am. Is there an issue?" Feng Qingyun acknowledged graciously, which greatly excited Shui Minjing. "Mr. Feng, we have prepared a house for you at our company, and we're about to contact you to inquire if you had time this afternoon to come and view it." But unexpectedly, you have come to us a house prepared for me? Who footed the bill? Feng Qingyun's first thought was of that little wealthy woman, Li Yining. Who knows if this woman is still scheming to spend money on him? But this time, Feng Qingyun was indeed mistaken. Mr. Feng, this house is a gift from our company to celebrate your commendable performance in the national examination. We had originally planned to announce it at tomorrow's commendation meeting. I see, Feng Qingyun realized. Tio say it was a gift to him was merely a ploy to ride on his coattails for publicity for their real estate company. In that case, Feng Qingyun felt perfectly justified in accepting it. Under Shui Minjing's guidance, Feng Qingyun, along with his family and the mischievous Wang Mengda, made their way to the top floor of building number 1 in the estate. Shui Minjing walked ahead, introducing, Mr. Feng, the house we have gifted you is situated on the top floor and consists of 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. Each level spans 200 square meters, totaling 600 square meters. The lower 2 levels serve as the living room and residential area, while the 3rd level is an aerial garden, complete with a study and gym, making it ideal for martial artists. Additionally, the entire house has been elegantly furnished, allowing for immediate move-in. Merely listening to Shui Minjing's explanation filled Feng Qingyun with exhilaration. Although Tianli City is a small locale, housing prices are still quite steep, particularly in Qingya Manor, the most expensive development, where the price per square meter exceeds 10,000. Calculating this, the total price of the house must be at least 6 million. What a substantial investment. Wait, since this house is a reward for me, wouldn't the system double it? Thus, upon this realization, Feng Qingyun couldn't help but glance at the other buildings, musing whether they collectively would suffice for the system's reward. What kind of reward could the system possibly bestow upon him? He felt a twinge of anticipation. However, Shui Minjing's introduction was not yet finished. Mr. Feng, the furniture, appliances, and fitness equipment in your house have all been fully equipped, and these too are gifts from other business owners. Understood, I will warmly shake their hands on stage tomorrow. Compared to these minor details, Feng Qingyun was far more concerned about what he should do with his hundreds of properties. It seemed this Qingya Manor truly was not large enough. Why doesn't the owner construct a few more buildings just in case? What if they skimp on my rewards? Thus, Feng Qingyun anxiously inquired. May I ask when I could obtain the keys? Just a moment, let me check. Shui Minjing picked up her phone and made a call. After speaking a few words, she turned to Feng Qingyun and stated, Mr. Feng, the keys are ready, and the property deed will be available by this afternoon. Since it is nearly noon, how about I treat you and your family to lunch, and then we can collect them together in the afternoon? Very well, thank you. Feng Qingyun nodded, not declining, and accompanied Lin Xuemei and Xinger as they thoroughly explored their new home. They then enjoyed lunch together. Soon after, a shiny red property deed was presented to Feng Qingyun, accompanied by a set of brand new keys. Mr. Feng, here are your property deed and keys. Please keep them safe. Thank you. The moment he received the property deed and keys, Feng Qingyun's heart raced with anticipation. How would the system reward him this time? Congratulations, host. You have received a property reward, currently being randomly multiplied. Subsequently, it multiplied by 775 times. Congratulations, host. You have received an appliance reward, currently being randomly multiplied. Subsequently, it multiplied by 646 times. Congratulations, host. You have received a furniture reward, currently being randomly multiplied. Subsequently, it multiplied by 732 times. And then, there was silence. This startled Feng Qingyun. What is happening? Where are my 775 properties? System? Feng Qingyun persistently inquired. Finally, the system chimed in once more. The system has distributed rewards to the system space. The host may visit the system space to review them. So it has been dispatched. What a fright. Then, Feng Qingyun paused. Wait a moment. Did the system just respond to me? Moreover, it responded in such a human-like manner. Chapter 44 System Upgrade System. Do you incorporate artificial intelligence, system? To confirm whether the system truly exhibited human-like qualities, Feng Qingyun called out several times. However, the system remained silent. This system, which had been mute upon arrival, had now rarely responded, only to lapse back into silence once again. Truly a vexing entity. I shall take my time to study it. Not wishing to dwell further on this, Feng Qingyun's consciousness entered the system's storage space. Upon entry, he was greeted by a plethora of neatly stacked red property deeds, all property certificates, towering at least 7 or 8 meters high. Pulling one out at random revealed properties from Tiandu, properties from the imperial capital, and even properties from the highest price city of Modu, with numerous certificates extending beyond the borders of Huaxia. Upon closer inspection, Feng Qingyun's scalp tingled. These properties were all large units of 600 square meters. It turned out the system calculated by area, not by price. Thus, if this is the case, calculating the value, Feng Qingyun was utterly astounded. Currently, properties in the central district of Modu sell for 150,000 per square meter, meaning a 600 square meter property would total at least 90 million. And such properties, Feng Qingyun now possessed at least over 200. Damn. To me, these houses are merely stacks of papers now. Feng Qingyun remarked as he gazed at the mountain of property deeds. Even if he were to retire on the spot, these properties could sustain him for the next 500 years. What am I thinking? Merely having properties is of no use. I still need to enhance my combat skills. Otherwise, a single punch from someone could turn me into their gift package. Exiting the system space, Feng Qingyun's perspective on Qingya Manor underwent a profound transformation. Initially, he was quite excited about moving into a new home. However, after seeing so many property certificates, his heart became as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any ripples. Conversely, Lin Xuemei, after Xue Minjing went downstairs to handle the paperwork, stood in the kitchen, mimicking the action of flipping a pan. Muttering to herself, "This stove is excellent. I can stir-fry without bending over, making cooking so much less exhausting." Xinger had also crouched in front of the television, gazing at the screen so clear that even a single hair could be seen distinctly. Her mouth agape in wonder. Wow, how utterly beautiful! At that moment, when the two were most enraptured, Feng Qingyun uttered, "Let's go." "Where to?" Lin Xuemei and Xinger asked nervously. Their expressions resembled those of dreamers reluctant to awaken, causing Feng Qingyun's lips to twitch. Of course, it's time to go back, pack up, and move over. Oh. Lin Xuemei and Xinger quickly regained their composure, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Upon returning home, the trio set about giving away items they wished to part with, discarding the unnecessary, while entrusting the remaining belongings to the moving company for packing. 2 hours later, the old home lay barren, and the family joyfully ordered a mountain of takeout in their new house. Reveling in the moment as night fell, a tipsy Feng Manlu stealthily returned to his doorstep, deliberately feigning a state of drunkenness as he stumbled through the door. "Water? I need water. Hey, where's the kettle? What the heck? Where's the gas canister?" Startled, Feng Manlu hurriedly turned on the lights, staring blankly at the empty house. The next morning, in a fit of anger, Feng Manlu sulkily sat with crossed arms, not wanting to acknowledge Feng Qingyun and the others. Feng Qingyun cheerfully placed a fried egg before him. "Dad, please don't be upset. We didn't do it on purpose. You left me all alone over there and say it wasn't intentional? Plus, such a significant matter as buying a house. And you didn't even discuss it with me? Then tell me, are you satisfied with your new living arrangements?" "Well, it's not too bad," Feng Manlu replied, smacking his lips. Lin Xuemei, standing nearby, mercilessly exposed his pretense. "What do you mean by not too bad? Who was rolling in bed with excitement last night? I was just being tipsy. Do you understand? It means behaving unusually. How can you call that excitement?" Feng Manlu said, his face turning crimson, prompting Feng Qingyun and Xinger to laugh until their stomachs hurt. With a glance from Feng Manlu, Feng Qingyun quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "Dad, today is my big day. Surely, you wouldn't want to miss it, would you? You didn't even eat breakfast, you little rascal, who hasn't eaten?" Recalling that today was the day Feng Qingyun would announce his results, Feng Manlu hastily finished his meal. The family promptly set out together. Downstairs, Yu Haowu volunteered as their free chauffeur, using his red flag car to escort Feng Qingyun's family to Tianla City No. 2 Middle School. At the school entrance, countless media outlets had already caught wind of the news and were anxiously awaiting their arrival. Thus, when Feng Qingyun made his appearance, dozens of microphones surged forward, encircling him tightly as a flurry of beautiful reporters began to demand answers. "Feng Qingyun, as the top scorer in the national examination, what are your thoughts?" "Feng Qingyun, it is said that you are a bloodline awakener. Rumor has it that the strength of bloodline awakening is limited. Where do you think your limits lie? Will you ascend to the rank of silver warrior?" "Feng Qingyun, I heard that the best player you had in school was a male. Is that a form of discrimination against girls?" One after another, the beautiful reporters bombarded him with questions. Initially, Feng Qingyun had intended to respond earnestly, but as time passed, he grew increasingly dismissive, ultimately merely nodding, smiling, shaking hands, and posing for photographs while his mind was bombarded with the system's notifications. "Congratulations, host. You have received a second-grade vitality pill as a reward, currently undergoing random multiplication. It has been multiplied by 818 times. Congratulations, host. You have received a cash reward, currently undergoing random multiplication. It has been multiplied by 666 times. Congratulations, host. You have received a cash reward, currently undergoing random multiplication. It has been multiplied by 247 times. By the time Feng Qingyun numbly returned home and lay in bed, he suddenly realized the extraordinary events he had encountered that day. What the heck? Why does it feel like today my brain isn't my own? A sense of panic gripped Feng Qingyun. Logically speaking, a warrior's stamina should far exceed that of an ordinary person. Thus, even facing multiple beautiful reporters should pose no challenge. Moreover, with Feng Qingyun's immense mental strength, how could he falter against dozens of reporters? Was there something wrong with his body? Looking at his hands, he thought to himself. He had finally unlocked an external advantage and could not afford to lose it. He promptly closed his eyes to initiate inner vision. However, he found himself unable to conduct inner vision. What was happening? Feng Qingyun was thoroughly alarmed. If this were the case, how could he safeguard such immense wealth? A common man is innocent, yet possesses treasure, which can bring calamity. The vast wealth could turn into a deadly burden. Just then, the system emitted a notification sound. Ding! System upgrade preparation complete, no longer consuming host's mental energy. Upgrading now, please maintain a state of survival to avoid upgrade failure. Chapter 45. Oh my goodness! This is what a system looks like? System? You son of a gun! Feng Qingyun gritted his teeth in anger, extracting mental energy without a word, making him think his external advantage had expired. Moreover, what was this state of survival nonsense? Did it imply he was prone to self-destructive behavior? Never mind, he would deal with it after the upgrade was complete. Perhaps afterward, it would become more intelligent and understand human language. Otherwise, cursing would be utterly unfulfilling. Thus, Feng Qingyun stood up, attempting to unleash his vitality and utilize his mental strength. Ultimately, he confirmed that during the system's upgrade, his abilities could still function normally, albeit with diminished mental energy. Akin to feeling drained after an exhausting task, he waited until nearly midnight, 2 hours later, when the system's notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Doubling system upgrade complete, opening new interface. Suddenly, a blue electronic display appeared before Feng Qingyun, showcasing his personal information, host name, Feng Qingyun system level, LV2 vitality value, 312 mental value, 755,701 cultivation techniques, nourishing spirit technique, dividing spirit technique, slashing god technique, 9 styles, condensing chi technique, refining bone technique, other skills, pull-ups, punching, flirting, deceiving, cleaning, traditional crafts, etc. In the upper right corner of the page, there was an option for additional functions. As Feng Qingyun's gaze landed there, a line of small text popped up. This button can be activated by touch or by mental command. The system advised the host to use mental commands, as outsiders would be unable to see the system page, significantly increasing the likelihood of the host being perceived as insane. Indeed, the upgraded system had become much more intelligent, elevating its sophistication several notches. Thus, Feng Qingyun focused his thoughts, and the system page automatically switched to the other functions page. However, this page was evidently still under construction, displaying only 3 lines of text. Wealth Management Storage Space Pending Development. Feng Qingyun then mentally clicked on Wealth Management. In an instant, an extraordinarily long string of numbers appeared before him. Account balance, 388, 960, 000. Gasp! Feng Qingyun inhaled sharply. He had no idea whether these figures corresponded to the existence of Huaxia currency. Fortunately, next to the account balance, there was a small exclamation mark. Upon focusing on it, an explanation automatically appeared. The balance value corresponds to Huaxia currency, with 1 unit equating to 1 yuan. Furthermore, in line with the principle of protecting the host, any future wealth obtained through doubling will temporarily be stored in the system account. When the host requires it, it can be withdrawn at will, either in one lump sum or in multiple withdrawals. The exceedingly detailed explanation, along with the considerate protective policy, made Feng Qingyun feel as though he was defying the heavens. Compared to his previous system, this one truly felt like a fool. Incredible, incredible. As Feng Qingyun's gaze continued downward, he noted that beneath the account balance, there was also a line detailing his assets, fixed assets. Clicking into it, he found it contained the 775 properties he had just obtained, along with 101 sets of fitness equipment. What on earth? After a moment's thought, he understood. His doubling was random, and properties and fitness equipment were rewards given by different individuals, making it entirely reasonable for them to be multiplied by different factors. What pleased Feng Qingyun immensely was that his 775 properties had been neatly categorized by the system, labeled as Tiandu, Daijing, Modu, and clearly displaying their locations, even showing the exact position of the house he resided in. Qingya Manor, as -10 meters. This distance easily conjured thoughts of some peculiar forms of exercise. Impressive, my system. Extremely satisfied with this feature, Feng Qingyun then opened the storage space. Compared to wealth management, the changes in storage space were minimal. Merely adding an index and attaching a search function. View the second-grade vitality pill. Upon searching, images of the second-grade Qi blood pill immediately sprang forth, accompanied by a notification of quantity. Currently, Feng Qingyun possesses X855 of the second-grade Qi blood pill. To his astonishment, it was indeed a genuine second-grade Qi blood pill. He chuckled. Having strength is truly advantageous. There was a time when he merely desired a single first-grade Qi blood pill, and after much effort in winning 3 arena battles, others still attempted to deceive him with counterfeit goods. It is indeed true that might makes right. He decided to take one and experience its effects. With a mere thought, a Qi blood pill materialized in Feng Qingyun's hand. Yet, this was not the end.at. The moment he grasped the Qi blood pill, a prompt appeared. The second-grade Qi blood pill contains a substantial amount of active Qi blood energy. When consumed initially, it can enhance one's Qi blood value through absorption, though after a certain quantity is ingested, further increases will cease. It detected that the host is consuming it for the first time and estimated that absorption could elevate Qi blood value by 100 points. The exceedingly detailed interpretation left Feng Qingyun feeling as though he had upgraded from a bird's gun to a cannon. He wished he could show his former self, "What sort of trash is your system? This is what a true system ought to be." Delighted, he couldn't help but laugh. Intrigued, he decided to test the accuracy of the system's calculations. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Feng Qingyun swallowed the second-grade Qi blood pill and simultaneously activated the condensing Qi technique, striving to retain the explosive Qi blood energy within him. After a tumultuous refining process, a fine layer of sweat emerged upon his body, containing slight black impurities. At this juncture, the impurities in his body had significantly diminished. To advance further, he would need to either cultivate specialized techniques or procure targeted pills. Unlike the Qi blood pill, which indiscriminately stimulates the entire body, targeted pills possess very specific effects. Common examples include the guarding organs pill, which enhances the strength of the internal organs, the bone refining pill, which improves the density and elasticity of bones, the tendon strengthening pill, which fortifies the body's ligaments, and the vital veins pill, which activates the blood vessels, among others. Although these pills have singular effects, they are priced above the Qi blood pill. Moreover, there exist even more refined and extravagant pills, such as the heavenly Yuan kidney Qi pill, which purportedly drove a marksman into a frenzy, leaving 81 pits in solid rock. When he finally ceased, onlookers were astonished to find that he held no weapon. Was that not a tad exaggerated? Reflecting on this tale, Feng Qingyun felt a twinge of concern. It was not for the marksman's well-being, but rather for the state of that weapon. What kind of despair would lead one to use such a firearm? Never mind, let me check my Qi blood value. Reopening his personal page, Feng Qingyun beheld the changing numbers and couldn't suppress a chuckle. His personal page displayed the following updates. Host name, Feng Qingyun. System level, LV2. Qi blood value, 433. Mental value, 755. 701. Cultivation techniques, nurturing spirit technique, dividing spirit technique, slashing spirit technique, 9 styles, condensing Qi technique, bone refining technique. Other skills, pull-ups, jab, flirting, deception, cleaning, traditional crafts, etc. In other words, upon consuming the second-grade Qi blood pill, Feng Qingyun's Qi blood value had not merely increased by the estimated 100 points, but rather surged from 312 to 433, a remarkable rise of 121 points. System, your calculations leave much to be desired. As soon as he spoke, a pop-up window emerged on the system's page, indicating that it had recalibrated the efficacy of the pill based on the host's physiological data and would continue to monitor the host's bodily metrics to provide more accurate service. Oh, system, can you now converse with me? Chapter 46, Departure to Tianwu Academy. Oh, system, can you now converse with me? Yet, the system feigned silence once more. System, system, system. After calling out several times with no response, Feng Qingyun lost interest in pursuing the matter further. After all, the system was only at LV2. Should it remain silent upon reaching LV3, he would certainly file a complaint. The mental values of 755 and 701 appeared to be a division of his mental strength. Thus calculated separately, he then opened the explanation, which confirmed his suspicions. Subsequently, Feng Qingyun's attention shifted to his techniques. His consciousness locked onto nurturing spirit technique, and the term instantly sank into a new page. The screen displayed a comprehensive introduction. Nurturing spirit technique, yellow grade, lower tier. The most fundamental method for cultivating mental strength. It is quite simple to learn at the outset, yet achieving mastery is exceedingly difficult. Akin to a stream that must continuously receive fresh water to eventually become a vast ocean. Special note: while practicing the nurturing spirit technique, there is a certain probability of triggering a splitting behavior, akin to advanced mental cultivation techniques, which can later be enhanced through dividing spirit technique. Note: dividing spirit technique has not yet been acquired. This explanation immediately clarified for Feng Qingyun that his mental splitting, rather, his mental energy division, was indeed an unexpected occurrence. Moreover, it was a phenomenon typically attainable only through the cultivation of advanced mental techniques. This was rather gratifying. He merely wondered when he might achieve mastery of nurturing spirit technique. Feng Qingyun muttered to himself, and abruptly, the system's page distorted, subsequently altering the content to display an exclamation mark alongside nurturing spirit technique. Below it, a set of numbers appeared. Technique name: nurturing spirit technique. Current realm: minor completion. Next stage: medium completion. Cultivation progress: 1456 10,000. This revelation amused Feng Qingyun. He had only ever heard of minor completion and major completion, yet never of medium completion. However, since the system claimed its existence, he accepted it. The system's definitions of minor completion, medium completion, and major completion were quite straightforward. Minor completion indicates mastery of the technique. Medium completion signifies a certain level of power, and major completion denotes the pinnacle of both skill and might. Based on this standard, Feng Qingyun examined all his techniques and discovered that slashing spirit technique and 9 styles both fell under minor completion, indicating he had grasped the techniques but lacked sufficient power. As for condensing chi technique and bone refining technique, being lower-tier yellow-grade techniques and non-combat skills, they had already reached major completion. This classification by the system allowed him to better comprehend the growth of his various abilities. He acknowledged the system's performance, and finally, regarding the remaining skills, traditional crafts, this could be considered a skill. Feng Qingyun was taken aback, feeling as though he had led a pure life. Surely, a few occasional missteps would not warrant documentation? Yet, he found himself unable to delete it. How frustrating. The system lacked a degree of humanity. Although only he could view it, he still felt a sense of embarrassment. Shaking his head, Feng Qingyun resolved that should he level up next time and find no hidden features, he would certainly file a complaint against the system. He then turned his gaze to pull-ups. Locking his sight, the screen transformed, revealing the skill name and a lengthy numerical value. Pull-ups 344582. Special note: this activity is counted individually. Other activities may be counted by repetitions or by hours. Feng Qingyun immediately grasped the situation. The total count included both his performed pull-ups and the experience points gained through the system's doubling feature. As for the counting by repetitions and hours, Feng Qingyun instantaneously understood. Wasn't he that referring to traditional crafts? Indeed, each session lasted several hours. Naturally, it ought to be calculated by hours. In the days that followed, Feng Qingyun's life became exceedingly simple. He either indulged in consuming pills to enhance his qi blood value, or immersed himself in the study of martial knowledge, striving to acquire more insights into martial practices. In his leisure time, he would take leisurely strolls with Xing to breathe in the fresh air, as for Xing's heart condition. The medical techniques he found online seemed ineffective. It was likely that they would need to seek help at Tianwu. Additionally, Feng Qingyun resolved a delicate issue for Feng Manlu. That morning, Feng Manlu hesitantly pushed open Feng Qingyun's door, sitting at the edge of the bed with a face full of hesitation. This startled Feng Qingyun. "Father, what is the matter?" Xiaoyun, I don't know how to express this. Come on, father, just speak a little more freely." Feng Qingyun patiently reassured him. Thus, Feng Manlu began to speak. "You are aware? In the past, I used to deliver takeout daily, often ascending dozens of flights of stairs, which made me feel exceptionally fit, as though I had boundless energy. However, recently, as life has improved, I find myself feeling quite the opposite. I have come to an understanding." Feng Qingyun nodded, his face reflecting comprehension. "Having been busy from dawn till dusk every day, the sudden absence of tasks leaves me feeling a sense of emptiness within. Does it not?" "Indeed, that is precisely the case," Feng Manlu affirmed. "It seems that my son truly understands me. Unlike some individuals who merely assume they are drained and unable to lift their heads. Now that I have nothing to occupy my time, I find it exceedingly dull, yet I am at a loss as to what I should pursue." "Well, you could write a novel." "Write a novel?" Feng Manlu expressed surprise. Yet Feng Qingyun wholeheartedly supported the idea. "Father, were you not once a literary prodigy? Writing a novel would be akin to returning to your old profession. Then, I shall give it a try." Feng Manlu mused as he departed. That very evening, he purchased a computer, officially announcing his intent to write a novel. He even consulted Feng Qingyun about the theme. Xiaoyun, I have conceived an exceptionally impressive theme. Would you care to hear it? How impressive! My protagonist possesses a unique ability. Every item he acquires randomly doubles. Ahem. What is it? Is it not good? No, this theme is truly remarkable. Feng Qingyun coughed, his face reddening, inexplicably feeling a tinge of guilt. Thus, life continued. Before long, it was time for Feng Qingyun to report to Tianwu Academy. His abilities had undergone a comprehensive enhancement. Host name, Feng Qingyun system level, LV2 vitality value, 812 spirit value, 1365. 1321 cultivation techniques, nourishing spirit technique, dividing spirit technique, slashing spirit technique, 9 styles, condensing chi technique, refining bone technique, other skills, pull-ups, punching, flirting, deceiving, cleaning, traditional crafts, etc. Consequently, Feng Qingyun bid farewell to Ai Weiwei, informing her that he would not withdraw from the personal training classes he had not completed. Then he shared a meal with his family, leaving them 2 million in cash to alleviate any concerns about finances, assuring them that they could approach him whenever needed. Finally, with a train ticket in hand, Feng Qingyun embarked on his journey to Tianwu Academy alone. Tianwu, here I come. Simultaneously, in an alternate realm, hundreds of Huaxia soldiers were assisting their injured comrades as they exited, their expressions grave, bloodstains adorning their bodies. As though they had just survived a fierce battle at that moment, Zhang Fubai, rushing in, was horrified to see only a few hundred fighters remaining. It should have been a garrison of 10,000. Upon seeing Zhang Fubai approach, Chiao, the squad leader, clenched his right fist over his heart and shouted their lifelong motto. In the land of Huaxia, we yield not an inch. In the land of Huaxia, we yield not an inch. Zhang Fubai stood tall, responding to this declaration with the utmost seriousness and respect. Only then did he inquire, what transpired? The alien beasts have attacked once more. Chapter 47. The Heavenly Gate. The alien beasts have attacked once more. We held our ground, but there was no need for Zhang Fubai to ask further questions, nor for Chiao to elaborate. The cost of defending the position was paid in the blood and flesh of the soldiers. It must be understood that most Huaxia soldiers are ordinary individuals, not martial artists. Yet, how many of those privileged martial artists are present on the battlefield? As he pondered this, a trace of sorrow welled in Zhang Fubai's eyes. Can we truly hold on? Can we rely solely on the military and our Tianwu? Will the next generation truly have the opportunity to grow? This question was one Chiao could not answer. Nor did Zhang Fubai possess any confidence. The train approached its destination. Tiandu, as the announcement echoed, Feng Qingyun stretched languidly, retrieved his suitcase from the overhead compartment, and made his way to the exit. Unlike the train station in Tianleching, as soon as he stepped out of the train at the Tiandu station, he was greeted by a gate-like device. Thus, as Feng Qingyun exited, a red light swept over his body, scanning him from head to toe. Subsequently, a young lady in a police uniform approached, holding a device, and greeted him with a graceful smile. Welcome to Tiandu, Feng Qingyun. This device can scan faces as well? Feng Qingyun pointed at the gate-like apparatus, prompting the young lady to chuckle and shake her head. No. This device can only distinguish between martial artists and non-martial artists. I recognized you from your reports. So that is how it is. My lack of worldly experience must have made me seem foolish. Feng Qingyun scratched his head awkwardly, which endeared him to the young lady, compared to those who act pretentious. Most girls prefer boys who are more innocent and genuine. Thus, the young lady became more talkative. In fact, this device is still in a pilot phase. Most places still use glass wall testing devices. Just like the one in your Tianleching.ic. Feng Qingyun nodded. In a world teeming with martial artists, the management of martial artists has become a significant concern across various sectors. Hence, areas such as train station entrances and subway entrances conduct vitality assessments to ensure that dangerous individuals are constantly monitored. Your current vitality level is 8-star bronze, significantly higher than during the national exam, the young lady remarked, as her device printed out a bronze-colored card, which she handed to Feng Qingyun. This is your martial artist certificate. In Tiandu, safety officers will randomly check your identity, and you can present this certificate to pass through smoothly. Understood. I will keep it safe. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude to the young lady, Feng Qingyun carefully examined the card in his hand. The card was entirely bronze in color, signifying Feng Qingyun's identity as a bronze martial artist. The front displayed his personal information, identical to that on his ID card, clearly extracted from his online records. On the back, at the center, was a circular emblem, with 9 stars depicted above it, one of which was left empty. while the other 8 shone with golden light, 8-star bronze, just as the young lady indicated. As she said, Tiandu conducts random checks at all times. Feng Qingyun had not walked 500 meters before encountering 3 separate inspections. Fortunately, after presenting his martial artist certificate, he faced no issues. However, it was no surprise that Tiandu implemented such stringent checks. On the streets, Feng Qingyun could sense an overwhelming aura of menace emanating from many individuals. Numerous people even casually wielded large blades as they strolled, and upon encountering inspections, they submitted their martial artist certificates with a submissive demeanor. But wait, those carrying blades being inspected is understandable, but why was I subjected to inspection despite not carrying a weapon? Furrowing his brow, Feng Qingyun observed closely and discerned that those strutting confidently, even while bearing weapons, were rarely subjected to random checks. In contrast, those who appeared cautious and timid, clearly newcomers hesitant to provoke trouble, were frequently stopped regardless of whether they carried weapons. This realization caused Feng Qingyun's lips to twitch. I understand now. Those who appear anxious are either guilty or have recently arrived and are targets of scrutiny. Conversely, those exuding confidence fear no checks, thus rendering them exempt from wasting time on inspections. How intriguing! Having grasped this, Feng Qingyun straightened his posture and strode confidently toward Tiandu. Indeed, he encountered no further inspections along the way. Tiandu, over a decade ago, was merely a struggling city. Despite its rich cultural heritage, its development was sluggish. Therefore, the decision-makers took a bold gamble, fully supporting Tianwu Academy, establishing a symbiotic relationship. This led to Tianwu Academy rising to prominence as a top martial arts school, and Tiandu blossoming into one of the most prosperous cities in Huaxia. Thus, as one of the contributors to Tiandu's development and its representative, it is only fitting that Tianwu Academy's entrance be somewhat grander, right? Yet, this seems excessively extravagant. Standing before the entrance of Tianwu Academy, Feng Qingyun gazed at the imposing gate, over 100 meters long and more than 30 meters high, struggling to maintain his composure. He had never encountered such ostentatious architecture. Moreover, was today not the day for school enrollment? Why was the entrance so desolate, devoid of charming senior sisters or beautiful upperclassmen to welcome him? Just as he pondered whether he had misremembered the date, a melodious laugh broke through his thoughts. Ha ha ha, our top student has arrived. As Feng Qingyun's recruitment officer and a teacher at Tiandu, Qin Zhan immediately enveloped him in a warm embrace. Then, with a radiant smile, he gestured toward the grand white jade gate. Isn't it magnificent? This is known as the Heavenly Gate. Heavenly Gate. Feng Qingyun echoed, sensing that Tianwu possessed a fair amount of audacity to bear such a name. Qin Zhan continued to introduce the Tianmen beside him. This gate, stretching 111 meters in length and soaring 33 meters in height, was erected to commemorate the monumental contributions of 33 esteemed teachers and 111 exceptional students to the school. Its significance lies in the metaphor that teachers serve as pillars, supporting the sky, while senior students form the steps that allow us, the juniors, to ascend upon their shoulders. Thus, this gate is not merely a passage to walk through. The Academy aspires for us to traverse it from above. Such is the essence of Tianmen. Upon concluding his explanation, Qin Zhan felt an immense sense of pride, as his father, Qin Gongda, the current dean of Tianwu Academy, was one of those 33 teachers. However, after hearing Qin Zhan elucidate the meaning of Tianmen, Feng Qingyun couldn't help but scratch his chin. This small gesture was, of course, keenly observed by Qin Zhan, who curiously inquired, Qingyun, what's on your mind? Did I speak too quickly for you to grasp the significance of Tianmen? Not at all, Feng Qingyun chuckled, attempting to feign nonchalance. Yet, Qin Zhan persisted, stating, no, I can't tell you have thoughts on this. If you don't share them, I won't let you through today. Chapter 48. Starting school with such grandeur indeed. I can see you have something to say. If you remain silent, I shall prevent your entry today, Qin Zhan insisted. With no other choice, Feng Qingyun relented. Well, if you insist, I'll speak my mind, but don't hold it against me. Rest assured, I shall not, Qin Zhan replied, patting his chest. Thus, Feng Qingyun candidly expressed, you mentioned seniors as steps, but why not place them on the ground? Otherwise, their elevated position suggests that they are difficult to surpass. If they were on the ground, no one would feel that way, and everyone would tread happily. Moreover, the two pillars beside them effectively support the sky, maintaining a coherent artistic concept. Most importantly, without that large stone above, those beneath need not fear it crashing down, wouldn't you agree? After listening to Feng Qingyun's analysis, Qin Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he perceived Feng Qingyun's argument as somewhat disrespectful to the predecessors. Yet upon reflection, he thought, wow, He makes a compelling point. Accepting Feng Qingyun's perspective, when Qin Zhan looked at Tianmin again, it struck him as peculiar. He scratched his head and muttered, "It seems there is some truth to that. Until you mentioned it, I hadn't considered it. Now, I hesitate to walk under the gate." Indeed. Feng Qingyun sighed and shook his head, thinking that Qin Zhan was rather easy to sway. He then inquired, "By the way, shouldn't today be the day for new students to report? Why is there no one around? Did I arrive too early?" Upon mentioning this, Qin Zhan cast a resentful glance at Feng Qingyun, as if the latter had committed some grave offense against him. Feng Qingyun glanced at the top of his head, noticing no signs of distress, and wondered why he appeared so woeful. "Is there something wrong with my question? Feng Qingyun, have you thoroughly examined your admission notice? Isn't it sufficient to glance at the start date?" Feng Qingyun replied innocently, which only deepened Qin Zhan's dismay. "Did you not notice that it included a suggestion for new students to arrive a month, or even 2 months, in advance?" "Ha, there's such a thing?" The awkward response left Qin Zhan disinclined to engage further with Feng Qingyun. However, he had no alternative. After all, Feng Qingyun was the one he had recruited, at least in name. Adolescence is a crucial developmental stage for martial artists, with significant potential for enhancement in both vitality and mental fortitude. Thus, most students rush to the school upon receiving their admission notices, with the latest arrivals showing up a month prior. Only one individual waited until the very last day to arrive. I need not mention any names, do I? Feeling the weight of Qin Zhan's deep resentment, Feng Qingyun could only awkwardly touch his nose and cough a few times to alleviate the awkwardness. Ahem, ahem. As the enrollment advisor bears the responsibility of awaiting students, and since they are the ones who recruited them, Qin Zhan likely felt as if he had been waiting endlessly. All right, let us proceed through Tianmin. It is a rite of passage for every student of Tianwu Academy, without which one cannot truly be considered a Tianwu person. The sense of ceremony was rather appealing. Feng Qingyun gazed up at Tianmin, said nothing further, and followed Qin Zhan as they walked beneath the gate. This surprised Qin Zhan greatly. "How did you come through the bottom? I thought you would find a way to leap over from the top. Goodness, why would I engage in such a foolish act?" Feng Qingyun replied, exasperatedly raising his hands in confusion at Qin Zhan's line of thinking. Qin Zhan could only shrug. "Well, that is somewhat of a tradition. You know, those who gain admission to Tianwu possess a certain level of skill, often harboring lofty aspirations. Upon hearing the tale of this gate, many wish to leap over it. Are there really people so foolish? Indeed, quite a few. Some have sought assistance to be thrown over, while others attempted to climb over the pillars. The most ludicrous instance involved someone trying to fly over in a helicopter. And then, of course, the helicopter was shot down. Listening to these bizarre tales and ideas from those individuals, Feng Qingyun was both astonished and regretful. If only he had arrived earlier, he could have witnessed many thrilling and explosive scenes. Alas, he could only look forward to encountering strikingly attractive female students on campus. "So, are we heading to the dormitory now?" "Not just yet." After passing through Tianmin, Qin Zhan adopted a serious demeanor and extended a finger on either side, saying, "There are 2 matters I need to inform you about. First, the very first task upon entering the school is to sign a waiver of life and death. Here it is." He pulled out a document and handed it to Feng Qingyun. Feng Qingyun glanced at it, reading, "I voluntarily sign this agreement. During my time at the school, should I suffer death by any means, be it by being hacked, beaten, poisoned, or kicked to death, Tianwu Academy bears no responsibility. Furthermore, I express gratitude to the Academy for its humanitarian spirit in providing a compensation of 10 million yuan." After reading this, Feng Qingyun felt a chill down his spine. What sort of waiver was this? It was clearly a death notice, and the methods of demise listed were far too numerous. However, Qin Zhan nodded calmly. "This waiver must be signed. To be honest, if you don't sign, you're not a real man." All right, don't provoke me. I've come this far. How could I possibly back down now? I'll sign here, right? Yes, and please ensure you sign your own name, not mine. Cough, cough, just a slip of the pen." After completing the waiver, Qin Zhan carefully checked it before stowing it away in his pocket. He then proceeded to explain the second point. "Secondly, from this moment on, until you meet certain requirements, you may only exit the school using the methods provided by the Academy. But I haven't even purchased my daily necessities. I don't have toothpaste or a toothbrush. Fear not, our school is vast and well-equipped," Qin Zhan asserted confidently, gesturing towards a nearby subway entrance. Indeed, there was a subway station within the campus. "You see, our exclusive subway, which operates solely within the school, takes 2 hours to circle the entire campus. Do you truly believe such a large school would lack basic toiletries?" though Qinzhan struggled to suppress his amusement. His poor acting was immediately seen through by Feng Qingyun. Inwardly, Feng Qingyun smirked, recognizing that Qinzhan was attempting to pull a fast one on him. However, considering he had kept Qinzhan waiting for a month, he decided to humor him this once. Thus, Feng Qingyun cheerfully nodded and followed Qinzhan towards the subway entrance. Upon entering the subway station, a display board indicated that there were only 3 stops from the school gate to the new student accommodation area, with the intermediate stops being the exchange center and the library. Feng Qingyun calculated the distance. The Tianwu school gate was located in the city center, meaning the accommodation area was also in close proximity to the city center. To his surprise, the new student accommodation was situated in such a prime location. As he pondered this, Feng Qingyun ended up sitting on the subway for a full hour. When he finally emerged from the subway entrance, what lay before him was far from the city center. It was a remote area that could hardly be considered part of the suburbs. Behind him loomed endless mountain ranges, while in front stretched a modest plain, where a number of individuals wandered aimlessly like lost souls. Indeed, those people were all new students of Tianwu. Chapter 49. A unique military training. What on earth? What is wrong with these people? Feng Qingyun asked, pointing at the crowd. Yet, Qinzhan maintained an air of nonchalance. It's nothing serious. They merely underwent military training, which you are familiar with, right? Every freshman in college must endure it, Feng Qingyun remarked. Military training, how absurd. It merely tans boys and darkens girls. It certainly doesn't transform us into something unrecognizable. Observing the skepticism in Feng Qingyun's eyes, Qinzhan scratched his head. Well, we are at a martial arts academy, so the military training here is a tad more challenging and lasts a bit longer than at regular universities. However, it's not a significant issue. Anyone with hands can pass. Yet, Feng Qingyun had already lost faith in his words. Anyone with hands can pass? Then how did these people end up like this? Qinzhan continued. All right, the focus of the military training is wilderness survival, aimed at helping you pampered city kids shed some of that bookish demeanor. Understanding dawned on Feng Qingyun, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, martial artists often find themselves on missions far from urban settings. In China, one could say that surveillance cameras are omnipresent, and fugitives have nowhere to hide. They can only seek refuge in secluded mountains. Capturing these criminals is merely routine for martial artists. Noticing that Feng Qingyun seemed to be in good spirits, Qinzhan awkwardly added, by the way, every freshman is supposed to receive a survival handbook, but I forgot to bring one for you today. You'll have to borrow one from someone else. It's essential to learn teamwork. With that, Qinzhan hurriedly dashed off, leaving Feng Qingyun speechless. Meanwhile, at the subway entrance, 2 guards suddenly appeared, each wielding a broadsword, blocking the way like statues. Their intentions were clear. The subway was temporarily closed. What a hassle! I'll have to ask someone for information. Scratching his head, Feng Qingyun turned around, only to realize that he had not yet targeted his prey before being singled out as one himself. From all directions, a horde of girls rushed towards him. Some sweet-faced, others alluringly seductive, a few healthily wild, and even a couple who appeared aloof and proud, hesitating at a distance as if unsure whether to approach. However, the majority were disheveled, sporting wild hair, and surprisingly, a few boys were mixed in with the untidy girls. What on earth is happening? What do they want? Feng Qingyun quickly took a step back, preparing for a confrontation. In situations like this, one cannot hope to fight them all. It's better to focus on overpowering one to scare off the others. Otherwise, if they all rushed him, he would be overwhelmed, either worn out or gradually tormented with no chance of escape. Thus, Feng Qingyun swiftly scanned the crowd, attempting to select the weakest among them. This one, with such exaggerated pectorals, would be tough to handle due to his apparent strength. That one, with so little clothing, too distracting to engage. This one seems unremarkable. Wait, no, she appears quite fierce. Probably not a good target either. But just as Feng Qingyun was meticulously assessing his adversaries, the group suddenly stopped cautiously. He was puzzled. Why had they halted? Standing too far away made it difficult to see clearly. Soon, a few stepped forward to speak. Classmate, we mean no harm. We simply need to borrow something from you. Yes, classmate, please don't be alarmed. Do you happen to have any tissues? Napkins or handkerchiefs will do. Borrow? How desperate they must be to need a mere piece of toilet paper. What a state these students of Tianwu must be in. No, there must be something more to this. Calmly, Feng Qingyun inquired. Why do you need to borrow toilet paper? We just need some. As girls, we can't very well use leaves, can we? A group of girls blushed as they spoke. The leaves here are far too rough and could injure delicate areas. Some even contain trace toxins that could lead to unfortunate consequences if used improperly. Understanding dawned on Feng Qingyun. Seeing his comprehension brought smiles to their faces as they quickly added, "Really, we just need the toilet paper. We won't cause you any harm, so you can rest assured. We don't know how much you have, but we could pay for some." Despite their sincere demeanor, Feng Qingyun was not naive. The fact that so many were seeking his toilet paper indicated it had become a scarce resource in their current environment. Thus, he resolutely decided not to lend any, however, lacking a survival manual. He needed to find someone less scheming, someone who wouldn't be so materialistic, to borrow a look at theirs. Consequently, he produced a pack of handkerchiefs from his pocket, revealing only 3 sheets. Disappointment flickered in the eyes of several girls upon seeing the meager amount. Such superficiality was swiftly dismissed by Feng Qingyun. Pass. Next, he focused on a girl who appeared rather innocent, dressed in a pink tracksuit that accentuated her lithe form, a clear indication of her naivety. However, her legs were tightly crossed, hinting that she was rather desperate. "She's the one." Having identified his target, Feng Qingyun smoothly tucked the handkerchiefs back into his pocket. "I'm sorry, everyone, but I still need this tissue, so I can't lend it out. Please disperse." Upon hearing his words, most of the crowd left in disappointment. Only a few boys lingered, eyeing Feng Qingyun's suitcase, perhaps speculating about its contents. Feng Qingyun smiled slightly. It seemed that bullying was an unavoidable part of any environment. Stealing was merely a commonplace occurrence. "Oh dear, I seem to have misplaced my martial artist's ID. How careless of me." Though he said this, he deliberately displayed his martial artist's card for those with ulterior motives to seed. A bronze martial artist. The sight of the distinct bronze hue on the card drained the color from their faces. Most of them were still at the level of black iron martial artists, and facing a bronze warrior was akin to facing certain defeat, unless they summoned reinforcements. "Let us go. We need backup." However, what they didn't realize was that Feng Qingyun possessed immense mental strength, granting him heightened senses and hearing 5 times that of an average person. Thus, he overheard their conversation word for word, putting him in a rather tricky position. "How frustrating. I intended to keep a low profile, but since you insist on robbing me, it seems only fair that I turn the tables." Muttering to himself, Feng Qingyun grabbed his suitcase and headed towards the thicket, pursuing the pink-clad girl. As Feng Qingyun had guessed, the girl was indeed in urgent need. Finding a secluded spot, she prepared to use the rough plant leaves, gritting her teeth as she resolved to make do. Just as she was about to lower her pants, she suddenly heard footsteps rustling from the bushes. "Rustle! Rustle!" In a panic, Yixingxing shouted, "Someone's there, I know. Why are you coming closer then? I'm here to deliver paper." Chapter 50. Danger approaches. "I'm here to deliver paper," Feng Qingyun declared with a resonant voice, deep and enchanting, causing Yixingxing to flinch. She felt an urge to retaliate, however. She simply could not resist the allure of toilet paper. After all, boys would prefer to avoid discomfort, while girls certainly did not wish to suffer unnecessarily. Thus, Yixingxing squeezed her legs together and said to Feng Qingyun, "Classmate, thank you. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Not knowing how to thank me is no issue. I can teach you how to express your gratitude." "Ah?" Yixingxing's expression turned bewildered for a moment. Wasn't he that just a polite remark? Why did he take it so seriously? And why was he looking as if he had something to say? Couldn't he wait until she was done? She was indeed in a hurry. Realizing this, Feng Qingyun said, "Classmate, I apologize. Are you in a bit of a rush? Here, take my tissues and go deal with it." In that brief exchange, he captured Yixingxing's favor. "Congratulations, host. You have gained a classmate's favor, initiating a random multiplier, randomly multiplied by 666 times. In an instant, Yixingxing felt an overwhelming fondness for Feng Qingyun and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Feng Qingyun replied calmly, handing over the tissues to Yixingxing. After receiving them, she expressed her thanks once again. "Thank you." Then, with remarkable speed, he swiftly dove into the thicket, vanishing from sight. However, Feng Qingyun was unconcerned. After all, with a budding affection, the other party would undoubtedly wish to see him more often. Who knows, they might even fall for me. Alas, I am destined to be a rogue. In the midst of his self-indulgence, Feng Qingyun noticed that a group of individuals had stealthily surrounded him. As he turned around, over 10 people emerged from the bushes, forming a circle around him. Among them, 2 figures stood out. One wielded a dagger, while the other brandished a machete, approaching with grins on their faces. "Classmate," they said cheerfully, "lately my buddy's situation has become dire. If you happen to have any toilet paper, please lend us a hand. We would be immensely grateful." Robbery is robbery. Why waste words? Feng Qingyun patted his newly purchased suitcase. Adorned with the lovely floral stickers from Xinger, I have what you desire inside, he declared, but think carefully. If you cannot overpower me, I will surely seize your belongings. The assailants were momentarily taken aback, thinking to themselves, damn it, we're being discreet, and yet you are so brazen. Clearly, you are a seasoned offender. The one with the machete, more impulsive, charged at Feng Qingyun. At that moment, a system notification flashed before Feng Qingyun's eyes, complete with an arrow pointing to the machete's blade. Air pressure value, 11. Feng Qingyun extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the machete in his grasp. He then kicked the assailant, sending him flying like a rubber ball. Upon inspecting the machete, the system displayed a new notification. Ordinary machete, unenhanced, equivalent to trash. Strongly advised the host against keeping it. The vein twitched on Feng Qingyun's forehead. Is this what I wanted to see? I wanted to know the air pressure value. He mused that this was the first time he had engaged in combat since the system upgrade. Perhaps it was a new feature worth exploring. With that thought, he discarded his suitcase and transformed into a blur, launching himself at one of his assailants and delivering a powerful punch. Simultaneously, the system annotated his strike. 9th style .1 punch, air pressure value, 36. With a resounding thud, the individual was sent sprawling. He understood now. Air pressure value represented the concentration of vitality at a single point, capable of revealing feigned moves and genuine attacks. Feng Qingyun's gaze swept over the remaining adversaries. As he suspected, some had increased air pressure values in their hands, while others in their legs, and the one with the dagger had a rising air pressure value at the tip of his weapon. The system had analyzed their combat data. Impressive, my system. Just as Feng Qingyun praised the system, a notification chimed. Optimizing visuals. Optimization complete. Instantly, the indicators before him transformed into 2 sets, one for the opponent's vitality and the other for their air pressure values. Vitality, 78, air pressure value, 11. The dagger-wielding individual turned out to be an 8-star black iron, on the verge of becoming a 9-star. Feng Qingyun couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of talent in the realm of martial arts. Yet, such an opponent was merely a stepping stone for a bronze warrior like him. Onward! The dagger-wielder bellowed, instructing others to feign attacks while he concealed himself, intending to approach Feng Qingyun and subdue him. Truly a cunning trickster, but Feng Qingyun would not allow it. With a swift motion, he dashed forward with incredible speed. His right fist clenched and delivered a powerful blow to the assailant's abdomen, 9th style. One punch bang. The impact left the assailant's face pale, collapsing weakly to the ground before Feng Qingyun. You all are terribly unprofessional, Feng Qingyun remarked. Robbers, and yet each one is more fragile than the last. The opposition grumbled among themselves, thinking, damn it. If it weren't for the dire circumstances in the region, who would want to rob a bronze warrior like you? Moreover, what kind of rule is it that robbers must also withstand blows? How embarrassing! Meanwhile, Feng Qingyun's gaze roamed over the others, exuding an air of insatiable curiosity. This made the surrounding individuals uneasy, feeling a tightening sensation. Oh no! We must flee. Take the suitcase with us. As the words fell, several rushed toward the suitcase while others hastily escaped in different directions. However, having arrived, they should not entertain the thought of leaving. In a flash, Feng Qingyun darted behind them, delivering a punch to each, forcing them to kneel on the ground. As for those who had snatched the suitcase, they were elated, thinking they could finally use toilet paper. Wait, why is it so light? Is it empty? Nonsense, my underwear is inside. You pervert, stealing underwear. Feng Qingyun charged forward, landing another punch. In less than 10 seconds, he had knocked all of them to the ground. With a smile, he approached them, skillfully rummaging through their pockets, provoking their ire. Feng Qingyun sneered, not satisfied? Shall we have another round? Thus, they all shut their eyes in resignation. At that moment, Xingxing, who had gone to the restroom, rushed out in a flurry and immediately attempted to pull Feng Qingyun away. Feng Qingyun furrowed his brow. Miss, have you washed your hands? Rubbing against me without washing is rather excessive, don't you think? Hurry, let's run. When she realized she couldn't drag him along, Xingxing abandoned him and dashed off, leaving Feng Qingyun bewildered. What in the world? Suddenly, a peculiar buzzing sound reached his ears. Turning around, he saw, Chapter 51, the flying scorpion. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A low, vibrating sound filled the air. When Feng Qingyun turned back, he was astonished to see a swarm of flying scorpions filling the sky. Upon closer inspection, these were not mere mosquitoes. They were indeed flying scorpions, each the size of a palm, sporting wings on their backs and long barbed tails that shimmered ominously, clearly capable of delivering a lethal sting. Holy crap! Feng Qingyun felt a shiver run down his spine. He tossed his suitcase into storage and took off running. These flying scorpions were beyond his comprehension. He had neither seen nor even heard of such creatures before. Quickly catching up to Yixingxing, he queried, "What are those things?" "Those are flying scorpions, quite common in this region. Their venom isn't lethal." "They won't kill you." "Not lethal? Then why are we running?" "But they can turn you into a pig's head." Yixingxing replied sympathetically, glancing at the dozen or so individuals sprawled on the ground. Having already been half-beaten by Feng Qingyun, they were now unable to move, and with the flying scorpions swarming around them, they were likely to be stung into a state of unfortunate disfigurement. Indeed, the swarm of flying scorpions descended upon the incapacitated individuals, quickly enveloping them in a terrifying mass. In no time, they transformed into a pile of pig heads, sending Feng Qingyun's nerves on edge. "Damn, this is truly horrific, isn't it? So we must hurry," Yixingxing urged, but noticed that Feng Qingyun was already sprinting far ahead, nearly leaving her behind. Meanwhile, on the plains, others had noticed the commotion and immediately sounded the alarm. "The flying scorpions are coming! The flying scorpions are coming!" In an instant, all those wandering the plains quickly gathered, arming themselves with various weapons. Some wielded brass knuckles, others brandished iron rods, while others displayed extravagant weapons like the Guangong's blade and even more exaggerated golden-winged halberds. Yixingxing finally caught up with Feng Qingyun, pulling him toward the crowd. "Classmate, we must hurry over to deal with such a horde of otherworldly beasts. We need numbers and strength." "So your aim in wandering here is to confront the flying scorpions?" "Of course not. The truly formidable ones are deeper in the mountains." As Feng Qingyun and Yixingxing conversed, they moved into the throng. Soon, the flying scorpions surged toward them like a tide. The crowd erupted into shouts. "Fight back, or we'll all become pig heads. Kill them." The new students began swinging their weapons with all their might. Those without weapons resorted to using their fists. Yet, this tactic proved perilous. Each time they struck a flying scorpion, they were stung by the barbs, rapidly draining their vitality, causing their hands to swell as they staggered backward. Yet the flying scorpions showed no mercy, only attacking with greater ferocity, stinging them into helplessness. "Ah, my face, ah, my chest, ah, my." The air was filled with cries of anguish, tinged with an undercurrent of resentment. Hearing these cries, Yixingxing, donned in specially designed boxing gloves, continued to unleash her strikes, knocking down the airborne scorpions. At the same time, he spoke nervously to Feng Qingyun, "Classmate, although your vitality is remarkable without a weapon, you are still at a disadvantage. If you find yourself overwhelmed, just take shelter behind me." His few words were profoundly moving. However, the reality was that Feng Qingyun stood his ground, yet those flying scorpions, despite their fierce demeanor, retreated after advancing just a meter before him. "What is the meaning of this? Do these creatures fear to approach me?" Feng Qingyun pondered, stroking his chin. It is said that the simpler the mind of a creature, the stronger its instinct for danger. Could it be that these flying scorpions are aware of their own inferiority? That they are not to be trifled with? This peculiar scenario did not go unnoticed by others, gradually evolving into a collective focus of attention, for it was an extraordinary sight, unlike anything anyone had ever witnessed. Some individuals eagerly began to converse, discussing the absurdity of the situation. "Why aren't the flying scorpions attacking that person, that individual? Isn't he Feng Qingyun, the top scorer of the national examination? I heard that during the exam, his vitality had already surpassed the level of 3-star bronze. And no wonder. It seems his overwhelming vitality has intimidated the flying scorpions." "Shoo, do not speak." Feng Outyin might become irate. With a hushed tone, many gazes shifted to a boy with exquisite features and a graceful demeanor. Indeed, this individual was strikingly handsome and undeniably male, exuding an air of extreme aloofness. Feng Qingyun glanced at him through the crowd, surprised. 423? A 4-star bronze, second only to Feng Qingyun himself in vitality among all present. At that moment, the very person who had previously suggested Feng Qingyun take cover, Yixingxing, now stood behind him, quietly whispering, "Feng Outyin is the second in the national examination and has a bit of a star complex. When he first arrived, he sought you out, claiming he wished to compete with you to determine who is truly number one, asserting he possesses some fortuitous opportunity that guarantees he will not lose to you. Unfortunately, I am still destined for solitary defeat." Feng Qingyun lamented this fact with a heavy heart. Noticing Feng Qingyun's gaze upon him, Feng Outyin immediately cast his own glance back, curling his lips in a cold, mocking smile. Are you challenging me? Humph. What you can accomplish, I can as well, and I shall do it even better. With that, Feng Outyin relinquished any pretense of defense, placing his hands arrogantly behind his back, straightening his waist and unleashing his vitality to confront the onslaught of flying scorpions. Suddenly, a large flying scorpion struck his face, its sharp stinger raised menacingly, ready to sting. Following this initial scorpion, a swarm of others joined in, all targeting Feng Outyin's face. It felt as if the first scorpion was rallying its comrades. Brothers, this person dares to look down upon us. Sting him to death, sting him to death. With ferocious intent, countless scorpions surrounded Feng Outyin's head, causing him to topple to the ground, his face swollen and bruised like that of a pig. Feng Qingyun and the others shook their heads in pity. He was indeed quite handsome, yet tragically, it was at the expense of his intellect. After the flying scorpions had either perished or fled, those who had suffered such grievous injuries did not hesitate for even a minute to begin desecrating the fallen scorpions, leaving Feng Qingyun utterly astonished. Are they truly this petty? The scorpions are dead, yet they still wish to disembowel them in a display of vengeance. Of course not. Yixingxing crouched down, seizing a flying scorpion and, with a sharp crack, split it in two. Chapter 52. The Death Mountains crouching on the ground, Yixingxing picked up another scorpion, and with a deft motion, tore it in half. Glancing at the open body of the scorpion, she sighed and shook her head, discarding the remains and reaching for another. We are not engaging in such trivial acts for mere amusement. Within these beasts may lie beast cores, which can be exchanged for goods. At this point, Yixingxing looked up at Feng Qingyun, curiously inquiring, did your enrollment mentor not provide you with a survival manual? Ahem. No. Feng Qingyun replied timidly. He then added, earlier, I sought you out to ask if I might borrow a glance at your survival manual. Yixingxing's expression grew peculiar, fidgeting as if reluctant. Feng Qingyun's heart sank. Could it be that this survival manual is exceedingly precious, accessible only to a select few? Surely not. Would I then be left at a loss? Just as he contemplated this, Yixingxing eventually relented, silently retrieving her survival manual from her bosom and handing it to Feng Qingyun. Tea even bore a hint of a milky fragrance, warm to the touch. Ah, thank you. Feng Qingyun awkwardly rubbed his nose. Oh, it is true that girls enjoy concealing items in their bosoms. He then opened the manual, which was divided into 3 sections. The first detailing military training instructions, the second providing guidelines for wilderness survival, and the third explaining the various beasts. Upon finishing the read, Feng Qingyun could only exclaim, goodness. I truly do not know whether to commend it as impressive or deem it bizarre. The freshman military training at Tianwu Academy takes place within this area known as the Death Mountains. As for why it is called the Death Mountains, it is simply because this mountain range is populated by numerous exotic beasts that do not exist in the outside world. The flying scorpions Feng Qingyun had just encountered were but one example. Detailed illustrations of these beasts and their habitats were meticulously recorded in the survival manual, though it did not explain how these creatures came into being. It could be said that as long as one diligently memorizes this manual and possesses a modicum of self-awareness, survival is nearly guaranteed, barring those who court death, so that's why we are required to sign a life and death agreement. It is to guard against such eventualities. Rubbing his chin, Feng Qingyun continued reading. Since the newcomers are effectively confined within the Death Mountains, there must naturally be a way to escape. There are 3 options for exit. First, upon death, one would naturally be sent out. Second, one could challenge the challenges of the Death Mountains, with a recommended level of at least gold. And third, on the 15th of each month, newcomers may challenge the residences of senior students. And if they succeed in taking it and hold it for 3 consecutive months, they may leave permanently. The residences of senior students? Feng Qingyun inquired. Yixingxing, who had been busy tearing apart scorpions on the ground, pointed southward. Feng Qingyun squinted into the distance. Several kilometers away, there indeed stood rows of luxurious townhouses, each exquisitely adorned, with the glint of weapons visible through the windows. To assault the senior students' dormitories, it became clear. This was a method for newcomers to grow through combat while simultaneously ensuring that seniors remain vigilant, akin to engaging in actual combat while simultaneously playing a game. It was nothing short of a combat drill. Feng Qingyun quietly marveled at the ingenuity of the Tianwu Academy's higher-ups for conceiving such a scheme. It is particularly noted that the Death Mountains also serve as a training ground for the seniors, so it is not uncommon for them to enter as well. Feng Qingyun understood this concept well. It is akin to raising chickens. One cannot expect children to feast on eggs daily while the parents abstain from indulging in a chicken leg. Can they? Thus, Feng Qingyun paid little mind to it and continued reading. During their time in the Death Mountains, the Academy will only sporadically distribute supplies, with the early arrivals receiving the first pick. Those in need may exchange beast cores at the designated exchange point. Note: the higher the level of the beast core, the greater the variety of items available for exchange. Additionally, consuming beast cores can enhance one's vitality. Upon reaching this point, Feng Qingyun's heart raced with excitement, eagerly flipping to the next page. After all, the possibility of enhancing one's vitality by consuming a few beast cores is an immense boon for a martial artist. However, the next page read, "For specific methods of consuming beast cores, please refer to the library for self-study." Note: reading in the library also requires the exchange of beast cores for time. What a cruel trick. Feng Qingyun was incensed, throwing the manual to the ground. This felt distinctly like being told, "I've already removed my trousers, yet you inform me that the following content requires payment to view?" Casting a resentful glance at the manual lying on the ground, Yixingxing glared at Feng Qingyun with deep-seated frustration. This was something she had hidden in her bosom. Ahem, I apologize. My emotions got the better of me. Feng Qingyun picked up the manual, his gaze now sweeping the surroundings. He finally understood why, among the newcomers, some could enjoy the privilege of sleeping alone in tents while others were relegated to sharing the grass with beautiful girls. It appears that happiness must be earned through one's own efforts. By slaying more exotic beasts and exchanging their cores, one could secure a tent to sleep in, with the luxury of toilet paper for personal hygiene. Otherwise, one would be left to resort to leaves. This is indeed a test. With this realization, Feng Qingyun meticulously recorded the essential details from the manual. He then returned it to Yixingxing, inquiring, "Can you actually procure beast cores by tearing apart scorpions in this manner?" "Essentially not," Yixingxing replied, shaking her head. "It's merely a matter of luck. If fortune smiles upon us, perhaps we might find one or two." "Indeed." Feng Qingyun nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. Then, a man strode boldly towards the Death Mountain range, amidst the sighs and head shakes of those who were easily awakened. After all, far too many had charged in with great bravado, only to scurry back in disgrace. Meanwhile, atop the peak marked as 102, an experienced student, accompanied by two newcomers, congregated. The leader among them, named Song Jingyan, bore a long knife on his back, measuring a formidable 33 inches, with a blade so sharp it could cleave gold and shatter stone. At that moment, he had drawn a topographical map at his feet, flanked by two paths, with a dark, gaping cave at the center, ominously resembling an inappropriate depiction of male anatomy. Yet, it was indeed a topographical representation. It was certain that within this cave resided a creature known as the multi-angle tiger, a beast of silver grade. This particular creature was quite active during the day, but at night it would fall into a deep slumber. Seizing the opportunity while it slept, we could launch a concentrated assault and surely slay it. Does anyone have any objections? Upon finishing, Song Jingyan turned to the other two. However, the newcomers appeared exceedingly anxious. One of them hastily exclaimed, "Senior, we have only just advanced to bronze through the use of pills. We truly cannot contend against a silver-grade beast." "You are absolutely right." With that, Song Jingyan suddenly struck out, knocking him unconscious with the back of his knife. The other newcomer turned pale with fear. "Senior, I have no objections, truly no objections." "I see you have a problem," with a swift swing of his blade. The other newcomer was also rendered unconscious. Once he had subdued the two, Song Jingyan muttered to himself in a somber tone, "First, I must find a place to hide these two, lest they escape and leak information. If that happens, the treasure concealed by the multi-angle tiger may no longer belong to me. Furthermore, I need to recruit one or two stronger individuals as cannon fodder." Chapter 53. A plan within a plan. Roar. Roar, roar. The terrifying roars echoed through the dark valley, reverberating among the mountains. From an entrance situated between two diverging paths, a figure stumbled out, battered and breathless. It was none other than Song Jingyan, the one who had previously ventured into the tiger's den. This time, under the cover of night, he had charged in once more, only to emerge in a disheveled state. Damn it! How is this multi-angle tiger so formidable? With that, Song Jingyan continued his desperate flight. Having fled from Peak 101 of the multi-angle tiger to the adjacent Peak 102, where he finally paused to catch his breath, from his elevated position, he surveyed the shadowy cave below. This moment, the multi-angle tiger had settled into silence. The cave was eerily tranquil, as though it had never witnessed a battle. With a tone of regret, Song Jingyan remarked. I had initially thought that I could successfully launch a surprise attack while it slumbered at night, but I never anticipated. Furrowing his brow atop the mountain, Song Jingyan realized that relying solely on his own strength might truly be insufficient. It seemed he needed to find someone to distract the multi-angle tiger. Yet he did not wish to share the spoils. What to do? Resting his chin on his hand, Song Jingyan pondered earnestly. Finally, an idea struck him. Aha! I could set a trap, leading someone to trigger it. And before they set it off, I could save them, thereby earning a favor. With this thought, he chuckled inwardly. Several hours later, on Peak 102, at the mountainside, Feng Qingyun gazed thoughtfully at a solitary tent, contemplating whether to approach and open a blind box. If he were to uncover a senior sister or brother, it would be quite exhilarating. However, the tent appeared as though it were uninhabited. After deliberation, Feng Qingyun resolved to investigate. If someone was inside, he could gather information about the area. If not, he would simply rest for a while, as the tent appeared quite inviting for slumber. As he approached to open the tent, a figure suddenly dashed out from the side, shouting, "Junior, be careful, that is a trap." A trap? Feng Qingyun's hand froze mid-motion as he saw Song Jingyan rush towards him, kicking the entire tent into the art. As the tent soared, a noxious yellow smoke billowed forth, blindingly bright in the darkness. Observing this scene, Feng Qingyun shot a glance at Song Jingyan, thinking to himself, "Damn, your timing is impeccable." Then, with an innocent expression, he remarked, "Fortunately, I nearly fell for it. If it weren't for your warning, my apologies, senior. I still do not know your name." "My name is Song Jingyan." Song Jingyan replied amiably, sizing up Feng Qingyun, only to be taken aback to discover that Feng Qingyun's vitality was, in fact, even higher than his own. A hint of nervousness crept in. "You are a newcomer?" "Yes, I am the top scorer in this year's national examination, Feng Qingyun stated proudly. He could sense that his vitality was indeed superior to Song Jingyan's, leaving the latter subtly sweating. Damn, from a distance, I sensed his strength was considerable, but I never imagined it would be this formidable. However, a stronger ally might prove beneficial, as he could potentially distract the multi-angle tiger, granting Song Jingyan ample time to execute his plans. As long as he wasn't too clever, quietly reassuring himself, Song Jingyan forced a smile and attempted to befriend Feng Qingyun. "Junior, you just arrived, correct? It is quite rare to encounter newcomers in such a remote area." "Is it?" Feng Qingyun replied, gesturing towards the tent with curiosity. "Senior, since newcomers seldom appear here, how could anyone be foolish enough to set a trap? Does the trap's creator truly believe that seniors are as naive as he?" Song Jingyan found himself at a loss for words, gazing perplexedly at Feng Qingyun, wondering whether this individual was feigning ignorance or genuinely simple-minded. However, he appeared quite devoid of ulterior motives. Well, such traps could also be intended for beasts. Some creatures are rather mischievous and may attack human tents. Song Jingyan made a forced explanation, leaving Feng Qingyun somewhat enlightened. "So, that is how it is indeed." Having barely navigated the conversation, Song Jingyan assumed an authoritative posture, adopting a serious tone as he inquired, "By the way, how did you end up here? The beasts that roam this area are generally of silver grade. Even with bronze-level strength, one should not venture in without extensive combat experience." As he spoke, Song Jingyan emphasized his words, reprimanding Feng Qingyun. "What does it matter if you possess strength? In this place, lacking rich experience is simply not acceptable." Under such scrutiny, Feng Qingyun sheepishly rubbed his nose. Well, I just found it amusing and decided to venture in. I truly had no idea there were silver-grade beasts here. How can this be treated so lightly?" Song Jingyan's brow furrowed immediately, asserting his seniority to intimidate Feng Qingyun. Then, softening his demeanor, he added, "Never mind. We all share a passion for adventure. You should stick with me. I need to retrieve something, and afterwards, I will escort you out of here." "Thank you, senior." Feng Qingyun expressed his gratitude, while Song Jingyan internally smirked. Indeed, the inexperienced are so easily deceived. In just a few exchanges, he had successfully ensnared the young man. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyun chuckled internally. "Humph, you little brat, your demeanor suggests you are trying to play tricks on me. I shall see who emerges victorious in the end." Chapter 54. A free technique acquired. "Senior, where are we headed?" As he walked alongside Song Jingyan, Feng Qingyun inquired curiously, maintaining a facade of complete trust. Song Jingyan smiled amicably, presenting a composed demeanor. "To be honest, Junior, I have been entangled with a multi-angle tiger recently. I inflicted serious injuries upon it yesterday, and after a day of waiting, it should be on the verge of collapse. Now is the perfect time to strike a multi-angle tiger. It is a silver-grade beast, equivalent to our silver-ranked warriors. However, this particular creature has sustained injuries, placing its strength between bronze and silver, which provides me with an opportunity. His humble description, while ostensibly modest, primarily served to emphasize Song Jingyan's own prowess in potentially slaying the multi-angle tiger, thus reassuring Feng Qingyun to follow him without hesitation. Such a ruse, of course, did not escape Feng Qingyun's keen perception. After some thought, he deliberately retorted, "Senior, don't take offense, but honestly, I believe my vitality surpasses yours slightly. Yet, I lack confidence in facing a silver-grade beast. Indeed, Junior possesses remarkable talent. Just entering the academy, and your vitality already exceeds that of this second-year senior." Song Jingyan replied with a smile. He was unperturbed by Feng Qingyun's challenge, for he had prepared himself well. "However, when it comes to actual combat, you may not necessarily be my match. Are you boasting? My vitality is greater than yours, and I could outlast you," Feng Qingyun confidently declared, eliciting a sardonic smile from Song Jingyan. Indeed, possessing a robust vitality does confer certain advantages, yet it is not an absolute advantage. Experience, techniques, weaponry, emotions, and various other factors can decisively influence the outcome of a battle, especially when, as he spoke, Song Jingyan came to a halt, facing Feng Qingyun, and drew his long blade from behind his back. Feng Qingyun immediately assumed a defensive stance. However, Song Jingyan paid him no mind, merely brandishing his long blade as he approached a nearby rock. Then, he swung fiercely, unleashing a devastating strike, Dominion Blade, Heaven Shatter. With a resounding crash, a palm-sized chasm appeared on the rock. Subsequently, Song Jingyan sheathed his long blade. "Junior, what do you think of my strike? How powerful do you believe it to be? And how much has my vitality diminished?" Yet, Song Jingyan anticipated that Feng Qingyun would take quite some time to assess. In reality, Feng Qingyun, possessing a system, could see everything clearly. Before that strike, Song Jingyan's vitality was at 633, and his unleashed energy had astonishingly reached 100. Nearly 1/6 of his total strength. But what was even more remarkable was that after executing that strike, Song Jingyan's vitality had only decreased by 80. How could this be possible? Was the system malfunctioning? No, the system could not be erroneous. This indicated that Song Jingyan possessed some unique technique capable of reclaiming the vitality expended. Stroking his chin, Feng Qingyun exhibited a grave expression for the first time. He decided to probe further. The vitality value of his senior was at the standard of 6-star bronze. The energy unleashed from that strike should be around 100, close to 1/6 of his overall strength. "That's correct," Song Jingyan nodded, impressed by Feng Qingyun's perceptiveness. "You discern that I exerted nearly 1/6 of my strength, equating to an explosive vitality of 100. However, why is it that after such an expenditure, the actual loss was only about 80 points of vitality? This is because I have mastered the vitality locking technique." Feng Qingyun's expression shifted to one of astonishment. This technique was entirely new to him. Song Jingyan smiled. "It's not surprising you haven't heard of it, as you've only just entered the school and haven't had the chance to learn about it yet. However, you will eventually study it, so I might as well inform you in advance." He took the opportunity to offer a favor. He elaborated on the concept, likening it to the difference between an ordinary person and a professional boxer. An average person might become utterly exhausted within a minute of fighting, while a skilled boxer can maintain their stamina through controlled breathing and rhythm, enduring 3, even 5 rounds. The same applies to warriors. Though they possess greater vitality than ordinary people, the demands of bone tempering and body forging lead to increased physical consumption. Without employing vitality locking, relying solely on explosive energy would render one incapable of sustaining a prolonged battle. One could engage an experienced fighter without ever landing a blow, only to have their vitality drained. After this explanation, Feng Qingyun grasped the principle of vitality locking and felt intrigued by its mysteries. Song Jingyan generously presented his own version of the vitality locking technique to Feng Qingyun. "With your remarkable talent, practicing it in advance will surely enhance your strength." "Thank you, senior," Feng Qingyun exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With this technique, he could conserve a significant amount of medicinal pills, though he was not particularly short on them. Observing that Feng Qingyun seemed increasingly suited to the role of cannon fodder, Song Jingyan chuckled. "In truth, my vitality locking technique is merely a standard version. Those advanced practitioners can reportedly lock away as much as 90% of their vitality. However, even their techniques require time to refine, allowing them to develop instinctive reactions that minimize activation time. You must put in the effort. His earnest admonishment carried an underlying implication. Remember my kindness towards you, and strive to fulfill your role as a competent cannon fodder. Yet, Song Jingyan remained unaware that Feng Qingyun was elated not because of the technique bestowed upon him, but because he could soon practice the vitality locking technique. Activating his second consciousness, Feng Qingyun began to cultivate the technique within his body. As the second consciousness engaged, the vitality within Feng Qingyun commenced a gradual practice according to the contents of the vitality locking technique. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward in technique experience. Random doubling in progress. Randomly multiplied by 775 times, randomly multiplied by 456 times, randomly multiplied by 888 times. As the technique continued to cultivate, Feng Qingyun and Song Jingyan arrived at the foot of Peak 101, the entrance to the cave of the multi-horned tiger. Song Jingyan instructed Feng Qingyun, "Wait here for a moment. I'll be back shortly." "All right." Feng Qingyun nodded, watching as Song Jingyan ventured inside. However, merely 10 seconds later, a heart-wrenching wail echoed from within the cave. "Ah!" Chapter 55. This is impossible. "Ah!" Upon hearing Song Jingyan's anguished cry, the atmosphere grew tense. Without hesitation, Feng Qingyun dashed toward the cave entrance, only to see Song Jingyan feigning a clutch at his chest, his entire being appearing weak and drained of vitality. Yet a glimmer of ecstasy flickered across his face upon seeing Feng Qingyun. "Junior, cover for me. I'll share half of the treasures within the cave with you." "All right." Feng Qingyun immediately surged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Song Jingyan's increasingly ecstatic face. The ninth style. A kick. A full 100 points of vitality exploded forth as Feng Qingyun's kick sent Song Jingyan staggering back, his expression contorting from joy to shock, then to utter bewilderment. "You, senior, it's frowned upon for a Huaxia person to deceive another Huaxia person. Deception invites punishment," Feng Qingyun declared, turning and racing back. Following this, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted from the cave. Roar, roar, roar. Soon after, a disheveled figure emerged, scrambling on all fours, barely steadying himself before a snow-white paw slammed onto the ground, nearly crushing Song Jingyan's skull. Feng Qingyun focused intently and beheld a creature before him, a snow-white tiger. Standing 3 meters tall, its back and head adorned with a layer of armor-like hide. Yet, the most peculiar feature was the sharp horns protruding from the tiger's head and 4 legs, the largest measuring over 60 centimeters, and those on its knees being slightly smaller. Around 45 centimeters, so this is the multi-horned tiger my senior mentioned. "It truly has many horns," Feng Qingyun muttered, noticing a nearly 1-meter-long wound on the multi-horned tiger's abdomen, seeping blood. The most grievous part of the wound had pierced through its belly, reaching its internal organs, yet astonishingly, the multi-horned tiger had managed to seal it with its vitality. It appeared that not all beasts were mindless brutes like the flying scorpion. Some possessed a degree of intelligence. In the midst of battle, the multi-horned tiger had resumed its fierce engagement with Song Jingyan. With both hands gripping his blade, Song Jingyan's gaze was intense, perfectly illustrating the notion that when one's head swells like a pig's, focus only makes one appear more grotesque. Infuriated by Feng Qingyun's kick, Song Jingyan now harbored a murderous intent. Initially thinking he had brought along a mere cannon fodder, he was taken aback by Feng Qingyun's ruthless strike. If only they could combine their strengths, they could easily vanquish this multi-horned tiger. Alone, however. Secretly, Song Jingyan's attention turned to his pocket, where a second-tier vitality pill awaited use. It's now or never. With a sudden surge of energy, Song Jingyan lunged at the multi-horned tiger, his long blade radiating a fierce aura. Dominion blade. Heaven shatter. A full 150 points of vitality erupted forth. Song Jingyan's blade struck the multi-horned tiger's head, causing it to tremble violently. Then, he swiftly unleashed a dagger, following the previous wound on the multi-horned tiger, delivering a powerful slash. This strike only consumed 10 points of vitality, yet it proved far more effective than the previous blow of 150 vitality points. A warrior is not merely a brute. The goal is to achieve maximum impact with minimal cost. Roar. The multi-horned tiger let out a long cry, which gradually morphed into a sorrowful and weakened wail. Blood gushing from its mouth and splattering onto the ground, a stark sight to behold. Standing beside the corpse of the multi-horned tiger, Song Jingyan gasped for breath, half of his vitality already expended. He retrieved the second-tier vitality pill from his pocket and swallowed it, feeling the vitality surge within him. Then he raised his long blade, pointing it towards Feng Qingyun's position. "You, step forward," Seeing Song Jingyan directing his attention at him, Feng Qingyun calmly stepped out, maintaining a distance as their gazes locked. A grin spread across his face. "Senior, and here I thought I was still your junior." Song Jingyan glared furiously at Feng Qingyun. He is currently seething with anger. It is not merely because Feng Qingyun delivered that final kick, but rather because he has come to the realization that this rascal has been deceiving him all along. He feels like a fool, completely toyed with. Therefore, he must vent this pent-up frustration. "You brat, kneel down and bow 3 times to me, and I shall not make things difficult for you, if I am in a good mood. I might even share a little something with you. Not at all necessary." Feng Qingyun replied calmly, casting a glance at the multi-horned tiger. "I could easily knock you out and still take these items." "You seek death!" Song Jingyan bellowed in fury, utterly infuriated. He now feels as if he is going to press Feng Qingyun into the ground. Without uttering a word, Feng Qingyun charged towards Song Jingyan. And upon closing the distance, he wasted no time and unleashed a kick. 9 styles, 1 kick. Song Jingyan's reaction was equally swift. He raised his long blade to block. Bang! With a resounding impact, the vigorous Feng Qingyun sent Song Jingyan flying. Before his body even touched the ground, Feng Qingyun launched a subsequent round of attacks. Song Jingyan, who had been sent 2 meters away, was taken aback by the ferocity of Feng Qingyun's combat prowess, which even left his hands numb. Realizing the imminent danger, he quickly adjusted his strategy, employing the footwork he had painstakingly trained in for a year. Ghostly shadow steps, elusive and unfathomable. "Humph, you little brat. Have you forgotten what I told you? Even if your vitality surpasses mine, if you cannot land a hit on me, you will only exhaust yourself to death." His body flickered rapidly as Song Jingyan completely avoided a direct confrontation with Feng Qingyun. Meanwhile, the vitality elixirs within him burned rapidly, gradually replenishing his vigor. At this rate, he would soon reverse the tide and seize the initiative for himself. However, Song Jingyan's hopes were destined to be dashed. Despite having ghostly shadow steps, it was ultimately just a clever maneuver, not a miraculous technique capable of altering fate. Thus, when Feng Qingyun channeled all his vitality into his feet, achieving an overwhelmingly explosive speed, Song Jingyan's footwork appeared utterly futile. Yet at that moment, Song Jingyan still harbored tremendous confidence. "Ha ha ha, you fool. With your explosive vitality, how long do you think you can endure?" But in the next instant, Song Jingyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Simultaneously, a fist appeared to grow exponentially before him. Bang! A heavy blow detonated upon Song Jingyan's face, sending him hurtling through the air. His mind went blank, and his entire body trembled. All he could think was an incredulous question that begged to be shouted. How do you know the Qi locking technique?" Chapter 56, Harvests That Leave One Weak. How do you know the Qi locking technique?" Song Jingyan screamed in a fit of hysteria. Just an hour prior, Feng Qingyun had no knowledge of the Qi locking technique. Yet now, he wielded it with ease. This was entirely illogical. In response, Feng Qingyun feigned innocence. "How could I? Wasn't it you who bestowed this technique upon me? Have you forgotten? Do you take me for a fool? Just an hour has passed. How could one possibly reach such a level?" Cough, cough. It might be a bit disheartening to say, but anyone with a brain could do it. Feng Qingyun expressed sympathy, adopting a look of sheer incredulity. This only served to amplify the humiliation Song Jingyan felt from receiving a single punch. I will kill you." His face twisted in rage. Song Jingyan gripped his blade tightly and charged at Feng Qingyun like a madman. Yet, in Feng Qingyun's eyes, all of Song Jingyan's feints were laid bare. Although he held a long blade and his vitality surged to an impressive 100, the distribution revealed that his left hand contained only 10, while his right hand boasted a staggering 90. This indicated that Song Jingyan's dual blade approach was merely a ruse, with the true lethal weapon concealed within his sleeve, a dagger. Such petty tricks dare to challenge me. Feng Qingyun chuckled inwardly. With a swift motion, he clapped his hands together, executing 9 styles, 1 clap. In an instant, Song Jingyan's long blade was struck from his grasp. Confident that Feng Qingyun had fallen for his feigned attack, Song Jingyan swiftly shook his right arm, revealing the dagger aimed at Feng Qingyun's throat, intending to subdue him with this ultimate technique, hidden blade in the sleeve. Most individuals, even if aware of this tactic, would find it too late to evade once the attack was initiated. Unfortunately for him, Feng Qingyun had anticipated the dagger's emergence. With a flick of the long blade he held, he deflected the dagger at an astonishing angle. Then, in the split second that Song Jingyan was momentarily stunned, Feng Qingyun delivered a resounding smack to his forehead with the long blade, rendering Song Jingyan unconscious. Senior, the Liver Emperor cannot defeat those who cheat. Why do you persist? Feng Qingyun remarked as he swiftly began to search Song Jingyan's person. Soon enough, he unearthed Song Jingyan's possessions. Is this a joke? This fellow is so impoverished, with merely 3 first-grade vitality elixirs on him. Feng Qingyun expressed disdain. Being a sophomore, he was surprised to find himself poorer than this freshman. Fortunately, the system was there to assist. Congratulations, host. You have received a first-grade vitality elixir as a reward, and it is now randomly doubling. Randomly multiplied by 241 times. After tossing the elixir into the pure space, Feng Qingyun also pilfered the dagger from Song Jingyan. Randomly multiplied by 516 times. Alright, the space was suddenly filled with a plethora of daggers. As for the long blade, it was randomly multiplied by 457 times. Gazing at the storage space brimming with long blades, Feng Qingyun felt immense satisfaction. Should he ever find himself unable to defeat an opponent, he could simply shout, "Blade, come," and scatter the long blades across the ground. Even if he didn't kill his adversary, he would surely frighten them to death. Brilliant. However, Feng Qingyun did not forget that within the bodies of exotic beasts, beast cores would condense, and that these cores, when consumed, could enhance one's vitality. Cough, 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 could indeed increase vitality levels. Thus, Feng Qingyun promptly wielded the long blade to slice open the multi-horned tiger's body, revealing a gleaming silver orb nestled among its entrails. Radiating a soft glow, this the beast core. From its exterior appearance, this beast core resembled a vitality elixir, lacking visible signs of immense vitality power. Yet the ferocious stirring of vitality within was unmistakable. If absorbed, it could significantly enhance one's vitality. However, the prerequisite was the ability to absorb it. The method of absorption would require consulting the library. Damn it. This is merely forcing individuals to self-study at an accelerated pace. And it comes with a fee. Frustrated with the higher-ups of Tianwu Academy, Feng Qingyun could hardly dwell on it further. They had calculated everything, except for the fact that he was a cheat. Congratulations, host. You have received a beast core as a reward, and it is now randomly doubling, randomly multiplied by 775 times. What does it mean to reap rewards to the point of weakness? This is it. This place is truly my paradise. If I could stay here for a year. TSK, TSK, TSK. The entire Death Mountain would genuinely become a fittingly named Death Mountain, for I would eradicate all exotic beasts. With these thoughts in mind, Feng Qingyun's gaze shifted toward the dark entrance of the cave. All that remained were the treasures within the multi-horned tiger's lair. The intricate schemes devised by Song Jingyan were all in pursuit of the treasures inside, which indicated that the items within must possess considerable value. Chapter 57. A treasure trove within the lair of the multi-horned tiger. The atmosphere was exceedingly dark and damp, as if even light despised this place and refused to penetrate its depths. Fortunately, after reaching the silver level of mental power, Feng Qingyun's senses were heightened, granting him night vision capabilities that allowed him to see clearly even in such darkness. Hey, what's that? His gaze fell upon a corner of the cave, where Feng Qingyun noticed that the multi-horned tiger exhibited a peculiar obsession. The animal had neatly stacked the skeletal remains of its prey in a small alcove, leaving only bones behind. Fresh animal carcasses, yet to be consumed, were separated and placed in another chamber, awaiting leisurely consumption. TSK, TSK, TSK. Obsessive-compulsive disorder is truly terrifying. 6 fresh corpses lay before him, each more bizarre than the last. The exotic beast had even feasted upon other exotic beasts. How fortunate are the people of Huaxia. They do not deceive one another. Feng Qingyun scoffed disdainfully. In the past, the multi-horned tiger would have sneezed and questioned who was insulting it. However, that was no longer the case. He began searching the bodies of these exotic beasts, hoping to find some treasures among them. Feng Qingyun was not one to despise their remains. If nothing was found, he could simply step on them without feeling the need to desecrate them. To his surprise, while the exotic beasts yielded little of value, he discovered several human items in the corner of the cave, their origins unknown. Upon inspection, he found 9 first-grade vitality elixirs, 2 second-grade vitality elixirs, and merely 2 small packets of tissue paper. Stuffing the items into the system space, he was greeted by a series of prompt notifications. Congratulations, host, you have received a first-grade vitality elixir as a reward. And it is now randomly doubling, randomly multiplied by 888 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a second-grade vitality elixir as a reward, and it is now randomly doubling, randomly multiplied by 775 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a tissue paper reward. And it is now randomly doubling, randomly flipping 999 times. Observing the storage space brimming with handkerchiefs, Feng Qingyun couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the system once again. In this area where even handkerchiefs were absent. While others lamented the remnants of life, he remained unperturbed. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Qingyun decided to venture into the adjacent skeletal cave, hoping to unearth something of value. However, he found nothing. Could it be that the multi-angle tiger had devoured everything, subsequently expelling it in a natural physiological manner? Feng Qingyun cast a glance at the tiger's den, involuntarily shuddering. What if he inadvertently picked up an Ali give? Would the system also double that? Cough, cough. I merely intend to take a look, without even brushing against anything. System, please don't be mischievous, he whispered softly, cautiously approaching the tiger's lair. This lair, constructed by the multi-angle tiger from dry twigs and wild grasses, was sturdy on the outside yet dry and comfortable within. There was not a hint of filth to be found, only a plethora of weapons and various vials of elixirs. So, this fellow had hoarded all the good stuff. Second-grade blood chi pills, first-grade, wait, what kind of elixir is this? Feng Qingyun picked up a white pill that resembled a Wuji Bai Feng Wan. Yet, the Bai Feng Wan merely had a white exterior. Upon unwrapping, it revealed a black core. This one, however, was entirely white. System, could you identify this for me? The system remained silent, merely executing the identification function, and a pop-up appeared in Feng Qingyun's field of vision. This elixir was named the first-grade expansion pill. Its effect was to stimulate the growth of bones, making them larger and thicker, thus allowing martial artists to achieve breakthroughs in their strength. Upon reading the system's description, Feng Qingyun's eyes lit up. The human body is fundamentally a framework of bones, draped in flesh and blood. The larger the skeletal structure, the more muscle it can support. Hence, having robust bones is, in itself, a talent. However, Feng Qingyun's bones were rather slender, commonly referred to as single stock. What a treasure! Indeed, when talent is lacking, pills must come to the rescue. If one lacks the innate ability, it merely indicates that they haven't consumed enough elixirs. If they still can't catch up, it suggests they haven't taken enough. He casually tossed it into the system space. The system doubled it again, yielding 859 pills. Next, he examined the pile of weapons, which included nunchaku, a western sword, a 9-ring steel knife, and an absurdly light halberd. However, the halberd felt somewhat flimsy, lacking the heft of Song Jingyan's long knife. Notably, the feel of these weapons varied significantly. Feng Qingyun hefted a few. Some weapons appeared small, like a pair of nunchaku, but upon picking them up, they weighed a solid 20 pounds. Conversely, the most ostentatious halberd barely exceeded 10 pounds. Is it the material's fault? System? Without needing Feng Qingyun to elaborate further, the system understood and promptly provided the results. Upon examination, the halberd in the host's hands was forged from ordinary materials, equivalent to junk. However, the nunchaku were crafted from F-grade alloy, classifying them as special materials. Just as I suspected, a smile crept across Feng Qingyun's lips. He discerned a significant issue. The martial world depicted online was merely the tip of the iceberg compared to the authentic martial realm. To truly comprehend it, one must step inside and continuously learn to grasp the entirety of the martial world. Thus, the question circled back, the library, that is where new students ought to go. A spark ignited in his eyes. Feng Qingyun resolved that once he left this place, he would certainly visit the library to acquire all the foundational knowledge. As for the spears and staffs, he would take them all after all. When encountering a master, one simply shouts for a knife and unleashes a barrage of weapons. Even if it doesn't crush the opponent, it could certainly frighten them, or at the very least leave them bewildered. Alas, merely possessing quantity without quality is still insufficient. System, are you listening? I'm not implying you should assist in enhancing quality or anything. Please don't misunderstand. The system remained as silent as ever, emitting no sound. It merely continued to develop other functions, with a synthesis feature now displayed as in development. Standing within the multi-angle tiger's lair, Feng Qingyun scanned the surroundings. To be honest, if it were merely some elixirs and weapons, given Song Jingyan's meticulous nature, he certainly wouldn't have expended such significant effort to eliminate the multi-angle tiger from its lair, as it wouldn't be worth it. So, what could it possibly be? This tiger den is confined. Is there something I have yet to see? His gaze swept around, and suddenly, Feng Qingyun realized a blind spot. Despite the multitude of dead animals and the bloodstains covering the ground, Alongside the foul odor emanating from the multi-angle tiger, why was there no stench? Instead, there was a faint, pleasant aroma. The odor from the multi-angle tiger, even if its fur were completely stripped, could never be entirely masked. Therefore, this fragrance must be the genuine objective of Song Jingyan. Realizing this, Feng Qingyun's nostrils flared as he followed the scent, leading him to the deepest part of the tiger's den. Here lay a massive rock. Was it blocked from behind? This multi-angle tiger was rather cunning. Just as he prepared to push the stone aside, a voice outside the tiger den caught his attention. Huh? ISNT that Song Jingyan? Chapter 58. The interruption arrives. Huh? ISNT that Song Jingyan. Hey, Song Jingyan, are you dead? At the entrance of the tiger den beneath Peak 101, a bare-chested man with a crew cut approached Song Jingyan. In his right hand, he wielded two heavy meteor hammers resembling eggs, clearly a formidable figure. His name was Hao Chang. As Feng Qingyun pondered whether he could blend in unnoticed, Hao Chang shouted, "Students inside. I want to waste words. Song Jingyan has an older brother who is also a sophomore. He is not only petty but possesses some influence. If you've harmed Song Jingyan, his brother will surely seek retribution." Feng Qingyun was left speechless. Song Jingyan wasn't he dead? For goodness sake. Wait. Could this guy have killed Song Jingyan and then framed him? After a moment's contemplation, Feng Qingyun approached the mouth of the cave and declared, "Senior, let us skip the pleasantries. Just say it outright. You three have a purpose, don't you?" Standing outside, Hao Chang paused slightly, pondering how his intentions had been uncovered. However, unbeknownst to him, in Feng Qingyun's perspective, aside from a label indicating Hao Chang's vitality at 712, there were two additional markers pointing behind the rock, reading 708 and 842. In total, 2 7-star bronze and 1 8-star bronze had come forth. After being called out by Feng Qingyun, the other two hidden behind the rock, Shaojia and Lian Jujiao, were momentarily taken aback. Lian Jujiao turned to Shaojia and asked, "How did he know we were here?" Logically speaking, a bronze shouldn't be able to sense from this distance. Likely he possesses some device to measure life force. Let us go meet this junior. After all, he achieved first place in the national examination. A sly smile crept upon Shao Jia's face as he took the lead. Lian Jujiao said nothing further, following closely behind Shao Jia, and casually stepped on Song Jingyan's kidney. What a disgrace to the seniors! Meanwhile, beside Lian Jujiao, Shao Jia contrasted sharply with her demeanor. His face wore a beaming smile, radiating confidence stemming from his formidable power. Cheerfully, he greeted the entrance where Feng Qingyun stood. "Junior, hello. My name is Shao Jia, a swordsman. If you wish to spar with me, do exercise caution." How obnoxious. Though Shao Jia wore a radiant smile, Feng Qingyun couldn't help but wish to send him flying into a cloud of peach blossoms. Lian Jujiao grew somewhat impatient. "Junior, we've been quite sincere. You might as well come out. What are your intentions?" Feng Qingyun wasn't one to hesitate. Even in a 3-on-1 scenario, he wasn't necessarily at a disadvantage. If it came down to it, he could always shout for a knife. Cough, cough, cough. Relying on the same trick repeatedly grows stale. Even if it truly became a 3-on-1, Feng Qingyun believed he could still prevail. After all, he had mastered the god-slaying technique. Below silver rank, instant kills were guaranteed. Seeing Feng Qingyun respond so straightforwardly, Shao Jia simply stated, "We know that Song Jingyan came here seeking treasures. Thus, we intended to intercept him. Since you're here as well, how about this? We divide the treasures into 4 portions, and each person takes one. What do you say? Aren't you afraid of Song Jingyan's brother?" While speaking, Feng Qingyun swiftly grabbed his phone, hurriedly studying basic sword techniques. Last-minute cramming was incredibly thrilling, and who said procrastination had no benefits? The advantages were immense. Experience could soar. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward in sword technique experience, which is currently being randomly doubled, randomly multiplied by 666 times, randomly multiplied by 818 times, randomly multiplied by 738 times. On the opposite side, Feng Qingyun seemed to entertain a fleeting notion of dialogue. Shao Jia and his companions continued their conversation. "You need not worry about this. Although his brother holds some influence, he cannot act with impunity. As for you, Junior, do not entertain thoughts of hoarding the treasure all to yourself." "What if I wish to monopolize it?" Feng Qingyun casually inquired. The person across from him appeared to contemplate this seriously before stating, "Let us have a competition. Should you emerge victorious, you may claim it all. However, the condition is that you must defeat all 3 of us." "Excellent. Prepare yourself." Feng Qingyun responded eagerly, launching an attack. He brandished a 9-ring steel knife. hurling it directly at Xiao Jie's face, closely followed by Feng Qingyun wielding Song Jingyan's long knife. Charging forward with intent to strike, Xiao Jie swiftly drew his long sword from his back. In an instant, dozens of sword lights flashed, and the nine-ringed steel knife was severed into countless fragments. Additionally, he managed to parry Feng Qingyun's blade. Standing firm against him, "Junior, you seem rather arrogant, do you not? There are three of us, and your odds of winning alone are slim, although we grant you the opportunity to consume a blood-replenishing pill mid-battle." "Thank you," Feng Qingyun chuckled, preparing to continue his assault. However, at that moment, Hao Chong intervened with a meteor hammer, separating the two. Feng Qingyun glanced at Hao Chong, then at Xiao Jie, and also took note of Lian Zhujiao. Uncertain of Hao Chong's intentions, he observed that Xiao Jie and Lian Zhujiao remained unfazed, as if this were the expected course of events. Xiao Jie sheathed his longsword. The usual arrangement. "Hao Chong, you shall go first. If you cannot prevail, then it will be my turn alongside Lian Zhujiao." "Very well." Nodding, Hao Chong turned to Feng Qingyun and formally declared, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Hao Chong. And as your adversary, I shall engage with utmost seriousness. Are you treating me as a mere free sparring partner?" Feng Qingyun retorted, his long knife pointing at Hao Chong's nose. "Remember this. I am the top scorer of this year's national examination, personally selected by the principal to enter Tianwu, truly a person of immense value. And that warrants an additional fee." Chapter 59. Bone Expansion Technique. "Remember this. I am the top scorer of this year's national examination, personally selected by the principal to enter Tianwu, truly a person of immense value. And that warrants an additional fee," Feng Qingyun proclaimed confidently, prompting the three opponents to simultaneously twitch their lips, perceiving his audacity as extreme. Finally, Hao Chong conceded, "All right, that's acceptable, but let us agree on how much extra." Feng Qingyun pressed on, believing such matters should be resolved promptly. Hao Chong pondered for a moment and replied, "We have buried some items in the Death Mountains. If you win, we shall reveal the location to you." "Sounds good." As soon as Feng Qingyun finished speaking, Hao Chong let out a fierce roar, swinging his meteor hammer, which whirred ominously as he stepped forward, sending the hammer hurtling towards Feng Qingyun's chest. Feng Qingyun's gaze shifted, instantly marking the attack. Hao Chong unleashed 50 points of vitality, and with a sweep of his long knife, bang, the blade collided with the iron chain, the hammer's head pivoting sharply to strike Feng Qingyun's back with increased ferocity. "Such a rookie, it's over," Lian Zhujiao remarked with a playful smile. Yet, upon hearing the howling wind by his ear, Feng Qingyun quickly realized the meteor hammer was barreling towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he conjured another long knife from his left hand, instantly positioning it to block the hammer's descent. The clash resounded. Xiao Jie and Lian Zhujiao were left dumbfounded. Where did that knife come from? As for Hao Chong, he was equally perplexed, unable to comprehend how Feng Qingyun had summoned a second long knife. Could it be that the knife reproduced itself? Strangely enough, the two knives did indeed appear remarkably similar. Yet, while Hao Chong was momentarily stunned, Feng Qingyun delivered a swift kick to his groin. 9 styles, a single kick. It unleashed a staggering 200 points of vitality. Feng Qingyun's strike was merciless. Warriors say, "If there's a groin, do not strike the chest." Isn't that madness? In an instant, Hao Chong's face turned the color of liver, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, as if the rest of his life would be entirely devoid of pleasure. "Stop!" Xiao Jie exclaimed from the side, gritting his teeth. There is a pain that resonates even with boys watching. However, Hao Chong struggled to rise, insisting with a strained voice, "No, I haven't finished yet." Xiao Jie and Lian Zhujiao silently covered their faces, questioning whether continuing this fight was wise, fearing it would lead to a grievous injury. Yet, once Hao Chong made up his mind, it was unyielding. "Junior, you must be cautious. If you become too complacent, I truly may defeat you." Just as Feng Qingyun was about to retort about his arrogance, a towering giant suddenly appeared before him. Among the giant's features, one could vaguely discern Hao Chong's silhouette, yet his form had grown exceedingly massive. Had this fellow inflated? Feng Qingyun stared in astonishment. He had never witnessed someone swell to such proportions. Observing Feng Qingyun's astonished expression, Lian Zhujiao laughed mischievously. "Junior, have you never seen this? It's called the bone expansion technique, which allows one to rapidly enhance combat prowess." "No way?" Feng Qingyun replied incredulously. Not only had he never seen such a technique, he had never even heard of it. Moreover, "Oh no, this makes it impossible to land a hit. He is too large to target." Feng Qingyun sighed, prompting a dark cloud to gather over Hao Chang's head. Every part of him had grown, except for one area symbolizing male dignity, which remained unchanged. To any observer, it appeared as if he were concealing a lip balm in his pocket. Feeling the disdainful gaze of Feng Qingyun and hearing his mocking tone, Hao Chang clenched his fists tightly, producing a crackling sound. "Junior, you seem to be asking for a beating." With immense fury, Hao Chang approached. Swinging his fist down heavily toward Feng Qingyun, Lin Zhujiao and Shao Jia eagerly widened their eyes, ready to witness how Feng Qingyun would respond. That moment, gazing at the diminutive and emaciated Feng Qingyun. Could he possibly muster any fighting strength? Absurd. Yet, the might of an underdog is forever unfathomable. God-slaying technique. Feng Qingyun's gaze sharpened. A domineering sword intent erupted from his brow, piercing through Hao Chang's mind. Shattering his spiritual will, boom. Hao Chang's head exploded in a thunderclap, his body convulsing, collapsing to the ground like a landslide. Chapter 60. Recognition from the principal? What just happened? How is this possible? Lin Zhujiao stood in shock. She had no comprehension of what Feng Qingyun had just done to instantaneously fell Hao Chang, who had utilized the bone expansion technique. However, Feng Qingyun had no intention of elucidating, for even if she possessed an alluring figure, it would not compel him to explain. A mature man must learn to resist temptation. Before Feng Qingyun, Hao Chang appeared as though a deflated balloon, slowly withering away, his body emaciated to the point where his ribs were visible. The strikingly handsome figure he had presented earlier was utterly transformed. He had exhausted himself using a technique. It hardly seems practical. 3 minutes of manhood, or rather, from then until now, it had only been about 5 seconds. Tragic. How tragic. Feng Qingyun shook his head. As for Shao Jia and Lin Zhujiao, even they, though not the brightest, could discern that Feng Qingyun was peculiar. Thus, Shao Jia raised his hand and called for a halt. "Junior, we shall not continue fighting. No more fighting. Indeed, whatever treasures you desire, take them. We shall not contest them." Shao Jia and Lin Zhujiao approached, preparing to carry away the fallen Hao Chang and Song Jingyan. Yet before departing, they reminded Feng Qingyun, "The items we spoke of earlier are hidden on peak 122. From the peak, the 5th tree from the right is where they lie." "Very well," Feng Qingyun nodded. Since these 3 are so trustworthy, there was no need for him to pursue them further. He watched as they gradually distanced themselves, then he sighed in relief. Phew. These 3 are rather decent individuals. Had they requested another round, I would have had to resort to my knife. Fortunately, the fight did not continue. Relaxing slightly, Feng Qingyun's gaze fell upon the corpse of the multi-horned tiger. He recalled that in traditional medicine, every part of a tiger, from its fur to flesh, bones, and even its excrement, could be utilized for medicinal purposes. Might the same apply to this exotic beast? After some contemplation, Feng Qingyun approached, placing the entire corpse of the multi-horned tiger into his system space. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a tiger corpse reward, and your rewards are being randomly multiplied." Randomly multiplied by 455 times. In an instant, Feng Qingyun's system space was suddenly filled with hundreds of multi-horned tiger corpses, forming a small mountain, an exceedingly spectacular sight. Feng Qingyun couldn't help but twitch his lips. Such a scene is truly beyond the appreciation of the average person. Feeling as though his entire body was about to fall apart, he realized that fighting could indeed be rather exhausting. "I must find a place to rest." It was said that a location needed to be found. In truth, Feng Qingyun had already made his choice deep within his heart. The cave of the multi-angular tiger held treasures yet to be extracted. How could he possibly leave empty-handed? Thus, he retraced his steps back into the cave. However, unbeknownst to Feng Qingyun, at that very moment, all his fierce battles were being transmitted to the principal's office. The then principal, Qin Gongda, held Feng Qingyun's performance in high esteem. He is a promising talent. His strikes are ruthless and decisive, truly impeccable. Alas, he is a bloodline awakener. His path is nearing its end. Yet, where did he acquire his weapon? Had he awakened some extraordinary ability? Meanwhile, Feng Qingyun inexplicably received a notification from the system. "Congratulations, host, for gaining the favor of a master. A random multiplier is in progress, a random multiplier of 666 times. This left Feng Qingyun momentarily stunned. What is happening? Am I being monitored? Does this mean that the storage space I just used? Forget it, I will figure it out later. After all, I have ample experience in deceiving others. Redirecting his focus, he once again faced the imposing rock blocking his path. towering over 3 meters and weighing an indeterminate amount. Numerous sharp markings marred its surface. Analyzing the traces, he could glean valuable information. It appeared that the multi-angular tiger typically used its sharp horns to displace stones, and the direction of the displacement was. Feeling around the base of the stone, he discovered a groove that had been formed over time by continual movement. Thus, Feng Qingyun positioned himself to the side, channeling his vital energy to shift the stone along the groove once more. The sound of the stone moving echoed like a mouse's squeak, transforming from a gentle wobble to a full roll away in a mere 30 seconds. With the stone moved aside, the treasures within the secret chamber were unveiled. Feng Qingyun strode forward and was astonished to find a small hot spring nestled within the cave. It measured only 3 meters in size, shrouded in a misty vapor, with an unusual liquid resembling silver at its bottom. As he reached out towards the silvery liquid, the pores on Feng Qingyun's skin opened wide, eagerly absorbing the essence within. It felt as if his body, once lifeless, had come to life upon contact with the silver liquid. What a peculiar sensation! It evoked a sense of ethereal euphoria, as if he had truly awakened to life at last. System. What on earth is this? Chapter 61. The transformation of bone system. What exactly is this? Ding! Upon examination, this hot spring contains silver tiger bone refining liquid, a special substance used by the multi-angular tiger to refine its bones. Prolonged immersion in this spring can permanently alter the structure of one's bones, enhancing their defensive capabilities and combat attributes. Enhancing bones. Feng Qingyun gazed at the shimmering pool of liquid and suddenly conceived a wild idea. Thus far, the system had exhibited 2 types of multiplier modes. One was the singular item multiplier. For instance, if Feng Qingyun found a beautiful woman, the system would present him with 999 identical beauties. The second type was the awakening multiplier. If Feng Qingyun found a beautiful woman, the system would elevate her attributes by 999 times, transforming her into an unparalleled beauty before gifting her to Feng Qingyun. This second multiplier mode had appeared before the system's upgrade, during a time when Feng Qingyun was consuming food. Though the system had been rudimentary back then, it seemed to have a sense of caution, fearing it might overwhelm Feng Qingyun. After all, a meal multiplied by 999 would be enough to make even a Tyrannosaurus Rex burst. Similarly, if a first-grade vitality pill were swallowed and multiplied by 999, it might lead to an explosive outcome. Thus, the system opted for a quantity multiplier by default. With this thought in mind, Feng Qingyun proactively made a request to the system. System, can I freely choose the multiplier mode? The system? It remained silent, continuing to feign ignorance, merely performing tasks without uttering a word, yet always accompanying Feng Qingyun. This thought was somewhat endearing, after a brief moment. However, he suddenly grasped the situation. A dialogue box materialized before Feng Qingyun's eyes. Yes, hiss. You indeed possess artificial intelligence, Feng Qingyun couldn't help but exclaim. What had started as a mere test had unveiled a new frontier. However, the system, having uttered those 2 words, seemed to have exhausted its wisdom and resumed its silence. Yet, for Feng Qingyun, this was already sufficient. System, though this is my request, you must exercise caution. If I encounter something that could overwhelm me, please prevent my self-destructive tendencies. Understood. The system responded once more, succinctly and forcefully, instilling a sense of mature reassurance. All right, let us give it a try. System, regarding this silver tiger bone refining liquid, I do not wish for it to be multiplied. I want to absorb it directly and then have the effects multiplied. Is that possible? Otherwise, with hundreds of hot springs, I will eventually end up with skin irritation, Feng Qingyun inquired. The system randomly displayed a label before him. This hot spring contains a relatively low concentration of silver tiger bone refining liquid, suitable for the host to bathe in directly, and the system will amplify the effects to achieve body refinement. Hee, I guessed correctly. Feng Qingyun chuckled. Observing the lifeless multi-angular tiger made it evident. If the efficacy of this hot spring were so remarkable, the multi-angular tiger would not have been slain by someone like Song Jingyan, a mere bronze warrior. Disrobing, Feng Qingyun fully immersed himself in the hot spring. In an instant, a unique essence permeated through his pores, adhering to and nourishing his bones. If one were to gaze inward at this moment, they would witness the extraordinary transformation taking place within Feng Qingyun's skeleton. As the fine essence enveloped his bones, layers of gentle ripples emanated outward, and if one focused intently, they could discern faint silver glimmers within those ripples. These silver glimmers infused Feng Qingyun's bones, gradually forming a protective layer that enveloped them. Congratulations, host, for receiving the Essence Nourishment Reward. Random multiplication is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 518 times. randomly multiplied by 744 times, randomly multiplied by 698 times. With the system's nurturing, merely 3 minutes later, a peculiar sound echoed in Feng Qingyun's ears. Crack? What sound is that? Feng Qingyun hastily opened his eyes to scan the surroundings. But the small cave remained utterly still, devoid of any movement. What is going on? Am I overly sensitive, hearing things? After a moment of mild frustration, upon confirming the absence of any disturbances, Feng Qingyun closed his eyes once more to rest. Crack! Another sound of shattering resonated. This time, Feng Qingyun heard it distinctly. Furthermore, he recognized the source of this sound. It emanated from within his own body. Is this silver tiger bone refining liquid having an effect on me? Feng Qingyun quickly closed his eyes and focused inward, peering through his internal organs and meridians directly at his skeleton. At this moment, Feng Qingyun's entire skeletal structure appeared to be draped in a faint silver sheen, clearly visible with a layer of silver light adhering to it, emitting a soft glow. Suddenly, another cracking sound reverberated. Crack! A thin layer of material shed from Feng Qingyun's entire skeleton, expelled from his body along with the flow of blood. As this phenomenon unfolded, Feng Qingyun sensed a significant transformation occurring. His bones were becoming sturdier, stronger, and even slightly elongated. System, what is happening? Why do I feel as though my bones are shedding? Am I on the verge of mutation? Observing his glimmering silver bones, Feng Qingyun felt as if he were transcending the realm of humanity. If this continued, it seemed he might transform into a dashing silver bone hero. At this moment, the system provided an explanation. Upon examination, the host is absorbing the essence of the silver tiger bone refining liquid, undergoing a bone metamorphosis. Each metamorphosis signifies an upgrade in the strength of the host's bones. Upgrade? Is there a reference for this upgrade? Indeed, each upgrade corresponds to an increase in skeletal strength equivalent to 1 star of a silver warrior. Currently, 3 metamorphoses have occurred, thus the host's skeletal strength stands at the 3-star silver level. It is anticipated that upon completion of the entire process, the host's skeletal strength will reach the 7-star silver level. 7-star silver? Feng Qingyun couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He was merely at the level of bronze vitality. His bones were about to make a significant leap, directly ascending to 7-star silver. If he were to engage in combat in the future, would a single punch truly cause the bronze women to weep? It seems my vitality is lagging behind. Speaking of which, it's all Zhang Fubai's fault. That old fellow has shown no initiative to repay his debts. I've been here for 2 days, and he hasn't come to settle up. Feng Qingyun sighed, shaking his head in concern for Zhang Fubai's character. At this moment, indulging in excessive thoughts proves futile. It is paramount to continue the transformation of one's own physique and bones. Presently, within a realm teeming with formidable beasts, Zhang Fubai is engaged in a fierce confrontation with a 9-headed monstrous bird. After an intense battle, Zhang Fubai finds that he has been left with merely half a head and one side of his body. Coughing, he expels a mouthful of residual blood. As he channels his consciousness, a peculiar radiance emanates from his brow, revealing the ethereal outline of his skeletal structure, which gradually solidifies, followed by the rebirth of his blood vessels and skin. However, post-rebirth, Zhang Fubai's vitality appears exceedingly tenuous, fluctuating erratically in strength, reaching a peak of 9-star transcendence, yet at times plummeting perilously close to the golden level. The recently emerged beasts seem to be growing increasingly powerful. Never mind, I should hasten back. If I delay, my dear friend Qingyun may become irate, and I still owe him for the elixirs. The mere thought of Feng Qingyun uplifts Zhang Fubai's spirits considerably. In an instant, he darts towards the exit of the alternate space, secretly musing about his granddaughter, who has recently blossomed into a graceful beauty, wondering if Qingyun would take notice. Simultaneously, in a hot spring, Feng Qingyun suddenly feels a tickle in his nose. How strange. Is someone thinking of me? Why does it feel somewhat eerie? Surely, it cannot be a beauty. He shivers slightly. Upon introspection, he realizes that the pace of his skeletal transformation has slowed, and the concentration of the bone-tempering fluid has become exceedingly diluted. Nevertheless, Feng Qingyun has already undergone his 6th transformation, and he is on the cusp of completing the 7th. Coincidentally, he possesses Tuagu Dan, which has effects overlapping with the bone-tempering fluid. Thus, he decides to swallow 2 pills, preparing for his 7th transformation. At that moment, however, Feng Qingyun's mental awareness is abruptly startled awake. Someone is in the tiger's den. Chapter 62. I am not so easily tempted. Someone. Feng Qingyun's mind jolts to alertness. He keenly senses that several uninvited guests have entered the tiger's den. Simultaneously, two weary young women, dragging their weapons, stumble into the cave, their faces drawn and haggard, making their way heavily to the innermost recesses of the cavern. Upon confirming that the deepest part is merely a rock and finding no one else around, the two girls lean against the stone and sit down, their heads drooping. Xiao Nan, I feel like I can barely hold on any longer. I want to go home, Bai Ruyan states numbly, though her tone is laced with sorrow. Being able to enter the Tianwu Academy marks her as one of the elite. Thus she retains a hint of pride, refraining from shedding tears. Sitting beside Bai Ruyan, Chun Xiaonan's eyes are slightly red and swollen. Not from crying but rather from being struck by a peculiar monkey. Curse that creature, she exclaims. Cough, Ruyan, I'm not referring to you. I'm talking about that stinky monkey from earlier. As for the thought of returning home. Sigh, I have that too, but when I set out, I promised to make a name for myself before returning. Now, after being beaten by a monkey, the desire to go home feels somewhat awkward, Qin Xiaonan says, scratching her head in frustration, which prompts Bai Ruyan to burst into laughter. Having such a carefree friend amidst the perilous Death Mountains feels like a ray of sunshine piercing through the overcast sky, warming the gloomy heart. Thus, their conversation lightens. Xiao Nan, let me tell you a secret. The leaf I used yesterday seems to be poisonous. For the past 2 days, my backside has been burning. That is truly unfortunate. But I'm not much better off. Your backside hurts too? The leaf I used felt like mint. After applying it, it was as if I smeared my backside with a cooling balm, the sensation traveling from my rear to the crown of my head. Goodness, that's dreadful. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyun, hidden behind the rock, passively listens to the two girls discuss their physical predicaments, nearly unable to suppress a cough to alert them of his presence. But then he considers his current state. Bathing in the spring without a stitch on, and if they were to rush in, they might also wish to soak for relief. Cough. I am not so easily tempted. Just then, Chun Xiaonan whispers conspiratorially to Bai Ruyan. Ruyan, let me tell you something. I discovered that Lu Chang'e, that rascal, has also been affected. I noticed too. Bai Ruyan stifles a giggle, covering her mouth. As their eyes meet, they exclaim in unison, is it not the case that every time he tries to show off, he keeps his hands behind his back just to covertly scratch his backside? Ha ha ha. The two girls laugh heartily, desperately stifling their voices, tears streaming from their eyes. Lu Chang'e, the poor fellow, continues to portray himself as an elegant gentleman. Yet he cannot help but succumb to the realities of their savage environment. At that moment, another set of footsteps echoes into the tiger's den, heavier than the two girls. It's a man. Ruyan, Xiao Nan, are you both all right? We're fine, we're fine. Upon noticing Lu Chang'e's arrival, the two girls swiftly suppress their laughter and wipe away their tears. However, Lu Chang'e, upon entering, perceives only the two girls pretending to be strong. Stubbornly wiping away their tears to avoid causing him concern in an instant, his narcissistic tendencies flare up, and with his backside inexplicably itching, he unconsciously clasps his hands behind him, dramatically sighing, rest assured, as the sole man of the team, I shall ensure both of you emerge from this alive. I stake my grandfather's name on it. I, Lu Chang'e, shall keep my word. Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan bite their lips tightly to stifle their laughter. Yet, in Lu Chang'e's eyes, it transforms into, could it be that these two girls are genuinely moved by my words? With this thought, Lu Chang'e stands even taller, secretly reveling in the moment. They would never guess that I am still discreetly scratching my backside right now. Curse it. It itches terribly. Realizing Lu Chang'e is vigorously scratching, Bai Ruyan can no longer contain herself and hastily shifts the topic to divert attention. Chang'e, Xiao Nan, I think we must devise a plan. A plan? What kind of plan? Lu Chang'e inquires curiously, still preoccupied with his scratching. The interruption from Bai Ruyan leaves him feeling somewhat unfulfilled. However, Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan dare not allow him to continue scratching. It was manageable when he was alone, but seeing each other struggle to hold back laughter makes it nearly impossible to resist. Therefore, Bai Ruyan resorts to the most serious topic in 7 days. It will be the 15th again. We must make another attempt to assault the senior student's villa. If we remain in this death zone, we will eventually lose our minds. That certainly poses a dilemma. Lu Chang'e nods, his right hand, which was just scratching, instinctively resting on his chin, hovering a finger's breadth from his mouth. This prompts Chun Xiaonan to burst into laughter. Lu Chang'e, momentarily taken aback, asks, what are you laughing at? Nothing, I just recalled something joyous. Chun Xiaonan struggles to maintain her composure, Yet the effort is evident. Bai Ruyan, too, cannot help but giggle. Lu Chang'e grows more perplexed. Why are you laughing as well? I was just thinking. If we succeed, that would indeed warrant a celebration. Bai Ruyan quickly buries her head, avoiding Lu Chang'e's gaze, leaving him confounded. How is it possible that they can find joy in such dire circumstances? Cough. Let us rein it in. Rein it in. Bai Ruyan discreetly pinches Chen Xiaonan. They must get serious. Picking up a twig, Bai Ruyan sketches a simple diagram in the dirt. The senior students' dormitory is divided into 4 tiers. B, C, and D. The highest tier, the A-level villa, is located at the very center of the dormitory area, and according to previously acquired intelligence, it is inhabited by a senior with strength exceeding the golden level. As for the B-level villas, there are 4 in total, positioned on each side of the A-level villa, home to senior students of silver rank. However, Bai Ruyan declares that they should not consider these 5 villas for now, as the odds are decidedly against them. With a sweeping gesture, she dismisses the 5 villas, then focuses on the surrounding C and D-level villas. Even without the most formidable 5, the remaining 96 villas would still pose a significant challenge. They would not only be outmatched in vitality but also in weaponry and techniques. Their opponents wield predominantly F-grade alloys, whereas their own weapons remain mere iron implements. Chen Xiaonan glances at her spear, her brow furrowing in dissatisfaction. In truth, they have attempted to assault the senior student dormitory before, but only after thorough preparation did they dare to make such a move. Unfortunately, after their failure, all their weapons and elixirs were confiscated by the seniors, forcing them to start afresh. Damn it, just thinking about it frustrates me. My dragon spear has an F-grade alloy tip, yet they refuse to leave it for me, no matter what. That's just how it is. If one lacks the skill, one can only accept their misfortune. However, Bai Ruyan was quite troubled. Given the current circumstances, they were utterly unprepared to launch an assault on the senior dormitory. Yet, if they did not make an attempt, the fiery discomfort of regret would be equally unbearable. At that moment, Lu Chang'e suddenly spoke up. By the way, have you heard of the name Feng Qingyun? Unaccountably singled out, Feng Qingyun perked up his ears. Listening intently, Bai Ruyan recalled, is he not the top scorer of this year's national examination? The one with the awakened bloodline? Yes, that's him, Lu Chang'e affirmed with a nod. I heard that during the national exam, he was already a 3-star bronze. Those with awakened bloodlines experience rapid increases in vitality. Perhaps he is now a 6-star or even a 7-star. Are you suggesting that we should recruit him to join us? But he must be in high demand right now, right? No sooner had Bai Ruyan finished speaking than Chen Xiaonan leapt up, startling the other 2. Chen Xiaonan planted her long spear into the ground and leaned against it, striking a pose reminiscent of a seductive display. Isn't that simple? Allow me to seduce him. I guarantee he will be hooked. Chapter 63. Forming a battle team. Let me seduce him. Success is assured. As she spoke, Chen Xiaonan, eager to showcase her charm, swayed her voluptuous figure against the spear, her body undulating like waves. Yet, while her aspirations were lofty, reality was starkly disappointing. Lacking any dance training and relying solely on her martial skills, Chen Xiaonan's physique, robust and curvaceous, resembled a large bear rubbing against a tree. She exuded strength but lacked any semblance of delicacy. Ahem. Lu Chang'e cleared his throat awkwardly, gently advising, Xiaonan, that. No worries. Rest assured, I know my limits. I promise to make him unable to resist, yet without yielding any advantage. No, what I mean is, don't fret. With this face, this figure, and this alluring dance, I am certain to succeed. Well, you might not be able to manage that. Nonsense. How could I not succeed? Lu Chang'e, what do you mean? Do you think I'm not attractive enough? However, Lu Chang'e appeared innocent, shrugging his shoulders. Not you. Chen Xiaonan turned to Bai Ruyan, who felt equally wronged. It's not me either. I'm a woman. How could I possibly voice a man's opinion? Not you either. Chen Xiaonan scratched her head, eliminating all impossible options, concluding that the answer must be that her own conscience was denying her. Ahem, it was me who said it. You? Who are you? Following the voice, Chen Xiaonan looked back to see a shiny eye peeking through a crevice in the rocks, sparkling mischievously at her eye in an instant. All 3, Chen Xiaonan, Lu Chang'e, and Bai Ruyan, felt a chill run down their spines. Ah! They screamed, dashing towards the entrance of the tiger's den, prompting Feng Qingyun to smirk mischievously. These 3 clowns are quite amusing. He pushed aside the rock and, examining his hand, felt the extraordinary change in his skeletal strength. What once required all his effort to move could now be easily pushed aside with a single hand. The metamorphosis of his bones was indeed formidable, System, what is my current vitality value? With a flash, the system did not respond directly to Feng Qingyun's inquiry but instead presented his personal panel. Host name, Feng Qingyun. System level, LV2. Vitality value, 932. Spiritual value, 1401, 1397, 9-star bronze. To think that after my transformation, my vitality has surged so significantly. At this rate, I'll reach silver in just a few days. With a satisfied grin, Feng Qingyun strode confidently towards the cave entrance, aware that the three jesters awaited him. Indeed, under the moonlight, Chun Xiaonan, Lu Chang'e, and Bai Ruyan stood at three different positions, weapons in hand. Anxiously on guard as Feng Qingyun emerged, he finally discerned their appearances. To the left, wielding a spear, stood Chan Xiaonan. Her looks were somewhat clumsy, not fitting the typical mold of beauty, yet she possessed an unusual charm that made one want to regard her as a comrade. Her physique was undeniably voluptuous. An excess would seem plump, a deficit would appear scant. On the right, with a long sword in hand, was Bai Ruyan. Her features leaned towards the delicate, with a classical oval face that exuded a demure charm. Her figure was proportionate and graceful, especially her slender waist, which seemed as if it could be grasped with just one hand. As for the one in the middle, clutching a tang knife, it was Lu Chang'e, just an ordinary man. Nothing much to introduce. Upon seeing Feng Qingyun emerge from the tiger's den, Lu Chang'e bellowed, "Who are you? Weren't you all planning to recruit me and use the allure of beauty to entice me?" Feng Qingyun smiled, causing Lu Chang'e and Bai Ruyan to exchange glances. They had assumed no one was around, so they had spoken carelessly. Little did they know, Feng Qingyun had overheard every word. Now, they feared that Feng Qingyun might become arrogant and, offended by their jests, would engage them in combat. Only Chen Xiaonan, momentarily taken aback, asked, "You heard everything?" "I did." Feng Qingyun nodded. Chen Xiaonan, not ready to give up, continued, "From when did you start listening? Could it have been when we mentioned Lu Chang'e secretly scratching his backside?" Lu Chang'e was taken aback. How could he have not been discreet about his actions? Yet, Feng Qingyun merely regarded him with sympathy, indicating that was not the case. "Then, did you hear about my and Rian's situation?" Chun Xiaonan stammered. Bai Ruyan's face flushed crimson, nearly steaming with embarrassment. Nevertheless, Feng Qingyun nodded affirmatively in that moment. Bai Ruyan wished for nothing more than to vanish. "However, you need not worry. I won't disclose your conversation to anyone, especially not to Lu Chang'e," Feng Qingyun assured with a friendly demeanor, instantly restoring Bai Ruyan's will to live. Chen Xiaonan clicked her tongue, impressed. This guy has decent character, much better than some self-proclaimed refined gentlemen who secretly scratch their behinds. "Who's being secretive?" Lu Chang'e shouted, his face flushed with indignation. Then he realized something. "Wait, why emphasize that you wouldn't tell me?" Yet, Feng Qingyun, Chen Xiaonan, and Bai Ruyan exchanged knowing smiles, leaving Lu Chang'e feeling as though these three were in cahoots. Meanwhile, a notification echoed in Feng Qingyun's mind. "Congratulations, host, you have received a beauty appreciation reward, which is now being randomly multiplied by 666 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a female comrade appreciation reward, which is now being randomly multiplied by 999 times. Success." Feeling reassured that these three bore him no ill will, at least the two women did not, Feng Qingyun spoke up, "I overheard your plan. On the 15th of this month, you intend to attack the senior dormitory area, correct? That was earlier." Lu Chang'e gritted his teeth in frustration. Why couldn't they have shared this information with him? This matter could not simply pass, unless Feng Qingyun divulged it to him. Unfortunately, the other two were uncooperative. "Yes, that's our plan, but there is a slight issue that we need to confirm with you." "What is it?" Feng Qingyun responded calmly. Lu Chang'e then asked, "If we join your team, what can you bring us? This is crucial for us. What can I offer you?" Feng Qingyun grinned mischievously. "I can grant you the freedom of tissue paper." Don't you desire that?" Chapter 64. "Thank you, Captain." The captain is majestic. The thunderous inquiry caught Lu Chang'e and his companions off guard. This unexpected turn of events was indeed surprising, yet it struck a chord deep within their hearts. Toilet paper may seem trivial, but if one lacks the courage to fight for something as simple as that, what greater battles could they hope to undertake? Stunned, Lu Chang'e's gaze towards Feng Qingyun shifted significantly. No valiant man would fail to admire and follow a strong leader. If Lu Chang'e were to bow down, it would be simple: defeat him in combat. Joining your team is acceptable, but looking at you, it seems you wouldn't be content as a mere member. You aspire to lead. Is that not permissible? Feng Qingyun replied with confidence, observing the agitation in Lu Chang'e's vitality. This indicates that his emotions are soaring. Having defeated me, it is permissible, Lu Chang'e asserted firmly. Bai Ruyan hurriedly interjected, Lu Chang'e, please calm down. If we are to form a team, there is no need to resort to force to vie for the position of captain. Worry not, Lu Chang'e exclaimed excitedly, licking his lips. His usual reticence does not imply a lack of passion. I recall you mentioned in an interview that you are a bloodline awakened. During the national examination, you were already a 3-star bronze, yet your humble origins suggest you may not have practiced any martial arts. While I am merely a 1-star bronze, I hail from a martial arts family and have been trained in the fundamentals since childhood. Thus, we are evenly matched. Neither of us holds an advantage. Feng Qingyun chuckled coldly, no advantage. You cannot even fathom the advantages I possess. Therefore, let there be no more idle chatter. Come. All right, refreshing. I appreciate your temperament. Chen Xiaonan applauded enthusiastically. This sudden cheer left Lu Chang'e, who had been stewing in emotion for quite some time, momentarily speechless. Chen Xiaonan awkwardly scratched her head. I apologize for disrupting the atmosphere. I was lacking in subtlety. Ignoring Chen Xiaonan, Lu Chang'e sheathed his Tang Dao, gripping the hilt in one hand while holding the scabbard, assuming a preparatory stance for drawing the sword. Here I come. Prepare yourself with a long cry. Lu Chang'e's footfalls were as swift as lightning. He dashed forward, almost imperceptibly to the naked eye, and charged directly towards Feng Qingyun. Lu family, draw and slash, swish, with a soft sound, Lu Chang'e's long sword was drawn. Yet it failed to strike Feng Qingyun's shoulder and was instead calmly pinched between Feng Qingyun's 2 fingers. What is this sorcery? Lu Chang'e's eyes widened in disbelief. To him, Feng Qingyun, a person of ordinary background, should never have been able to learn any martial arts. Merely evading his strike was already remarkable. However, Feng Qingyun employed a move he had never anticipated to neutralize his attack. This blade is too feeble. With a pinch of his fingers, imbued with the strength of 7-star silver, Feng Qingyun effortlessly shattered the ordinary Tang Dao. Subsequently, he offered Lu Chang'e the long sword strapped to his back, the one belonging to Song Jingyan. Try this blade, no need. If I cannot win, I cannot win. I can accept defeat. Lu Chang'e clenched his fists as he spoke. In that fleeting moment, he had already recognized the disparity between himself and Feng Qingyun. However, he remained unconvinced. But I must clarify beforehand, you are a bloodline awakened. Your limits will soon be reached. Once my vitality surpasses yours, I will challenge you again. Very well, Feng Qingyun nodded calmly, though internally he mused. You may never catch up. He then turned to the other 2 young women. What about you two? Chen Xiaonan and Bai Ruyan exchanged glances, both comprehending each other's thoughts. At this moment, allying with Feng Qingyun was undoubtedly the wisest choice. I have no objections, nor do I. Excellent. Feng Qingyun's lips curved into a satisfied smile as he addressed the 3 of them. Let us proceed into the cave. It is time to convene our team's inaugural meeting and discuss our forthcoming plans. All right, Lu Chang'e, Chen Xiaonan, and Bai Ruyan readily agreed and followed Feng Qingyun back to the tiger cave. Once seated, Feng Qingyun said nothing, extending his hand to distribute a martial arts technique to each of the 3, along with a packet of tissues, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Captain, what is this? This is the locking chi technique. I'm not sure if you have practiced it, but I found it quite useful after a brief session. Feng Qingyun explained matter-of-factly, asserting the technique's ease of practice. If you struggle to master it or progress too slowly, that will be your own issue. It has nothing to do with my rapid advancement. As for the tissues, well, I trust you 3 understand their significance once you lack them. At this, Bai Ruyan and the others nodded in unison, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Captain. You are truly impressive. Subsequently, Bai Ruyan cautiously inquired. Captain, we heard you were late to arrive and might have been hesitant to join Tianwu. However, your presence dispels those rumors. Do you have any insights regarding the assault on the senior dormitory? The implication was straightforward. They were concerned that Feng Qingyun's delayed arrival at Tianwu Academy rendered him uninformed about the attack on the senior dormitory. Nevertheless, such apprehension was reasonable. Rest assured, I will fully consider your opinions on this matter. However, the focus of today's meeting is not this. Feng Qingyun promptly dismissed the topic, leaving the 3 of them exchanging bewildered glances. Weren't they here to discuss the assault on the senior dormitory? If not that, then, was it to discuss salaries and benefits? Perhaps even to delve into potential underhanded dealings? Noticing the somewhat dubious looks the 3 cast upon him, Feng Qingyun quickly cleared his throat, interrupting, What are you all thinking? I am not that kind of person. The 3 remained silent, inwardly scoffing. They had said nothing, yet he seemed to know their thoughts. This surely indicated he had contemplated such matters himself. This left Feng Qingyun at a loss for words, particularly since it was acceptable for the two girls to think this way. But Lu Chang'e, a male, also clasping his chest in shock. Therefore, Feng Qingyun tapped Lu Chang'e's head with a twig. Tell me, why have we, as freshmen, along with those second-year seniors, been cast into this death mountain? Why? Isn't it to enforce the blood refinement policy and undergo brutal training? Lu Chang'e replied, looking perplexed, prompting Feng Qingyun to regard him with disdain. Had he ever considered the implications behind these terms? Thus, Feng Qingyun raised 3 fingers. Based on my analysis, the higher-ups of the school have thrown us into the death mountain to identify 3 types of individuals. 3 types? Which 3? Chapter 65. Persuasive reasoning. According to my analysis, the higher-ups of the school have cast us into the death mountain to identify 3 types of individuals. Feng Qingyun raised 3 fingers. Lu Chang'e, Bai Ruyan, and Chen Xiaonan listened intently. This reasoning was entirely new to them. Feng Qingyun articulated, the first type of person is the intelligent one. Intelligent? Lu Chang'e struggled to accept this notion. Tianwu Academy, as one of the top 3 prestigious institutions in Huaxia, only admits the best and brightest. Surely there could be no fools among them. Yet, indeed, there are fools. Don't believe it. Simply observe how many individuals linger on the plains before the death mountain. Reluctant to enter, Feng Qingyun picked up a dry twig and drew several large waves on the ground to represent the mountains, alongside a tuft of grass to symbolize the plains. They believe that once their strength improves, they can then enter to hunt. But how long must they cultivate to enhance their abilities, and to what degree must their strength increase? Bronze? Silver? Gold? They'll be waiting until the next decade. With Feng Qingyun's analysis, Bai Ruyan quickly grasped the crux of the issue. She promptly summarized, I understand now. They could easily hunt while simultaneously using beast crystals to enhance their strength, which would be the quickest method. Precisely, Feng Qingyun nodded. Given such a treasure trove as the Death Mountain, their refusal to enter is nothing short of foolishness. The 3 nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound. Then, Feng Qingyun drew 3 little figures in the dirt, encircling the second figure. The second type of person is one who is both intelligent and strong. They hunt swiftly, thus enhancing their abilities quickly. On this point, Lu Chang'e, Bai Ruyan, and Chen Xiaonan had no objections. Ultimately, in this world, strength reigns supreme. A strong individual can thrive even alone. As for the remaining third type, it bordered on the extraordinary. Such individuals are often born leaders. Born leaders? Lu Chang'e and Chen Xiaonan exclaimed in shock. What was this? Born leaders. Did this imply that these 3 types of people were determined by the luck of their birth? Only Bai Ruyan solemnly nodded, slowly articulating 6 words. Natural born leaders. Exactly. Feng Qingyun's twig danced once more as he sketched additional shapes. The seniors' villa area, the library, the exchange center, all laid out before them. Consider this carefully. What are the odds of escaping the Death Mountain solely based on individual capability? What is the likelihood of breaching the senior dormitory? Without calculation, the answer is essentially 0. Thus, to truly escape from this place, one must possess strategic planning skills. How to rally support, how to gather intelligence, how to enhance strength, and ultimately, how to break free. These are the abilities a leader must possess. Feng Qingyun concluded, articulating his thoughts with fervor. The other 3 were left speechless, utterly astonished. Compared to Feng Qingyun, they appeared almost foolish. Bai Ruyan had been here for a month. But fortunately, some individuals still held promise. Thus, rather than framing this as military training, one could argue it was, in fact, an admission screening process designed to evaluate the capabilities of each student. Bai Ruyan exclaimed in sudden realization, startling the other 2 once more. They instinctively turned their gazes towards Feng Qingyun. At that moment, they unanimously accepted Feng Qingyun as the leader, having been completely bamboozled. Feng Qingyun nodded affirmatively, stating, military training undoubtedly has its objectives. Otherwise, they could simply leave us basking in the sun on the playground. However, since we are allowed to act freely, how will they assess each individual's performance? At this juncture, Feng Qingyun sketched an additional figure alongside. Inscribing a question mark. A camera seems unlikely, as there are no circuits nearby. Hence, the most effective approach would be to enlist some senior students to masquerade as us freshmen. Feng Qingyun's reasoning was compelling, winning the admiration of the 3. If earlier Feng Qingyun had dominated them through sheer physical prowess, now he had also outsmarted them. Consequently, congratulations to the host for earning the favor of beautiful women. With a random multiplier in progress, randomly multiplied by 888. Congratulations to the host for earning the favor of female friends, with a random multiplier in progress, randomly multiplied by 828. Congratulations to the host for earning the favor of male friends. With a random multiplier in progress, randomly multiplied by 520, ahem, the last multiplier reward nearly choked Feng Qingyun. System, are you being mischievous? Do you want a beating? Lu Chang'e, standing nearby, inquired with a concerned expression. Captain, are you feeling unwell? No, no. Also, we should avoid standing too close. I fear others may misunderstand. Feng Qingyun waved his hand dismissively, leaving Lu Chang'e bewildered. Am I too charming? Or are you simply too forward? Truly, why worry about such things? Heh, someone is rather unpopular, Qin Xiaonan remarked with a mischievous grin, then turned to Feng Qingyun and asked, Captain, what shall we do next? What to do? Feng Qingyun chuckled. Of course, we shall stir up some trouble. Chapter 66. This sister has issues on the plains before the Death Mountains. Feng Outyin, the second best in the national examination, gazed longingly at the mountains, anxiously awaiting Feng Qingyun's emergence, nearly turning into a stone statue of longing. Previously, he had been caught off guard, resulting in being stung by a flying scorpion, leaving him resembling a pig's head. This time, he intended to prove through strength that he, Feng Outyin, was not only the most beautiful in the world, but also the greatest. A paragon of intellect and beauty, strength and elegance. Why hasn't he come out yet? Clenching his fists tightly, Feng Outyin felt a twinge of anxiety. What if Feng Qingyun encountered danger within the Death Mountains? Had I known, I would have followed him in. If he were to perish inside, what would become of me? Even if I became a legendary warrior, people would merely lament, what a pity, if it weren't for that first place dying. How could this second place ever shine? Muttering in discontent, he resembled a scorned lover, causing onlookers to avoid him while whispering among themselves. Look at this person, still coveting Feng Qingyun. Hey, they awakened their bloodline and topped the national examination. That has skill too. Why must it be like this? I suspect we are not on the same wavelength. And what is your wavelength? I think he is just longing for Feng Qingyun's physique. Oh wow! Yet, the bystanders could hardly be blamed. After all, Feng Outyin was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin, pearly teeth, and rosy lips, to the point that even girls felt envious. Had it not been for his flat chest, more might have dared to pursue him. Suddenly, he spotted Feng Qingyun emerging, and without hesitation, dashed towards him, igniting a flurry of speculation among the crowd. Feng Qingyun, if you possess any ability, let us duel. Observing this commotion, Lu Chang'e stepped in front of Feng Qingyun, gripping his long knife and striking a pose reminiscent of drawing a sword. His address to Feng Qingyun shifted from the symbolic captain to the earnest boss. Boss, shall I intervene? No need. Just follow my instructions. This minor issue, I will handle myself. Ruoyan, Xiaonan, you both go as well. Feng Qingyun instructed. The three nodded and dispersed, each heading in a different direction. By Ruoyan and Qin Xiaonan ventured among the freshmen. Attempting to identify the seniors mingling amongst them, as for Lu Chang'e, he, armed with one of the multi-horned tiger beast cores gifted by Feng Qingyun, strode confidently to the subway entrance point. Two guards lazily opened their eyes. Not bad. A silver-grade multi-horned tiger beast core. How did you acquire it? We obtained it as a team. Lu Chang'e replied nervously, uncertain of the core's origins. However, the guard showed little interest. Quite good. It should be worth a fair amount. Go ahead. Thank you. Lu Chang'e feigned composure as he entered, exhaling a sigh of relief after passing the guards and turning to give Feng Qingyun a thumbs up. Feng Qingyun acknowledged him with a nod. Noticing Feng Qingyun's indifference, Feng Outyin gritted his teeth. Feng Qingyun, do you treat me as heir? I am standing right in front of you. Is there something you need? Feng Qingyun recalled Feng Outyin vaguely. After all, someone so strikingly beautiful, especially after being stung into a pig's head, was hard to forget. Feng Outyin smirked coldly. I wish to duel with you and prove to everyone that I am the top freshman. While you are merely second, fine, let us make it quick. I have matters to attend to. Feng Qingyun did not refuse. After all, forming a battle team required establishing a reputation, which would attract more talented individuals. Moreover, this was a free opponent. Why not seize the opportunity? He beckoned, determined to end this swiftly. Come forth. All right. Let me demonstrate my Feng dance of the 9 heavens. This is my family's secret technique. One that most have never witnessed. Boom. Delaying unnecessarily, Feng Qingyun simply threw a punch, landing squarely on Feng Outyin's nose, causing it to bleed and tears to stream uncontrollably. Feng Outyin, with a quivering voice, exclaimed, Why did you hit my nose? Are you insane? Of course, it's because hitting the nose is likely to result in a critical hit. Feng Qingyun chuckled mischievously, uninterested in further conversation with Feng Outyin, leaving him to continue sobbing while clutching his nose. Feng Outyin's first challenge ended in failure. Upon reaching the subway entrance, Feng Qingyun paused, reached into his pocket, and produced another multi-horned tiger beast core, leaving the two guards dumbfounded. This beast core was identical to the previous one in terms of grade, appearance, and luster. Did you slay a pair of twins? Ahem, we only took down one, but this multi-horned tiger was unique. Its beast core underwent fission. The guards exchanged glances, refraining from further inquiries. Go on in. Thank you. Feng Qingyun expressed his gratitude and ventured inside. Upon descending to the platform, Feng Qingyun did not head towards the library but rather in the opposite direction, intending to take the subway to the faculty dormitory. That moment, an elegantly poised female staff member intercepted him. Student, this area is temporarily closed to freshmen. Understood that I wish to speak with Dean Nan of the Southern Institute, Zhang Fubai. He owes me some items. Feng Qingyun pulled out the agreement from his pocket, casually glancing at the name tag pinned to the staff member's chest, which read Su Hong. Su Hong smiled, revealing her alluring red lips while playfully tousling her voluminous waves. Dean Zhang is currently on a business trip and won't be back anytime soon. I can leave him a message to inform him of your visit. In that case, Feng Qingyun's gaze darted, and with feigned innocence, he asked, Su teacher, you see, what Dean Zhang owes me is essentially owed by the school. How about you persuade the school to settle it for me in advance? I'm afraid I can't assist you with that, student. It's beyond my authority, Su Hong replied, shaking her head helplessly, adding, also, I'm not a teacher. I'm just a regular staff member. You can call me sister, no need for formalities. All right, Sister Su. Though a bit disappointing, Feng Qingyun understood that some matters could not be forced. Thus, maintaining a good rapport was not a bad idea. Then, please convey my message to Dean Zhang. Additionally, Sister Su, could we exchange WeChat? Of course. Su Hong promptly took out her phone and exchanged WeChat contacts with Feng Qingyun. She then shook her phone and remarked, I'll notify you the moment I receive any news. Thank you, Sister Su. Feng Qingyun expressed her gratitude as she walked towards the opposite platform. Su Hong smiled faintly. Her bright, sparkling eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of crimson, transforming into red irises before reverting back to their original black. Waiting on the platform, it wasn't long before the subway arrived from the direction of the old student dormitory area, halting at the new student dormitory station. Inside the train, a handful of senior students occupied the seats. Upon seeing Feng Qingyun, some glanced her way, while others offered her a subtle smile, conveying a sense of goodwill. Feng Qingyun reciprocated with a smile. Preparing to sit quietly until reaching the library at that moment, a senior emerged from the front carriage and approached Feng Qingyun directly. She opened her eyes slightly and felt a sense of familiarity. The next second, the senior spoke, prompting a memory to resurface. You must be Feng Qingyun, the one who got my younger brother, Song Jingyan, involved? Chapter 67. The frustrating library. Feng Qingyun's attention was naturally drawn to the mention of Song Jingyan. The senior bore a slight resemblance to him, though he was tall and slender, with a somewhat sickly pallor that accentuated his refined appearance. He carried a short iron rod, approximately 50 centimeters long, the nature of which remained ambiguous. Who are you? Feng Qingyun inquired. I am Song Tianyu, Song Jingyan's older brother. I heard that someone has caused trouble for my brother, and it's a freshman newcomer at that. Song Tianyu scrutinized Feng Qingyun with a hint of malice. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyun maintained her composure on the surface while her mind raced to assess the situation. Through the system's annotations, she noted that Song Tianyu was a 2-star silver level with a health value exceeding 2,155, over double her own. Thus, if she were to counterattack, what were her chances? 70%. Just as Feng Qingyun reached her conclusion, a staff member emerged from the side of the carriage, calling out to Song Tianyu, Song Tianyu, please come over. Understood. Song Tianyu replied immediately, leaving Feng Qingyun without a second thought. He did not return until Feng Qingyun disembarked at her station. She shrugged it off, as she had not come out specifically to confront Song Tianyu, and the lack of conflict suited her just fine. Ascending through the subway corridor, she emerged at the station to behold a square, towering building adorned with red walls and a gray-white stone path. This was the library. However, before the entrance, an elderly man dressed in traditional attire lounged in a rocking chair, appearing to be in a light slumber, occasionally emitting soft snores. Yet, the moment someone passed by, his snores ceased instantaneously. You there, second-year student? Yes. Still not aware of the rules at your level? The old man glared with fierce eyes, bloodshot and menacing, startling the nearby senior who quickly fished out 10 second-grade vitality pills from his pocket, presenting them with both hands. Master Hu, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Humph! The old man snorted disdainfully, taking the vitality pills and shaking them lightly in his hand before uttering, "You may visit the first and second floors, but be out in half an hour." "Ah, only half an hour. Fine, fine, half an hour it is." The senior, looking rather forlorn, rushed inside, as if every second was precious. Feng Qingyun stroked her chin, glancing around, and upon seeing the list of prohibitions at the entrance, she understood why the seniors dared not waste a moment. Inside the library, all books were off limits for copying, photographing, or photocopying. Goodness, they expected students to memorize everything on the spot. Feng Qingyun couldn't help but shake her head, not out of disdain for the library's rules, but out of pity for the students of Tianwu Academy. While the school's intention was to encourage students to focus on mastering a single technique within a limited time frame, the reality for the students was painfully harsh. Every minute felt like burning money. 10 second-grade vitality pills were worth 3 million, allowing only half an hour of study, averaging 100,000 per minute. For a normal person, memorizing 1,000 characters in an hour meant that a 3,000-character technique would cost 18 million. Tianwu's pricing was ruthless. The techniques learned this way would likely be etched in memory for a lifetime. Feng Qingyun wiped the sweat from her brow, internally lamenting the harshness. However, there was no other choice. After all, these techniques were unattainable elsewhere, even at Tianwu itself, which had to pay a hefty price to acquire them. It was only reasonable to utilize them effectively. Thus, Feng Qingyun stepped forward. As she approached, Master Hu opened his eyes, appraising her from head to toe, even sniffing the air slightly. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. "You must be a freshman, right?" "Yes," Feng Qingyun nodded, which seemed to please Master Hu. "You're just a freshman, yet you dare to kill. Quite bold." "It was merely self-defense," Feng Qingyun replied, startled. Her act of killing had occurred months ago. So how did Master Hu sense it? Yet, he only chuckled, extending his right hand toward her. "According to the Academy's regulations, the library is not freely accessible. To enter, one must offer something in exchange for reading time." "Understood." Feng Qingyun presented the vitality pill from a multi-horned tiger. Upon seeing it, Master Hu raised an eyebrow, taking a closer look at Feng Qingyun. "You, a bronze level, managed to slay a silver-grade beast? Interesting. Since you are new, I'll give you some advice. Focus on mastering a single technique until you reach the advanced level. You may peruse the first floor at your leisure, but be sure to leave after 6 hours. Don't wait for me to come in and catch you." "The first floor?" Upon hearing that Master Hu would only allow her on the first floor, Feng Qingyun immediately voiced her objection. "Master Hu? May I ask why I am restricted to the first floor?" Master Hu, who was about to doze off, opened his eyes lazily and regarded Feng Qingyun without uttering a word. After a few seconds, seeing her persistent inquiry, he finally spoke. "The library consists of 4 levels. What do you believe is the basis for their division?" "It should be heaven, earth, profound, and yellow." "Correct. The library is categorized according to the 4 tiers of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The higher the tier, the more complete the techniques, but it also means a higher threshold for learning and more content to grasp. At this point, Master Hu picked up a purple clay teapot from the table beside his rocking chair, took a hearty sip, and continued, "So, being at the bronze level, why would you want to study such advanced techniques? It's better to solidify your foundational skills first. Once you have a solid base, you can learn any technique you desire." "Master Hu, that's only part of the reason, isn't it?" Feng Qingyun countered, glancing at the sign listing the prohibitions. Master Hu chuckled. "It seems you're not entirely foolish, indeed. The biggest issue is that you won't be able to remember it all. Even if I allowed you to go to the second floor, how much could you memorize in 1 or 2 hours? You must understand, the price for the first and second floors is not the same. Your 2-star silver beast pill allows you 6 hours on the first floor, but only 2 hours on the second." As he spoke, Master Hu took another leisurely sip from his teapot and added with a grin, "By the way, the time we spend talking also incurs a fee." Feng Qingyun thought to himself, this crafty old man is quite the character. He charges for everything, and yet, he sips his tea at such a leisurely pace. Chapter 68. The Frenzied Exploitation. Although Feng Qingyun wished to voice a few more complaints, the thought of 100,000 per minute, all to be paid from his own pocket, made him clench his teeth. "Master Hu, please allow me to go to the second floor. If I am unable to complete my studies, it would simply be due to my own overestimation, and I promise I won't hold you accountable." Master Hu frowned in disappointment, initially believing Feng Qingyun, a bronze level, capable of slaying a multi-horned tiger, was a promising youth. He had taken the time to offer some advice. However, he did not expect him to be so obstinate. Indeed, young people must endure hardships to grow. Otherwise, they might truly believe they are invincible. Thus, Master Hu spoke in a tone cooler than before, "You may browse the first and second floors as you wish. But you are not permitted on the third. You have 1 hour and 40 minutes. Make sure to exit on your own without waiting for me to catch you." "Thank you," Master Hu once granted permission. Feng Qingyun hurried inside, prompting a disdainful snort from Master Hu. "Humph, brat. I'll be waiting for you to come out crying." Picking up the purple clay teapot, Master Hu took another hearty sip, quelling his irritation. A young individual, seemingly qualified yet oblivious to the realities of life, is not an unfamiliar sight. Ultimately, who among them does not emerge with a face full of dirt and shame? Just wait and see the spectacle unfold. As for Feng Qingyun, upon entering the library, he bypassed the first floor's martial arts section entirely and dashed straight to the second floor. This prompted a few seasoned students still buried in their books on the first floor to stifle a chuckle. Here comes another one, unaware of their own limits. Just wait, in an hour they'll be back, unable to memorize the techniques, resorting to simpler ones instead. Meanwhile, a similar scenario was playing out on the second floor, albeit with a different narrative. "Good heavens, a freshman has actually made it to the second floor," they murmured, and "oh worries. If they can't memorize it in an hour, they'll simply have to return downstairs, just a common mistake made by novices." The older students cast a casual glance at Feng Qingyun, uttering not a word in this race against time. Dedicating even 5 seconds to acknowledge Feng Qingyun was already a sign of respect. As for offering him advice, not only would a freshman be impervious to reason, but who would bear the cost of their wasted time? Martial arts, leg techniques, swordplay Lu Chang'e practiced with a blade. So he decided to examine the sword techniques. Approaching the shelf, Feng Qingyun's eyes landed on the section for advanced techniques. Chrysanthemum blade technique, dicing blade technique, flat murder blade technique. What on earth are these absurd names? He thought, wrinkling his nose in disdain. How could one even call out such names in a fight? The mere thought of uttering such techniques would likely lead to an embarrassing demise. He had no intention of brawling. No, I must find a name with more swagger, something that can evoke emotion when shouted. Dominant blade. Now that's a name worth having. Feng Qingyun snatched the book from the shelf, prompting an older student nearby to silently shake his head in mourning. He had already come here 9 times to memorize this technique, estimating that 2 more visits would suffice. As for Feng Qingyun, he'd likely give up before the hour was up. Never mind him. I should focus on my own studies, or I'll fall behind today. With that, the older student turned his gaze forward, mentally reciting his lines. Suddenly, he was disturbed by the incessant rustling of pages, which made it impossible to concentrate. Frowning, he turned to Feng Qingyun and said, "Freshman, if you're going to memorize, do it properly. Speed reading is futile, all right. I've memorized it. Let us grab a few more books and give Lu Chang'e more options. But this one-by-one method is too slow. Let us tackle 2 at a time." Feng Qingyun muttered to himself, casually grabbing 2 more martial arts books and sitting down on the floor to read. One in his left hand, the other in his right, with both his first and second consciousness fully engaged, reading 10 lines at once without conflict. The older student was left dumbfounded. Is this really how one studies? Yet, not even 5 minutes passed before Feng Qingyun returned those 2 books and swapped them for 2 new ones. Continuing his rapid reading, "Congratulations, host. You have received a technique memorization reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly multiplied by 648, randomly multiplied by 345, randomly multiplied by 946. By the time he had memorized 5 techniques, Feng Qingyun turned to head toward the next section. Firearms, and thus, the older student was left bewildered in the wind. Just moments ago, it seemed Feng Qingyun had accomplished nothing, yet somehow he had achieved so much. Is this messing with my mindset? Even Hu Yi, seated at the library entrance, nearly toppled from his rocking chair. This kid possesses an astonishing mental fortitude. Hu Yi found himself questioning life. Generally, only martial artists reach the golden tier before they realize the benefits of mental strength. Before that, even those with talent in that area seldom develop it. After all, martial artists let their fists do the talking. Why bother enhancing mental prowess when one could simply increase their vitality? Yet who could have anticipated that one of the advantages of strong mental fortitude would be the ability to memorize things at an extraordinary pace? Not to mention the system's doubling effect. Thus, Feng Qingyun had become a walking human camera, absorbing knowledge at a frenetic pace, milking the library dry. Hu Yi was on the verge of a heart attack. Swordplay, firearms, leg techniques, footwork, not a single one was overlooked. He read 2 at a time, finishing one only to move on to the next, leaving the surrounding older students in a state of despair. Each one of them appeared mentally drained, their eyes glazed over. on the brink of tears. Just look at how effectively he has spent his money. While we sob, veins bulging on his forehead, Hu Yi could hardly remain seated in his chair, pacing back and forth outside the door, repeatedly checking the time. Not even an hour had passed, damn it. Why is this clock moving so slowly? Is it broken? But upon checking his watch, it too had yet to reach an hour. Surely, it must be broken as well. Glancing at his phone, he found the same. Still not an hour. Wait, isn't the phone synced to the network? Damn it. Then the whole network must be down. Infuriated, Hu Yi glared at Feng Qingyun, who was evidently taking advantage of the situation. It was always Hu Yi who preyed upon others. Today, however, he was the one being taken advantage of. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the time reached 1 hour and 40 minutes. Just as Hu Yi prepared to confront Feng Qingyun, the latter emerged of his own accord, not lingering for even a second longer. Seeing Feng Qingyun's satisfied expression, Hu Yi felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. With a scowl, he asked, "Kid, did you have a fruitful experience?" "Could be better," Feng Qingyun replied modestly, secretly thinking that he never intended to attract attention. Alas, his prowess was simply too formidable to remain inconspicuous. His words nearly sent Hu Yi into a fit of high blood pressure. He could only suppress a huff. "Next time you come here, I'll charge you 5 times the fee. No, I'll charge you 10 times. Ah? Why?" Feng Qingyun protested in indignation. "I've earned this through my own efforts. Why shouldn't I receive recognition?" Hu Yi, aware of his own unreasonable stance, merely raised his chin defiantly. "No reason. Just seeing you irritates me." "Oh dear, Hu Yi, why are you upset with a junior like me?" Feng Qingyun quickly sought to placate him, realizing that this old man was rather petty and temperamental. If he didn't soothe him, he might not be allowed entrance next time. With his nose in the air, Hu Yi retorted, "Upset? Whatever gave you that idea? I'm not upset." Right, Hu Yi. How about this? If I read 2 books at once? You can count me as 2 people. Next time, I'll pay double the fee. How about that? No deal. At least 8 times, 5 times, 6 times, 3 times, 4 times. Full price, double, deal. Feng Qingyun, elated, shook Hu Ye's hand, expressing his delight at the negotiation. Hu Yi was left utterly bewildered, thinking to himself, how is this kid so adept at persuasion? Yet, it was rather amusing. Congratulations, host. You have received a high-ranking individual's goodwill reward, currently undergoing random doubling, randomly multiplied by 666. Congratulations, host. You have received a persuasion experience reward, currently undergoing random doubling, randomly multiplied by 999. However, just as Hu Yi admired Feng Qingyun and the latter continued to flatter him, a figure emerged from the subway entrance. "Feng Qingyun, is it?" Song Tianyu stood before him, coldly stating, "Now everyone knows that my brother, Song Jingyan, was defeated by a freshman, turning him into a laughingstock. As a devoted brother, I must avenge him." As he spoke, a metal rod appeared in his hand, tipped with a 3-edged military spike. Upon seeing this, Hu Ye's brow furrowed. Setting aside the school's prohibition against students engaging in deadly duels, the fact that this was Hu Ye's territory made the situation a direct affront to him. "Kid, do you think so little of me?" With a thunderous surge of energy, Hu Ye's aura erupted, resembling a mountain that pressed down on both Feng Qingyun and Song Tianyu, rendering them immobile. Feng Qingyun felt speechless. Why should I be caught in this as well? However, Hu Yi was actually protecting Feng Qingyun. Young people are often impulsive, and should Feng Qingyun feel provoked and strike first, it would be detrimental to him. Thus, it was simpler to suppress both. As for Song Tianyu, despite being oppressed by Hu Yi's overwhelming energy, he remained undeterred. "Feng Qingyun, I've made it clear, I'm a devoted brother. You've bullied my brother, and I will definitely fight you to avenge him." Kid Hu Yi frowned, preparing to unleash more energy to calm Song Tianyu down, when suddenly, a voice called out urgently from the side. "Hu Yi, please show mercy." Upon hearing this, Hu Yi's previously intended outburst of energy was unexpectedly withdrawn. Who possesses such clout to command Hu Yi's compliance? Realizing this, Feng Qingyun turned to glance at the source of the voice, spotting a large figure hastily exiting the library. This individual possesses a strikingly social demeanor. He has a bald head and a scarred visage, with a conspicuous section missing from his left eyebrow. Seemingly gnawed away by some wild beast, leaving behind a crescent-shaped bite mark. Upon his arrival, he immediately clasped his fists in greeting towards Tiger Yi and also extended a similar gesture towards Feng Qingyun. "Tiger Yi, I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused by my underlings. Young brother, I offer my apologies on behalf of my brother. He does not typically behave this way. Perhaps he was a bit overly excited today, thus causing offense. In any case, I, Su Tian, shall take responsibility for resolving this matter. His words, imbued with the essence of the underworld, almost led one to believe that Su Tian was the leader of a gang. If he weren't still a student, Su Tian is quite intriguing. Feng Qingyun's eyes brightened instantly. His thought process is exceptionally unique. Just imagine, with Su Tian's appearance and demeanor, if he were to step out into the world, who could possibly believe that he is not a gang leader? Conversely, should he choose to align with Feng Qingyun, whenever conflicts arise, adversaries would likely focus their fire solely on Su Tian, creating a world where only he suffers injuries, an ideal scenario. Tian Ge gritted out Song Tianyu, begrudgingly conceding face to Su Tian rather than to Tiger Yi. However, it seems he did not entirely yield. Tian Ge, I can heed your counsel on other matters, but not this one. My brother has been dealt with by this brat. Is that so? Su Tian's expression turned grave. He then slowly turned to Feng Qingyun. Young brother, please understand that as the leader of the Berserker squad, I must seek your confirmation regarding this matter. The family of my brothers is my family. This is a solemn vow I have made to each member of the Berserker squad. Berserker squad? Feng Qingyun murmured. Nearby, Tiger Yi meticulously explained to Feng Qingyun. It is a group formed by a bunch of second-year students, and the school supports such initiatives, much like a student union at a liberal arts university. I see, thank you. Feng Qingyun nodded and continued. Song Jingyan was defeated by me, but it was a fair contest. How can he blame me for his loss? Fair contest. This time, not only did Song Tianyu disbelieve, but even Su Tian and Tiger Yi appeared skeptical. Song Jingyan, a second-year student, undoubtedly possessed superior combat experience and capabilities compared to Feng Qingyun. In a fair contest, how could he possibly lose to Feng Qingyun? Thus, Song Tianyu scoffed. Fair contest? Fine. If you truly dare to engage in a fair contest, I will be waiting for you in the old student dormitory area on the 15th. Will you dare to come? Chapter 70. A challenge on the 15th. I will be waiting for you in the old student dormitory. Will you dare to come? What is there to fear? Feng Qingyun stepped forward, readily accepting Song Tianyu's challenge, prompting Tiger Yi to secretly give Feng Qingyun a thumbs up. Such courage in a young man is indeed rare. Consequently, Tiger Yi decided to lift the restrictions. Song Tianyu rotated his shoulders and declared, All right, Feng Qingyun, the 15th is the day when your freshmen attack the old student dormitory. I will be waiting for you at Yitzi number 2. With that, Song Tianyu strode away, leaving Su Tian behind in an awkward position. He had taken it upon himself to mediate, yet, after a few moments of discomfort, Su Tian sought to alleviate the situation with Feng Qingyun. I apologize. His emotions got the better of him. I will have a word with him. Rest assured, your unfair contest will not transpire. After making this promise to Feng Qingyun, Su Tian hurriedly pursued Song Tianyu. Standing beside Feng Qingyun, Tiger Yi shook his head. The world of martial artists is thus. Being weak is the original sin. One should always pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. Tiger Yi's sardonic remarks prompted Feng Qingyun to cast a sidelong glance at him and say, Tiger Yi, are you mediating or fanning the flames? I neither mediate nor fan flames. Do you know why Tiger Yi is here at Tianwu, merely guarding the library? It is because the world of martial artists is rife with unpleasantness, rendering it unbearable to witness. As Tiger Yi spoke, he reclined back into his rocking chair, propping his legs up, swaying gently, and taking a sip from his purple clay teapot with immense satisfaction. This captivated Feng Qingyun, who inquired, So, Tiger Yi, you must have quite a story to tell? Ah, which martial artist does not have a tale to tell? Tiger Yi chuckled at this remark, shaking his legs with a contented expression. In my youth, I was either caught up in romantic escapades or engaged in brutal fights, such as the life of a martial artist. It is either you kill me or I kill you. Yet as I grew older, I realized I had lived like a fool. Ah, there is no need to speak so harshly of yourself, is there? Feng Qingyun said, dutifully squatting next to Tiger Yi. To listen to stories, one must indeed adopt a humble position to savor the essence. Tiger Yi's narrative then flowed freely. In his younger years, the Martial Artist Academy was still in its nascent stage, and Tiger Yi emerged from a small martial school that has since vanished. Back then, our aspirations were simple, to venture forth and establish a name, to bring glory to our families. Thus, we challenged various sects. At our lowest point, when a sect lost, they would close their doors and beat us mercilessly. Oh, the suffering was indescribable. They employed the most ruthless techniques without any mercy. So now, Tiger Yi bears large scars over smaller ones, with the smaller ones having grown into larger ones, he recounted vividly. leaving Feng Qingyun in contemplation on the subway ride home, reflecting on the bloody encounters of Tiger Ye's past. Simultaneously, it unveiled to Feng Qingyun another facet of the martial artist world, sect power. Unlike the public nature of martial artist academies, sects are entirely private entities, shrouded in an air of mystery. According to Tiger Ye, these martial artist sects trace their origins back to ancient Qi practitioners, continually evolving and expanding to this day. Therefore, when the Martial Artist Academy first emerged, these sects vehemently opposed its existence and relentlessly disrupted its operations. It was only due to the foresight of certain sagacious sect elders who supported the establishment of the Martial Artist Academy and generously donated their sect's unique techniques that many exceptional successors, like Tiger Ye, were cultivated, which ultimately altered the situation. Crucially, this transformation hinged upon combat. They fought these sects into submission, rendering them too fearful to act out again. Thus, we have the current state of affairs. The sects have long since waned. Can a sect that isolates itself truly withstand a carefully selected group of prodigies? Nevertheless, a few formidable figures occasionally emerge, such as the legendary national artifacts. When the term national artifacts was mentioned, Tiger Ye's admiration was genuine, yet it also seemed to bring him some vexation. It was evident that he had undoubtedly endured significant defeats at the hands of Yu Haowu in the past. One could hardly imagine the scene when experts of their caliber clashed. Feng Qingyun's thoughts wandered into the realm of such encounters, in fact, not only on television but even in the all-encompassing realm of online videos. One cannot find footage of high-level martial artists in combat. There is a prevailing theory that when high-level martial artists engage in battle, they create spatial distortions, rendering electronic devices incapable of functioning, or even causing them to cease operation altogether. Only when I too become a high-level martial artist shall I truly comprehend the nature of this world. However, before that, Feng Qingyun's mind flickered with the name of the Berserker Squad. If only I could establish a squad, with members each possessing formidable strength, capable of upholding a realm of their own. A glimmer of determination sparked in Feng Qingyun's eyes. He resolved to begin at Tianwu Academy, selecting the most exceptional individuals from this already elite pool of students, and truly form his own power. Thus, Feng Qingyun's first order of business upon returning was to pose a question to Lu Changge, Bai Ruyan, and Chen Xiaonan, one they were most reluctant to answer. If my strength stagnates at 9-star bronze, would the three of you consider departing from my squad? Chapter 71. Pre-battle preparations. If my strength stagnates at 9-star bronze, would the three of you consider departing from my squad? The three individuals opposite him were taken aback, not anticipating that Feng Qingyun would so bluntly raise this most awkward question. They momentarily found themselves at a loss. Scratching their heads, Lu Changge gestured, about to speak, when Feng Qingyun preemptively articulated their thoughts. Indeed, it is natural for one to strive for greater heights while water flows downward. If my abilities are confined, it is only reasonable for you to seek new opportunities. You should not be blamed for that. His few magnanimous words instigated a sense of guilt within Lu Changge, Bai Ruyan, and Chen Xiaonan. Indeed, it is true that individuals aspire to rise while water flows downwards. This was precisely their mindset, and the justification they would later use to convince themselves to leave Feng Qingyun. However, with this rationale now articulated by Feng Qingyun, their faces burned with embarrassment. Yet, Feng Qingyun then shifted the conversation. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that until your strength surpasses mine, you will remain by my side, diligently adhering to my directives and fulfilling the tasks I assign. Correct? Of course. Lu Changge was the first to express his stance, as a man. It is imperative to demonstrate greater loyalty than that of the fair sex. Upon hearing Lu Changge's declaration, Chen Xiaonan and Bai Ruyan quickly followed suit. Indeed, that is certain. We are a team, and we must heed the captain's orders. However, mere words held no weight. Feng Qingyun promptly produced 3 commitment letters, handing them to the trio, causing their expressions to contort in dismay. The letters stated, I hereby pledge to obey Feng Qingyun's commands until my strength surpasses his, serving him through thick and thin. And should I breach this vow, the most vital part of me shall be reduced by 15 centimeters. Goodness, would I not then become a negative number? What difference would there be between me and a eunuch? Lu Changge hastily clarified, I meant my right middle finger. I cherish my right middle finger. It's a perfect work of art. A shiver ran down Lu Changge's spine as he suspiciously glanced at the other two's commitment letters, fearing that if their pledges were identical, he would be at a grave disadvantage. Thus, he inquired, what about you two? What have you pledged? The same as you. The same as you. Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan replied, their faces flushed with embarrassment, leaving Lu Changge drenched in sweat. The same as me. Could it be that you? No, Feng Ge. I am not someone who goes back on my word. Dio, we really have to sign this. Qin Xiaonan lamented, prompting Feng Qingyun to let out a deep sigh of worry. I merely sought a bit of solace. Let it be, let it be. If it is forced, then so be it. Not forced, not forced, the three quickly asserted, grabbing pens and swiftly inscribing their names upon the paper. Just as they intended to return it to Feng Qingyun, he produced a vivid red seal, causing their faces to darken. Yet, having already signed, what harm was there in sealing it? Once the trio affixed their handprints and returned the commitment letters to Feng Qingyun, he beamed with satisfaction as he inspected the names and prints, finally tucking the documents into his pocket, which sent chills down their spines. Why did it feel as though they had been duped? However, upon reflection, what potential for enhancement could their bloodline awakening possess? The pinnacle of a 9-star bronze would be their limit. Thus, this commitment letter would soon become obsolete. Yet, 50 years later, when Lu Chang'e was asked, "Why are you unwaveringly loyal to Mr. Feng Qingyun? Is it due to the profound camaraderie forged through your shared journeys, or is there another reason?" Lu Chang'e could only shake his head, tears glistening in his eyes. And with a quavering voice, he replied, "I did not wish to become a eunuch. Of course, that was a matter for another time." After securely storing the commitment letters, Feng Qingyun had no intention of using this to bind the three. The letters were merely a formality. To truly unite hearts, strength was essential. Thus, it was merely Feng Qingyun providing them a convenient excuse to later claim, "Having signed the commitment letter, we must follow him." Now, Feng Qingyun was poised to undertake the first significant task for the team. "Chang'e, did you procure the items I instructed you to buy this afternoon?" "I did," Lu Chang'e replied, producing paper and a pen. Discreetly slipping a points card into Feng Qingyun's hand, in a hushed tone, he added, "According to the rules at the Redemption Center, all items must be exchanged using points, so I converted the beastand from the multi-angle tiger into points, which are now stored on this card. How many points are there?" 2,100 points were exchanged. After deducting the cost of the paper and pen, 2099 points remain. 2099, Feng Qingyun murmured, "Not much, but just a note to the three of you. Keep an eye on your surroundings. I have something to attend to. Should anyone approach, do be sure to alert me." "Understood." The trio did not question further, positioning themselves diligently beside Feng Qingyun, ready to stand guard. Their earlier outing had left them vulnerable to the notion that they might possess valuable items, necessitating caution. Indeed, it was not long before a few individuals, cloaked in the cover of night, approached with the intent to rob them. Yet Lu Chang'e was no pushover. Wielding the long knife bestowed by Feng Qingyun, he drove the assailants away. However, he returned with a swollen face resembling that of a pig, nearly unable to open his eyes. In the span of merely 2 hours, Lu Chang'e had fought 3 battles, while Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan each faced 2, leaving all 3 on the verge of collapse. They now fully comprehended the meaning of never letting their guard down. Damn it, these thugs. If they were capable, they should venture into the mountains to hunt exotic beasts instead of preying on us. Lu Chang'e grumbled in discontent. Chen Xiaonan, sporting a black eye, echoed his indignation. "Heroes? They don't even deserve to be called bears. Beating you is one thing, but why me? Have they no sense of chivalry? Do they not know that hitting someone's face wounds their pride? Well, to be honest, hitting you and showing mercy are not mutually exclusive." Lu Chang'e weakly retorted, causing Chen Xiaonan to yearn to strangle him. Ever since his refined facade had been stripped away, he had grown increasingly shameless, revealing his true nature. That moment, Feng Qingyun approached, a thick stack of papers in hand, observing the trio's disheveled state with a bemused expression. "My, how ruthless these people can be. Look at the state you're in. I hardly recognized you. If it weren't for your guard duty, would you have endured such a beating?" Lu Chang'e, feeling aggrieved, rubbed his chin. His already less than handsome face had become even less appealing for finding a partner. "By the way, what have you been writing for so long? It wouldn't be a novel, would it? If so, I would have my objections. You had us standing on such perilous guard duty just to write a novel. Rest assured, I would never write a novel. That would be inviting disaster and attracting negative reviews, a form of self-torture," Feng Qingyun declared, distributing the 3 volumes of techniques he had prepared. Lu Chang'e received Domineering Blade, Chen Xiaonan Dragon Spear, and Bai Ruyan White Robe 9 Swords. "This is an upper-tier mystical technique?" Lu Chang'e gasped, feeling breathless. He had assumed Feng Qingyun had sent him to procure paper and pens for writing slogans, such as, "To grow strong, one must first go mad and charge recklessly forward." Or "Today I take pride in Tianwu. Tomorrow, Tianwu takes pride in me." Instead, Feng Qingyun had produced 3 sets of upper-tier mystical techniques. It was common knowledge that these were treasures with no price in the market, worth millions. Feng Ge, did you visit the library today solely to find techniques for us? I thought you were looking for something for yourself. Feng Qingyun smiled faintly, thinking, how could that be? I went specifically to seize opportunities. This is merely one of the many chances I sought. Now then, enough with the sentiment. Quickly review these to see if they suit you. I meticulously selected them after witnessing you endure those beatings. Observe us enduring beatings? Ahem. How could I select the most formidable techniques without assessing how lacking you all are? Feng Qingyun imparted with earnestness, giving Lu Chang'e a reassuring pat on the shoulder. The 15th is the day we conquer the old student dormitory, and we shall indeed conquer it. Thus, as a team, we must grow stronger together to achieve this goal. Agreed. The trio replied fervently, though Feng Qingyun's words lacked fervor. They carried a profound sense of determination, embodying the sentiment, what I say, I will do. Consequently, the 4 of them plunged into the Death Mountains that very night, evading disturbances from others, and dedicated themselves to relentless training. Time swiftly passed, and as the 14th day approached, just 1 day remained until the new students would assault the old student dormitory, and only 12 hours until Feng Qingyun's meeting with Song Tianyu. Chapter 72. At midnight with a sharp, crisp sound, Lu Chang'e wielded his long knife, cleaving a fist-sized stone cleanly in 2. He proudly brandished his weapon, casting a glance at Feng Qingyun. How about that? Wasn't that strike quite commendable? Feng Qingyun said nothing, simply moving closer to replace the stone with a fresh one, deftly taking the knife from Lu Chang'e's grasp. Chang'e, you must pay close attention to this strike. Why? Because this strike will be quite spectacular. With that declaration, Feng Qingyun gripped the knife with both hands, unleashing a blindingly swift strike, splitting the stone in 2, which then lay silently upon the larger rock beneath it. Feng Gu, that was indeed impressive, but in comparison to my earlier strike, it seems rather similar, don't you think? Are you certain? Feng Qingyun chuckled, gesturing toward the fragments scattered atop the rock, urging Lu Chang'e to feel the difference. Lu Chang'e walked over in a state of melancholy, reaching for the stone of Feng Qingyun to caress it. The polished surface of the stone was exceptionally smooth, reminiscent of a maiden's delicate hand, providing a delightful tactile sensation. He then turned to feel his own stone. Lu Chang'e picked up his own rock and gently ran his fingers over it, immediately discerning the disparity. The front half of his cleaved stone was relatively pliant. Yet as he moved further back, the roughness became increasingly palpable, akin to the coarse saws of a middle-aged laborer. Therefore, Lu Chang'e's stone was, in essence, half chopped and half shattered, not entirely cleaved. Well, it was quite similar. After all, both stones were indeed rendered unserviceable. What nonsense are you spouting? During training, everything tends to be about the same, yet in critical moments, it always falls just short. That slight difference could very well cost you your life. Feng Qingyun admonished without mercy. For some individuals, performing the correct actions yields double rewards. Thus, the emphasis on proper form is paramount. This left Lu Chang'e feeling quite ashamed. Very well, Brother Feng. I shall continue my practice and strive to perfect this stroke before nightfall. It is imperative, for the next few days, you must concentrate on mastering the first stroke of the. If you cannot even master the first stroke, then I fear you may as well be finished. Feng Qingyun sighed, shaking his head. As he heard the sound of Qin Xiao and firing from nearby, he added, you keep practicing. I will check on the 2 of them. Remember, you must perfect it before dark. All right, Lu Chang'e responded with unwavering determination. However, as soon as Feng Qingyun departed, his own spirit quickly deflated, muttering to himself, honestly, do you think everyone can achieve mastery as easily as you? In recent days, Feng Qingyun had indeed astounded them all. Mastering a skill with such effortless grace seemed as though he had been practicing since birth, specifically to showcase his prowess at this moment. Yet, such is the nature of learning. Initially, one finds it quite difficult to accept a new skill. But with repetition, one gradually becomes accustomed to it. Approaching Chen Xiaonan, Feng Qingyun observed her executing a shot. The instant her spear thrust forth, the air around the tip buzzed ominously, reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Exuding an aura of formidable intimidation, the power of the dragon's spear lies not merely in the sharpness of its tip, but in the forceful momentum that captivates the enemy, rendering them unable to evade. Chen Xiaonan was already making impressive progress. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be the most reassuring of the trio, suggesting that her innate talent was indeed focused on her martial skills. Rubbing his chin, Feng Qingyun felt there was little he could advise her on. Just as he was about to leave to check on Bai Ruyan, Chen Xiaonan grasped his arm. Boss, don't go. Let us have a little competition and see whose spear technique is superior. Ahem, I am not boasting, but in terms of spear play, you are indeed a shade behind me. After all, I am known as the spear god bragging. Then let us have a go. All right, let us do it. Gripping his spear tightly, Feng Qingyun unleashed it in a flash, the sharp tip rising like a dragon, letting out a roar that exuded an unparalleled authority. Roar. The resonant dragon's cry left Chen Xiaonan in a state of bewilderment. After a moment, she remarked, when it comes to spear play, it seems Brother Feng truly excels. Feng Qingyun sympathetically patted Chen Xiaonan on the shoulder, candidly admitting, truth be told, boys typically possess a slight edge in spear play compared to girls. Eventually, he arrived at Bai Ruyan's side, only to find her not practicing her swordsmanship, but rather sketching a map on the ground, detailing the old student dormitory area. Feng Qingyun squatted down and inquired, "What's the matter? Do you have any thoughts on tonight's operation, boss?" Bai Ruyan greeted him first, pointing to her diagram. Just as you predicted, there are indeed some individuals among the freshmen who resemble old students. And what did they say when you interacted with them? They denied being old students, yet revealed certain information to me, seemingly rewarding me for guessing their identities. Bai Ruyan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and stated earnestly, "The old students disclosed that the old student dormitory area is not fully occupied. As long as we can find an unoccupied dormitory and guard it, we should generally succeed. Is that so?" Yes, Bai Ruyan nodded firmly and unveiled her plan. "Boss, now that we have this information while others remain unaware, if we act swiftly, securing a position should not be difficult." Excellent idea. Feng Qingyun nodded in agreement. "Thus, tonight, you three shall proceed with this plan." Huh? And what about you, boss me? Feng Qingyun chuckled calmly. "I am heading to Building E, where a certain someone has invited me to deliver a beating, boss." Worry flickered in Bai Ruyan's eyes. The old students occupying the second floor of Building E are among the top 5 in strength among second-year students. Is it truly wise for Feng Qingyun to venture there? Meanwhile, within Building A, Su Tian observed Song Tianyu, who was seated in the living room, meticulously handling a triangular military dagger, his expression darkening. "Are you sure about this, Brother Tian? My mind is made up. At midnight, even if he doesn't come, I will go find him. Dam Why brother has been dealt with by him." Song Tianyu spoke with fierce indignation, inciting Su Tian's irritation. Before Su Tian could respond, Song Tianyu seized his triangular dagger and stepped outside to await nightfall. He stood vigil until the clock struck 12. The wall separating the new student housing from the old student dormitory began to rumble as it sunk into the ground. The battle for supremacy was about to commence. Chapter 73. Seizing a Territory. The moment the clock struck 12, the wall partitioning the new students from the old students collapsed with a thunderous crash, cracking open a corner of their prison. In an instant, a vivid illusion of a ferocious tiger escaping its cage materialized before the old students. They erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. It is once again time to engage in friendly exchanges with the juniors. What do you think about giving each of them a black eye? Shall we have a competition? How shall we compete? I will target the right eye, and you will aim for the left. Then we can see who can give more black eyes." "Sure." The old students eagerly rubbed their fists in anticipation. Though the juniors were precious, it is often said, one must learn to endure blows in order to become a warrior. Thus, a bit of roughening up is indeed necessary. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. In front of Building E, upon hearing the sound of the wall collapsing, Song Tianyu abruptly opened his eyes, grasping his triangular dagger. His gaze fixed intently on his surroundings. The moment Feng Qingyun appears, he would have his chance for vengeance. It is almost upon us. You've lost your mind. Stepping out of the villa, Su Tian placed his large hand on Song Tianyu's shoulder. "Calm down. Your brother merely lost. He is not dead. Why must you obsess over a new student, Brother Tian? If you are not here to assist me, then kindly leave me be." Song Tianyu turned his head away. Refusing to meet Su Tian's eyes, "I will definitely avenge my brother. Since you are not thinking clearly, as your elder brother, it is my duty to bring you back to your senses." With a swift motion, Su Tian struck Song Tianyu in the stomach, causing him to pale and slump like a ragdoll into Su Tian's embrace. Holding Song Tianyu, Su Tian called out to the villa, "Bring him inside and keep an eye on him." Understood. Two individuals emerged from the villa to support Song Tianyu. One of them nudged Su Tian and asked, "Brother Tian, what if he wakes up and goes berserk, trying to break out? Should we take action to subdue him?" "We must subdue him." Su Tian replied without hesitation. "He has already involved himself in this matter, so it is essential to mediate. I will stay here, waiting for that new student to arrive. You two keep an eye on Tianyu." If it becomes necessary, locking him in the dungeon will suffice. Very well. The two nodded and escorted Song Tianyu back to the villa. Meanwhile, in the direction leading to the old student dormitory, numerous factions of freshmen stealthily advanced in groups through the darkness. Quietly approaching the old student dormitory area, before them, the old student dormitory appeared shrouded in darkness, with only a few buildings illuminated by bright lights, creating an eerie sense of an empty city strategy. What is going on? Are the old students all asleep? Such a well-regulated schedule? Are you foolish? This is clearly a trap. What should we do? Are we still going in? We've come this far. We must at least give it a try. Even if we fail, they can only confiscate some of our belongings. They wouldn't actually kill us. Then let us not hesitate. Let us go together. As for Feng Qingyun, he was currently distributing 3 first-grade Qi blood pills to Lu Chang'e, Qin Xiaonan, and Bai Ruyan, each receiving their share. Bai Ruyan's complexion tensed momentarily. She was aware that Feng Qingyun's objective was the second floor of Building E, which was distinctly different from their own. Rest assured, we are a team, and thus we shall engage in a unified effort, Feng Qingyun reassured her, outlining the operational plan. While we have yet to attract attention, we must seize the opportunity to infiltrate and take control. However, remember this. Should we inadvertently enter the wrong villa and encounter those lying in wait, do not engage in prolonged conflict. We must extricate ourselves swiftly. Our aim is to occupy the villa, not to engage in combat. Qin Xiaonan and Lu Chang'e nodded in agreement. Only Bai Ruyan exhaled slightly, relieved that Feng Qingyun had maintained her composure. Although she was uncertain of Feng Qingyun's intentions for the second floor of Building A, she was confident that nothing substantial could be accomplished there. Now, follow me closely. Let us strike. At Feng Qingyun's command, 4 figures sprang into action, darting towards the senior dormitory area like arrows released from a bow. Witnessing someone take the lead, hundreds of freshmen promptly organized themselves into small teams, surging into the senior dormitory area. In an instant, a surge of youthful energy infused the lethargic atmosphere among the seniors. It was akin to tossing a mouse into a group of languid cats basking in the sun. The startled mouse would scurry in all directions, igniting the previously listless cats. Ha ha ha, freshmen, you have finally arrived. Countless seniors erupted in excitement, emerging from rooftops, behind walls, and from branches, fervently pursuing the panicked freshmen. Some seniors were even more ruthless, blocking the entrance and cutting off the freshmen's escape routes, donning friendly smiles as they proclaimed, "You have walked into a trap." Thus, within 5 minutes of the freshmen entering the senior dormitory, agonizing screams echoed through the air. Ah! Upon hearing these harrowing cries, those freshmen lingering at a distance, gazing towards the senior dormitory, couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Thank goodness I didn't go. That would have been disastrous. It truly seemed that whoever dared to enter was a fool. How could the freshmen possibly contend with the seniors? Exactly, they murmured among themselves, causing those who had hesitated to reconsider their decision. Failing was one thing, but being labeled a fool for failing was quite another. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyun and her trio raced forward. Penetrating the heart of the senior dormitory area, as anticipated, the seniors would likely allow the freshmen to enter before springing their trap, so they would not impede those who arrived early, by the time the seniors began their assault. Feng Qingyun and her companions would be well positioned. Freshmen, don't rush off so quickly. Come play with your seniors. A senior wielding a knife suddenly appeared before them. Spotting the long knife in Feng Qingyun's hand, he eagerly rushed forward to engage in a duel. You all go ahead, Feng Qingyun bellowed, summoning all her strength along with her surging vitality to unleash a powerful strike. Dominating blade, heaven-shattering slash, bang. A resounding impact ensued, the force shattering the air and sending tremors through the senior's limbs. What the hell? This kid is terrifying. The senior retreated hastily, attempting to regroup, but Feng Qingyun had already caught up with Lu Chang'e and the others. Swiftly moving on, gasp, today's freshmen are extraordinary. Not only are they strong, but they also possess remarkable clarity of mind. If they all are this formidable, we, the seniors, might as well concede defeat. As they spoke, another freshman dashed towards them, Feng Outyin, ranked second in the national examination, brandishing a long knife. Upon arrival, he shouted, "Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens," bang. He was immediately struck down by a senior's punch. As the senior continued to strike, he berated, "You scared me. I thought every one of you was as strong as that last one. Thankfully, you're not even close. I'm not weaker than him, and stop hitting my nose," Feng Outyin protested, his voice tinged with anguish, prompting the senior to stagger back in disbelief. Damn it, this weakling has no self-awareness. and he dares to be dramatic, I'll have to knock some sense into him. Consequently, the senior's punches became even more fervent. Meanwhile, 50 meters away from Feng Outyun's predicament, Feng Qingyun and her companions had successfully breached a villa devoid of occupants. Success! Lu Chang'e and the others clenched their fists in excitement, recalling their previous attempt when they had foolishly fought over villas on the outer perimeter, failing to secure one and losing everything in the process. This time, under Feng Qingyun's leadership, we have achieved victory. Wonderful. Now, you stay here and guard this place while I step out for a moment. With that, Feng Qingyun made to exit through the door. Bai Ruyan hurriedly intercepted her. What are you doing? Didn't we agree that we are a team and must work together? Precisely, which is why I, as the captain, command you to remain here while I act independently. You? Seeing that Bai Ruyan and the others were about to protest, Feng Qingyun tossed 3 signed commitment letters towards them. Here, you sign these. The 3 were momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that they had signed these documents for such situations. Observing their discomfiture, Feng Qingyun chuckled as she exited, locking the door behind her. Wait for my return. It won't take long. With a click, the door was secured, and Feng Qingyun swiftly dashed towards the 2nd floor of Building E. Chapter 74. Repelling 6-star silver. Arriving at the 13th, 7th, and 3rd floors of Building Bing. Finally, after rounding a corner, Feng Qingyun, wielding her long knife, executed a swift maneuver, leaving a long mark on the ground as her eyes locked onto her target. However, at the entrance to Building E, the anticipated figure of Song Tianyu was absent. Instead, Su Tian stood there, arms crossed, awaiting Feng Qingyun's arrival. Upon seeing her, Su Tian casually remarked, "You've arrived." "Where is he?" Feng Qingyun furrowed her brow, realizing that her purpose was not to engage with Su Tian. Yet, Su Tian's demeanor was assertive, indicating that he intended to involve himself in this matter. "Care to discuss?" "What is there to discuss? Unless you intend to break his legs, otherwise, I will handle this myself." Feng Qingyun's gaze shifted towards the villa. If Su Tian was intervening, Song Tianyu was likely imprisoned within. "With me here, you won't be able to enter," Su Tian asserted, exuding confidence in his superior strength. "I am a 6-star silver, among the top combatants in the entire 2nd-year cohort. You stand no chance against me." Feng Qingyun smiled faintly. "We'll see about that." In a flash, she propelled herself off the wall, her figure soaring upwards, nearly gliding along the surface. Yet, Su Tian was quick as well, appearing atop the wall and unleashing a powerful punch directed at Feng Qingyun. Boom! The punch struck, distorting Feng Qingyun's long knife and leaving a massive imprint. Bending the weapon at an L shape, the overwhelming force sent Feng Qingyun crashing back to the ground. Su Tian shook his head. "I told you. As long as I am here, you cannot enter. Is that so?" With a push from her feet, Feng Qingyun launched herself back towards the wall, her fist clenched, the power of 6-star silver surging within her. 9 styles, 1 punch. Sensing the tremendous force behind the strike, a flicker of panic crossed Su Tian's confident expression. He immediately resorted to his childhood martial arts, the Namman breaking heaven fist. Boom! The 2 fists collided. In that instant, Su Tian's hand recoiled in pain. In terms of strength, they were evenly matched. In terms of vitality, he surpassed Feng Qingyun. Yet, in terms of bone density, he questioned whether his hand was fractured. How could this kid's bones be so resilient? Has he practiced some extraordinary technique? While still pondering, Feng Qingyun landed on the ground, tossing 2 vitality pills into her mouth before charging forward again. 9 styles, 1 punch. Still coming? Instinctively, Su Tian recoiled from the prospect of another direct confrontation. Realizing the danger, he stepped back, only to realize he was standing on the wall. One step back, and his body would uncontrollably tumble into the courtyard. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyun successfully perched herself atop the wall. Gazing down at Su Tian, "I've already got 1 foot in. Can you still stop me?" Su Tian was momentarily speechless. At that moment, sharp cries erupted from the villa. "Stop him! Beware of his low blows." A chorus of warnings surged forth. Following this, a figure erupted from the villa, radiating vitality like the most ferocious beast in the jungle, breaking free from his confinement. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Song Tianyu burst through the wall and glass. Amidst a flurry of flying shards, bellowing Feng Qingyun's name. "Feng Qingyun, come!" The wind whispered and the clouds did not falter. With a powerful thrust of his legs against the wall, a brilliant flash emanated from his hand, revealing a sharp dagger that lunged directly at Song Tianyu with lethal intent. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the 2 men in midair diminished, each pressing toward the other. unleashing their most ferocious attacks. Chapter 75. Unmatched dominance. With a piercing glimmer, Feng Qingyun's dagger resembled a divine sword cleaving through the heavens, aimed with unerring precision at Song Tianyu's throat. Song Tianyu evaded with a shake of his head, but his three-edged military dagger, akin to a treacherous serpent, swiftly struck at Feng Qingyun's chest. Feeling the cold gleam before him, Feng Qingyun instinctively raised his dagger in defense, intercepting the military dagger. Ha! Can you truly withstand it? Song Tianyu sneered disdainfully, followed by a thunderous roar. Break for me! The immense force behind his military dagger sought to pierce through Feng Qingyun's weapon. Yet, having undergone 7 transformations, the power of the 7-star silver far surpassed that of Song Tianyu. With a vigorous flick of his wrist, Feng Qingyun sent the military dagger flying, simultaneously slashing toward Song Tianyu's chest. Though wielded as a dagger, the technique employed was the domineering heavenly break slash. Before the blade could reach him, the malevolent energy of the technique had already sliced through Song Tianyu's clothing, leaving a 3-finger-long gash on his chest. This entire series of combat unfolded within mere seconds, occurring during their descent from the air. Upon landing, Song Tianyu stared in disbelief at the wound on his chest. As a 2-star silver warrior, he should have had an overwhelming advantage over a mere bronze martial artist. Yet, he was the one injured. Without having inflicted any harm upon his opponent, standing opposite Song Tianyu, Feng Qingyun appeared utterly unfazed, his vitality not diminished in the slightest. The reason for this was simple. System, continue to flood me with vitality pills. As long as I do not perish, keep stuffing me. Understood? The system replied unexpectedly with earnestness. Witnessing this, even the more powerful Su Tian was taken aback by Feng Qingyun's strength, in the struggle between silver and bronze. One could exhaust their vitality to the point of defeat. However, Feng Qingyun not only retained his vitality but radiated an aura of vibrant life. If this was indeed some form of vitality lockdown, it was absurdly effective. He had seemingly not lost a shred of vitality. I don't care how you achieve this, but today, you will surely lose. With the military dagger aimed at Feng Qingyun, Song Tianyu's fighting spirit remained undiminished. Yet, the voices of other members of the mad warband echoed from the villa. Song Tianyu, have you gone mad? You're even demolishing your own villa. Su Tian glanced at the brothers emerging from the villa, then at the resolute Song Tianyu, his fists clenched tightly, finally becoming enraged. Using his last shred of reason, he implored, have you had enough? Stop. Apologies, Tian Gu, but today I must avenge my brother. Without a hint of emotion, Song Tianyu hurled his words and charged forward, unleashing his most potent killing strike. The next move would determine the victor. Assassination technique, throat seal. However, Feng Qingyun was equally resolute. Hesitating was not in his nature. A glimmer of cold light ignited in his eyes as his first and second consciousness merged instantaneously, transforming into an indomitable sword. The god-slaying technique, boom. The immensely powerful god-slaying sword struck like a bolt of lightning from the heavens, brief yet dazzling, insignificant yet endowed with overwhelming might. In an instant, it shattered Song Tianyu's mental resolve like dry wood. Clutching his head in agony, Song Tianyu felt as if his skull were fracturing, like a piece of glass that could no longer withstand the pressure of a growing crack. Witnessing Song Tianyu's torment, Su Tian was taken aback, for he recognized the nature of the attack. Mental assault. Simultaneously, Su Tian stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Song Tianyu. Since the victor had emerged, there was no need for further conflict. As for the other members of the mad warband, they surged forth to surround Feng Qingyun. Surround him. Do not let my boss be bullied. At that moment, Lu Changge, Bai Ruyan, and Chun Xiaonan rushed over. Weapons drawn, bravely standing beside Feng Qingyun, ready to confront the opposition. While their presence appeared formidable, in reality, they would undoubtedly be a hindrance. Lu Changge chastised Feng Qingyun. Honestly, why did I have to sign that ridiculous thing? If this doesn't count, next time I defy it, I might as well become a eunuch. What are you all doing here? Feng Qingyun inquired, utterly speechless. The three responded in unison, of course, we are here to lend a hand. Fool! In this situation, we should be fleeing, not charging in. Run with that. Feng Qingyun led the charge in retreat. After a moment of stunned silence, the three quickly followed suit, each racing away faster than the last. Their mouths filled with exclamations of anger. Feng Qingyun, you heartless wretch! We came to save you, and you ran first. Cough. If I didn't run, you'd think I was deceiving you. Feng Qingyun replied with a calm demeanor. The members of the Mad Warband exchanged glances, frowning as they turned to Su Tian. Tian-gu, should we capture them? No need. Su Tian shook his head. The situation had devolved into chaos, and continuing down this path would lead to endless strife. It was essential to bring it to a close. However, who said they wouldn't be captured? Not a single one of you will escape. In the sky, a figure suddenly appeared, raising his right hand with force, instantly exerting an overwhelming power that pinned Feng Qingyun and his companions in place, rendering them immobile. Chapter 76. Of course, he will be forgiven. In the sky, a figure materialized out of nowhere. No one could discern whether he had been there all along or had just arrived. Yet, upon his appearance, he became the focal point of the realm. With a wave of his hand, an imposing aura of vitality descended like an immeasurable ocean, firmly anchoring the fleeing quartet of Feng Qingyun in place. Impressive. This was the first thought that crossed Feng Qingyun's mind, echoed by the other three. The intensity of this presence suggested that the individual could effortlessly reduce them all to mere pulp with a slight exertion. However, upon seeing this person, Su Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Principal, humph. You know that I am the principal of Tianwu? Did you consider my established motto while you were shouting and clamoring for violence? In the high altitude, the elderly Qin Gongda stood with his hands clasped behind him. Though aged, his gray hair lent him an air of vitality. After a disdainful huff, he took a leisurely step forward. The motion was slight, akin to the dainty steps of a square dance, yet the surrounding space and time warped peculiarly with his movement. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Feng Qingyun. The sudden appearance startled Lu Chang'e, Chen Xiaonan, and Bai Ruyan, nearly causing them to scream in terror. Only Feng Qingyun, with a flash of insight, recalled the prominent visage imprinted on his admission notice. This was none other than the principal of Tianwu Academy, Qin Gongda. Thus, Feng Qingyun blurted out, "Hello, principal." The other three were left dumbfounded, thinking, what kind of mindset is this? In such a dire moment, you still have time to greet someone. As for Qin Gongda, he scrutinized Feng Qingyun with a skeptical gaze. Kid, how did you know I was the principal? The principal is the most charismatic elder I've ever encountered. They say that among 1,000 people, only one may be handsome, and among 1,000 handsome men, only one may be a distinguished elder. In my eyes, principal, you are at least of that caliber, making it impossible to forget after just one glance. Feng Qingyun extolled extravagantly, exaggerating to the fullest in this perilous situation. He reasoned that if he did not curry favor with the old man, he might genuinely face life-threatening consequences. Qin Gongda snorted coldly. Humph. Do you think a few flattering words will persuade me to let you off easily? I detest flattery. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining the principal's favor. Rewards are currently being randomized. Random multiplier of 888 times. Upon hearing the notification, Feng Qingyun realized he was in the clear once more, quickly launching into an effusive stream of praise. Yes, the principal's teachings will be etched in my heart, and I shall strive to emulate the principal, working diligently and speaking less. When I do speak, it shall be the unvarnished truth. This left the other three utterly awkward, their faces contorting in embarrassment. They thought, the principal just stated his disdain for smooth talkers, yet you continue to prattle on. Desperate to distance themselves from Feng Qingyun, Lu Chang'e weakly remarked, Principal, I'm not close to him at all. I am merely passing by today. Yes, I don't even know his name. Chen Xiaonan chimed in, nodding earnestly. Bai Ruyan timidly added, Principal, we just came to have a look. We really haven't done anything wrong. Only Feng Qingyun. Within the confines of his mind, he exerted every ounce of his being, recalling all of Qin Gongda's famous quotes that would inevitably grace the acceptance letter. He then proclaimed aloud, Principal, I have come tonight to embody the principle you have set forth, to dare to fight, to dare to strive. I aspire to be a courageous individual, unafraid of sacrifice or bloodshed. Congratulations to the host for earning the principal's favor reward. Currently undergoing random multipliers, randomly multiplied by 758 times, randomly multiplied by 255 times, randomly multiplied by 916 times. The other three, observing Feng Qingyun, felt a chill run through them. Such sycophantic flattery was surely misplaced. Indeed, a person's demise is said to be a third fate determined by the heavens and 7 parts effort. If only one put in a modicum of effort, perhaps death would not come so swiftly. As anticipated, Qin Gongda chastised Feng Qingyun sharply. Are you pleased with your oily tongue? Did you not hear clearly that I detest such insincere flattery? Subsequently, Qin Gongda narrowed his eyes and chuckled malevolently. Fighting, is it enjoyable? Reporting to the principal, it feels acceptable, Feng Qingyun stated with an outward calm, though internally he was somewhat anxious. Each individual has a different threshold. Some recover swiftly, while others take considerable time to feel anything. Thus, Feng Qingyun remained uncertain of Qin Gongda's current opinion of him and resolved to take a bold risk. To his surprise, congratulations to the host for earning the principal's favor reward, currently undergoing random multipliers. Randomly multiplied by 666 times, Feng Qingyun. Is this truly possible? He chuckled coldly. Very well, then accompany me. We shall see if your acceptable proves to be truly so. With a dismissive wave of his finger before Feng Qingyun. A sudden lightness enveloped him, granting him the ability to move once more. The other three regarded him with sympathy, thinking that even if Feng Qingyun escaped unscathed, he would surely suffer some consequences. Yet, upon reflection, they realized they were still being restrained themselves. Principal, the three of us are still being held down, Lu Chang'e said, his face a picture of grievance. However, Qin Gongda merely responded with indifference. You three are not in the same team as him? Do you truly believe I have grown old, my sight failing, and my hearing diminished? Such disobedience warrants a moment of stillness to reflect on how to conduct yourselves moving forward. With that, Qin Gongda stepped forward, leading Feng Qingyun back to the entrance of the second floor of Building B. This time, Feng Qingyun clearly perceived all that had transpired in that moment, as Qin Gongda took a single step. A peculiar transformation seemed to ripple through his very essence, distorting the surrounding space. Yet, just as swiftly, all that energy was retracted back into Qin Gongda's body, as if it had never been unleashed. Is this the essence of a high-level martial artist? Moreover, does this even qualify as human? Feng Qingyun found himself momentarily speechless. It seemed that high-level martial artists had transcended the very definition of humanity, nearing the divine. Hence, the strongest martial artists were often referred to in mythological terms, opening the heavens, moving mountains, filling seas, creating from nothing, capable of anything. Upon reaching the second floor of Building B, Qin Gongda cast a casual glance at Song Tianyu on the ground and then at Su Tian. A group of youngsters attempting to dismantle the school? Are you aware that I am quite busy as well, Principal? Su Tian said, his head hung low in shame, uttering no further words. Enough, come with me. The rest will be handled by others. With that, Qin Gongda took another step, leading Feng Qingyun and Su Tian into the principal's office. Qin Gongda settled into his mahogany sofa, leisurely brewing himself a pot of hot tea, and brought forth a plate of sunflower seeds, propping up his legs as he leisurely cracked them open. Observing the two silent figures before him, he remarked, "Which of you will speak first?" "Principal, I shall go first," Su Tian said, his face awash with deep remorse. As the leader of the Berserker Corps, I failed to counsel my subordinate, allowing hatred to erode his reason, ultimately harming both himself and others. Is that all? Yes, Dato. Qin Gongda shook his head in disappointment, his expression one of disdain towards Su Tian's feelings of guilt. Su Tian, I always believed you to be a promising individual, yet it appears I have overestimated you. Su Tian looked at Qin Gongda with curiosity, seeking clarification. Principal, please chastise me. Su Tian, you are mistaken. Your error lies not in failing to counsel your subordinate, but rather in your misplaced sense of loyalty at an inappropriate moment. Qin Gongda spoke with a tone of exasperation, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. When Song Tianyu lost his wits, could you not overpower him? Why not incapacitate him with a single blow? You are simply too loyal, believing that your fists should never be raised against a companion. And now, look where it has led. He seeks vengeance and has been laid low by another, nearly beaten to a pulp. Principal, I was wrong. Su Tian murmured, lowering his head deeply. Qin Gongda's words rang true. When Song Tianyu lost his reason, he should have acted decisively to subdue him, preventing any opportunity for trouble, rather than relying on a revenge-driven individual to come to their senses. And you, do not take pride in this, Qin Gongda said, casting a fierce gaze towards Feng Qingyun. Though he yearned to appear intimidating, he found it difficult to summon any malice, even surprising himself, he thought. While admiration is one thing, surely he could at least maintain a faade of authority. Yet, it seemed he truly could not. Your words, from beginning to end, have indeed been forced into self-defense. However, nearly causing harm to a fellow student is still unacceptable. Take heed not to repeat such mistakes in the future. Upon hearing this, Su Tian interjected, Wait, Principal, he nearly committed murder. You are simply forgiving him like that? Chapter 77. The True State of Tianwu, observing Su Tian's stunned expression. Qin Gongda waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to return. You may go back now. I have matters to discuss with Feng Qingyun. Understood. Su Tian could only remain speechless, even without knowing what Qin Gongda wished to discuss. His earlier demeanor towards Feng Qingyun indicated that he would not face any repercussions. After Su Tian departed, Qin Gongda beckoned Feng Qingyun to sit on the sofa beside him, pouring tea and offering sunflower seeds. Care to crack some seeds? I'm not fond of them, that's for the best. Otherwise, you might chip a tooth. As he spoke, Qin Gongda set down the plate of seeds and, with a mischievous smile, asked Feng Qingyun, young man, you are not merely a bloodline awakener, are you? Feng Qingyun looked at Qin Gongda with curiosity. The last person to see through him was the formidable Yu Haowu, renowned for his powerful artifacts. Could it be that Qin Gongda possessed a similar level of insight? Observing Feng Qingyun's feigned confusion, Qin Gongda grinned broadly, his expression a mix of mischievousness, cleverness, and the satisfaction of having discerned something significant. Young man, you need not deny it. I have seen through your facade. Among all bloodline awakeners, none have awakened extraordinary abilities. In other words, those capable of such awakenings are not merely bloodline awakeners. Extraordinary abilities? Feng Qingyun was genuinely perplexed. This term was unfamiliar to him. Still pretending, during the battle at Peak 101, you suddenly drew forth a magnificent sword, quite a spectacle, was it not? Ahem. You saw all that? Feng Qingyun awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that the system's notifications had been triggered by this old man observing discreetly. So, his ability to possess a spatial storage capacity was misinterpreted by Qin Gongda as an awakening of extraordinary abilities? Before Feng Qingyun could respond, Qin Gongda continued to chatter amiably. Awakening extraordinary abilities is no trivial matter. Out of 10,000 martial artists, there may not be a single one who possesses such a gift. Your ability to store items must be quite impressive, yes? Well, it's decent, just a means of carrying things around. Feng Qingyun nodded repeatedly, feeling too apathetic to refute the misunderstanding. Perhaps it would be beneficial to allow Qin Gongda to continue believing this, as it might lead to him being more favorably inclined towards Feng Qingyun. However, Feng Qingyun had overestimated this old man. Qin Gongda was not so magnanimous. He would only provide Feng Qingyun with the sincere and friendly service of conversation, commonly referred to as talk therapy. Young man, I see you are quite astute, so I shall speak plainly. Have you not sensed that the school's method of nurturing students bears a slight tendency towards the extreme? It does possess a hint of such. Feng Qingyun did not shy away from the truth. Upon hearing this subtle appraisal, Qin Gongda beamed with delight. Yes, delight. Since you have acknowledged this, I shall be forthright with you. Among the 3 top-tier academies, Diwu, Mowu, and Tianwu, the first 2 can no longer be relied upon. The true pillar supporting Huaxia is Tianwu. Is that not a bit exaggerated? Feng Qingyun cautiously inquired, prompting a huff from Qin Gongda, who was clearly irked. It is by no means an exaggeration. In fact, one might say it is an understatement. Ah, I see it, of course. In this discourse, Qin Gongda appears particularly irritable, seemingly harboring considerable resentment towards both the imperial martial arts and the demonic martial arts. His grievances flow forth like an unending torrent, relentless and overwhelming. The imperial martial arts cultivate the scions of the elite, while the demonic martial arts nurture the offspring of the affluent. Both factions are filled with students who have grown up on a diet of resources. Whether through medicine or medicinal baths, they possess vitality in abundance yet lack the dedication to practice martial arts, utterly incapable of enduring hardship. Otherwise, one might wonder, why has the celestial martial arts risen to prominence? It is precisely because certain upper echelon figures, discontent with the excessive resources squandered on such ineffectual individuals, have discreetly supported the celestial martial arts in their ascendance. As he continues, Qin Gongda's words become increasingly thunderous. Seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of being overheard, it almost seems as though he welcomes such eavesdropping. The more it reaches the ears of the imperial and demonic martial arts, the better. Should they send someone to provoke him, he would finally have the opportunity to unleash a thorough beating upon them. Feng Qingyun, caught in an awkward position, nearly loses his composure. If you wish to confront them, by all means, just don't drag me into it. I am still young and in need of stealthy development. Ahem, but why not initiate reforms within the imperial and demonic martial arts? It sounds simple, yet the reality is far more daunting. Qin Gongda chuckles helplessly and rolls his eyes. Do you have any idea how many officials have emerged from the imperial martial arts? How many officials maintain familial ties, friendships, or alliances with the imperial martial arts? Are you aware of how many enterprises were founded by alumni of the demonic martial arts? In sectors such as dining, hospitality, and healthcare, even the chi blood pills you consume are produced by them. So, how do we proceed? Any attempt to instigate change would result in half of Huaxia collapsing. Consider the ordinary citizens. If they were to lose their jobs and income, and the officials, both high and low, turned a blind eye, what do you think would transpire? At this point, Feng Qingyun comprehends the gravity of the situation. Ultimately, Qin Gongda's frustrations stem from a sense of impotence. Despite his formidable strength and a cadre of capable students, the prospect of taking action is fraught with concerns. The members of the imperial and demonic martial arts are likely aware of this as well. Thus, Qin Gongda can shout and provoke as he pleases, secure in the knowledge that no real confrontation will ensue. Indeed, monopolies are terrifying. The monopoly of power, the monopoly of wealth, the very lifeblood of the nation is firmly in their grasp. Feng Qingyun reflects, eliciting a nod of approval from Qin Gongda. Quite astute, indeed. This clever little mind of yours is quite impressive. And what then? Are they not afraid that we, the celestial martial arts, will secretly cultivate talents in this regard and subsequently usurp their position? Ha! Upon hearing this, Qin Gongda's grin widens, though it is not one of joy. Prevent? How could we not take precautions? The celestial martial arts is rife with their spies. Should we dare to cultivate talent in these two domains, they would immediately come to intimidate us. Isn't that rather tyrannical? Tyranny is preferable to death. Every human fears demise. If one can cause another's death, why should they embrace their own? At this juncture, Qin Gongda realizes he has inadvertently disclosed information that Feng Qingyun ought not to know at this stage, specifically regarding the celestial martial arts students' impending venture to the beast battlefield. Thus, he hastily covers his tracks. It required considerable effort to reach a balance. The imperial martial arts provide officials, the demonic martial arts supply funds, while the celestial martial arts offer lives. After uttering this, Qin Gongda rolls his eyes. Great. I've let it slip again. Chapter 78. The pills are in hand. The imperial martial arts produce officials, the demonic martial arts supply funds, and the celestial martial arts provide lives. This implies that the responsibilities of governance rest with the students of the imperial martial arts. The pursuit of profit lies with the students of the demonic martial arts. And when it comes to sacrifices, everyone unanimously entrusts that duty to the students of the celestial martial arts. Damn it. Had I known it would be like this, I should have gone to the imperial and demonic martial arts. Wait a moment. As Feng Qingyun ponders, he recalls that during his earlier encounters, the National Artifact and Sister Shifan had both ardently recommended that he attend the Celestial Martial Arts Academy. The implications are rather chilling. Sitting nearby, Qin Gongda wears a rather ungracious smile, clearly conveying the message. Little brat, having learned so much, do you still wish to flee? Just wait to be silenced. Instantly, Feng Qingyun feels as though these individuals might be conspiring to ensnare him. Principal, I am merely a student. Such high-level matters scarcely require my awareness, do they? Just pretend you haven't heard anything. Qin Gongda waves his hand dismissively, continuing his discourse. After all, Feng Qingyun is more than eager to listen. He insists on articulating his point. Go offer one his life. Does that not sound absurd? Yet, it is the harsh reality. Some individuals bask in glory, thriving in the light, while others, drenched in blood, must remain hidden in the shadows. Thus, it is often said that heroes remain nameless. Their deaths go unnoticed. Nevertheless, no matter how daunting the task, someone must undertake it. Sacrificing a portion of individuals to secure a comfortable existence for the majority is akin to whether one would willingly offer their own heart to ensure their family lives in peace. Shielded from the terrors of the beasts, if the earlier sentiments were heartfelt, this final inquiry seems to lay a trap for Feng Qingyun. Should he, with fervor, declare, "Of course I would sacrifice my heart for my family. To protect their peace, I would willingly perish, even if no one remembers me." Qin Gongda would surely nod in approval, subsequently producing a contract for Feng Qingyun to sign. Here, the burden of saving the world is entrusted to you. The insurance premium is 10 million. Should you perish, the funds will be delivered to your family. At that juncture, would you sign or not? Thus, while one may contemplate such notions internally, they cannot be voiced aloud. Consequently, Feng Qingyun awkwardly replies, "Principal, I'm still just a child. I haven't thought that far ahead, a child, my foot." Qin Gongda, incensed, glares at him, quietly stuffing the contract back into his possession. This lad is quite cunning. He is not easily fooled. You're already of age, yet you still claim to be a child. Principal, aside from my youth, I am otherwise quite mature. It's merely my age that is small. Fair point. Qin Gongda finds himself at a loss for words. Despite his attempts to steer the conversation, Feng Qingyun resolutely resists following his lead. This little rascal possesses considerable depth. He cannot be manipulated as easily as others. All right, I shall refrain from further discourse. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Qin Gongda waves his hand, intending to dismiss Feng Qingyun. However, Feng Qingyun remains unmoved, instead producing a debt note owed to him by the academy. Principal, since I've come all this way, how about you settle the school's debts to me as well? Qin Gongda, at a loss for words, glances at Feng Qingyun. Is he really here to collect a debt from me? Ha! Let me show you the harsh realities of adulthood, kid. I'm slightly nearsighted. Come closer so I can see clearly. Oh, just a moment. Feng Qingyun responds, tucking the debt note back into his storage space. Since Qin Gongda believes it to be his supernatural ability, let him continue to believe. He then pulls out his phone and sends Qin Gongda the photo he had taken of the contract. Principal, feel free to enlarge it if it's too small. Qin Gongda is utterly speechless. The joy of tearing up the debt note has been ruined by your modern technology. Silently, he walks to the safe and retrieves 1 3rd-grade Qi blood pill, 1 4th-grade Qi blood pill, and 1 5th-grade Qi blood pill, placing them on the table. Here, take these as your admission rewards. As for your task rewards being doubled, that will have to wait until you pass the trials of the Death Mountain. Thank you, Principal. Feng Qingyun beams as he collects the 3 pills. In an instant, the system's notification sounds repeatedly. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 3rd-grade Qi blood pill, and the doubling reward is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 745 times. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 4th-grade Qi blood pill, and the doubling reward is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 656 times. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 5th-grade Qi blood pill, and the doubling reward is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 829 times. Subsequently, Feng Qingyun inquires with earnestness, Principal, I have a question to ask. You may proceed if I perform well. Is it possible to end military training early? Certainly. Qin Gongda chuckles, having previously endured multiple setbacks at Feng Qingyun's hands. Just as he was pondering how to retaliate, Feng Qingyun inadvertently offered him an opportunity. It is indeed possible. However, given your excessively brutal behavior tonight, I hereby impose a penalty of 3 months, during which you are prohibited from participating in the dormitory competition. Do you understand? Feng Qingyun's mouth twitches, his expression filled with displeasure, which brings a triumphant smile to Qin Gongda's face, dissipating his earlier frustrations. Shouldn't you be grateful and return home? Otherwise, I'll have to spank you to remind you. Thank you, Principal. Feng Qingyun responds begrudgingly. Yet, the moment he steps outside, he instantly feels invigorated, inwardly rejoicing. Old fellow, if you don't show a bit of humility, who knows when you might ensnare me again? Ha! It feels safe now. This move has turned the tables, and Feng Qingyun is immensely satisfied with the outcome. Next, it's time to return to the Death Mountains and swiftly elevate my strength using the vast array of elixirs at my disposal. As for the villa they captured, there is no need to dwell on it. Lu Chang'e, Bai Ruyan, and Chen Xiaonan have all been immobilized. Even though they previously occupied the villa, it will surely be seized by others. Indeed, upon returning to the Death Mountains, Feng Qingyun emerged from the subway entrance to discover the 3 individuals sporting bruised and battered faces. Chen Xiaonan looked like a panda, Bai Ruyan bore half the visage of one. While Lu Chang'e appeared so badly beaten that Feng Qingyun nearly failed to recognize him. What the hell? Chang'e, this is just too tragic. I can barely tell it's you. Because that is truly not me. Lu Chang'e, donning 2 dark circles under his eyes, quietly approached from the side, carrying a few eggs to hand out to Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan, to help reduce their swelling. Feng Qingyun glanced at Lu Chang'e and then at the pig-headed figure before him. So, who is this? I am Feng Outyan. The proclamation came with a hint of a whimper. Although he wish to cry, these brutes seemed to delight in striking his nose. What could he do? After all, how could one not cry when their nose is struck? Oh, it's you. I almost didn't recognize you. Dio, you need something. Feng Qingyun looked at the pig-headed Feng Outyan and felt a genuine sense of dread. What a splendid young man, reduced to this sorry state. How lamentable. Feng Outyan fidgeted for a moment, then gritted his teeth and made a decision. I've made up my mind. I want to join your team. Why? Feng Qingyun inquired, somewhat puzzled. Is he thinking of joining simply because he cannot win? Yet Feng Outyan displayed an impassioned demeanor, brimming with determination. After much contemplation, I've realized that relying solely on our individual strengths will not suffice to conquer the old students' dormitory. However, if we unite the strengths of the 1st and 2nd ranks, humph, Though the specifics of the first and second remain undetermined, by combining our powers, we shall undoubtedly claim victory in next month's competition and emerge as the first group to depart. Upon finishing, Feng Outyin gazed expectantly at Feng Qingyun, believing that having taken the initiative, Feng Qingyun could not possibly refuse. However, Feng Qingyun merely shook his head regretfully. I'm afraid that's simply unattainable. Huh? Why? Because my prowess is too exceptional, and thus I have been suspended. Feng Qingyun solemnly patted Feng Outyin on the shoulder. You have quite a long way to go to catch up to me. Keep at it, don't fall further behind, or people might think my top rank is inflated. You? Feng Outyin fumed, his entire pig-headed visage twitching. Yet, Feng Qingyun called out to Lu Chang'e and the others. Let us go. Where to? Into the mountains. We shall develop in a cautious manner. Chapter 79. The enraged red-haired monkey boss. What does your suspension entail? Walking alongside Feng Qingyun, Chun Xiaonan asked curiously. Feng Qingyun chuckled. It's nothing, really. I simply outshone everyone to the point where even the principal grew envious. By the way, where are your weapons? Feng Qingyun halted to survey the trio, noticing their disheveled appearances and empty hands. Their long swords, spears, and sharp blades were nowhere to be found. More importantly, Lu Chang'e was bare-chested, having lost even the upper half of his clothing. Well, Brother Feng, when fresh students challenge the old students' dormitory and lose, their belongings, including clothes, health elixirs, and long swords, are confiscated. What? That's outrageous, Feng Qingyun exclaimed with indignation. Why strip the boys and not the girls? This is clearly a display of disrespect towards women, perpetuating gender discrimination. However, seeing Feng Qingyun so enraged moved Lu Chang'e. Brother Feng, you needn't be so angry. I'm fine. It's just that the points we earned from selling the multi-angle tiger have also been taken away. Let it go, let it go. This is undoubtedly a reflection of reality. But when it comes to the battlefield, losing clothes and belongings is the least of our worries. Encountering life-threatening situations is far more concerning. Sighing, he realized that as the team leader, he couldn't allow his subordinates to be left without clothing. Speaking of which, I still haven't retrieved the belongings of Xiao Jia's trio. Their items are hidden atop Peak 122. There may be clothing among them. Rubbing his chin, Feng Qingyun led the three towards the Death Mountains. Many passers-by gazed at them with sympathy, whispering amongst themselves. Look, this is the consequence of blind confidence. How can fresh students hope to defeat the old ones? They're simply courting disaster. Indeed. Now they're paying the price and must start all over again. Let us not learn from them. With scornful remarks, they maintained an air of superiority, oblivious to the fact that the old students mingling among the freshers were quietly documenting their every move. Compiling reports to submit to the principal. The principal's feedback was straightforward. A bunch of trash. Who dares to claim Feng Qingyun is from my household? Wait, why did I say my household? The Death Mountains stretch across 321 peaks, each uniquely numbered. The first 100 peaks require a strength of 9-star bronze to traverse. The next 100 demand 9-star silver. The subsequent 100 necessitate 9-star gold for passage. As for the final 21 peaks, they serve as a buffer zone between the ordinary world and the academy, additionally functioning as medicinal fields for cultivating herbs for drug research and production. However, hardly any fresh students ever reach this area. Thus, relying solely on their own strength, Feng Qingyun and his companions effortlessly navigated the first 100 peaks. The mountains extended sideways rather than forming a straight line, so the time consumed was merely a few hours. A distance that would be excruciatingly difficult for ordinary people, even for martial artists. Boss, I can't go on. My legs are giving way. The voluptuous Chan Xiaonan panted heavily, leaning against a nearby rock, her legs trembling as if leaden. Tired? If you're fatigued, let us take a break. Feng Qingyun, too, paused. After such a trek, he felt a bit weary. Moreover, the sun blazed overhead, making their mouths dry. Lu Chang'e stretched, feeling a slight crack on his back. Exposed to the sun without a shirt, his skin was nearly scorched. Damn, that hurts. Are you all right? Noticing the fissures on Lu Chang'e's back, Bai Ruyan asked with concern. Lu Chang'e waved his hand. I'm fine. Brother Feng, you all wait here. I'll go find some fruits to eat. I'll go with you. Feng Qingyun replied, leaving Bai Ruyan and Chan Xiaonan to rest. The principle of outdoor expeditions dictates that when conditions allow for pairs, one should refrain from acting alone. As they ventured through the wild grasses, Feng Qingyun and Lu Chang'e soon stumbled upon a grove of fruit trees. Wow, so many fruit trees. These shouldn't be apples, right? Not quite. Feng Qingyun scrutinized the trees. The fruits resembled apples but had a greenish skin and were somewhat misshapen. However, this kind of fruit seemed safe in the wild. Brightly colored fruits should not be consumed recklessly. Brother Feng, the taste is a bit astringent, but they're juicy. You should try one. Lu Chang'e eagerly took a bite. After being sunbaked for half the day, anyone would be thirsty. Feng Qingyun accepted one and took a bite. Confirming Lu Chang'e's words, the taste was somewhat astringent, as if not fully ripe, yet the juiciness made it tolerable. Let us pick a few more to take back. We can eat them on the way if we get thirsty. All right. As they were busy gathering fruits, suddenly, Chun Xiaonan's scream pierced the air. Ah! Don't come any closer. What the hell? Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Qingyun and Lu Chang'e dashed towards Chun Xiaonan and Bai Ruyan. As they quickly closed the distance, they soon spotted a large, red-haired monkey, about their height, aggressively pursuing Chen Xiaonan, swinging its fists to strike her in the face. Feng Qingyun was utterly dumbfounded. What in the world is this monkey? It's him. Seeing the monkey, Lu Chang'e became animated, grabbing a piece of fruit to throw. Do you have a grudge against this monkey? Of course, Brother Feng. Do you not remember that when we first met you? Xiaonan's eyes were swollen black. This was the culprit. Lu Chang'e exclaimed indignantly. Had he possessed an appropriate weapon at the time, he would have lunged at the monkey to deliver a blow. After all, there was still something he hadn't shared with Feng Qingyun. While he was previously occupied in the restroom, he was unexpectedly caught off guard by a red-haired monkey, which erupted into a fit of wild laughter. Baring its teeth and incessantly extending its pinky finger towards him, one must ask, what man could possibly endure such humiliation? On the flip side, devoid of any weaponry, Chen Xiaonan found himself unable to retaliate against the red-haired monkey and was left with no choice but to evade its antics. The monkey, reveling in the chase, intensified its pursuit the more fervently Chen Xiaonan ran, exclaiming joyfully, "Gaga gaga gaga," to the point of exhausting him. Suddenly, the red-haired monkey leaped forward, seizing Chen Xiaonan's right hand with one paw while forming a fist with the other, poised to strike at his eyes. Yet, in that moment, the monkey froze, its gaze fixated on the dark circles beneath Chen Xiaonan's eyes. Gaga gaga gaga. The red-haired monkey began to jump around frantically, displaying an expression of utter frustration, as if it had been wronged. This left Feng Qingyun and Lu Chang'e in a state of bewilderment. Was the monkey truly agitated? Lu Chang'e pointed at the red-haired monkey in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Feng Qingyun stroked her chin thoughtfully, remarking on how boys often exhibit childish behavior, provoking girls to garner their attention. She mused, could the monkey's attack on Xiaonan's eyes be interpreted in the same vein? Did Xiaonan now bear two dark circles because the monkey felt jealous? Quite possibly. Feng Qingyun nodded sagely, and then, with a hint of mischief, couldn't he help but chuckle. Don't think this monkey possessed such a strong sense of possessiveness. Just as she was enjoying the moment, the red-haired monkey shot her a fierce glare, as if it were ready to catch a cheating partner, causing Feng Qingyun to immediately suppress her laughter. This monkey was wild and unpredictable. If it mistook her laughter for mockery, she might find herself on the receiving end of a monkey punch, which she certainly wouldn't withstand. However, while Feng Qingyun stifled her amusement, Lu Chang'e, who was a beat slow on the uptake, erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha! This monkey has taken a liking to Chen Xiaonan. Ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. Tears are streaming down my face. Hey, Feng Gu, why aren't you laughing? In response, Feng Qingyun could only look at him with sympathy and quickly distance herself from the ruckus. It didn't take long for Lu Chang'e to sense that things were amiss. Upon turning around, he saw the red-haired monkey, its nostrils flaring with fury. It let out a bellowing roar. Chapter 80. The chase with a furious roar, the red-haired monkey erupted into a frenzy, transforming into a blur as it pounced on Lu Chang'e. Raising its fists high, this was disastrous. If that punch landed, Lu Chang'e's skull would surely shatter. Sensing the terrifying strength of the red-haired monkey, Feng Qingyun swiftly retaliated with a powerful kick. Channeling her immense energy into her right foot, she unleashed her full prowess, executing a move known as the ninth style. A kick. The sheer force struck the red-haired monkey, yet it merely swerved aside, slamming its fists into the ground with a resounding crash, creating a 50-centimeter deep crater. Damn it! Lu Chang'e exclaimed, cold sweat trickling down his brow. If that had landed on his head, he would have been done for. Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan hurriedly dragged Lu Chang'e away. Noticing that Lu Chang'e had vanished from below him, the red-haired monkey bent down, peering beneath its legs at Lu Chang'e, then glancing at Chen Xiaonan, its ire intensifying. The two bore identical dark circles. Aroo! It let out a heart-wrenching scream, pounding its chest with its fists, creating a thunderous noise that left Feng Qingyun momentarily speechless. The monkey's physique was indeed formidable, though its vitality was merely at the silver level. Its physical prowess was truly terrifying. Without hesitation, she retrieved a large knife, a long spear, and a sharp sword from her storage space, tossing them to the three of them. She brandished a dagger of her own, aiming it at the red-haired monkey. Be cautious. This monkey's physical strength may be nearing the golden level. If we're not careful, we might all perish here. Golden? Lu Chang'e and the others gasped sharply. They were so tense that they hardly had time to ponder the source of Feng Qingyun's weapons. The red-haired monkey glared at Lu Chang'e, baring its sharp teeth, letting out a shrill cry before lunging at him once more. Feng Qingyun shouted urgently, "Chang'e, get out of the way!" Simultaneously, she swung her dagger, aiming to intercept the monkey with lethal intent, but it was too late. Feng Qingyun turned her gaze to the red-haired monkey, which had leapt into the air, its fists poised to strike Lu Chang'e's head. Bang! At that moment, Qin Xiaonan and Bai Ruyan sprang into action, positioning their weapons in an X formation to block the monkey, only for its fists to bend their weapons effortlessly, causing their hands to sting from the impact. How powerful! Both were taken aback, intimidated by the monkey's overwhelming strength. The weapons Feng Qingyun had provided were no ordinary tools. They were infused with an F-grade special alloy, categorized as special weaponry. Yet, in the clutches of this monkey, they had been bent as if they were mere toys. Lu Chang'e was petrified, his face pale as he realized he could be killed by a monkey out of jealousy. Damn it! I'll fight you. Gripping his long knife, Lu Chang'e summoned all the energy within him, unleashing his recently honed swordsmanship, Overlord Blade. In that instant, the blade gleamed with a sharpness akin to moonlight cutting through the darkness. A striking brilliance that could not be overlooked, yet, like the moonlight, it appeared feeble against a solid object, utterly ineffective. Damn it! Lu Chang'e's lips twitched in disbelief. He had never imagined being overpowered by a monkey. The knife was caught firmly between the monkey's paws, rendering it immobile. With a powerful kick, Lu Chang'e was sent flying by the red-haired monkey. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyun surged forward from behind, her dagger flashing with renewed vigor. Overlord Blade. The same technique, the same long knife, yet it struck like a bolt from the blue, aimed directly at the monkey's head. The red-haired monkey twisted its body, its hands swiping through the air but missing. Thwack! The sharp sound of flesh being pierced echoed as Feng Qingyun's blade sliced through the monkey's skin, striking its collarbone. Bang! The blade collided with something solid, sending a jolt through Feng Qingyun's hand, making it tingle. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as the long knife shattered into two pieces. One half remained in Feng Qingyun's grip while the other soared into the sky. The red-haired monkey was momentarily stunned. Gaga gaga gaga. It began to flail around wildly, wounded and clutching its injury, hastily retreating towards the fruit grove. Feng Qingyun waved her hand. Chase, if it recovers, we'll be the ones in peril. The three of them paled at the thought. Given the monkey's propensity for jealousy, it was clear that it was an incredibly petty creature. However, their weapons were now destroyed. Just as they were processing this, Feng Qingyun tossed each of them a new weapon, leaving them utterly astonished. What was Feng Qingyun? A martial artist or a magician? Where did all these weapons come from? But there was no time for contemplation. They needed to hunt the monkey. Thus, Feng Qingyun led the way, with the three trailing closely behind, all in a hurried pursuit. Witnessing the scene unfold, Feng Outyan, who had been shadowing them, scratched his head, gritted his teeth, and resolved not to be outdone by Feng Qingyun, deciding to pursue empty-handed. Gaga gaga gaga. The red-haired monkey dashed away with remarkable speed, one paw clutching its wound while the others propelled it forward, gliding across the ground as if flying. The grass ahead was trampled underfoot, and it occasionally glanced back at Feng Qingyun and the others, muttering low growls. Seeing the monkey-esque expression, Feng Qingyun felt a growing conviction that this creature must not be allowed to escape. If it were to remain alive, she feared that one day her head might be smashed open without warning, leaving her unable to witness the rising sun the next morning. She needed to accelerate. System, deliver me a potion. The vitality potion surged into her stomach, flooding her with energy, her body erupting with vigor like a race car boosted by nitrous, propelling her towards the red-haired monkey, widening the gap between her and the others. What the hell? Why has Fenggu suddenly become so fast? Lu Chang'e exclaimed, feeling as if he could barely keep up with her. Bai Ruyan and Qin Xiaonan wore expressions of shock, trusting their instincts. They were convinced that Feng Qingyun harbored some grand secret. As the distance between them closed, the red-haired monkey panicked completely. Upon seeing Feng Qingyun, it instinctively felt a sharp pain in its flesh and collarbone, instilling a profound fear within it. Terrified of being overtaken by Feng Qingyun, the monkey dug its claws into the ground, leaving behind a long, deep trail. Then, the monkey's paw seized a stone from the ground. Like a shooting star, it frantically hurled it towards Feng Qingyun and the others behind him. Boom! Ah! The screams erupted instantaneously. Chapter 81. Use your charm quickly. Ah! The cries resounded. Instinctively, Feng Qingyun turned his head for a glance. The strength of that red-haired monkey was immense, and the stones it flung were akin to cannonballs. Being struck would likely crack one's skull. However, Lu Chang'e, Bai Ruyan, and Chen Xiaonan all wore expressions of utter bewilderment. None of them had been hit. Looking back again, Feng Qingyun saw Feng Outyan rolling on the ground, wailing, his hands clutching his nose, crying out in a nasal tone, "My nose! My nose! Why is it always my nose that gets hit?" The corners of Feng Qingyun and the others' mouths twitched, feeling as though the situation had spiraled out of control. If you say his nose is fragile, how could the stones from the red-haired monkey not break it? If you say his nose is strong, why does he cry at the slightest hit? As they pondered whether Feng Outyan was simply prone to tears, disguising his penchant for weeping with the incident of his nose being struck. Swoosh, 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 a barrage of flying stones rocketed towards Feng Qingyun and his companions like cannon fire, startling Lu Chang'e and the others into hurried evasions. As for Feng Qingyun, he quickly sought out a rock for cover, ducking behind it while taking out his phone to search for skills related to throwing. Soon, he locked onto a skill, spear throwing, a low-grade yellow skill, which, once mastered, could strike accurately from 100 paces away. This is it. Feng Qingyun promptly retrieved a long spear, not aiming at the red-haired monkey but directly at Feng Outyan, practicing his aim. Whoosh! The spear traced a graceful arc through the air, landing precisely half an inch beneath Feng Outyan's groin, achieving a perfect strike. Congratulations to the host for receiving spear throwing experience points, currently undergoing random doubling, randomly doubled by 666 times. With a rip, Feng Outyan's trousers were sliced open, and he was so startled that he ceased crying, his face turning pale, staring blankly at Feng Qingyun. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Feng Qingyun immediately gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Let us fight together, my friend, friend your mother." Feng Outyan cursed vehemently, then seized the long spear and began dodging the flying stones. The red-haired monkey, despite being injured, seemed unaffected, hurling stones with relentless vigor, akin to launching cannonballs, leaving them all helpless against it. They needed to divert its attention, otherwise, if he showed his face, the stones would come flying. Thus, Feng Qingyun shouted to Chen Xiaonan, "Xiaonan, quickly use your charm to attract its attention." Is that appropriate?" Chen Xiaonan scratched her head in confusion, wondering what kind of situation this was, asking her to dance now. But Feng Qingyun promptly pulled out a letter of commitment. "I, Chen Xiaonan, voluntarily submit to Feng Qingyun's orders. Should I defy this, my most cherished possession?" "Stop, stop. I'll dance." Chen Xiaonan immediately planted the long spear in the ground, arching her right thigh alluringly, beginning to sway like a bear rubbing against a tree. Bai Ruyan watched in silence. Lu Chang'e felt it was a sight for sore eyes, while Feng Outyan thought to himself that he could do better. Yet, the red-haired monkey opposite them was utterly enthralled, its eyes wide and clapping wildly in adoration. Ga 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 ga. Now's the time. Feng Qingyun emerged from behind the rock, spear in hand, and launched a precise attack that pierced the red-haired monkey's body. Ga, with a wail, the red-haired monkey fell silent. Feng Qingyun and the others hastily rushed forward, eager to see if tonight's supper would be monkey brains. However, upon entering the fruit grove, they discovered that the spear Feng Qingyun had thrown was smeared with blood and bits of flesh. Yet the shadow of the red-haired monkey was nowhere to be found. Footprints. Feng Outyan quickly crouched down to examine the tracks on the ground. The footprints appeared quite large, seemingly size 43. Who would have thought this monkey had such big feet? "Those are my footprints." Feng Qingyun kicked Feng Outyan in exasperation, offering him a free shoe print as he picked one up to compare. After he finished speaking, he glanced around. This fruit grove was the same one Feng Qingyun and Lu Chang'e had visited to gather fruit earlier. At that moment, Bai Ruyan suddenly called out, "Qingyun, come quickly. There's blood here." Coming, Feng Qingyun hastily dashed over to take a look on the ground. A splatter of blood was evident, as if flung out, scattered across the mud. Judging by the angle of the blood splatter, Feng Qingyun glanced at the nearby fruit trees and formed a bold hypothesis. This creature couldn't possibly have swung down from the trees, could it? Quick, look for more blood around. Indeed, just as Feng Qingyun had surmised, the red-haired monkey was indeed escaping in a swinging manner from the trees. However, by following the trail of blood, they could easily pursue it. Chase! Feng Qingyun brandished his knife and gave chase. Soon, he noticed that the blood on the ground had transformed from a splatter to a dripping pattern, indicating that the red-haired monkey was too weak to swing anymore and could only run on foot. The five of them pressed on, and within just 2 minutes, they found the red-haired monkey collapsed on the ground, its right paw pointing at a large tree, its eyes wide in a contorted expression of unwillingness to perish. Dead? Chen Xiaonan gently prodded it with the long spear, discovering it was utterly motionless. It was dead indeed. Lu Chang'e shook his head in disdain, scolding, "Who told it to be so reckless?" Instead of taking a safe path, it insisted on swinging from the trees. Now look, it's lost its life. No, it didn't fail to walk. It simply didn't have time to. Feng Qingyun refuted Lu Chang'e's notion, pointing at the wounds on the red-haired monkey. Look, my spear went straight through its intestines without hitting any bones, so it couldn't cover the wound. Realizing it was nearing its end, the reason it hurried back was that it thought there was something here that could save it. Bai Ruyan, quick-witted, immediately understood Feng Qingyun's implication. Feng Qingyun chuckled. Whatever it was rushing back to consume, it must be something extraordinary. Moreover, it has already indicated the location to us. The four of them turned their gazes toward the red-haired monkey, following its right paw's direction. All eyes fell upon a towering tree. The crown of this tree was immensely grand, extending roughly 20 meters in diameter. What was even more peculiar was that a faint, rich aroma seemed to waft from the tree. P.S. 200,000 words achieved. Seeking a 5-star review. Thank you, boss. Your generosity is unmatched. Chapter 82. The special beast pill. Do you smell that? It seems there's a hint of wine aroma. Not just seems. It truly is the scent of wine. Feng Qingyun, wielding his long knife, approached the colossal tree, circling its trunk before discovering a stone embedded in the back of the tree. Is there stone growing on this tree? Feng Qingyun sheathed his long knife, and as Lu Chang'e approached and spotted the stone, he raised his knife. Come on. All right. Feng Qingyun stepped onto the long knife, and Lu Chang'e exerted force, launching Feng Qingyun up onto the tree. Finding a stable footing, Feng Qingyun carefully lifted the stone, and in an instant, a whiff of wine aroma burst forth, causing a surge of vitality within him, propelling his energy level from bronze to silver. What the heck? Feng Qingyun exclaimed, hurriedly covering the stone back. Just a sniff, and it's this exaggerated? Below, Lu Chang'e and the others were perplexed, incessantly questioning Feng Qingyun. What the heck? Is there a female monkey inside? Is she quite attractive? Piffed. If a female monkey were attractive, would the red-haired monkey need to tease Xiaonan? Feng Qingyun retorted, feeling speechless. Then he noticed his energy was gradually diminishing, slowly descending from 1-star silver back to 9-star bronze. Just a temporary effect. So, this substance is akin to certain potions. A little boosts power for a while more extends that boost. After contemplating, Feng Qingyun decided to have the system identify it for safety. System, please identify what this is. Please wait. The system replied and quickly conducted an identification. After identification, this object is named Golden Monkey Wine. It is a beverage brewed using a tree as a vessel and fruit as a base. Infused with a plethora of active medicinal herbs and fermented for over 30 years, thus brimming with potent vitality. Occasional consumption can swiftly activate one's energy, but once the effect fades, energy will gradually decline, and could even drop temporarily. Prolonged consumption will fortify one's vital energy and blood, while also alleviating the temporary side effects of diminished vitality. Upon reviewing the entire assessment, Feng Qingyun's attention immediately fixated on the phrase long-term consumption. Since gradual intake yields superior results, it is only natural to opt for an increased quantity. System, please double the quantity and store it within the system space. A moment, please. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 6 pounds of monkey wine. And a random doubling process is underway. The result, a random multiplier of 775 times. As the announcement concluded, the monkey wine stored within the ancient tree was entirely extracted. In the next moment, the tree suddenly appeared desiccated. Its leaves transitioned swiftly from green to yellow, and its once robust branches shrank to a coarse state. In just a few blinks, the originally vibrant tree had transformed into a lifeless husk. What could be the cause of this? One moment, please. The system responded courteously before elaborating, stating that the monkey wine, being brewed within the tree as a vessel, siphoned the tree's essence and nutrients, gradually evolving into a state where the monkey wine sustained the tree. Thus, when the host extracted the monkey wine, the tree, devoid of its nutrient supply, withered rapidly. Feng Qingyun, upon hearing this, touched his nose. If environmental protection organizations were to discover this, they would surely have a fit. Fortunately, there were no peculiar environmentalist girls around. Fenggu, are you all right? Lu Chang'e and the others gripped their weapons anxiously, unaware of the situation, having only witnessed the tree's sudden decay, leading them to remain on high alert. Fearing the tree might be turning sentient, Feng Qingyun felt a chill as he reassured them. It's nothing. He leaped down from the tree, dusting off his hands, and gazed at the now dead tree, shifting his focus to the other trees. With the multi-angle tiger possessing silver tiger bone liquid and the red-haired monkey having monkey wine, could it be that other trees might also contain monkey wine? Or perhaps this death mountain is, in reality, a grand treasure trove. After all, while one occurrence could be deemed coincidental, two would be difficult to dismiss as mere happenstance. At that moment, Feng Outyin approached with a notably red nose. Did you find something good up there? What could possibly be there? Can't you see I came here empty-handed? Feng Qingyun adamantly denied any claims. Once something was obtained, there was no way one would share it with others. Feng Outyin immediately grew displeased. Don't pretend. I saw it with my own eyes. You can conjure weapons out of thin air. Have you awakened some kind of superpower? And a high-level spatial ability at that? Absurd. I have no idea what you're talking about. Feng Qingyun shook his head, his stance clear. What you saw is irrelevant to me. That's merely your own interpretation. Feng Outyin was incensed by this retort, exclaiming, You all saw it too, didn't you? You had no weapons. It was Feng Qingyun who suddenly materialized them and handed them to you. You better speak the truth, did I? I distinctly remember having a knife in my hand all along. Lu Chang'e feigned ignorance. Beside him, Chun Shaonan wore a contemplative expression. As a gunman, my weapon is always at my side. Therefore, my long gun has always been a part of me. You guys. Feng Outyin trembled with rage. Pointing at their noses, speechless, Feng Qingyun blinked, noticing that Feng Outyin's long gun was the very one he had used to accurately strike a chicken earlier. Without a sound, he approached. Don't be anxious. Feel free to express any demands you may have. I assure you, I am a person of integrity and would never engage in an act of betrayal. As he spoke, Feng Qingyun discreetly grasped the long gun, and with a swift motion, stored it within his space. Subsequently, he chose to selectively forget Feng Outyin's existence and returned to discuss with Lu Chang'e and the others. Did we not yet dissect that corpse of the wart creature? We must hasten to disassemble it. Delay may render the meat tough. Indeed, I almost forgot, Lu Chang'e and the others echoed, murmuring as they walked, each one feigning seriousness, deliberately avoiding any mention of the monkey wine, leaving Feng Outyin nearly speechless with indignation. Feng Outyin pondered, feeling aggrieved, yet chose to follow along like a wronged spouse, clearly upset but unwilling to voice it, as it seemed futile. Crouching beside the red-haired monkey, Feng Qingyun drew a dagger and slowly sliced open its abdomen. Soon, he discovered a still-forming flesh orb nestled within the heart of the red-haired monkey, pulsating with life. It appeared almost alive, expanding rhythmically, which took Feng Qingyun by surprise. What is this? Is this also a beast core? Bai Ruyan and the others were left speechless. It was their first encounter with such a beast core, and they could not ascertain its nature. However, their ignorance did not extend to Feng Outyin. Not aware, are you? Humph. This too is a beast core, merely a variant known as a flesh core, based on the body size of the red-haired monkey and the location of the flesh core. It seemed this flesh core held special efficacy for treating heart ailments. Upon hearing its unique benefits for heart diseases, Feng Qingyun felt an involuntary surge of excitement and hurriedly sought confirmation from Feng Outyin. Is what you say true? Does this substance truly have special efficacy for heart ailments? Humph. Feng Outyin crossed his arms defiantly, replying curtly, What purpose would I have to deceive you? My family possesses cough in any case. This substance has extraordinary benefits for the human body. Whether you believe it or not, the truth remains. With a swift motion, Feng Qingyun stored the corpse of the red-haired monkey into the storage space, simultaneously doubling it randomly. The result, a random multiplier of 555 times. He then placed a hand on Feng Outyin's shoulder. Brother, tell me how to best utilize this flesh core. It's not that straightforward. Such a substance requires a specialized laboratory for component analysis, including various trace elements. Wait, who is your brother? Feng Outyin retorted, stepping back with arms crossed, also delivering a subtle jibe. In the past, you hardly acknowledged me. Why this sudden warmth now? Apologies, but you're not in my league. Cough, cough. Feng Qingyun cleared his throat, casting a sidelong glance. How about this? Let's make a trade, shall we? Let us engage in a contest. If you win, I will relinquish the items discovered atop the tree to you. If you lose, I shall not demand servitude, merely that you join our team and sign a letter of commitment. What do you say? Upon hearing Feng Qingyun's proposal, Feng Outyin, not being foolish, immediately voiced concerns regarding the letter's content. Wait, clarify the contents of this commitment letter. It's quite simple. Until your strength surpasses mine, you must unconditionally follow my orders. Feng Qingyun stated earnestly, prompting a cold chuckle from Feng Outyin. You, a bloodline awakener? How much further could you possibly go? Even if you lose, surpassing you would take mere moments. Here I come, and this time, I will redeem my past shame, but it's agreed. Not a blow to my nose. Just as Feng Outyin was about to boast, he cautiously covered his nose, unsure why it seemed like some unspoken rule dictated that he alone was struck there. Regarding Feng Outyin's seemingly cowardly behavior, Feng Qingyun could only scoff in disdain. What nonsense! If one doesn't strike the nose, can it even be called a fight? Feng Outyin suddenly felt apprehensive, suspecting that Feng Qingyun might be harboring intentions to mar his appearance through this challenge. Observing Feng Outyin's dubious expression, Feng Qingyun begrudgingly made a slight concession. Fine, fine, no strikes to your nose. Really? No more nonsense. Of course it's true. Feng Qingyun affirmed decisively. Lu Chang'e and the others exchanged glances, not pondering further. After all, the team would inevitably expand, and whether they brought in livestock or talent would soon become apparent. Thus, they cheered from the sidelines. Begin. As the words fell, Feng Outyin immediately took a stance, preparing to unleash his ultimate move. Behold my phoenix dance in the 9 heavens. However, before he could finish his sentence, Feng Qingyun swiftly pinned him to the ground, throwing punches at his face, avoiding only the nose. Submit or not? Submit or not? Submit or not? After an extended bout, Feng Outyin, surprisingly resilient, remained silent, even managing to exhaust Feng Qingyun in the process. Wow, this guy, though seemingly effeminate, proves quite tough in a scuffle. At that moment, beneath Feng Qingyun's fists, Feng Outyin suddenly let out a grunt. Feng Qingyun leaned in, curious whether he was about to concede. Instead, Feng Outyin murmured, "How long have I been unconscious? I cannot shake the sensation of a burning pain on my face." Feng Qingyun, utterly speechless, remarked upon this character's unfortunate predicament, having fainted from the outset. Half an hour later, the swelling on Feng Outyin's face had diminished slightly, rendering him somewhat recognizable and capable of engaging in equal discourse. Feng Qingyun presented him with a contract. Come now, as previously agreed, should you lose, you are to join our team and sign this contract. Sign it, I shall, Feng Outyin declared with an air of arrogance, snatching the document and inscribing his name without so much as glancing at its contents. With a mocking smile, he added, "Do you think you should feel proud for defeating me? Fear not, my strength will soon surpass yours. What significance does signing such a document hold? Just in case. Who knows, a miracle might occur." Feng Qingyun replied with a beaming smile, carefully retrieving the contract. His cautious demeanor inexplicably caused a flutter of unease in Feng Outyin, as if he had committed a particularly foolish act. Now, let us discuss this meat, Dan. What exactly is it? Feng Qingyun deftly redirected the conversation. Lu Chang'e, Bai Ruyan, and Chen Xiaonan, intrigued, gathered around, sensing that Feng Outyin possessed considerable insider knowledge. With a proud tilt of his head, Feng Outyin boasted, "You know the chairman of the Shougo group, Zhang Taiyang, right? A 6-star extraordinary warrior. He consumed bestowed to ascend from gold to the extraordinary, and he has ingested more than one." The revelation struck like a bombshell, leaving Lu Chang'e and the others in stunned disbelief. 50 billion. Bestowed? Is the world of the elite truly this straightforward and brutal? One could spend 50 billion on drugs, yet Feng Outyin remained unfazed, asserting that such occurrences were commonplace within wealthy circles. What does it mean to be extraordinary? It signifies surpassing the ordinary. While a regular person's lifespan might extend to a mere 140 years, upon becoming extraordinary, one can live for around 300 years. Thus, I assert that should immortality be attainable, these fanatics would spare no expense. The sentiment resonated with Feng Qingyun and the others, who understood that warriors, unlike ordinary individuals, experience extraordinary growth during their youth. At the age of 100, one might still be in their prime for 80 of those years, only beginning to age in the final years of life, truly the ultimate aspiration of humanity. Who would reject such a gift? You just witnessed the meat Dan appearing within the heart of a monkey, and now you claim it can treat heart ailments? Feng Qingyun inquired, suppressing his excitement with a calm tone. If Feng Outyin was not lying, he possessed a considerable stockpile of the miraculous medicine needed to heal Xinger. Feng Outyin nodded affirmatively. This is a basic identification method, but for safety's sake, it is prudent to bring the patient along to the laboratory for observation. Laboratory observation? Is that reliable? Absolutely reliable, Feng Outyin replied with pride, his expression boldly conveying that his family specialized in such matters. The wealthy often have their ailments, whether it be digestive issues or mental deficiencies. Speaking of which, you should take note. Feng Outyin raised a finger earnestly. All beast Dan, particularly meat Dan, when found on vital areas of 2 to 3 inches in size, can be quite formidable. Some ferocious beasts even wear them like adornments. But that is not the crux of the matter. The key point is that such beast Dan fetch the highest prices, exceeding others by more than double. Humph. I thought it was something significant. Lu Chang'e scoffed, though inwardly calculating how he might benefit from such a find in the future, perhaps to improve his own health. Feng Qingyun, seeing through Lu Chang'e's scheming thoughts, reflected on the individual's insecurity, likely stemming from insufficient strength, hence the need for the meat Dan as a lifeline. In contrast, he felt that even a dozen or 20 would merely serve as icing on the cake. At this juncture, while others pondered, Bai Rian expressed a slightly different thought to Feng Qingyun. Qingyun, I believe we need to address something. Though I am loath to admit it, we have indeed been holding you back. Bai Rian articulated her perspective, which was quite straightforward. Thus far, Feng Qingyun had reached the pinnacle of 9-star bronze, within their understanding, at the height of bloodline awakening. However, the 3 of them, excluding Feng Outyin, remained at only 1 to 3-star bronze. Unable to contend even with a red-haired monkey, progressing further would only serve to hinder Feng Qingyun. Therefore, Qingyun, I believe the 3 of us should not continue. If we persist, we will only become a burden. Bai Ruyan expressed her guilt, with Lu Chang'e and Chen Xiaonan sharing a somber countenance. In the world of warriors, weakness is a cardinal sin. Even if one hesitates to acknowledge it, reality remains unyielding. Feng Qingyun smiled faintly. Have you forgotten why we ventured into the mountains? We are here to develop in stealth. Thus, he instructed, Chang'e, Rian, Xiaonan, you 3 should proceed to the Tiger Cave on Peak 101 and await my return. Outyin and I will make a quick trip to Peak 122, and upon our return, we shall establish the Tiger Cave as our base, and together, we will develop in stealth. Lu Chang'e and the others had no objections. As the distance to Peak 101's Tiger Cave was not far, they split up, one group heading to the Tiger Cave while the other made their way to Peak 122. Along the journey, Feng Qingyun continued to inquire about Beast Dan from Feng Outyin. Outyin, does a higher grade Beast Dan confer greater benefits to the body? Not necessarily. Just like us warriors, if a black iron individual recklessly consumes a 9-grade blood Dan, the power within could easily overwhelm them, Feng Outyin explained, suddenly realizing something and turning to Feng Qingyun. What's wrong? Do you have a family member in need of treatment? Sure. Feng Qingyun pressed a finger to his lips, straining to listen intently. Do you hear that? It seems there are footsteps approaching. Chapter 84. What is big data calculation? Do you hear that? It seems there are footsteps approaching, Feng Qingyun whispered. Feng Outyin immediately perked up his ears. Listening intently, but heard nothing, he shook his head. No, I don't hear anything. Quick, hide, Feng Qingyun urged as he pulled Feng Outyin behind a nearby tree, ensuring they did not expose themselves. Soon after, they heard a cacophony of footsteps accompanied by laughter. Ha ha ha, our leader is truly brilliant. While those fools attack the old student dormitory, we can directly excavate resources from each peak, and they make it so easy to find. They're always at the 5th tree on the left or the 5th tree on the right. So predictable. With all this blood Dan, our leader is bound to break through, isn't he? I reckon he'll reach 4-star silver soon. 4-star? That's quite high. Why doesn't he go out? Are you foolish? What do you earn from shouting and killing outside in a year? Staying here to dig up others' treasures is far more lucrative. That is indeed true. 2 figures, burdened with an array of long and short weapons, strutted past with bulging pockets, exuding an air of complete disregard for being seen. Once the 2 had moved on, Feng Qingyun and Feng Outyin emerged from behind the tree, contemplating the audacity of their actions. If they managed to excavate as they claim, just imagine how much they could unearth in a single day. Feng Qingyun mused, his eyes alight with ambition. Observing the 2 just moments before, he sensed a significant opportunity at hand. If he could seize it, he would likely wake up laughing in his dreams. Feng Outyin, sensing Feng Qingyun's intentions, involuntarily shivered. It felt as though Feng Qingyun was poised to poke a hornet's nest. He quickly interjected, "No, no. You must exercise restraint. While those two may be weak, they mention their leader is a 4-star silver." 4-star silver? I believe we can handle that. Feng Qingyun nodded, then, with a mischievous grin, recounted a story imbued with profound meaning. "Outyin, do you know? In the mountains, there is a saying, when hunting, always find a companion who runs slower than yourself. The advantage lies in that if one encounters a bear, it doesn't matter whether you can outrun it, but you must be quicker than your companion. Isn't that amusing?" Upon hearing this tale, Feng Outyin's face drained of color. At this very moment, is it not akin to that time and place? Madness, oh madness! Surely, you would not abandon me to shield yourself when the critical moment arrives, would you? How could that be? I merely jested to alleviate your tension. To bring you some joy, truly. I harbor no ulterior motives. You must believe me, I swear it. Feng Qingyun earnestly declared, as he tugged at Feng Outyin, guiding him in their direction. Though Feng Outyin was somewhat reluctant, he was unable to resist Feng Qingyun's insistence and was thus dragged along. Following the two individuals, Feng Qingyun and Feng Outyin, they arrived at the midsection of Peak 115. Here, over 20 students from Tianwu Academy had gathered. Predominantly upperclassmen with only 5 or 6 freshmen among them. At the forefront sat a figure, prominently positioned upon a stone chair, exuding the aura of a mountain bandit, evidently claiming dominion over the territory. His followers referred to him as Brother Nyo. "Brother Nyo, we just returned from Peak 119, where we unearthed 3 F-grade alloy weapons, 5 second-tier blood-restoring pills, and 21st-tier blood-restoring pills. Other items included 3 brand-new pairs of underwear, last year's swimwear magazine, and a roll of toilet paper." Upon hearing his underling's report, Wang Tinia's eyes bulged in disbelief. "Who brought you here, and why do you lack basic decorum?" His outburst left those present momentarily paralyzed. While the haul was not insignificant, it was hardly overwhelming. Moreover, the report was concise and clear. What could possibly be wrong with it? At that moment, an experienced upperclassman rushed over, promptly delivering a reprimand to the freshman. "I have told you before that you must specify the peak from which you excavate and the precise location thereof, have I not? Your negligence undermines Brother Nyo's ability to conduct thorough data analysis and accurately assess potential treasure locations." The words struck Feng Qingyun, who was concealed behind a rock, causing his lips to twitch in exasperation. "Data analysis? How absurd," he sighed, recognizing that newcomers often err in such ways and that they should take it as a lesson to avoid repeating the mistake. "You there? Repeat your earlier report." Wang Tiniu shifted in his seat, adopting a relaxed posture as he crossed his legs. The freshman quickly re-reported, "Brother Nyo, we just returned from Peak 119, beneath the 5th tree to the left of the large rock at the summit, where we unearthed 3 F-grade alloy weapons, 5 second-tier blood-restoring pills, and 21st-tier blood-restoring pills." "Very well," Wang Tiniu replied slowly, "the second-tier blood-restoring pills shall be distributed 1 to each of you, 3 first-tier ones each, and the remainder, along with the weapons, must be surrendered." His measured response elicited gratitude from his subordinates, who exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Nyo. Thank you. Of course, brothers, it is only right." Next group. Wang Tiniu gestured for the next team to step forward. Thus, one by one, they reported their findings in a fixed format, the peak from which they had excavated, the specific location, and the items obtained. Feng Qingyun could barely contain his frustration as the reports continued. At Peak 108, beneath the 5th tree to the right of the large rock at the summit at Peak 116, beneath the 5th tree to the left of the large rock at the summit at Peak 122. Beneath the 5th tree to the right of the large rock at the summit Min, Feng Qingyun muttered under his breath, "Is there not a trace of originality? No wonder they are so easily seen through." Additionally, the items from the trio of Shaojia had already been excavated, rendering a trip to Peak 122 unnecessary. After tallying the results, Wang Tinia's team had amassed a staggering total of 36 weapons, including 12 F-grade alloy weapons, 23 ordinary weapons, and a single E-grade alloy knuckle duster.as for the elixirs. Aside from those distributed, Wang Tiniu retained 2 third-tier blood-restoring pills, 31 second-tier, and a staggering 125 first-tier blood-restoring pills. Feng Outyin, astonished, remarked to Feng Qingyun, "This is terrifying. This fellow has hardly exerted himself and yet has accrued such a bounty. Most warriors may never encounter such an abundance of elixirs in their lifetime." "Perhaps," Feng Qingyun mused, "but this is but a fraction of what I have stored away. My inventory exceeds this by several multiples." Feng Outyin continued, you do not genuinely intend to confront them, do you? While they may be engaged in taking from others, their team cohesion is commendable. Should a conflict arise, it would undoubtedly devolve into a brawl, and we would stand no chance. Coughing lightly, Feng Qingyun inquired cautiously. By the way, what is your time for 100 meters? Feng Outyin could no longer contain his exasperation. Who can endure such nonsense? After a moment of contemplation, he managed to reply, I am decent. How about you? Surely you cannot be below 9.93 seconds. As Chapter 85 unfolds, Feng Qingyun and Feng Outyin engaged in hushed plotting while the distribution of spoils by Wang Tiniu reached its conclusion. Wang Tiniu rose. Addressing his brothers, today has yielded fruitful results. Upon our return, let us remain discreet. Engage in monster hunting and cultivate our skills. When time permits, let us scout the nearby peaks and prepare for our gathering here on the 14th of next month. With that pronouncement, the brothers promptly dispersed in groups, each heading in different directions. Wang Tiniu, himself, hoisted his stone chair, donning a simple expression, embodying an earnestness that left one questioning his intelligence. He trudged up the mountain like a wandering ascetic, engaged in a form of cultivation that eluded others' comprehension. As the bandits dispersed, Feng Outyin breathed a sigh of relief. Had they clashed with such a multitude, they would have been truly outmatched. Now, with the group dispersed, he need not worry about whether Feng Qingyun could outrun 9.92 seconds. Madman, they have disbanded. Should we not retreat? Feng Outyin proposed. Alternatively, we could target a smaller group for a quick raid. They may be too proud to report the incident, allowing us to benefit without peril. Feng Qingyun nodded thoughtfully, unusually in agreement with Feng Outyin's assessment. Indeed, we ought to seek out those who are few in number and possess a sense of pride. Feng Outyin, feeling triumphant, surveyed the descending crowd. Look, those two individuals appear to be newcomers, and with only two of them, they may be reluctant to speak out. Not so fast. Two is still too many, Feng Qingyun countered. Advocating for a more cautious approach, if we face two, and we cannot prevail, they could easily split up, leaving us unable to escape. I suggest we target a solitary individual instead. If we cannot overcome them, the slower one will bear the brunt, while the quicker one can escape. Feng Outyin's expression contorted in confusion. Are you implying that the one who can run faster and the one who cannot is not a viable plan? Moreover, regarding the solitary target, his gaze fell upon Wang Tiniu's retreating figure. You cannot be considering him, can you? He embodies the qualities of someone who is few in number and possesses a strong sense of pride. As the leader of these bandits, he would certainly not take kindly to being robbed. Feng Qingyun spoke with conviction. Indeed. You see, he is the very epitome of someone who fits the profile, few in number, yet fiercely proud. Should he be robbed, he would undoubtedly refrain from reporting it. Feng Outyin, still incredulous, bore a look of disbelief. Young man, dare to take risks, and you may transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Gamble, and you may turn a motorcycle into a Land Rover. Strive, and you may elevate a Land Rover to an airplane. Life's essence lies in striving. The greater the risk, the higher the potential reward. In 10 years' time, you will undoubtedly thank your daring self for taking the plunge today. The profundity of his words brought tears to Feng Outyin's eyes. This is not about life's essence lying in striving. It is more akin to life kneeling before struggle. Indeed, 10 years hence, he would surely express gratitude for his prior audacity. Had he not been bold a decade ago, could he have claimed victory in the wheelchair racing championship? Witnessing Feng Outyin's emotional turmoil, Feng Qingyun seized the moment and charged ahead. Do not falter. Let us proceed together. Faced with such fervor, Feng Outyin could utter no more than an affirmation of his resolve. Thus, the two stealthily followed Wang Tiniu, gradually closing the distance to the barren summit. As they trailed behind, both Feng Qingyun and Feng Outyin could not help but be in awe of Wang Tiniu's physical prowess. While an ordinary person might struggle to scale a mountain, Wang Tiniu ascended with ease, bearing not only a stone chair but also dozens of weapons, including heavier alloy ones totaling several hundred pounds. Yet, he showed no signs of fatigue, prompting Feng Qingyun to ponder whether this individual had experienced some fortuitous event that had enhanced his physical capabilities. The human skeleton resembles a coat rack, capable of bearing an immense amount of pressure and exerting considerable force, determined by its sturdiness and robustness. However, humanity has its limits. To transcend these boundaries, one must either surpass oneself or harness the gifts of nature. If the breakthrough relies solely on self-cultivation, that individual must indeed be quite formidable, exhibiting not only physical prowess but also exceptional intellect. Inwardly, Feng Qingyun silently admired Wang Tiniu. recognizing him as a remarkable talent. It would be a grave misfortune to let such an individual slip away. Yet, is it appropriate to poach a leader directly? It is akin to two nations at war, and I charge forth to abduct their emperor. Well, it is not entirely unfeasible. Contemplating this, Feng Qingyun and Feng Outyin followed Wang Tiniu to a rocky cliff at the mountain's edge. There, Wang Tiniu set down a stone chair, approached the rock face, and with a surge of strength, effortlessly shifted a boulder over 3 meters tall and weighing several thousand pounds. Shortly thereafter, he re-emerged, having returned the massive stone to its original position. Clapping his hands, he called out, "Having followed me this far, aren't you going to show yourselves?" Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyun and Feng Outyin exchanged a quick glance and swiftly communicated. Rock, paper, scissors. The loser would lure the enemy out, while the winner would devise a plan to acquire the treasure. Rock, paper, scissors. Feng Outyin threw a hammer, while Feng Qingyun presented a single hand in the form of paper. With a slight lift of his brow, Feng Qingyun declared, "Go out. How about a best of 3? Let's make it a best of 5 instead." "Fine. You sister, get out." A swift kick sent Feng Outyin stumbling forward. Just as Feng Outyin straightened himself, he noticed 2 armed individuals emerge from the opposite side, 2 of Wang Tiniu's underlings. Feng Outyin, damn it. They are scheming for a coup, and here I am, joining in on the chaos. Seeing Feng Outyin step out, the 2 individuals opposite were startled, yet they tightened their grips on their weapons. "Wang Tiniu, you always utter a few words and then do nothing while taking the lion's share. This is an unfair distribution. If you want to seize something, just seize it. No need for such grandiose excuses." Wang Tiniu dismissed their tedious justifications with disdain. Robbery is robbery. What's the point of concocting numerous reasons to inflate one's sense of righteousness? Then, he turned his gaze to Feng Outyin. "And you? What motivates you?" To become the champion of the wheelchair racing competition, Feng Outyin blurted out impulsively. The revelation left everyone present momentarily dumbfounded, even Feng Qingyun, who silently gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Wang Tiniu's mouth twitched slightly, and after a brief pause, he finally replied, "Very well, I shall support you. When you become champion, in addition to thanking Tomato TV and your parents, remember to express gratitude to me, Wang Tiniu." With that, Wang Tiniu darted forward, targeting the rebellious duo with a rapid succession of powerful punches, landing 2 blows to their chests. The duo, caught entirely off guard, collapsed limply to the ground. Witnessing this, Feng Outyin swiftly turned to flee, prompting Wang Tiniu to pursue him. "Don't run. Do you still wish to be the champion? To hell with that," Feng Outyin cursed, sprinting downhill without looking back. If he survived this day, he'd dedicate himself to long-distance running starting tomorrow, sprinting for 5 continuous minutes. "Is this how you leave?" Feng Qingyun mused, observing the 2 retreating figures. Wang Tiniu seemed brimming with confidence, likely believing that he alone could move that rock. "Unfortunately for him, I have undergone 7 metamorphoses. Shifting a boulder is not merely achievable, it's effortless." As Feng Qingyun stepped forward, he was surprised to find 2 new rebellious figures emerging from the opposite side. Chapter 86. A bountiful harvest. Upon seeing Feng Qingyun, the 2 rebellious figures displayed evident astonishment, raising their weapons in response. "Who are you?" "I am an accomplice of the champion from earlier." Feng Qingyun gestured toward the direction Feng Outyin had fled. "My champion won't escape far. Before long, Wang Tiniu will return. What do you say we negotiate how to divide the spoils? Shall we retrieve the items together?" The 2 figures were momentarily taken aback by his words, instinctively exchanging glances to gauge each other's opinions. 70-30? 70-30 may not be agreeable, especially if Wang Tiniu returns and we gain nothing. What should we do then? Let us deceive him into thinking it's 50-50. Once inside and we've located the treasure, we can knock him out and frame him. Brilliant idea. As the 2 exchanged glances, Feng Qingyun swiftly moved, crashing their heads together with a forceful impact that left them dazed and unconscious. Indeed, no man would maintain such prolonged eye contact with another unless scheming to plot against me. Clapping his hands, Feng Qingyun approached the cave entrance, pressing his palms against the rock, summoning all his strength to shift the towering boulder aside. Phew! This task was indeed somewhat exhausting. Afterward, he glanced at the 2 fallen rebellious figures, a sly grin spreading across his face as he hoisted one of them into the cave, carelessly tossing him aside. When Wang Tiniu returned and discovered the cave entrance ajar with an unconscious figure inside, he would surely believe that this individual had conspired with his comrades, granting me ample time to evade him. Having meticulously planned, Feng Qingyun finally surveyed the various items within the cave. His heart raced with excitement upon spotting at least 20 red 3-tiered blood-boosting pills, over 50 green 2-tiered pills, and a staggering 100 of the lowest grade 1-tiered pills. If he were to collect them all, the system would double the amount, easily allowing him to nurture an army of silver-grade warriors. As for the alloy weapons, he only noted those of F-grade. While a D-grade alloy knuckle was nowhere to be found, likely taken away to no matter, he wouldn't dwell on it too much. He would pack up these items first. Additionally, there were various garments, pants, male and female undergarments, small whips, ropes, white candles, and even swimwear magazines. TSK. How wild! Feng Qingyun eagerly gathered everything, and the system promptly issued a low, resonant notification. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 1-tier blood-boosting pills. Random doubling in progress, doubling to 666 times. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 2-tier blood-boosting pills. Random doubling in progress, doubling to 455 times. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 3-tier blood-boosting pills. Random doubling in progress, doubling to 775 times. As Feng Qingyun reveled in his bountiful haul, a cacophony of curses erupted from outside the cave. Damn it. You claim you want to be a champion, yet after a single punch, you cry like a woman. Can't you act like a man? Feng Outyin whined, his voice tinged with tears. Then, Wang Tiniu exclaimed, "Why is the cave entrance open?" Before Wang Tiniu could react, a shadow burst forth from the cave entrance, moving as swiftly as an arrow. Wang Tiniu released Feng Outyin and lunged forward, determined to seize the escaping figure. "Where do you think you're going?" In a few strides, he captured the shadow, only to discover it was one of his own subordinates, unconscious. Unconscious? He turned to see Feng Outyin sprinting alongside another shadow down the mountain, igniting his fury. "You two, halt! Wait! We've only taken a small portion. The majority is still in the cave. You need to secure the entrance." Feng Qingyun shouted as he ran, making Wang Tiniu snap back to attention. That makes sense. Feng Qingyun appeared polished and unburdened, clearly not having taken much. Meanwhile, Wang Tiniu counted his losses, for rebellious figures already gone. If he pursued Feng Qingyun now, they might seize the opportunity to abscond with the remaining goods, effectively losing a watermelon while chasing after sesame seeds. Thus, he hurried back to the cave to assess the situation. However, upon entering, he was struck dumb. What the hell? The cave was utterly barren, clean to the point of being more immaculate than Feng Outyin's delicate face. Darkness engulfed his vision, and he felt an immense pressure in his chest. Simultaneously, Feng Outyin, racing downhill, felt his nose redden and his eyes moisten, casting a displeased glance at Feng Qingyun. "Weren't you supposed to confront him? Why did you just run away?" Cough. The fighting was merely a misunderstanding. "My true objective is to amass wealth," Feng Qingyun replied nonchalantly, as a heart-wrenching roar echoed from behind them. The sight of Feng Outyin rendered pale with fear, hastily fleeing alongside Feng Qingyun. Beneath Peak 101. In the tiger's den, the cavern had been meticulously cleaned by Lu Changge, by Ru Yun, and Chen Xiaonan. The remnants of bones and corpses had all been removed and interred deep within the earth. As for the blood stains, they had been thoroughly concealed with fresh mud and sand. It now resembled an ordinary cave dwelling, leaving no trace of its former gruesome history. These individuals certainly demonstrated a commendable sense of domesticity, thought Feng Qingyun with quiet admiration. With such a capable group at his side, even if they chose to abandon their martial pursuits in the future, they could seamlessly transition into a collective of housekeeping professionals, specializing in the meticulous cleaning of crime scenes, ensuring a perfect match for their skills. At that moment, Chen Xiaonan emerged from the cave, her spear adorned with 2 wild rabbits. Behind her, Bai Ruyun and Lu Changge each carried a bundle of dry wood, clearly prepared for a barbecue. Without further ado, the group sprang into action, deftly gutting the rabbits with their daggers, meticulously plucking the fur, and skewering them on the spear to roast slowly over the fire. The juices dripping tantalizingly. Soon, they achieved a perfect crispness on the outside while remaining tender within, the aroma wafting enticingly through the air. The group eagerly tore into their meal. Delicious. If only we had some honey and sesame to accompany it. Feng Outyin exclaimed, smacking his lips, his former celebrity demeanor entirely forgotten, his hands and mouth smeared with grease, merely a few bowls of rice away from resembling a portly uncle, waving a large thigh bone. Feng Qingyun earnestly remarked, "Next time, we must procure some sesame and honey. Make a note of it. We should also buy a few cups. Otherwise, like today, we'll have meat without wine, which detracts from the flavor." Is it that monkey wine from today? Feng Outyin shouted with excitement, convinced it must be a splendid elixir. Feng Qingyan chuckled. Now that we're all part of the same team, I want to keep it from you. Indeed, it is monkey wine. Moreover, it's over 30 years old, the golden variety. Drinking it regularly can enhance one's vitality. Such marvels. Bai Ruyun and the others were left speechless. In truth, most were only aware that pills and potions could boost vitality, unaware that beverages and beast cores could also serve that purpose. This illustrates the stark contrast between warriors living in urban settings and those accustomed to the wilderness. Well, we've nearly finished our meal. As the leader of our team, I shall outline our forthcoming plans, Feng Qingyun announced, prompting instant silence from the others, for none among them dared to defy him, not even the obstinate Feng Outyin. First and foremost, due to my exceptional prowess, I have been suspended for 3 months. During this period, should any of you wish to assault the student dormitory, I shall fully support you. I can provide pills, weapons, and clothing, underwear included. Upon hearing this, both Bai Ruyun and Chun Xiaonan blushed. If it were inconvenient, women undoubtedly faced more challenges than men. Feng Qingyun glanced at them and nonchalantly added, I can also supply small garments and sanitary napkins. You know, pervert, the two exclaimed, instinctively clutching their chests, then pitifully inquired, well, could you perhaps spare us a little? We haven't changed in several days, of course. Just follow me into the cave. Feng Qingyun replied. Ahem, it's merely to retrieve items. Don't let your imaginations run wild. Afterward, Lu Chang'e curiously asked, Brother Feng, as we prepare to assault the student dormitory, what are your plans, me? Feng Qingyun smiled slightly. From this evening onward, I shall begin my preparations to break through to the ranks of a silver warrior.